Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1912 to Chapter 1971. Xianxia's face turned red. He said angrily, I was just thinking about it. Can't I do that? Of course you can think about it. But the problem is that you didn't just think about it. You even put it into action. Sword Spirit was speechless. The biggest and most innocent victim of this experiment was Sword Spirit. This is from P. Stop talking nonsense. How do you know it won't work if you don't do it? Now that it's confirmed that it won't work, I'll try another method. Xianxia was really miserable at this time. He had started to argue irrationally. Haha, I think you should take out all the things in our space one by one to test. He wanted to see what it was that had the strongest reaction. Since there was such a reaction, it means that it's absolutely not an illusion. Or the key to open this door has already been in our space? Sword Spirit suggested. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of such a reliable method? It seemed that Xianxia was really confused. He could even laugh at himself. Speaking of the most reliable first test subject, Xianxia thought of the Great Elixir. This kind of Great Elixir could absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. It had endless wonderful uses. Perhaps, the idea was very beautiful, but the reality was very cruel. After taking out the Great Elixir, Xianxia was extremely excited. Although the surrounding spiritual energy had increased by at least 100 times in an instant, but it didn't have any effect on the main body of Xianxia's mansion. Instead, the Great Elixir spontaneously tried to break free from Xianxia's restraint. It seemed that it wanted to enter Xianxia's mansion. Xianxia was shocked by the sudden change. He hurriedly put it away. What if he couldn't open the door? If he threw the Great Elixir inside, wouldn't he cry to death? Then, he would be really miserable. The second time, he used Purple Crystal Saint Crystal and Purple Crystal Divine Crystal as an experiment. As soon as the Purple Crystal Holy Crystal appeared, it shone with purple light. The reaction seemed to be much stronger than the Great Elixir. It broke free from Xianxia's palm and rose up. Then, there was a whooshing sound. It flew into Xianxia's mansion just like that. There was a crack sound from inside. Then, there was a pop sound. It seemed that it had landed on something and was fixed. Xianxia looked at his empty palm. His eyebrows twitched crazily. It was gone, a Saint Crystal gone just like that? He only had 10 pills in total. Distressed NG, I seem to understand, Lord Sword Master. The Sword Spirit said happily, it seems that these Saint Crystals and Divine Crystals are very likely to be the keys to open the door to Xianxia's mansion. They had a special attraction to each other. Did you hear that just now? First, there was a cracking sound. It was clear that he had fallen into a specific passage. Then there was the sound of a slap. He entered. Xianxia thought for a while. He felt that this sentence was not unreasonable. Hesitantly, he said, you mean, the current situation is very clear. Saint Crystals are definitely useful. The Sword Spirit nodded affirmatively. Alright, I'll give it a try. Xianxia could only give it a try. Right now, this Xianxia's mansion was their most important life-saving straw. It was better to have it but not use it. Might as well give it a try. Xianxia took out another Saint Crystal. Whoosh! He flew away. Crack. Pa, and then another one. In the blink of an eye, all 10 Saint Crystals had been given out. Xianxia took it out. And his heart was bleeding. If this really worked, it would be fine. If it didn't, these Saint Crystals and Divine Crystals wouldn't be able to be retrieved. And he couldn't go in. Then, even if it was just angina, it would probably hurt him to death. In the end, all 10 Saint Crystals were gone. Xianxia was a little hesitant. Should he send the Divine Crystals in too? Would it be a meat bun? Hitting a dog? That Divine Crystal, should I send it in too? Xianxia was really reluctant. Of course, at this point, there's no turning back. The Sword Spirit said unquestionably. Alright. Xianxia helplessly took out the Divine Crystals. He originally wanted to take a look at them, but he felt his palms shake. The Divine Crystals flew out of his hand. They almost pierced through Xianxia's bones. It's not like I'm not letting you go. Why are you in such a hurry? Will it kill you to let me take a few more looks? Minister Chu scolded. He didn't care whether the divine crystals could understand him or not. At this time, a certain king of hell was a little hysterical. He was showing symptoms of mental disorder. In layman's terms, he seemed to be crazy. Whoosh, crack, clap, there seemed to be another sound this time, then, clap clap clap, clap clap clap, the sword spirit explained as if he had a card up his sleeve. This is the integration of the saint crystals and the divine crystals. Then, each of them is looking for a suitable position. When all these sounds stop, the door will probably open. Don't worry, it's fine. Chu Yang was also shocked. He said, I know. Do I need you to tell me such a simple truth? The sword spirit saw that Chu Yang was stubborn, but didn't expose him. He was secretly happy in his heart. The two of them quietly waited outside. After a long time, the clapping sounds finally disappeared. However, the door didn't open. The sword spirit's complexion also changed. Did we really throw it away for nothing? Chu Yang looked at the door in front of him with a strange expression. Sword spirit, didn't you say that it should open? The sword spirit coughed and lowered his head in guilt. I'll try to see if I can go in now. Maybe. Chu Yang walked forward with a kind of heroic and tragic feeling. He pushed with all his strength. Boom. Chu Yang flew out in a flurry. His momentum was so fast that he looked like a shooting star in the sky. In just a moment, he had already flown to an unknown place. The sword spirit was shocked. He chased after him with all his strength. The sword spirit had reached the peak of the heavenly human level. His strength was far above Chu Yang's. However, he couldn't catch up with him with all his strength. He chased after him for 20 miles. Only then did he find that Chu Yang had fallen into a small forest. His whole body was blue and purple. His entire body was lying on his back, forming a perfect Thai character. His entire body seemed to be able to move, and he was blinking his eyes. He looked at the sword spirit who was rushing over. How is it? Are you okay? The sword spirit asked nervously. How is it? What do you think I can do? Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said angrily, now, every bone in my body seems to have fallen apart. What do you think? Every piece of flesh has been broken into 7 or 8 pieces. What do you think? Why don't you try? The sword spirit laughed awkwardly. He hurriedly helped Chu Yang take a heavy pill. Chu Yang sat up and groaned. After a long time, he was finally able to summon his energy again to catalyze the effects of the heavy pill and recover his body. After a while, the effects of the heavy pill were fully activated. His body had recovered. The first thing Chu Yang did after his body recovered was to grab the sword spirit. Didn't you say that the holy crystals and divine crystals are the key? Didn't you say that I'm okay? Look at what happened now. 10 holy crystals and 1 divine crystal have all been fed into a bottomless pit. What should I do? What do you think I should do? Tell me what to do. Tell me. The sword spirit explained in a panic, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Being impulsive won't solve anything at this time. I thought. You thought? You thought? You still thought? Minister Chu flew into a rage. You still think that you are a saint? Are you? You still think that you should be a saint? Are you? You still thought that you... Ouch, my holy crystals and divine crystals. My heart. My heart hurts so much. The sword spirit said awkwardly, I'll compensate you, I'll compensate you. My whole body has long belonged to you. Tell me how you want me to compensate you. Why don't we go back and try other methods? Chu Yang got up and said angrily with a red face, of course we have to try other methods. Not to mention that there are so many treasures in there, I even spent 20 million purple cloud coins. How can I be satisfied with this ending? He went back angrily. When he returned to the door again, Chu Yang was a little melancholy. What should I use? It seems that I've used all the methods that are slightly related. What more reliable methods are there? Oh right, why don't we try using the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's Purple Cloud Tower? The sword spirit winked and reminded him. To be honest, I wanted to try using the purple cloud tower first, but there seemed to be someone in my heart stopping me. Xianxia frowned. That feeling was very strange, but it was very real. So I didn't use it. What about this time? You couldn't use it just now, but it doesn't mean that you can't use it now, right? Maybe, there needs to be a sequence in between? You can try again. You have to try any method now, the sword spirit guessed. Xianxia nodded. You're right. Let's try it. Let's see how awesome this purple cloud palace can be. If it really swallows the purple cloud tower, I'll accept it. As he said that, he was about to try to summon the purple cloud tower. But this time, the strangest thing was that the very real and strong intent of stopping him didn't appear. A palm-sized purple cloud tower, shining with endless light, appeared in Xianxia's hand. Then, a blurry purple light suddenly shot out from the purple cloud tower. It shot toward the door, or rather, it shot accurately toward the word restrict on the door. Suddenly, Xianxia looked at it, dumbfounded. He saw that the word restrict actually melted slowly, as if ice and snow had met the scorching sun. At the moment when the word restrict completely disappeared, Xianxia seemed to hear a desolate sigh. The voice was ethereal and illusory, but it also gave people a very real feeling. Xianxia's hair stood on end. Who is it? But the voice ignored him. It just seemed to laugh bitterly and said, is there still anything worth worrying about in this celestial imperial court? Forget it, forget it. Since the seal has been broken, everything has nothing to do with me anymore. If you have the heart, please expel all the extraterrestrial demons and rebuild the purple cloud palace. If you don't have the heart, then so be it. Everything here is entrusted to you. Xianxia heard these few words clearly. It was the voice of the purple cloud heavenly emperor that he had heard before. Please vote for me. I will continue to write the third chapter. So this place actually belonged to the heavenly emperor of purple cloud. All the doubts in Xianxia's heart were finally resolved, but there were even more doubts. Why would the heavenly emperor of purple cloud's things appear here? But before he could think further, he already heard himself shouting, I will definitely destroy the extraterrestrial demons. Rebuild the purple cloud. These words were shouted out from the bottom of Xianxia's heart, as if they carried the boiling hot blood in his heart. That voice seemed to have heard him and said weakly, thank you. Then, a gust of wind blew, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and heavy rain poured down from the mountains and rivers. A thunderbolt broke through the firmament, splitting the heaven and earth into two. That voice never sounded again. Originally from P, it seemed that the last trace of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud's consciousness had finally disappeared completely from the world. In the distance, Xianxia, who was rushing back to the Emperor Dong's palace with all his might, suddenly stopped and turned back to look. After a long time, a tear slowly flowed out of his eye, and he said softly, Brother Z. Brother Z. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared, his voice sorrowful and fierce. Without looking back, Xianxia turned into a white line and disappeared into the horizon. That voice disappeared. The word restrict on the door also disappeared. A gap appeared in that door, and the two doors slowly opened to both sides, revealing the true appearance of the purple cloud palace inside. But now, Xianxia didn't have the impatient thought of going in immediately. His heart was still echoing the words of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud. If you have the heart, please expel the extraterrestrial demons and rebuild the purple cloud. This heroic heavenly emperor. In his last moments, he still thought of expel the extraterrestrial demons and rebuild the purple cloud. Xianxia couldn't help but feel the hot blood in his heart rushing up, and couldn't calm down for a long time. I will definitely fulfill your wish and rebuild the purple cloud. Xianxia said to himself word by word, your last wish. This is my lifelong wish. I will definitely expel the extraterrestrial demons and rebuild the purple cloud. I will use the blood of billions of extraterrestrial demons to pay tribute to the souls of the purple cloud. Then, he raised his head towards the door that had already opened. He walked in step by step. Ding ding ding, countless soft sounds rang, and then, endless white light flashed in front of Xianxia. The purple crystals, holy crystals, and divine crystals actually rushed back crazily the moment Xianxia stepped in. Whoosh, 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 they fell. In the next moment, a very strange thing appeared in front of Xianxia. It was a stone with holes all around it. The holy divine crystals and divine crystals. They divine crystals and went into these holes. Qi Yang counted crystals and there were exactly 100 crystals and Crystal Emperor divine purple cloud. What a big piece of nether space soul stone, the sword spirit exclaimed. Crystal? What's that? Qi Yang was startled. It's a kind of stone with magical powers. The biggest use of this kind of stone. It was able to preserve everything, including physical objects. Heart of heart. Furthermore, it can be used as a heart. As long as one cannot open it, they will never be able to enter. The sword spirit said excitedly, I was right when I said that these divine crystals and saint crystals were the key. If we don't install those divine crystals and saint crystals, this mansion will never open. Qi Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Don't attack. What I'm concerned about now is, what can it do? I have plenty of space tools. When it comes to storage items, what can be better than the tribulation space? Sword Spirit hesitated for a moment and said, You're right, but I only know that this thing can be used to make space containers, and the kind with a super large capacity. As for other uses, I really don't know. Forget it, it's more or less useful. Qi Yang waved his hand and put this crystal into the tribulation space. Immediately after, he looked around, and what he saw gave him a huge shock, because it was the same as the outside. There were also piles of dead and piles of living. On a piece of land, if the trees were crowded together and died of old age, there might be a very small possibility. But if the elixirs were crowded together and died of old age, that was a little shocking. Qi Yang saw dozens of blood ginseng growing on top of a pile of powder. The blood ginseng had not taken shape yet, so it naturally did not have any medicinal power. What Qi Yang really paid attention to was the pile of powder. In the end, he came to a rather shocking conclusion. These powders were all blood ginseng powder. Only when the blood ginseng was completely ripe and no one picked it, would it automatically dissipate its spiritual energy and turn into ashes. Such depth and thickness was definitely not something that 1 or 2 blood ginseng could produce. In other words, there were at least hundreds or even thousands of blood ginseng here that had turned into powder. That was why there was so much powder, but why did such a situation happen? Blood ginseng was a medicine that monopolized spiritual energy. How could it grow in piles here? Looking to the left, there was a pile of snow Ganoderma. Then, there were Chinese fleece flower, 10,000-year vine, 7 aperture grass and so on. This place was like a natural mixed medicine warehouse. In addition to the complete variety, another characteristic was that it was packed together. Qi Yang was truly perplexed as he watched. Everywhere he looked, he was shocked. However, instead of saying that this place was like a palace, it was more appropriate to say that it was a medicine garden. Although this place had been in disrepair for a long time and was full of scars, there were still some remnants of the past. All kinds of glory of the past were still vivid in his eyes. For example, there should have been a fence over there. Now, only a small half of it was left. Even that small half had decayed and was barely holding on. Perhaps a gust of wind could easily destroy it. Oh my God! This decayed fence is actually silver soul wood. Sword Spirit clicked his tongue in wonder. This thing is said to be immortal for 100,000 years. How can it be decayed to this extent? There are too many incredible places here. Qi Yang's eyes were like an eagle's. They were extremely sharp as they swept across this courtyard. After a long while, he slowly said, Sword Spirit, I believe that you can also see that this should be a herb garden. Although there are many kinds of species in this incredible place, there is only one explanation that can explain all these strange things. No, I should say that this is the only explanation that can explain all these incredible things. Speaking till here, Qi Yang subconsciously hesitated for a moment. Obviously, the explanation he thought of might be reasonable or could explain everything perfectly, but this explanation itself was another kind of inconceivable thing. It was another thing that shouldn't exist. Sword Spirit asked, What is it? Why did you stop halfway? Don't be in a trance. I'm really confused right now. Qi Yang paused again. It seemed that he was thinking about how to phrase it. After a while, he said, The spiritual energy here is undoubtedly very suitable for the growth of medicines. Moreover, it can provide for all the medicines to grow at the same time. therefore, there is no monopoly here. Because everyone can grow peacefully here. There is no need to compete. The nutrients are extremely sufficient. Sword Spirit nodded in agreement. Yes, there is no doubt about this. It must be like this. Therefore, the trees here can grow to the limit of their age. They don't need to be eaten by insects or struck by lightning. They will naturally die of old age. Then, new shoots will sprout and grow again. The elixirs here are all like this. The cycle repeats. In the world, except for a few kinds of extremely rare elixirs of heaven and earth that can grow almost indefinitely, all the other elixirs have their own growth cycle and limits. They may live for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. But, they will decay one day and turn into dust. And, they will become dust along with the world. When they finally turn into dust, their seeds will still continue to grow on this land. And, this cycle will eventually lead to the scene that we see now. Xianxia gave a conclusion. This should be a medicine garden. Moreover, it is a kind of exclusive medicine garden. There are only weeds and worthless herbs. Over there. The elixirs that are qualified to be here must have been collected. And, they won't be planted later. Sword Spirit looked carefully for a while and said in agreement, this should be the case. The two of them carefully identified the path and slowly walked forward along the road that was no longer recognizable as a road. Along the way, they constantly made new discoveries. Almost every few hundred feet on both sides of the road, there was a house. Moreover, behind the house, there was bound to be an empty courtyard. The house here should be for the guards who guarded this place in the past. As they walked forward, the unknown spiritual energy became denser and denser. It was so dense that it had never been seen before. It almost surpassed the level of the divine source. Xianxia knew that this place should be the heart of this medicinal garden. Looking up, it was as he had expected. It was a barren land. The weeds were as thick as a few thousand feet. What Xianxia found strange was that such a height that was beyond common sense couldn't be seen from outside. Could it be the effect of the space netherworld soul stone? And in the heart of the medicine garden, there was another house. Or, it should be called a palace in the standard sense. Above the palace gate, there were 3 big words. Even though they were 1,000 feet away, they were still shining and could be seen clearly. Divine Palace of the Medicine King. The two of them were excited and naturally walked over involuntarily. In front of the Divine Palace of the Medicine King, there were still 2 stone tablets. They couldn't be seen before, probably because the thick weeds had blocked their view. On the stone tablets, there were words engraved. The first tablet, Divine Palace of the Medicine King, the residence of the ancient Medicine King. All the elixirs in the world gather and grow. All living things are reborn here. Juniors who obtain this can obtain the inheritance of the Medicine King. Their golden elixir will be refined 100 times, and they will be able to reach the top and look down on the world. The ancient Divine Palace of the Medicine King. Xianxia sighed. It's really a blessed paradise that has seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. Presumably, the purple cloud heavenly emperor back then was able to rise to the top of the celestial imperial court in such a short period of time and become a celestial emperor because he had obtained this unprecedented great opportunity. Sword Spirit was silent. His face was full of shock. The last line of words on the stele was obviously added at the very last moment. The handwriting is not the same. As the current Medicine King, I should pass down this legacy to the world. Unfortunately, there are rumors of extraterrestrial demons wreaking havoc. We discussed and decided to abandon this place and kill all the demons. If the demons are not destroyed, I will not return. Seeing this line of words, Xianxia suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Extraterrestrial demons again. Since ancient times, how many heroes disappeared from the world in order to kill extraterrestrial demons? And this Medicine King went just like that, and now, he had not returned. His ending could be imagined. Could it be that there was no end to killing extraterrestrial demons? On the other tablet, the handwriting was full of hostility. Xianxia had seen this handwriting before. It was the handwriting of the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zihao himself. I, Zihao, am fortunate to have this palace of the Medicine King. I will bring it to greater heights. and for the Medicine King, I will kill extraterrestrial demons. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but sigh. The palace of the Medicine King was built by the ancient Medicine King. It contained the longevity technique, Jindan technique, creation technique, heavenly fate technique, and so on. There were dozens of magical techniques that humans had no chance of seeing. Any one of them could change the fate of the fated person, turning something rotten into something magical, turning the absurd into a legend. And the Medicine King, because he had sensed the ambitions of the extraterrestrial demons, he crossed the heavens with a few brothers to destroy them. Unfortunately, he did not return. And before he left, he seemed to have realized something and left his legacy in the human world. He also left a spark for the future, a hope. The Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao's words were very clear. Zihao himself was the successor of the first king of medicine. He was the first person to place his hopes on. Zihao started to rise rapidly after he had obtained the palace of the Medicine King. Using the Jindan technique, creation technique, and so on, he became a heavenly emperor in a very short time. And he did not go back on his promise and indeed fought with the extraterrestrial demons to the last moment of his life. The only regret was that the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds still could not change people's hearts. In the end, he was defeated by the despicable side of human nature. If that's the case, the problem of extraterrestrial demons has been around for a long time. If it wasn't for the Medicine King and the other seniors who went to eliminate them, the development of the heavenly devils would have been even faster. Xianxia would have been in an unknown state by now. In other words, although the King of Medicine and the other seniors had not returned, they had successfully delayed the footsteps of the extraterrestrial demon for millions of years. Their sacrifice is of great value, but this value is only reflected in the lives of the common people. To them, it is sorrow and betrayal. Xianxia said in a low voice, "What I said is reasonable? Isn't that a little too extreme?" The sword spirit pondered for a while and said, "No, this is the truth. These seniors shed blood and beheaded the people of the world, fleeing for his life in a foreign land. In the end, how many people in the world will remember those seniors who sacrificed themselves?" Xianxia laughed coldly. Later on, the Purple Firmament Celestial Emperor fought against the extraterrestrial demons with all his might. Although he was destroyed in the end, I believe that he still greatly damaged the vitality of the extraterrestrial demons. As a result, the Sky Fiend could only occupy the purple firmament until now. There was no further movement to expand. I even suspect that it is not that they do not want to expand, but that they do not have the strength to continue. Is it appropriate for me to understand it this way? Xianxia asked again. Even if there are discrepancies, I believe that it is not much different from the truth. The sword spirit nodded vigorously. How many years has it been since the Purple Firmament Celestial Emperor died? Xianxia asked. Well, it is probably close to 1,000,000 years. The sword spirit sighed. 1,000,000 years is enough for them to recuperate and accumulate strength. After this period of recuperation, the extraterrestrial demons should be about to recover their vitality. They may even have recovered their vitality. They are not moving for the time being, just waiting for an opportunity to attack. In other words, the great tribulation of the extraterrestrial demons of the Heaven Imperial Court is about to come again. Xianxia's voice was heavy, and a sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart. The sword spirit said in an equally heavy tone, "Sigh, although I am very unwilling to admit it, judging from the time, it is indeed about time. 1,000,000 years of accumulation is enough to erase any losses." Xianxia sighed and bowed in front of the two tablets of the two seniors. Then, he strode into the palace of the King of Medicine. Inside, there was an extremely detailed instruction map, practice area, elixir area, archives area, cultivation area, residential area. There were all kinds of facilities. As long as you could think of it, you could find it here. Xianxia entered the archives area at once. This was the core area and also the lifeline of a force. When he entered, he saw a large, empty room. There seemed to be only 5 shelves inside, and each shelf only had one piece of jade. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that it was a room to store ancient books. It didn't live up to its name. Xianxia did not neglect at all. He approached the first shelf and locked his eyes on the jade. There were only a few words engraved on the jade. Only a few words. Yang had just looked at it when he immediately felt a majestic saber intent that wanted to cut through the world and the firmament. I am the Saber King. There is no other saber in the world, the first saber in the firmament since ancient times. I went to Xianxia to fight the extraterrestrial demons and threw away the flashy. The Saber King's inheritance is here. If the younger generation obtains it, the name of the Saber King will never be extinguished. Blood is the guide, soul is the foundation, saber energy enters the body, obtain my inheritance. The Saber King's inheritance. It is the Saber King's inheritance. Yang was shocked. Then, he reached out and picked up the jade. Using his finger as a knife, he cut his index finger and dripped his blood on the white jade. Then, a saber energy appeared out of thin air and went straight for Yang's glabella. With Yang's cultivation, there was no room for him to dodge. Saber, a big word appeared in Yang's mind. With a cursory look, he saw that it included how to use the saber, how to use the saber, how to cultivate the saber. Everything about the saber, countless techniques about the saber, it could be said that it had everything, and it was full of essence. All the doubts Yang had about the saber in the past were cleared up after a cursory look. As expected of the Saber King's inheritance, it is really impressive. This Saber King's inheritance is most useful to Wu Shang. When I meet him in the future, I must spar with him and let him inherit this inheritance. It seems to be a waste to leave it here with me. Yang took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He walked towards the second wooden shelf. But before he could even reach Xianxia, a sharp sword aura had already surged toward him. I am the Sword King. The Sword King. The Sword King's inheritance is all here. Yang was shocked. The Sword King's inheritance was useful to him, Gu Duxing, Luo Kidi, GMO, Ao Xieyun and the rest. Then, like before, he collected the Sword King's inheritance and moved forward again. Next was the Poison King's inheritance. Next was the Spear King's inheritance, last was the Medicine King's inheritance. The Poison King's inheritance is suitable for Lu Er and Wu Jiuqing. As for the Spear King's inheritance, it seems that there is no suitable candidate. I'll leave it to fate. Yang thought as he collected the inheritance. When it came to the Medicine King's inheritance, Yang finally took it seriously. The Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor finally became a Heavenly Emperor with this inheritance. Based on the current situation, the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor probably did not reach the level of the Medicine King even at his peak. Yang sighed with emotion in his heart. This is really fate and luck. If the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, Zihao, had not been conferred the title of Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor back then, but had come from another world, as long as he was given enough time, he would have been able to contend against the heavenly demons with the power of a single world, or even slaughter them. It was a pity that he was conferred the title of Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. But Yang thought about it. With the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's temper, even if he was given the chance to choose, he might not choose another world, right? His only choice would only be Purple Cloud Heavenly, which was closest to his enemy. If not, then he would not be the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. Facing the remains of his ancestors, Yang sighed. Sword Spirit, I think there is a high chance that the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's medicine spirit was obtained here. Yang finally understood something. And that unknown yet familiar aura just now should be the aura left behind by the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's medicine spirit. The Sword Spirit also realized at once. Yes, there is a high possibility. I think the medicine spirit's original body is very likely here. After the medicine spirit's incarnation disappeared with the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the medicine spirit's original body here also turned into ashes immediately. But the medicinal power contained in its original body did not dissipate. This also caused the strange phenomenon here. Yang speculated slowly. Yes, it should be so. The Sword Spirit completely agreed with Yang's speculation. And the few sworn brothers who went to the disaster with the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor should have cultivated the cultivation techniques of the Saber King, Sword King, Poison King and the others. Yang said, therefore, the few of them could walk the world side by side, establish illustrious achievements, and not fall into the secular world. Even if they had a certain foundation in the past, The ones who really rose should also be after obtaining these inheritances. Yes. Only this makes sense. The sword spirit agreed repeatedly. The divine palace of the medicine kings can not only grow large amounts of medicinal herbs, but the space inside is also abnormally vast. Xianxia said, other than growing medicinal herbs, it should also be able to accommodate thousands of troops. Why did the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor place it here but not use it for war? With this space, the battle tactics he can use will undoubtedly be even more wonderful. This part is puzzling. The sword spirit said, indeed, I also can't understand this part. Looking at the layout inside, I'm afraid that the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor really did station an army here back then. However, why did this treasure end up in this small city on the edge of the border? This is really unclear. But... The sword spirit hesitated. But what? Xianxia turned back sensitively. Legend has it that there is a kind of life space, which is roughly equivalent to our tribulation space. If one's cultivation reaches a certain level, even if the person dies, the space can still exist independently and return to the place where it first existed. According to ancient legends, this kind of space is called the self-created universe. In other words, this person was about to reach the point where he could create the world on his own. But he died. The sword spirit smiled bitterly. This statement is more or less inauspicious. Xianxia snorted. Bah, what inauspicious? Even the god of creation will die when it's time for him to die. What's so inauspicious about this? And there's no other explanation for the situation here. Then, it's the inauspicious thing you mentioned just now. The two discussed as they walked, and slowly came to the main hall of the palace of the Medicine King. In the main hall, there were 5 seats arranged in a circle, and in the middle of the circle was a small tea table. It faintly emitted a dark red light. It's the eternal undying heavenly crystal jade. The sword spirit opened his eyes wide. Xianxia didn't ask. Although he knew that something that could make the sword spirit so surprised must be something extremely rare, his mind was completely not here at the moment. Xianxia was only paying attention to the 5 seats at the moment. Suddenly, he was a little touched. Because of these 5 seats, Xianxia thought of his brothers who he hadn't seen for a long time. When he and the others were together, there was no distinction between seniority and seniority. They just sat in a circle like this, or even lay down and crawled. Anyway, they were as comfortable as they could be. And the deeper meaning of these 5 seats was like this. Just by looking at the arrangement of these 5 seats, Xianxia could imagine how happy the Medicine King and his brothers were when they were together. They were so harmonious and carefree, between them. There was no distance at all. The 5 seats were so close to each other. Presumably, when they sat together, they would casually touch other people if they stretched out their hands or moved, but as long as they were together. They just sat like this, so close to each other, they didn't have any guard against each other at all. This everlasting heavenly crystal jade quietly witnessed the deep friendship between them for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Just looking at it like this, Xianxia only felt the most sincere friendship spontaneously rise, in the middle of the heavenly crystal jade tea table. There was a slightly protruding object, which emitted a fluorescent white light. Xianxia walked over respectfully and sat on one of the chairs. Xianxia took out 5 wine cups from the tribulation space and filled them one by one. Then, he said with emotion, "Seniors, Junior Xianxia would like to propose a toast to you. Although Senior's physical body isn't here, Senior's heroic spirit hasn't been extinguished. I hope you can feel my feelings and the friendship between the two of you. I really want to have it. And I already have it. I hope so. The friendship between me and my brothers can also be like yours, until the end of time." Xianxia grabbed the wine jar. He drained the cup in one gulp and said, "Seniors, I'll drink first." "Let's do it." Suddenly, the 5 wine cups in front of him moved at the same time. They slowly floated up and tilted slightly. In an instant, not a single drop of wine was left in them. It seemed like someone was raising it and drinking it in one gulp. The 5 wine cups returned to their original positions at the same time, remaining motionless. This scene was very strange, and even very frightening. However, Xianxia acted as if he didn't see anything. It seemed as if he was already used to it. He smiled and said, "Thank you. Many thanks to the 5 seniors for coming. Please have another drink." Just like that, cup after cup was poured down. After the first round of wine was finished, the wine cup no longer moved. For eternity, for eternity, for eternity, after drinking the round of wine, for eternity, Xianxia not only understood the meaning of this, but also deeply experienced it. Moreover, he could vaguely feel a sense of gratification from the chair he was sitting on, from the 5 empty wine glasses, and from the other chairs. It seemed like 5 good friends were smiling at each other. This feeling made Xianxia couldn't help but tear up a little. "I don't know if you are still here, but if you are, I hope that, one day, we can gather together, drink together, and get drunk," Xianxia said sincerely. Then, he looked at the small protrusion on the tea table. This protrusion gave Xianxia a very magical feeling. This protrusion, maybe, could be the key to this palace of the Medicine King. He touched it gently with his finger and pressed down hard, but it didn't move at all. The way to activate it wasn't to press down? Xianxia tried to lift it up again, but it only moved slightly. There were still no more changes. Suddenly, the halo on the small protrusion suddenly increased. In the halo, a passage of words faintly appeared. "The essence of heaven, the soul of jade, becomes the crystal of heaven. The origin of the planet, the spirit of all living things, big enough to contain heaven, small enough to hide mustard, watered with blood, keep my palace." Xianxia's heart trembled. He finally understood the origin of this palace of the Medicine King. The essence of this palace should be after the destruction of a world. The original essence of the world was extremely condensed. A world as big as the heavenly palace was condensed into this palace of the Medicine King. And the button on the tea table was the hub of the entire palace of the Medicine King. According to the hint on the halo, as long as he dripped his blood, he could take the entire palace of the Medicine King as his own. And such an important place, the Medicine King just left it in the middle of the tea table where he drank with his brothers. What kind of trust was this? What kind of deep friendship was this? With a kind of heartfelt reverence, longing, and some inexplicable feelings, Xianxia once again cut his index finger. Blood dripped down from the white button. The fluorescent white light gradually added a pink color, but there was no change for the time being. Xianxia activated his energy, encouraging the blood to continue flowing, and continuously pouring it into this little button. What kind of feeling was it to see his own blood slowly flowing out? Xianxia was currently intoxicated by this wonderful feeling. He did not know how much blood he had lost, but in Xianxia's senses, it should be at least 2 big bowls, or else why would he feel dizzy? This was the standard symptom of excessive blood loss. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he was still a human body, and there was a limit to the blood in the human body. No matter how high his cultivation was, he could not eliminate this point. In the face of such a large demand, Xianxia could only constantly comfort himself. Old blood will definitely be able to maintain an endless supply. At most I will waste a heavy pill later to replenish my blood. Otherwise, before this thing becomes mine, my life will become the king of hells. Just as Xianxia was constantly complaining and comforting himself, in a daze, the pink light suddenly flashed, and then became a glaring white light. Then, the crystal jade button suddenly rose up, and emitted a colorful light. The whole space seemed to be shrinking rapidly. The button spun rapidly in the air. With every rotation, the palace of the King of Medicine shrank a little. Finally, Xianxia himself felt a little crowded. It was not a little crowded, it should be very crowded. Xianxia made a prompt decision, and quickly left the big house, leaving the palace of the King of Medicine. He directly leaped into the air. Then, he was shocked to find that the entire palace of the King of Medicine was under his feet. The palace, which originally covered thousands of acres, was now only the size of an ordinary house, and had shrunk by thousands of times. However, above his head, there was still a button alone, and it was still spinning rapidly, emitting a white light. However, Xianxia was surprised to find that the surrounding passers-by were completely indifferent to all of this. Is it only me who can see it? Xianxia was a little puzzled. Of course. The sword spirit felt that the sword master's question was very, very stupid. Do you want to make a big fuss and let everyone know that you have benefited from it? No, of course I understand this logic. But, the main problem now is, such a huge Xianxia king's mansion has disappeared. Could it be that no one noticed it? That's not very possible, is it? Xianxia pointed below. For example, if there was a mountain in front of your house in the city where you live, and it suddenly disappeared. One day, wouldn't you be surprised at all? The sword spirit sighed. I can't believe that you are a legend, the legendary sword master of calamity. You can go down and take a look when you are done. Xianxia was full of suspicion as he let out an S sound. Then, a glaring light rose in front of him, and the Xianxia palace suddenly shrank to the size of an egg, flew up from the ground, and spun around. It seemed that shrinking to the size of an egg was not the end. It continued to shrink, smaller and smaller. By the time it was in front of Xianxia, it was already the size of a sesame seed. The whole divine palace instantly turned into a stream of light, and rushed into Xianxia's body together with the button. Xianxia only felt that his mind was spinning. In an instant, he did not know north, south, east, west, and he was in a trance. If the sword spirit was not beside him, he, who was in mid-air, would definitely perform the free-fall movement again to broaden the horizons of the local residents. And the divine palace of the Medicine King had already entered Xianxia's calamity space. The purple cloud tower of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud slowly flew up and entered the divine palace of the Medicine King. Then, there was an inexplicable pagoda-shaped building in the divine palace of the Medicine King. Xianxia looked at this change with his consciousness and could not help but murmur, I'm afraid this is the true form of this place? Then, he felt a strange feeling rise up spontaneously. The sword spirit said in surprise, Sword Master, this divine palace of the Medicine King has a very unique power of space, and the calamity space also has a unique power of space. Although there are differences between the two, their essence is the same, and they are very easy to merge. And the ability and level of our calamity space are obviously higher than the divine palace of the Medicine King, so now the divine palace of the Medicine King is merging into the calamity space. What changes will there be after the merging? Or, what new uses will there be? Xianxia asked excitedly. This, I really don't know. We'll only know after the fusion. The sword spirit smiled awkwardly and bitterly. After all, this matter has never been heard of for thousands of years. To be able to come to such a space is already a great opportunity and blessing. You've obtained two at once. This can't even be described as a blessing. Your luck is too monstrous, too nature-defying. You're not human. Bah, you're not human. Why does it sound so bad when it comes out of your mouth? Forget it, just tell me how long this process will take? Xianxia asked. The sword spirit continued to be embarrassed and smiled bitterly. This, I don't know. I guess it shouldn't be very long. Because now, the tribulation space has already accepted the idea of the divine palace of the Medicine King. There's no rejection between the two, so this process won't take too long. When the two of them really fuse, our new space should have a huge improvement and upgrade. Good, the stronger the better. The stronger it is, the more capital we have and the more confidence we have. Xianxia said sincerely. The sword spirit also felt the same. If they could directly keep Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun inside and trample on him to their heart's content, that would be even better. But Xianxia and the sword spirit both knew that such thoughts were just their own wishful thinking. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun was at least at the level of Shui Leihan. Even if he might not be as good as Dong Huang, he believed that the difference wouldn't be too big. With all the current manpower, there was absolutely no chance to contend with such a strong person. Although the tribulation space was strong, its owner wasn't very powerful at the moment, so, with the help of the sword spirit, Xianxia slowly landed on the ground. Landing at the corner of the street, he looked back and couldn't help but open his mouth and eyes wide. Oh! What's going on? Opposite him. There was still a majestic and magnificent building standing on the spot, Xianxia Palace. Under the sunlight, it looked even more majestic and magnificent. Xianxia only felt that his head was tied up. Pointing at Xianxia Palace, he murmured, What's going on? Didn't I already? Why is it still here? What's going on? The sword spirit smiled strangely. The voice in the space said, Lord Sword Master, you are really too ignorant. This is the embodiment of the natural defensive instinct of heaven and earth spirit creatures. After staying here for a long time, it will naturally form a kind of self-protection mechanism. Xianxia King's mansion has been here for hundreds of thousands of years. Naturally, it has already formed this kind of protective mechanism. At this moment, even if someone took it away, in the short term, in the eyes of outsiders, it would be impossible for them to escape. It's still the same. After all, the thing inside was already gone. It looked like this to the eyes, but it was just a kind of visual deception. You'll discover that this place is nothing but a void. The sword spirit said, it will happen after some time. That was why the situation suddenly disappeared. But by that time everything will have already been done, especially since this prince's mansion is still ours. We only need to build a wall on the outside and use the name of renovation to fool people. Once the new mansion is officially completed, no one will know. I see. Your idea is really good. I'll arrange some people to prepare for the reconstruction work later. Xianxia nodded and sighed from the bottom of his heart. The creation of heaven and earth is indeed mysterious and full of wonders. On the way back, Xianxia deliberately walked a lot slower. But all the way until he reached home, he didn't discover any movement coming from the space. It seemed that the so-called fusion was still slowly progressing. For the time being, he couldn't see anything, let alone feel anything. Xianxia sighed and was about to go home when he heard a commotion inside. A voice was shouting loudly, "Fishy! Come out, little one. I know your little one is here. Quickly come out, come out, come out, ah 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 ah." This voice was very sharp. It was obviously a woman. But it was very fierce, very shrewish, and not to be trifled with. At the very least, Xianxia already had goosebumps all over his body when he heard this voice. Damn, who is this? Oh my God, if such a woman is my wife. I. Can I still live? Then, he thought, could this be the legendary fiancé of heaven and earth spirit creatures? Thinking of this, he immediately felt refreshed. All his depression disappeared. His mood changed instantly, turning into 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts pity, 3 parts schadenfreude, and 1 part anticipation, pleasing to the eye, relaxed and happy. Why would I be schadenfreude? Wahahaha, I'm not a schadenfreude, waha. Xianxia went in with a face full of smiles. Who is this person? A certain cat treats a certain someone like a brother. He saw a lot of people chasing a young girl. This young girl had a graceful figure, exquisite curves, and a pretty face. It could be seen that she was definitely an outstanding beauty. The only fanciful thing about it was that it had a pair of pointy ears and a furry tail behind it. However, it was undoubtedly more provocative. Now, the young girl was angrily rushing left and right, shouting, "Fishy! You're a coward. Why don't you come out? Why don't you dare to come out? Come out!" Xianxia was sweating profusely as he looked at her. His gloating had long since disappeared. My God! This is too valiant. Is she still a woman? Facing the crowd blocking her, the young girl was not afraid at all. What? I know that Fishy is right here. Why are you stopping me? I'm Fishy's fiancé. Why do you insist on stopping us husband and wife from reuniting? Are some of you drooling over Fishy's beauty? You Fishy, you've already learned how to flirt outside, and all of them are of the highest quality. You ungrateful person, come out. Around them, the lightning serpent led people to intercept them. Everyone felt like they were going to cry. Even Xianxia could not bear to look at Lightning Snake's expression. What on earth did this girl do to actually provoke a peak saint, a half-step celestial being saber expert to this extent? Actually, he could more or less guess. Just based on her words just now, she directly covered everyone and attacked indiscriminately in a wide range. It was really too sharp and too domineering, but Xianxia's curiosity was greatly aroused. He quietly went over and asked, "What's going on?" The lightning snake grabbed Xianxia as if he had seen his savior. He wiped off his cold sweat and said, "Oh, Manor Lord, why did you come back so late? You didn't see her. She was so valiant, so valiant. I had never dreamt that Teacher Cat's fiancé would turn out to be such an outstanding man." A strong man, what did he mean? How could he tell that this was a strong man? Xianxia's head was full of black lines. He rubbed his eyes and observed again, but still could not find any clues about the strong man. You don't know. Teacher Cat went out for a while just now. I don't know what he went to do. Soon, I saw him running back like he was being chased by a dog. He shouted to close the door and rushed in. That speed amazed me. Lightning Snake calmed down and began to tell the story. Yang was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. How could Fishy's explosive speed amaze Lightning Snake? It was simply unimaginable. Teacher Cat's miserable situation at that time was so pitiful that it made one shed tears of sympathy. Then, this girl came right after. Once she came, she didn't say anything. She just kicked our door and broke it. Lightning Snake wiped his sweat and said, then, she roared, something's fishy. You little bastard who abandoned her after having sex with her. Yang's mouth suddenly became crooked. What? Abandoned her after having sex with her? Yes. Abandoned her after having sex with her. Lightning Snake understood Yang's current feelings very well. He said with lingering fear, then I heard this girl shouting and running around our courtyard. Yang's head was full of black lines. Looking at the situation, this girl must have something to do with our teacher Cat. How could we dare to hurt her? But when this girl saw that we did not dare to touch her, she became even more aggressive. She shouted, I am Fishy's fiancé. This guy abandoned her after having sex with her. I want to settle accounts with him. This is a matter between the two of us. It has nothing to do with you. If you dare to stop me, I will remember you for a lifetime. Then she began to rush around. The situation became more and more serious. In the end, you saw it with your own eyes. We are innocent. Lightning Snake's face twitched a little. He said, Manor Lord, it is not that I have not seen the world. It is just that I have lived for so long, and I have never seen such a girl, any of them. Sigh. Yang patted Lightning Snake's shoulder sympathetically. He said with sympathy, I have never seen such a girl, but we still have to continue to block them because Teacher Cat is scared out of his wits. How could he dare to let them meet face to face? But this girl barged in. It was okay at first, but now she is directly using her body. Oh my God. She is really a woman, a real man. Lightning Snake wanted to cry but had no tears. She is our brother's wife. Who would have the nerve to collide with her? Yang's face was also sad. She is really a real man. Lightning Snake did not deceive me. Yang didn't just have a miserable look on his face. His entire body was miserable because that woman was rushing towards him. Are you the manor lord of this place? That woman came over aggressively. Her cat tail was swaying back and forth behind her. She looked at Yang with her beautiful big eyes. She pointed a finger at Yang's nose and said, Are you that Yang? Cough cough. I am. I am not. Yang's eyes evaded her gaze. The thought of running away emerged in his heart one after another. This girl was so aggressive that she almost scared the dignified Minister Chu to the point of wetting his pants. Young miss, he is our villa master Chu. He's the head of our manor. We listen to everything he says. We don't have anything to do with Shady Cat. Lightning Snake betrayed Yang without any sense of loyalty. He shouted, Miss, if you want to find Shady Cat, you can ask Yang for him. We really can't find him. After he finished speaking, he immediately slipped away. Yang was dumbfounded. He shouted, Lightning Snake. I'll remember you for a lifetime. Don't expect to get a salary. But Lightning Snake had already disappeared. His voice came from afar, it's okay. In this world, who still relies on a salary? I'm afraid you've forgotten about me. In the blink of an eye, the girl had already rushed up to Yang. She grabbed Yang's collar and shouted, Well, so it was you who hid Greasy Cat. Quickly hand over that little thing to me. Yang's face was full of cold sweat. Let go first, I won't let go. The girl stared at Yang with her big eyes. You're also not a good thing. Don't think you're so innocent. Humph. I saw your wives just now. There are actually 2 of them. Yang only felt that he had been wronged. What's wrong with having 2 wives? You can't have 2 wives. The girl shouted, If Shady Cat dares to find 2 wives, I'll cut him. A man who has 2 wives is not a good thing. Well, you already have 2 wives. Why are you still pestering Shady Cat? Could it be that you're omnipotent? The girl's voice was fierce. Her domineering gaze swept down directly, faintly locking onto a certain place. Obviously, if someone was not careful, there would be a "there's nothing down there" situation. Yang suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. It was as if a steel knife had been placed on his crotch. He almost pissed in his pants. "I'm innocent. I don't have anything to do with that little girl. I can fall for anyone but that little girl." The girl's fierce gaze became even more intense. What did you say? How is Shady Cat not worthy of you? Why don't you like our teacher Cat? You tell me clearly. Oh my god. Where did you find this fiancée of yours? She's too much. I was clearly following her words just now. Why is she still not satisfied? Help. At this moment, there were only 3 words in Yang's heart. Haha. What I mean is, actually, I'm not good enough for your cat teacher. No, your cat teacher doesn't like me at all. What am I? I'm nothing. Don't you think so? Yang was on the verge of tears. His words were incoherent. He didn't even know what to say. That's more like it. Oh man. You can have nothing, but you have to have some self-awareness. You're not bad. Hey, where's my little fishy? You're not hiding her, are you? The little girl's expression changed at the drop of a hat. Just as he calmed down a little, he once again moved swiftly and decisively. Please let me go first. I'll be responsible for finding out what's fishy about you, okay? Immediately, right away. Yang said. That girl looked at Yang suspiciously. Really? If I lie to you, I'm fishy. Yang swore. With your moral integrity. That girl looked at Yang with distrust. You actually want to be fishy? Bah, I just said that you have some self-awareness, and you've exposed yourself. Your true colors have been revealed. Speak. Have you taken a fancy to my beauty again? Am I right? Save me. Yang screamed miserably. He said what was in his heart. At this critical moment, his savior finally appeared. Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian came together. Sister, that girl turned her head. She actually smiled, revealing a pair of small canine teeth. It was quite cute. Hello, sisters. Little sister, let go of him first and let him be responsible for finding the culprit. Let's go have a chat and drink something first. Little sister came all the way here, so as an elder sister, I should at least greet her. Tai Butian's natural bearing of a ruler gave this girl a great sense of security and trust at this moment. As for the trickery, you can rest assured, younger sister. He definitely won't be able to escape. Leave it to us. Really? That girl's eyes twinkled. She seemed really cute. Really? Really? Tai Butian nodded affirmatively. Then. Okay. A certain girl finally let go of Yang, allowing him to breathe in fresh air again. I believe in you, sisters. What's your name? Tai Butian's smile was extremely warm and friendly at this moment. I'm Mao Xiaolan, Mao Xiaolan said. Although I'm called Xiaolan, I'm actually not lazy at all. Tai Butian couldn't help but grin and say, I can see, you're not lazy at all. Looking at the messy courtyard, how could a lazy person create such a powerful effect? Wow, what's this? Mao Xiaolan suddenly discovered a new world. She saw Brother Tiger lying obediently in Tai Butian's arms, and her eyes couldn't help but turn green. So cute Quick, give him to me. I want him so much. Tai Butian was stunned. Brother Tiger in her arms was also stunned. Then, all the fur all over his body stood on end. He arched his body and glared at Mao Xiaolan, full of wariness. He wasn't really angry, but scared. If such a violent female cat really fell into her hands, what good would Brother Tiger do? He's really too beautiful, too cute, I want him so much. Mao Xiaolan flew over to snatch him. Wahahaha, if I hadn't been engaged to Fishy since I was young, I would definitely marry him, waha. Come, quick, give me a hug, meow. Brother Tiger jumped out of Tai Butian's arms with a somersault and fled, trembling all over as he fled. With a whoosh, he was nowhere to be seen. His speed was really fast, like a stray dog, like a fish that had escaped the net, leaving behind a trail of dust. Even after running for a few hundred feet, Brother Tiger still had lingering fear. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned back in a panic, his eyes full of fear, afraid that a certain cat girl would catch up to him. Aye. What did I just hear? What a scary thing. She actually wants to marry me. Ah, save me, my heavens, my earth, my God, my benefactor. Brother Tiger trembled all over like an old sow sifting chaff. This was too scary. As if he had been granted amnesty by the emperor, Chu Yang fled the moment Mao Xiaolan let go of him. His speed was not inferior to Lightning Snake or Brother Tiger's, it was really too scary. It was really not a normal kind of scary. Now I finally understand why Fishy wanted to hide. Why did he want to escape? Why couldn't he wait to escape when his cultivation wasn't that high? I understand now. Really, Teacher Cat really didn't have it easy, but no matter how hard it was for him, he couldn't have led such a disaster to my home. Thinking of this, Chu Yang was suddenly filled with anger. In a hidden corner of the Chu clan's warehouse, Chu Yang found Teacher Cat with ease. He saw Teacher Cat's body curled up behind a pile of junk. His face was already pale. Even though he was in such a hidden place, he was still trembling all over unconsciously. Fishy! Chu Yang roared, holding Teacher Cat in his hands like an eagle catching a chick. He yelled fiercely, "You idiot! You actually provoked such a scary existence to my Chu clan's compound. You really didn't let me down." Fishy's face was pale. His lips were blue with fright. "Brother, you are my brother. Shoo! Lower your voice. This disaster of ours." Chu Yang was furious. "Bah! Who is with you? It's your disaster. Don't drag me into it. No, don't drag my family into it." Fishy nervously tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, I have always treated you as my brother. Now Big Brother is on the verge of death. Can you just stand by and watch? Brother, you have to save me." Chu Yang was furious. Without another word, he picked up the cat and walked toward the hall. Fishy's soul was scared out of his body. Brother! I beg you. If you hand me over now, even if I don't die, I will lose 3 layers of skin. It's your business to lose 3 layers of skin. No matter what, it's better than losing 3 layers of skin for me, right? At this moment, Chu Yang didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. With a heart of stone, he dragged Teacher Cat out of the hall. What a disaster. I don't dare to provoke him no matter what, Fishy wailed. Oh my God, no, help me. Just let me go. That scream was as if Chu Yang was going to do something to him. Bang. Chu Yang put him on the ground angrily. He stopped smiling and asked seriously, "Old cat, let me ask you. How long can you run away from this? A day? 10 days? Or a month? A year?" Fishy was stunned. He looked at Chu Yang with misty eyes and whimpered, "I can run away for a day. Even if it's a day, it would be great if I can run away for a month or a year." Chu Yang asked, "Even if you can run away for a month or a year, can you run away for a generation?" Fishy's eyes widened. A generation? Definitely not. Then can you marry another woman? Chu Yang asked again. No, definitely not. Fishy cried loudly. My father will kill me, her father will kill me, and she will kill me too. Even if they don't kill me, I won't have the face to live. A man can't live without faith. It's the same for cats. When I agreed back then isn't the conclusion that you are destined to marry her in the future? Isn't that so? Chu Yang asked. Yes. Thinking of this, Fishy's sorrow came from his heart. My future, dark days, can already be foreseen. Since this is destined, why don't we just do it now? Chu Yang said, the more you run away, the greater your resentment. If you run away until you have wasted your youth, then it will really be the tragedy of your generation. Think about it. Fishy was stunned. P.S. Yesterday, Aunt Feng drove to eat with a friend. The 3 of us were eating in a hotel room. Halfway through the meal, we heard a crash outside. A motorcycle braked 30 meters away and slid down. The motorcycle slid 30 meters and crashed into my car. I finally understood the saying, disaster descends from the sky. The most impressive thing was that the motorcycle rider was drunk driving. Even more impressive was that when I asked him, he admitted that I recorded it. Then, he denied it today. He said that I crashed into him. Then, he told me, you have to pay me back. I have hepatitis. Everyone can guess how speechless I am. There was a surveillance camera at the entrance of the hotel. When the traffic police took out the video, this guy said that we faked it. The scratch was more than 30 meters long and there was a deep groove in the road. He said that it wasn't his motorcycle but my car. The traffic police were so angry that they laughed. Your car can make such a mark? That car has 4 wheels facing the other side and uses the body of the car to drive? Speechless. He said that it wasn't my wife who drove the car. He pointed at me and said that I drove the car. Oh, the one who bought the cake. I think that this is the #1 joke of the year. Immediately, Shifty Cat lowered his head and pondered over Chu Yang's words. He didn't speak for a long time. Update P, tell me honestly, do you like her? Chu Yang asked. If Shifty Cat said he didn't like her, Chu Yang decided to help his brother settle this matter even if it went against his conscience. Resentment would be a lifetime's misfortune. I like her. Shifty Cat sobbed. But I really don't like her temper. Sometimes I do like her, but I'm just afraid. I'm afraid from the bottom of my heart. Isn't it enough that you like her? Chu Yang clapped his hands. He didn't even hear what the guy said after that. What's there to be afraid of? Shifty Cat blinked. With tears in his eyes, he said tragically, I realize that talking to you now is like talking to a chicken talking to a duck. You can't understand the pain in my heart at all. You, Chu Yang chuckled. Let me tell you, she likes you a lot. I believe anyone can tell. Think about it, if she doesn't marry for the rest of her life and is alone for the rest of her life, until her hair turns white, until she dies. Won't you be heartbroken? Yes. Shifty Cat said this with absolute certainty. When he thought of Lazy Cat being alone for the rest of her life, Shifty Cat suddenly felt suffocated and couldn't breathe. If she doesn't marry for the rest of her life and is alone for the rest of her life, it's all your fault. What do you say? Chu Yang asked again. Bullsh***. T. Why would I do that? I'm not that kind of person. Shifty Cat was furious. Then tell me, what kind of person are you? Aren't you doing that right now? Chu Yang said coldly. Shifty Cat was stunned. For a long time, he didn't speak again. She can still come to you now and chase you to the ends of the earth because she thinks she still has the capital and she's still young and beautiful. But how many years of youth does a woman have? Wait a few more years. Her appearance has changed and her mentality has aged. Let me tell you, Shifty Cat. By then, even if you kneel in front of her and kowtow to her, she won't forgive you. She won't change her mind either. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Old cat, this is what women are like. It wasn't easy for a man to touch a woman who loved him. Especially when this woman was someone he liked, it was even more difficult. It's too rare. Greasy Cat was in a trance. Chu Yang turned around and walked away. I'm annoyed by your behavior. Do as you please. If you really don't want to see her and want her to be alone for the rest of her life, old cat, I'll give her a chance. You should leave now. As your brother, I will go all out to protect you. Even if she chases after you, I will be in charge of stopping her. At the very least, I can guarantee you a month of time to escape. Wasn't it just a loss of conscience? For the sake of my brother, I'm willing to sacrifice my conscience. With that, Chu Yang turned around and left. He said, Old cat, you can go now. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps, Chu Yang counted in his heart. His heart was beating like a drum. Why aren't you stopping me? Hurry up and stop me. Hurry up, however, there was no movement from Fishy Snake behind him. Chu Yang strode forward, seemingly without hesitation. In fact, he was already very, very nervous. If Fishy Snake really ran away, just as he was thinking, there was a sudden roar from behind. Stop right there. Chu Yang smiled. He had just taken his 5th step. Greasy Cat rushed over, panting. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Why should I run? How can you give me such a bad idea? Is this what a brother should do? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Xianxia shrugged. Big brother, I'm thinking for you. Bah, you still dare to say that you're thinking for me? Are you just going to watch us be separated for a generation? Greasy Cat asked angrily. What does that have to do with me? Xianxia rolled his eyes. I just want to be with my wife for a generation. Who can control you? Humph. Greasy Cat walked away with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He went straight to the hall with a rather valiant and high-spirited attitude. I want to face all of this. Isn't it just marrying a wife? What's the big deal? The woman I'm marrying is someone who loves me and someone I love. We're a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Good. You've got guts. Xianxia praised loudly and gave him a thumbs up. The hall was getting closer and closer, but Greasy Cat was walking slower and slower. He no longer looked as valiant and high-spirited as before. Xianxia followed behind him. He could clearly see the sweat on Greasy Cat's head and face dripping down. There were only 10 steps left until they reached the hall. Teacher Cat's legs began to go soft. Then, they began to tremble. Then, he began to shake like he was playing a pipa. Finally, he stopped walking. It seemed like he could no longer move. He turned his head and looked at Xianxia with a pitiful expression. He said shakily. Brother, why don't I just run away? Get the F***ck in. Xianxia was annoyed and amused at the same time. With a shout, he kicked Greasy Cat's fat buttocks hard. Fishy let out a blood-curdling scream and flew into the air, flailing his arms and legs. Like a swallow flying through the forest, a young swallow flying into his arms, he fell into the main hall. Smack, Greasy Cat fell to the ground on all fours. When he looked up, he saw a beautiful face in front of him. Then, that beautiful face began to gnash her teeth. Good. Greasy Cat. You. Your little one is finally willing to show up? Help. Greasy Cat felt his lower body suddenly become anxious. He cried out loudly with tears and snot. Taibu Tian and Wu Qianxian looked at each other and smiled. Then, they quietly left the hall. This is between the two of them. It's better not to eavesdrop. Xianxia didn't go in at all. He only hid outside the hall to eavesdrop. It was the wall between the two of them that needed to be eavesdropped. Then, they heard the sound of a diligent person hitting a sandbag while practicing martial arts. Bang 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 bang, Greasy Cat's miserable cries and pleas for mercy followed. Help. Spare me. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I won't do it again even if you beat me to death. Help, there was no answer. Only the sound of bang 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 bang. Continued. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched wildly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh my God. Such a wife. Oh, thank God, this is not my wife. As Minister Chu was thinking, he suddenly thought of Xianxia. He couldn't help but shudder. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise. How much stronger can I be than Greasy Cat? She seemed to be worse than him, after a long time. You're still running? Let's see where you can run to. I won't do it again. I really won't do it again. Let me go, humph. Let you go? Or let me kill you first. I'll let you go after you're dead. Bang bang bang, boo-hoo. I regret it. What do you regret? Why did I listen to that little one's nonsense? I should have run. What? You came back because you listened to someone else? Why did you listen to that person? Do you have a way out? Tell me clearly. Bang bang bang, after a long while, Lazy Cat walked out with Greasy Cat, who looked like a pile of mud. He saw Xianxia right away. He glared at him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Xianxia quivered and said, "Nothing, nothing." Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He glared back at him and said, "This is my house. What do you think I'm doing here?" At this moment, Greasy cat, who was being carried, moaned weakly. Brother! Save me! Before he finished speaking, Xianxia had already turned around and ran away without any sense of brotherhood. He disappeared. Quickly. What the heck? There was a loud bang behind him. Then, a voice said, "You actually dare to call for help? Come, come, come. Call again. Call again, call again. No one will come to save you even if you scream until your throat is broken." Greasy cat was completely silent. Disappointment, hopelessness, despair. In short, there was no hope. Tai Budian came out. She stood beside Xianxia, who was still in shock. There was a smile on her lips, totally unconcerned. Xianxia said worriedly, Tian, you won't really kill him, right? Tai Budian sighed. You. Really? You don't understand women at all. Xianxia was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. On the other side, Wu Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were full of mockery as she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said fiercely, "What does it matter if I understand or not? Even if I don't, didn't I still carry the two of you to bed?" The two women's faces turned red instantly. Their fists and legs came at him. Xianxia dodged left and right, counterattacking continuously. He touched the two women whenever he could and took advantage of them. His current strength was far above the two women's, and he had already mastered the full power of the saint level. At this moment, it was naturally easy for him to bully the two women. If Dong Huang or the original owner of the Heaven and Earth creation pill were to see this, they would probably vomit blood. What kind of sin have I committed? I risked my life and spent so much time and effort to refine this elixir, only to save such a despicable, shameless, and vulgar guy. After a long, long time, the bullying finally came to an end. The two women's faces were flushed red. They took the initiative to put up the no-fight sign. Faced with this guy's roguish methods that were impossible to guard against, if they continued to fight, they would probably be carried to bed by him in broad daylight. With a red face, Tai Budian quickly changed the topic. She said, Xianxia, there's something that I still don't understand. What is it? Xianxia asked. Back then, Yun Tian once said something that you told me. I still remember it vividly. Tai Budian said, back then, Yun Tian said, the matters of the martial world are the mischief of the younger generation. You can't interfere. Unless it's a matter of life and death, you can't interfere. Once you do, it's a taboo in the martial world. Xianxia nodded. He did say this before. What's wrong? Tai Budian was shocked. She said, also, Yun Tian once said that the competition between the sects of the martial world is dominated by the younger generation. Life and death, victory and defeat, it's up to fate. If a senior interferes and causes death or injury, the sect that this person belongs to will definitely be punished by the world. Has there ever been such a thing as life and death, victory and defeat, it's up to fate? Continue to write the third update. Cough. At the end of the previous chapter, I mainly explained the reason why I didn't explode yesterday. So many people are scolding me for lying and pretending to be pitiful. Whether I'm lying or not, I believe that there must be someone who has a friend named Lai Wu, right? Let him ask around and he'll know. This matter is very sensational on our side. There was such a thing. Xianxia nodded. That's it. In the current situation, Yuan Shetu is also a junior. The enmity between you and him should also belong to the enmity between juniors in the martial world, right? Tai Budian was a little indignant. But now, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun wants to avenge his son. What kind of logic is this? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Tian, you have been an emperor for so many years in vain. If it was Xianxian who asked me, I can still feel that it's fate. But it's you who asked me. I'm really too surprised. You have undoubtedly overlooked a few important points. Tai Budian frowned. What important points? Xianxia said, firstly, Yuntian's original words were, martial world matters are for juniors to mess around. Unless it's a matter of life and death, the elders must not interfere. Xianxia smiled lightly. There is a prerequisite, which is unless it's a matter of life and death. And now that someone has died, it naturally exceeds the scope of a matter of life and death. It is no longer restricted by this rule. This is the first point. Qu Yang stretched out a hand and stopped Tai Budian from speaking. He said, secondly, apart from Yuan Shetu, most of the people who died in Mo Yuntian's wave were experts of the older generation. Obviously, it's not limited to the younger generation. There must be a reason for someone to avenge them. Thirdly, the things you said are only applicable to the pugilistic world. Although the pugilistic world's sects apply this rule, Mo Yuntian's royal family and Mo Yuntian's identity do not belong to the pugilistic world. Although we know that they are violating the rules by doing so, no one will uphold justice for us. As long as Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun wants to come and avenge his son, he can avoid this rule. He can even ignore this rule. Qu Yang smiled bitterly. Although we know that the reason is on our side, the other party is in the wrong. But the other party is strong and powerful. We are powerless against them. Justice has never been in the hearts of people. Right and wrong only depends on strength. How can we distinguish between black and white? Tai Budian frowned deeply. That's right. Even if we put aside the difference in strength, even if we know that they are taking advantage of the rules to take revenge, we still want to refute them. Under the other party's theory, we can only stick to our own words and can't be separated. Not to mention that the other party won't talk reason with you at all before absolute strength. Logic is just a joke. Qu Yang said slowly, so, we can only fight. This is the only way forward. A strong fighting spirit appeared on Qu Yang's face when he said the word fight. Mo Tianji's words seemed to ring in his ears. The whetstone in the sky, let me sharpen my blade. I just don't know if it's because I've sharpened this knife? Or is it going to grind my knife into pieces? The quality of this whetstone is very good, haha. Qu Yang thought in his heart. Then, he laughed out loud. Who cares, counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. The worst case scenario would be death. If a man died, his bird would face the sky. Nothing more. For the next 3 days of attachment, she was in utter misery, unable to die. Every day, he would be abused and ravaged by Lazy in all kinds of ways. But everyone could see that Lazy's technique was getting lighter and lighter. It was getting gentler and gentler. If it was tormenting him in the beginning, this would be a playful caress. In other words, Teacher Cat was almost at the end of his suffering. She seemed to have vented most of her anger. But every morning, Qu Yang and the others still got up in a hurry to hear Lazy's roar. The roar came from afar and shook the entire Chu clan compound. It was frightening. Those who heard it immediately woke up and decided not to make a second sound. Qu Yang and the others were naturally full of resentment. How could this girl be so energetic? Lightning Snake, Thunderblade, and the others all came to Qu Yang and said, I really can't stand it anymore. If you have a way, please help Lazy to improve her cultivation. I really can't stand it. This reminded Qu Yang of something. This might not be a bad solution. He would take drastic measures to deal with the problem. Even if there was something fishy, it was still his brother. Helping him improve his cultivation was also keeping the goodies within the family. As long as he succeeded, he might be able to solve the big problem once and for all. It was a good thing to help others and himself. So, he got up and went to look for Lazy after a while. When he went, it was almost morning. The breeze was gentle and the sky was clear. The weather was good. When he walked out of the small courtyard, he was surprised that he didn't hear any roars from inside. He couldn't help but be surprised. Is Lazy so awesome? In just a few days, he actually subdued that girl? He heard a low sigh coming from inside. It's so comfortable. It's really super cool. Qu Yang was stunned. What was a certain king of hell? When he heard the sound, he immediately became evil. Cough, cough, could it be? He first used his divine senses to check. If he really broke in and saw something he shouldn't see, it would be bad. Well, he finally saw the movement inside. Lazy was standing under a flower tree. It was autumn and the flowers on the tree had already withered. When the breeze blew, they fell. Lazy was dressed in white. She stood under the flower tree with her slim and graceful figure. She raised her head and closed her eyes, as if she was enjoying it very much. Obviously, she was enjoying this rare mood. The breeze blew gently and the flowers fell slowly. Lazy stood in the middle with her eyes closed. She was intoxicated from the bottom of her heart. This kind of artistic conception is really too beautiful. The legendary poetic and picturesque, immortal and dreamy, is probably nothing more than this. The ferocious catgirl's face actually showed some gentleness. No, it was a lot of gentleness. If one hadn't seen her true face, they would definitely think that she was a sentimental and talented beauty. The scene in front of his eyes was truly wonderful if he didn't take away a certain eyesore. Yang had enjoyed the blessings of having multiple wives. His wives, girlfriends, and confidants were all devastatingly beautiful. But, it seemed that he had never experienced such a wonderful scene before his eyes before. As for that eyesore, there was no doubt. Lazy stood aside with a bloody nose and a swollen face. She looked like she couldn't cry. She was like a stupid bear that had been beaten silly. She had a sad face and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She filled a very disharmonious stroke in this almost perfect picture. Eh? Lazy was enjoying the endless intoxication with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she found that there was no wind. There was no wind. The withered petals on the tree naturally didn't fall with the wind. Lazy Cat waited for a while and found that there was still no wind. There were still no petals floating around her. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It was such a rare poetic transcendent mood, such a rare poetic mood. How good would it be if she could enjoy it more? She frowned and an idea came to her mind. She closed her eyes and shouted, "Lazy! Come here. Give me a kick." She thought, "Lazy, kick the flower tree. The flowers will fall and I can enjoy it again." What? What did you say? Lazy looked at her in horror. Kick? Give me a kick? Hurry up. Hurry up, I'm waiting. Hurry up. Lazy closed her eyes with a sweet smile on her face, waiting for the wonderful mood to come again. Are you sure? Are you really sure? Lazy looked at her in disbelief. How could someone make such a request? What are you talking about? Why are you dilly-dallying? What else can I use you for? Hurry up. Lazy suppressed the surging anger that was about to explode. Hurry up and give me a kick. Use some strength. Okay. He stuttered as he agreed. He felt a little helpless. What was this great aunt trying to do? But since she said so, how could he not do it? He didn't dare to disobey, so he took 2 steps back, and then another 2 steps back. Then, he sped up, leaped into the air, and kicked Lazy's buttocks with great force. Lazy, who was immersed in this wonderful state of mind, was completely unprepared. She screamed subconsciously as she was kicked away. She flew into the air and crashed into the flowering tree with a loud bang. The flowering tree, which had brought her endless beautiful state of mind just a moment ago, was smashed into 2 halves. The upper half of the tree's crown flew out for more than 100 feet with countless colorful petals falling down. It landed on the ground, kicking up dust everywhere. The original charm could no longer be seen. Plop, Lazy was bounced back again and fell to the ground, prostrating on all fours. Outside the courtyard, Yang covered his eyes. Oh my God, I really can't bear to watch. Big brother, she asked you to kick the tree and help drop the petals. How did it become destroying a flower? He believed that any normal person with the ability to understand would not have misunderstood, but a certain cat had understood it in such a way. It had used all of its strength, and used all of its strength to destroy a flower. If you really want to destroy the flower, you should do it more thoroughly. If you don't kill the tiger, you will be devoured by the tiger. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lazy, who had regained her clarity of mind, completely exploded. She jumped up from the ground and roared. This roar shook the Chu clan's courtyard, the whole Xianxia city, and the 2 men present were shocked. Cat. Sick. You've got guts. You actually dared to hit me. You've really grown up. Good. You're really good. Good job. I'll *King tell your grandchildren that you're good. Rather than anger, it would be better to say that the voice was filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that a certain cat, who had always been obedient and never fought back when scolded or beaten, would actually have such an iron-blooded side? Oh my God, I really misjudged him. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Facing the sudden change, Lazy, who did not know what was going on, trembled subconsciously. Her face turned pale. No, no, no. You asked me to kick. Did I ask you to kick me? Did I ask you to kick me? You bastard, I thought you had grown up, but it turns out. PCOM**. If he did not explain himself, Lazy Cat might misunderstand that Greasy Cat was unwilling to endure her yelling. A desperate counterattack and ruthlessly destroying a flower would be more acceptable. At the very least, that was something only a man with vigor would do. However, the current situation was clearly a mistake made by a good-for-nothing. She was so angry that her liver hurt and her heart trembled. I asked you to kick the tree. What are you thinking about? You bastard, Greasy Cat was trembling all over. He took a few steps back and defended himself weakly. But you didn't make it clear. You're responsible too. Obviously, Greasy Cat did not understand women better than Xianxia. At such a juncture, he still dared to defend himself and even tried to reason with a woman? This was a mistake on top of a mistake. He was hopelessly wrong. One could already imagine his tragedy. In a trance, Lazy Cat had already flown up. You didn't make it clear. You were unreasonable and cunning. You defended yourself with me. You kicked me. You've got guts. I'm going back to tell your father. He said you bullied me. He even dared to kick me. I'm going back to tell my father. He said you bullied me. He even dared to hit me. I'm going to kill you right now. You bullied me. You kicked me. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. A series of punching sounds were heard. How can you be like this? Is there any justice left? You really asked me to kick you. Even if I misunderstood, you're also partly responsible. Sob, sob, sob. Greasy Cat covered his head with one hand. He covered his crotch with one hand and cried aggrievedly. Sob, sob, sob. You can't be unreasonable. A certain cat was truly a piece of work. Until now, she still did not understand the situation and was still delusional enough to try to reason. It was really too amazing. Sigh. Why didn't I notice this before? To think that Greasy Face is actually such a pig's head. I've really opened my eyes today. It's better if I don't hang out with him in the future. Maybe one day I'll be led into a ditch by him. Xianxia, who was outside the courtyard, quietly left. If he were to go in now, Teacher Cat would only be beaten up even more miserably. It would be too horrible to look at. Behind him, the sound of hard blows continued to ring out. Farther and farther away. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang, afternoon. Xianxia looked at Fishy Cat, whose face was all bruised and swollen. What is your fiancé's current cultivation level? Fishy grinned miserably. Heaven rank, upper rank. In any case, it's definitely higher than mine. Why can't my cultivation be higher? If only my cultivation was higher. How can I be so miserable? What's the use of letting a woman have such a high cultivation level? Boo-hoo. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Brother Cat, we're all brothers. I really can't bear to see you like this. How about this? I'll give you something good to let you break through to upper rank heaven rank. You'll definitely be stronger than your fiancé. How about that? Ah? Is that true? That's great. Brother, you're my blood brother. Greasy Face's eyes instantly widened in surprise. If that's the case, I'll have the power to fight back. That's great, that's great. I'll let that woman know what it means to conquer. Come. Xianxia pulled Greasy Face into the courtyard mysteriously. At night. Everyone came to watch the process of Greasy Face subduing his fierce wife after raising his cultivation level. Everyone's faces were tense. No one knew what they were thinking. However, everyone was very interested in this kind of open confrontation between a man and a woman, especially when the man won. Conquer, hee, let's all learn what it means to conquer. As expected, Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian came together with Cat Xianxian. Cat Xianxian noticed the change in Greasy Face at first glance. The person most familiar with Greasy Face was Cat Xianxian. Greasy Face stood not far away with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The way he looked at Cat Xianxian was actually different from before. He seemed to be very eager to try it out. You actually raised your cultivation level? It's actually about the same as mine? A little deeper than mine? Not bad. Cat Xianxian looked at Greasy Face in a fuss. Come here. Let me take a closer look. Greasy Face said in a strange voice, What? What did you say? The atmosphere was full of provocation. Cat Xianxian was still surprised by a certain person's improvement. She said casually, I said to let you come over and take a closer look. Greasy Face puffed out his chest. I'm not going over. I'm not going over. Cat Xianxian heard Greasy Face's words and was a little hesitant. What? What did you say to me? Greasy Face became even more arrogant. I said I'm not going over. Cat Xianxian completely understood. She glared and stomped her feet in anger. Are you coming over or not? You want me to come over and I'll come over? Who do you think you are? I'm not going over. Say it again and you won't come over? I'll tell you who I am. Cat Xianxian narrowed her eyes dangerously. The atmosphere gradually changed, and the atmosphere seemed to have reversed. Greasy Face's heart was beating fast. He subconsciously walked over hesitantly. He was still stubborn. Fine, I'll go over. Do you think I don't know who you are? What can you do about it? At this point, Chu Yang and the others who were in high spirits were already discouraged. *CK, this bastard had already softened by 70%, seeing him step forward, Cat Xianxian did not say a word and started to attack him. Greasy Face resisted and yelled, I used to give in to you, and I couldn't beat you. Now I can beat you. I won't give in to you anymore. Chu Yang and the others perked up. Could it be that there was a chance? It was rare for Teacher Cat to be so strong-willed, perhaps there would be a shocking reversal? Cat Xianxian yelled, You dare to fight back? Greasy Face's arrogance was immediately dampened. He muttered, You hit me and I can't fight back? Don't you have any sense of justice? But his hands had already softened. Cat Xianxian followed up with another attack, punching him again and again. He flew into a rage. Fight back again? Fight back again? Don't give in to me. Fight back. Greasy Face barely held on for a while. It was obvious that he could only parry and had no strength to fight back at all. Good. Good. You still dare to parry, right? When I go back, I'll tell your father. If you parry again, I'll tell my father. He'll say that you're bullying me. I'll let the two of them deal with you. Let's see how you're going to parry. Cat Xianxian yelled. At this point, Greasy Face was completely defeated. He actually squatted on the ground during the battle, hugged his head with both hands, and cried, I won't parry anymore. Don't tell on me. Hit me, just hit me gently, bang bang bang. Chu Yang, Lightning Snake, and the others were stunned for a long time. Immediately, they sighed together. Was this a matter of cultivation level? It seemed to have nothing to do with that at all. This guy was born to be henpecked, this illness. There was no cure, Chu Yang secretly rejoiced. Back then, he couldn't bear to give out something too good and didn't try his best to improve a certain cat's cultivation level. If he really gave it out, it would be a waste. It would be too embarrassing. Chu Yang and the others were dispirited. They sighed and shook their heads, leaving the table. They really couldn't bear to watch and were even angrier that he didn't fight back. How could they continue watching this? As for persuading them, forget it. Brothers, they should be thanking the gods that they didn't get it. How could they persuade them? They were really crazy. It had been 3 days. The space fusion in the tribulation space was still ongoing. He couldn't tell how far it had progressed. There wasn't even much movement. Chu Yang could only pray. Please finish the fusion before Mo Yuntian's men arrive. Otherwise, it would be too miserable for me. What Chu Yang didn't know was that in the thick night, in the distant horizon, there were 3 huge flying ships that pierced through the heavy night fog. They were like 3 prehistoric monsters, speeding toward the eastern royal heavens. There were at least 1,000 people on each flying ship. On the leading flying ship, an old man frowned and looked at the night fog in front of him with a heavy expression. He didn't say a word. The people behind him all had the same expression. That Chu Yang who dared to kill the crown, must be captured alive. His Majesty said that he wanted him to experience all the pain in the world before he died. Tell me, how long more until we reach the eastern royal heavens? The old man didn't even turn his head and just asked. There's less than 20 hours left. Someone answered. There's less than 20 hours left. The old man had a strange expression on his face. He sighed softly. In less than 20 hours, I have to do something like this personally. Behind him, a strong man said carefully, General, this matter, why didn't you tell His Majesty back then? This matter is fundamentally the Crown Prince's fault. We are not in the right. Why did you? The old man closed his eyes. After a long time, he said, How do you know that I didn't report it? I asked the Prime Minister to report it, but the Prime Minister didn't show up the next day. I went to his residence to look for him but was told that the Prime Minister was recuperating. Do you understand? He is recuperating and not recuperating. That strong man couldn't help but tremble. I saw the Prime Minister's injuries with my own eyes. The old man closed his eyes and sighed deeply. The able-bodied man shut his mouth tightly. The surrounding people also lowered their heads and shut their mouths. The surroundings were completely silent. Since the Lord had seen it, then it must be true. Who was the Prime Minister? The second most important person in Xianxia. He was second only to one person and above millions of people. There was only one person who dared to hit the Prime Minister in Xianxia. As for who that person was there a need to guess? Even the Prime Minister was hit because of this. Then what about the others? There was no need to talk about them. Since that was the case, was it important to be reasonable or unreasonable? Everyone, return to your posts. 20 hours later, the battle may begin at any time. Everyone must be prepared and take a rest in advance. Perhaps, it will be a rare opportunity for us to have a good rest in the following period of time. Baidu search POM, the elder closed his eyes and said slowly. Isn't it just a mere Chu Yang? At most, there's Mo Yun Tian and the remaining few people from the 3 sects who went to explore this time. What's the point of it? We actually need to be prepared for a long battle? Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Someone said disdainfully. The elder looked over coldly. Bastard. That's Dong Huang Heaven. Don't you know what kind of person Dong Huang Heaven is? If Dong Huang Heaven interferes in this matter, he doesn't even need to do it personally. He just needs to give the order and we'll be lucky to be able to escape unscathed. That person shuddered. Yes. At this point, no one dared to be presumptuous anymore. Speed up. The elder closed his eyes and gave the order. The flying boat continued to speed up in the night, heading towards a certain place in the vast darkness. The Chu clan compound, it was still peaceful at this moment. Chu Yang lay on the bed, hugging Tai Budian on his left and Wu Qianxian on his right. The room was filled with light and the 2 bodies were filled with seductive amorous feelings. Chu Yang lay on the bed comfortably after the passion and closed his eyes. However, even at this moment, Chu Yang could vaguely feel that there was a huge danger gradually approaching. Would he be able to make it through this time? Chu Yang really didn't dare to say that he could definitely do it. What was the thing that humans feared the most? The only universal answer was the unknown. Although the heavenly demon and the Dharma Supreme had amazing strength and Chu Yang had joined forces with them, there was a huge disparity in their actual strength. However, there was no fear at all. This was because regardless of whether it was the heavenly demon or the Dharma Supreme, no matter how strong they were, they had already exposed their abilities to the public. Their abilities had already been exposed and their trump cards had already been fully displayed. No matter how sharp and powerful they were, there were still ways to counter them. Only the unknown was unpredictable. Difficult to predict. Underestimating the enemy would only increase the time limit of one's defeat. Overestimating the enemy would only increase unnecessary pressure on one's side. Therefore, only an appropriate assessment would be the right way for a qualified leader to do things, and Chu Yang. Right now, he was making such an assessment. He didn't exaggerate the enemy's strength, but he also didn't underestimate the danger that the enemy might bring. Chu Yang suddenly felt a burst of turbulence in his consciousness at this moment. He suddenly felt a splitting headache. He was afraid that he would wake up the beauty. So, he endured it and didn't make a sound. Lord Swordmaster. Something had happened. Something good has happened, the sword spirit said. Chu Yang's consciousness moved, and his mind entered the tribulation space. This time, they entered a vast expanse of whiteness. The change in the environment was secondary. What greeted them was a wave of extremely pure spiritual energy. Chu Yang almost suffocated. For example, oxygen was a good thing, but if you were suddenly given 10 times or 100 times more compressed oxygen, you wouldn't be able to survive. However, it can directly suffocate you to death, using oxygen to suffocate people to death. It sounded inconceivable, but it was absolutely possible. Chu Yang was currently facing such a situation. Pure spiritual energy was definitely a good thing under normal circumstances. But, if it was too pure and there was too much of it, it would also make people feel unbearably weak. Haha, the fusion of the two spaces has been completed. Now, the tribulation space is upgrading with the power of the Medicine King space. The sword spirit said excitedly, after this upgrade, it will be a small thousand space like a small universe. Lord Swordmaster, this is a joyous occasion. Really? Chu Yang felt that he had finally heard good news. It's not true, the sword spirit said, it turns out that the origin of this planet has another meaning. The Medicine King Palace didn't absorb all the spiritual energy here. There is still spiritual energy tens of thousands of times more hidden inside. This time, it was completely decomposed by the tribulation space because its grade was lower than the tribulation spaces. The spiritual energy has finally erupted. The fusion has just been completed. In such a short time, the great herbs and the holy crystals have all upgraded by one level. In the spiritual herb garden, the 3 elixir spirits have also upgraded by one level. The other elixirs are also growing rapidly. The sword spirit said, Lord Swordmaster, this is just the beginning. If there are experts practicing here, they can completely improve their own strength during the upgrade of the space. They can improve by several times. Several times? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Is there a limit to the number? How many people can it accommodate? The sword spirit said excitedly, in fact, the spiritual energy here is more or less too much. Even if there are thousands of people, it can still bear it. However, because we need to give them another independent space, the number of people can't be too high. It's best not to have more than 50 people at a time. Not more than 50 people. Chu Yang pondered. Yes, Lord Swordmaster, it's better to give the benefits to our own people. Even if you want to give it to outsiders, you should give it to those whom you can completely trust. Although in terms of effectiveness, the people from a certain cloud sky might have the best effect, they still aren't your true subordinates. The sword spirit reminded. Chu Yang pondered. Among his own people, who was there that he could trust, at present? Tai Budian, Wu Qianxian, Madame Mei, Xia Danfeng, Huyan Aobue and the other sisters-in-law were definitely trustworthy. They were the standard of his own people. As for the others, Wang Dao and Fishy Lai were also not a problem. In addition, Duan Songkong, Lightning Snake and the other 2 sabers could also be counted in the list of people he could absolutely trust. As for the others, for example, the people from the 3 big sects who had just come over, he was a little worried. Counting over and over again, it seemed that there were less than 20 people who could be trusted. And Brother Tiger was also included. Chu Yang frowned. The supply exceeded the demand. Lord Swordmaster. It's better to let them in quickly. If it's too late, I'm afraid that the spiritual energy will be absorbed by the tribulation space in reverse. At that time, it's really useless. We can only hide it. It's better to create a few experts now. The sword spirit urged. All right. Chu Yang made a prompt decision and made up his mind. On this night, Chu Yang called for an emergency assembly. First, he ordered Lightning Snake and the other 2 to choose the most reliable and loyal subordinates of his 20 people. Although the three of them didn't know what the Manor Lord's intention was, they knew that there must be a reason, so they immediately went to choose. In this space, the sword spirit used his unique landlord power to quickly establish various independent spaces that weren't connected to each other. Chu Yang notified Wang Dao in advance, and asked him to hurry back. Then, he sent Xian Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian inside. Next were Brother Tiger, Huyan Aobua, and the others. Fishy Lai, Lazy Cat and the others. After confirming that everyone had entered, the sword spirit specifically assigned them inside. The sword spirit was the one who knew Chu Yang the best. Naturally, the best positions were given to Tai Badian, Wu Qianqian, and Brother Tiger. Then, Huyan Aobua and the others, then, Fishy Lai and Lazy Cat. The next position was given to Duan Songkong, Wang Dao, and the others. As for Lightning Snake and the other two, they were arranged in relatively equal positions by the sword spirit. As for his subordinates, they could only be placed in the outermost area. But even in the outermost area, the spiritual energy was so abundant that it was unbelievable. Furthermore, it was growing at a rapid rate at every moment. Lightning Snake, Thunder Blade, and the others were ecstatic. Even now, it was at least 100 times denser than the core area of any big sect or super sect in the world. And it was still increasing. It was increasing rapidly. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here was almost equivalent to 1 year of cultivation outside. And this range was still increasing. Looking at it, 1 day of cultivation here might be equivalent to 10 years of cultivation outside, of course. The outside world here was roughly equivalent to the core cultivation area of a super sect. The sword spirit was smiling disdainfully. 10 years? 10 years was nothing. When the spiritual energy was completely released, it could increase your cultivation by several times. They've all gone in. What about me? Where did you arrange for me? Chu Yang asked excitedly. You don't have to come in. I didn't prepare a place for you at all. The sword spirit said strangely, this space is in your body. If you don't come in, it's completely inclusive. You can enjoy everything in the space. You don't have to come in. Also, can you have some common sense? You're the one who benefits the most from your own things. I don't even want to talk nonsense with you. You're too ignorant and have no common sense. Chu Yang was relieved. He smiled from ear to ear. Like that? That's great, that's great. So what if I'm ignorant and have no common sense? I'm happy, I'm excited, I'm proud. Everyone went in and focused on cultivation. Because the spiritual energy was so dense, they were in an environment where they would be suffocated at any time if they didn't cultivate with all their might. The spiritual energy was now so dense that it had turned into water droplets, dripping down continuously. It looked like it would form a solid state in a short while. In such an environment, they had no choice but to cultivate with all their might. To put it bluntly, not cultivating with all their might was an act of courting death. If they were suffocated to death by the dense spiritual energy, it would be a terrible way to die. Chu Yang's situation was the same. In fact, it was even a little exaggerated. He could clearly feel that his dantian was madly absorbing the spiritual energy. It was filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked like it was about to be filled. This was not the time when he was at the earth level or the heaven level. Chu Yang was now at the saint level. The amount of spiritual energy needed to fill his dantian was no longer the same as before. But even with such a premise, it was about to be filled up. Chu Yang understood his own situation through inner vision. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Then, he suddenly heard the sword spirit exclaim, What's going on? How? Then, Chu Yang only felt his mind shake with a loud bang, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, Chu Yang was shocked to find that he had lost contact with the space. Although the dense spiritual energy was still pouring into his body, he couldn't feel the existence of the space at all. I have to ask everyone a question, now. Chu Yang's escape route has been cut off by me. Xue Leihan has gone back. Those who stayed behind didn't understand Xue Leihan's intentions and wouldn't help Chu Yang. The space has been cut off by me, the sword has been restricted by me. Its powerful sword soul can't come out. Chu Yang has to face an opponent from the whole world. To be honest, I've already forced Chu Yang into a dead end. To be more realistic, I can't think of how Chu Yang can deal with it myself. When I released this chapter, I was at my wit's end. Above, if I lie, may the heavens punish me. And I have to break through tomorrow. This deadlock. Do you have any good ideas? Chu Yang's current situation is just like mine. I can't break through. I admit defeat in the monthly votes list, but if I break through, I still have a chance. Chu Yang turned pale with fright. This is from P. Not only could he not sense the tribulation space, he could not contact Tai Badian and the others. He could not even send messages from the sword spirit. If it were not for the spiritual energy that was still pouring in, Chu Yang would almost think that the tribulation space had disappeared or collapsed. In addition, another shocking change occurred. The calamity sword suddenly trembled. Chu Yang felt that the calamity sword seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. Although it could still hide in the Dantian, it lacked the agility it had in the past. It seemed to have become more sluggish. The tribulation sword. The shadow sat up immediately. What's going on? Why did the sword suddenly be sealed? That's not right. How can there be anyone in this world who has the ability to seal the tribulation sword? To seal the tribulation sword, one needs all the energy of a greater thousand world. And it's just a possibility. There shouldn't be such an expert in the heavenly loop. Then, he rushed out, intending to see what was going on. But he immediately realized that he could not leave. He could not help but feel anxious. What's going on? Even I can't go out? Could it be that all the energy of a world has been poured into the tribulation sword? This should be a good thing. But when the two formed spaces fuse with each other, it will definitely cause the energy to be poured in. It will cause the circuit to be temporarily sealed under the backlash of the energy limit. Or is there some other situation? Under normal circumstances, it's not a big deal. We just need to sort it out for 300 to 500 years. But now, what should we do? Now is the delicate time when that little guy has caused a great disaster. Not to mention 300 to 500 years, he will be in danger for 3 to 5 days. I was still thinking of helping him to hold the fort, but he sealed the sword and me at this moment. Isn't he just courting death? What the hell is that little guy doing? A certain shadow paced back and forth anxiously. But there was nothing he could do. In terms of strength, apart from the two of them, who else in the entire universe and the primordial world can trap me? But the problem now is that I'm sealed in the tribulation sword, and the entire tribulation space is sealed. This is equivalent to the power of the Lord wrapping around me because of an external force. Although it's not the Lord's intention, I still can't break through. But what should I do? I'm going to die. Chu Yang stared at the calamity sword in astonishment. His heart was filled with disbelief. Suddenly, he felt his entire body turn cold. The current situation was that not only could they not enter the tribulation space, but they also could not enter it. He couldn't even sense it. He had completely lost contact with it. In other words, the people inside couldn't come out for the time being. Many helpers were inside, such as Brother Tiger, Sandao, and these people were the ones that Chu Yang could truly trust. Moreover, Tai Butian and Wu Qianxian were also inside. He didn't even have anyone to discuss it with. Everything could only be shouldered by him alone. The tribulation space, which had never made a mistake before, had made such a big mistake at such a critical moment. He was about to face a mountain of pressure and lose all his support. This feeling of extreme frustration and depression was indescribable. And Chu Yang was now filled with this feeling. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. That's good too. If they were outside, they wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm really worried. If that's the case, no one will be able to find them. I'm the only one facing the vast world, but I'm also a lone wolf with no fear. We live and die together. The children had already been sent away. Their future was bound to be bright and brilliant. Tai Butian and the others, as well as his brother's wives. The people he cared about were strictly protected by the tribulation space. As long as he didn't die, they would be safe. Even if he died, they might not be in danger. Chu Yang was also relieved. Suddenly, a kind of lone wolf fierceness rose in his heart. No matter how difficult it was, it couldn't be harder than the 8,000 miles that he had fled for his life in Great Zhao. Back then, he had the strength of an ant, yet he was able to overcome many difficulties. Now, he was tens of thousands of times stronger than before. Would he still be afraid? At this moment, he was no longer living for himself. He was living for everyone. He could not fail this time. Failure meant death. Perhaps, if he failed, the tribulation space would also collapse. This was something that couldn't be guaranteed. Perhaps it was due to excessive pressure, but Chu Yang's mind slowly calmed down. With a thought, the tribulation sword appeared in his hand again. Although the tribulation space was blocked for some reason, the tribulation sword could still be taken out from his dantian. Looking at the tribulation sword in his hand, Chu Yang took a deep breath. Old friend, you're the only one who's with me now. From now on, we're going to face the biggest challenge of our lives. We have to get through it together. The tribulation sword trembled and emitted a cold light again. Previously, because of the sudden change, even the tribulation sword had lost its former brilliance. Perhaps it had sensed Weapon Master Chu Yang's determination, but the tribulation sword shone with a cold light again and regained its former glory. Chu Yang smiled softly and felt inexplicably gratified. It turned out that he wasn't alone. Although he didn't have the sword spirit as his companion and didn't have the tribulation space, he still had the tribulation sword. With this sword in hand, he dared to challenge the world. No matter how many horses and thousands of soldiers came, he would face them alone with his sword. He could clearly feel the crazy pure spiritual energy that was constantly flowing into his meridians. It made him feel that he could fight against any opponent. No matter what kind of loss there was, the spiritual energy could be replenished instantly. This was the only benefit left to him after the tribulation space was sealed. And the tribulation sword seemed to be receiving the constant cleansing of this surging spiritual energy. It was slowly changing, or rather, evolving and improving. After the previous auction, almost all of the rare metals that Chu Yang had obtained were swallowed by the tribulation sword one by one. The only thing left was the Heart of Stars. Now, the quality of the tribulation sword could be said to have improved by several levels. Compared to before, it was far from being the same. Chu Yang even faintly felt that the tribulation sword's transformation was not complete. Although the power of the tribulation sword now was already very terrifying, but there should be something else. He carefully checked his current equipment. Other than the tribulation sword, there were less than 100 small flying daggers. There was also a super version of the heavy pill and a dozen or so incomplete heavy pills. Lastly, there was also a small gourd of Shui Leihan's wine in his space ring. Fortunately, he had brought such a space ring with him for the sake of deceiving others. There were also a few million purple cloud coins and some ordinary goods in it. These were all he had now. If he didn't have these, he was afraid that he would really be at a loss. In the past, there was Tai Budian to take care of everything for him. Inside, there was the sword spirit to take care of everything. Outside, there was Duan Songkong to take care of all the external affairs. When did he ever need to worry about anything? Now, he probably had to do all these by himself. Those who didn't manage the house didn't know the cost of firewood. What he had now was definitely a lot in a normal sense. But in the face of such a bad situation, it was absolutely a drop in the bucket. It seemed that it was very likely that he would be fatally injured dozens of times in a day. How much of an effect would this little bit of medicine have? What's more, it wasn't just Chu Yang here. There were also the elites of the two big sects outside. Ignore them and take care of himself? Chu Yang couldn't care less about what others did, but he couldn't take the initiative to abandon these people. Even if he knew that they didn't really want to surrender, he still couldn't abandon them all. Early morning. Chu Yang walked out in high spirits. The people of the two big sects had already woken up. They were still doing their jobs, patrolling, and practicing. Some of them had calm expressions, some of them had gloomy expressions, and some of them had fearful expressions on their faces. As for those who looked calm, Chu Yang noted them down one by one. These people didn't panic in the face of danger. Their temperament was very good. If there was a chance in the future, they might be of great use. As for those who looked gloomy but still maintained their determination, they had obviously made up their minds to die. They were prepared to face the worst situation. These people could be sacrificed. As long as they still had strength, they would try their best to protect them. As long as they could get their approval, they would be loyal to the death. As for the one-third of people who were anxious, Xu Yan didn't consider it at all. These people were very likely to be the first wave of betrayals when faced with the enemy. Not to mention that they couldn't be put in an important position, they even had to be careful in case they turned against them. Xu Yang waved his hand, coughed, and gathered everyone together. Everyone looked at him in confusion. They didn't know the intention of this temporary master. Well, I'm here to announce something. I've sent Lightning and the others to open up an absolutely safe place for us to hide in at a critical moment. Xu Yang was calm and composed as he faced everyone's gazes. He spoke with fervor and assurance. He said, with a heavy tone, their goal is an absolutely safe place. The battle we're about to face will undoubtedly be very dangerous. But even at the most dangerous point, there will still be a way out for everyone. Even if it may not be a way out, it can give everyone a chance to breathe. Everyone was shocked. The people here were all elites of Mo Yuntian and Mo Yuntian's two big sections. No one would give it to them for free. If Qi Yang told them that Lightning Snake and the others left to seek a path of survival for everyone, no one would believe it. Although Lightning Snake and the others' strength was not bad, but compared to these people, they were at most at the level of a wanderer. What path of survival could they seek, but seeking a way out and fighting for a chance to live was much more realistic. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. No matter big or small, when faced with a life and death situation, they would try their best to seek a way out for themselves. Even if it was just a temporary struggle at death's door, it was extremely difficult. Now, there was an extra way out. This was undoubtedly the good news that everyone wanted to hear the most. So this trip will be very difficult for them. Qi Yang said slowly, for the sake of safety. From now on, no one is allowed to inquire about them. Even if you meet them face to face, you have to pretend not to know them. Does everyone understand? Understood. Everyone's face faintly showed a trace of joy. At this moment, any opportunity was good. There's one more thing. Last night, I sent away my 2 wives and many people in the inner residence. Qi Yang said slowly. Everyone was in an uproar. Actually, no matter how careful Lightning Snake and the others were, there would always be a certain amount of movement leaked out. Mo Yuntian and the others did not know that there might be movements in the inner residence, but they did not expect that everyone in the inner residence would disappear in an instant. But now, the result was that Chu Yang's family was all sent away. This result inevitably caused Mo Yuntian and the others to feel uneasy. Chu Yang had previously claimed that he would stand together with everyone against a common enemy and work together to resist the Mo Yuntian imperial family. But at this juncture, he actually sent his family away without any prior notification. It was obvious that he lacked confidence. Once the battle started, would he really be as fearless as before? Does everyone not approve of my action of sending my family away? Chu Yan did not hide anything and went straight to the point. The young experts of Iron Sword sect said in a low voice, we also do not wish to think of Villa Master Chu this way. But Villa Master's action is really difficult to dispel our doubts. Can Villa Master give us a reason to accept it? The reason is very simple and very simple. They do not have the ability to defend themselves. Forcing them to stay will only become an unnecessary burden. Can my reason be accepted by everyone? Chu Yang said slowly. Is that so? We can accept Villa Master Chu's reason. But, can we also think that Villa Master Chu did this because he did not have full confidence in fighting against the enemy? The young man said. Indeed. Facing the future of Mo Yuntian, I really do not have the confidence to protect everyone, especially my wife and those in the inner residence who are abnormally weak. But, everyone has noticed another thing. Chu Yang said. Another thing? What is it? Villa Master, please enlighten us. I think that if I didn't tell you, you would at most know that the Lightning Serpent and the others entered the inner residence for some reason and then went missing, but you wouldn't know that everyone in the inner residence had safely evacuated, right? This is indeed the case. Be careful, everyone must be very surprised. How can those people leave without a sound and without leaving a trace? Indeed, are you willing to share it with us? This? Of course not. This is one of my final trump cards. Although they were currently in a cooperative relationship. But you are not enough for me to reveal my heart to you. I believe everyone can understand. Well, we're all on the same side now. Manor Lord, there's no need to be so careful. Now that we know that we have such a trump card, won't we be even more determined to fight against the enemy? That does make sense. However, this force of mine will only be used at the most critical juncture. That's all I can say. Everyone couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in their hearts when they heard this. Xianxia wasn't stingy in admitting that he had another tyrannical hidden force in his hands. And this force could silently take away those people under the watchful eyes of everyone. This force was indeed quite impressive. Okay, enough of the small talk. Now, let's start to assign tasks. Xianxia nodded slowly. I want to divide the remaining people into groups again. Everyone must be cautious. Only by working together can we overcome the difficulties together. Trust can only be gained from getting along with each other. It won't come out of thin air. Xianxia had actually painted a big picture out of thin air by making the mysterious disappearance disappear. It was not only reassuring, but also confusing the enemy. No matter which point it was, if someone betrayed and was forced to confess, it would only lead the enemy completely astray after confessing, and this was something that Xianxia was happy to see. Yes, understood. The original subordinates of Thunderbolt Wild Blade and Giant Spirit Blade stepped forward collectively. Well, you 200 people will form a team. Be on standby at any time. The usual task is to disperse to various parts of Purple Cloud City to inquire about information. As long as you get any relevant information, you must report it immediately. I don't want to see anyone disobeying orders, understand? Xianxia first gathered these people together. Yes. More than 200 big men accepted the order. Okay, you can go back and disguise yourselves. Immediately spread out to inquire about information. It's best if only you know what you look like. Even your closest brothers can't know. Ensure your own safety and the reliability of your sources of information. Yes. Go. Boom, the 200 people dispersed in an uproar. Xianxia looked at the people of the two big sections. Next is our side. About 400 people. Now, I want to reorganize the sections. I hope everyone can cooperate. Yes, Manor Lord. You, and you. Xianxia pointed out one by one. Those who could maintain a calm face and have their own opinions were picked out. Xianxia looked inside in his heart. Only 45 people, such responsible, insightful, and strong-willed people, even in such a team full of experts, were really too rare. Only 45 people were picked out of a team of nearly 400 people. This ratio was a little hard to accept. One must know that these people were the elites of their sections. But their temperament was not enough. It was really regrettable. All of you, follow me. Once the battle starts, everyone will fight side by side. Xianxia ordered. Yes. The second team, you. Xianxia called out one by one again. This time, he called out those who were gloomy and had the will to die. These people did not hesitate to fight. They were not afraid of fighting. But, in their hearts, they had already determined their fate, death. They were equivalent to walking corpses. For such people who had the will to die, no matter how eloquent Xianxia was, he could not make them have the will to live. On the contrary, if they could escape from death, it would be possible to rekindle their hope. But now, Xianxia really did not have any certainty that he could bring them back from death. But if he let them all mix together, then this kind of infinitely negative mentality was bound to greatly affect the others. So Xianxia simply put them in a separate team. He would see how the future battle went and what the result was before he made a decision. Your team. No matter when the enemy comes, you have to be the first batch to go up. If one dies, it's worth it. If two die, it's worth it. The more you die, the more you earn. Xianxia said. Xianxia's words were very straightforward. No matter how beautiful his words were, they had no meaning to these people. Anyway, these people were already jittery. They basically could not sleep or rest. Once there was any movement, they would immediately gather without shouting. Being the first batch to go up against the enemy would, on the contrary, completely destroy their jittery mood. Even if he died, his death would still be worth it. Anyway, they were going to die. It was better to make the most of their deaths, this group of people who had the will to die. There were as many as 170 people. The last 100 or so people left. Xianxia sighed. You will be the second echelon reserve team. Yes. The 4 teams were all assigned. Xianxia gave them their tasks one by one. For the sake of the 45 people. Everyone was deep in thought. With a command, everyone dispersed. Only the 45 people remained by Xianxia's side. Manor Lord, I want you to tell me the truth. Is there really such a way out? Frost Ice Sect's chief elder, Bai Chen, asked with a smile. The others were also looking at Xianxia, waiting for his answer. If I say there is, will you really believe it? If I say there isn't, won't you be suspicious? So, no matter whether there is or not, you have to believe that there is. Xianxia said seriously. You should understand what such a way means. What it means for fighting spirit and morale. I'll tell you one last time. There really is such a way. Yes. Bai Chen nodded. I admire Manor Lord's arrangement from the bottom of my heart. I only have one question. How did Manor Lord distribute us so clearly? Xianxia said indifferently, I have eyes. Iron Sword Sect's youth contestant, Che Shuchu, who was the one who asked Xianxia a question before, looked at Xianxia with some admiration. Having eyes, one could observe. This was something that anyone could do. But it was rare to see someone like Xianxia, who could divide these people into 3 groups according to their habits, morale, and so on in just a few days. This eye of discernment was really too sharp. This was because he was able to analyze every single person's mentality clearly. Although it was just a simple division, people with discerning eyes could see the beauty of Xianxia's division. He could gather the most elite people and make them even more elite. He could clear out those with unstable thoughts and move them to another group. In this way, he could ensure the purity of the group to the greatest extent. Moreover, he divided them into different groups. Although it was somewhat unfair in a certain way, he could gather the most powerful force in this kind of extremely dangerous situation. They could work together to get through this difficult situation. No matter who it would be impossible for them to use this power better than Xianxia. It was close to noon. While they were talking, everyone suddenly realized that Manor Lord Chu's expression changed. Then, bang, a deafening sound rang out. Manor Lord Chu seemed to have gathered all the strength in his body and let out a world-shaking fart, a super loud fart. The surrounding 40 people all had strange expressions on their faces. They wanted to cover their noses, but they felt embarrassed. However, this matter was extremely puzzling. How could someone with such cultivation not be able to control this? Besides, if you want to fart, just fart. Do you have to make it sound like an earthquake? It's just a fart. Do you have to use so much strength? Then, they saw Manor Lord Chu frown. His face was heavy as he muttered, not good. Not good? Broken? What's broken? For a moment, everyone's imagination ran wild. This is from P. Could it be that he accidentally spilled out a big piece of it? Looking at the sound just now, it seems very likely. Everyone's expression was strange. They all held their breaths, ready to run at any time. If it's true, it's better to be prepared early. Xianxia stood up with a bang, and walked out in big strides. Everyone was nervous and thought to themselves, hold on, Dilla Master, you must hold on. You must hold on until you reach the place of reincarnation of the 5 grains. Then, you must at least hold on until you get out of this room. Please. Although everyone was an elite, there was still a difference in strength. Finally, someone couldn't help but take a breath because he had held his breath for too long. Unexpectedly, he found that the hall was full of unusually pure spiritual energy. That person suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn. What's going on? Dilla Master seems to have just farted, but there's actually such a rich spiritual energy? Suddenly, this expert felt that his thoughts were in a mess. After a while, everyone who was constantly recovering their breath also found something strange. Hey, our hall doesn't seem to be smelly. Why is it full of such rich spiritual energy? What's going on? Dilla Master's farting actually gathered all the spiritual energy here. Then, they saw a ray of light break through the air. and with a swish, it entered Villa Master Chu's body. Villa Master Chu's body suddenly froze. He was motionless. It seemed that he had encountered something unbelievable. Villa Master. Everyone was shocked. Did someone sneak attack him? Just now, it was clearly a sharp sword energy. Chu Yang slowly turned his head, and his face looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. He muttered to himself, "This is bad. What should I do?" Everyone was confused. What's bad? There's such a rich spiritual energy in this hall. It's obviously a good thing. In such a remote place like Xianxia City, there's not much pure spiritual energy to absorb. Why did he say it was bad? Others didn't know the whole story, but Chu Yang himself was clear about it. Rich and pure spiritual energy may be an opportunity for others, but for a certain king of hell, it's really not better than poison. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. When a broken boat encounters headwinds, when a person is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. Even a fart can dislocate their heel. Isn't Chu Yang like this now? The loud sound just now was a big fart. It was because the surging spiritual energy had suddenly reached the highest level. Unfortunately, Chu Yang's meridians were perfect and flawless, and he had nowhere to vent them. So, at the moment when Chu Yang wasn't ready, he found a relatively smooth channel to vent them out. If it weren't for Chu Yang's quick reflexes and easy control of his muscles, he would have been dead by now. It was as if he was about to spit out everything else. But at that moment, Chu Yang didn't even have the time to be embarrassed. Because he could clearly feel that as the power of this seal grew stronger and stronger, that long sword formed of the aura sword stabbed into the peak of infinite boundless mountain. Suddenly, it disintegrated, it turned into a sword energy and flew back. This caught Chu Yang off guard. Shui Leihan's cultivation had personally condensed energy into a sword. It was actually completely disintegrated by the power of space. Chu Yang had originally planned to wait until he confirmed that Mo Yuntian's men had really arrived before he completely detonated the soul-suppressing stone and then take advantage of the chaos. But now, Mo Yuntian's men hadn't arrived yet. The suppressing longsword formed by the aura sword had actually disappeared first. What kind of logic was this? Could it be that this Heaven Imperial Court is so incompatible with me that I can't do anything as I wish? This change caused Chu Yang's overall plan to be completely in vain. At such a critical moment, he detonated it prematurely. In the current situation, all his external help was gone, and the life-saving tribulation space was also gone. The soul-suppressing stone that he had originally planned to use was also brought forward. Chu Yang inexplicably felt a sense of defeat, as if the heavens wanted him to die. If Chu Yang knew that even Shui Leihan wasn't here now, and had already gone back because of something, Chu Yang would probably feel that there was no hope. Even if he didn't break down, he would be even more depressed. But speaking of which, a certain king of hell was still very ruthless. The more you force me into a dead end, the more I want to break through. The more you oppress me, the more I want to fight back. At this moment, facing such a desperate situation, isolated and without help, and even his biggest trump card had been inexplicably taken away, this kind of heroic spirit of his was completely aroused. F***ck. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva fiercely. His face was a little ferocious. Is Mo Yuntian really that scary? Watch me turn his world upside down single-handedly. Those more than 40 people looked at Chu Yang's evil and fierce eyes at this moment and were somewhat amazed. To be honest, even in such a desperate situation, to still be able to spout such nonsense, even if he didn't know life and death, this kind of recklessness had already reached a considerable level. Right at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in mid-air, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few small trees were uprooted from afar and flew into the sky with a whoosh. In an instant, the sky actually darkened, and the sun and moon no longer shone. An unprecedentedly strong murderous aura suddenly filled the whole world. The hearts of Chu Yang and the rest all thumped. Quite a number of people's faces instantly turned black. Leaping into the sky, they saw somewhere in the south far away, there were 3 colossal objects that were currently flying over here slowly, seemingly slow, but in fact, it was fast to the extreme. In just a blink of an eye, the scene already arrived above their heads. Immediately after, they crossed Purple Cloud City and landed somewhere outside the city. It's Mo Yuntian's flying ship, they're here. Iron Sword sex candidate Che Xiuchu's usually calm face suddenly turned pale at this moment. His eyes stared straight at these three colossal objects, and his voice actually trembled somewhat. This is the special flying ship of Emo Yuntian's royal family's elite Emo Yun guards. His Excellency Heavenly Emperor Emo Yun actually directly dispatched the most elite Emo Yun guards. He really thinks too highly of us. Man, our lord, this time, we're probably doomed. Xianxia took a deep breath and tried his best to control himself, making himself look a little calmer. But his voice was already trembling uncontrollably. Outside, there were exclamations coming over continuously. That was other people also discovering the arrival of Emo Yuntian's flying ship. An unprecedented atmosphere of panic and despair suddenly spread out. Before Emo Yuntian's people arrived, everyone more or less still had some hope in their hearts. But now, at this moment, it was already completely hopeless. Emo Yun guards out, the world was like ink. Slaughtering the world, the sun and moon were colorless. Emo Yun guards, the peak combat power directly under Heavenly Emperor Emo Yuntian's command. Emo Yun guards? Are they very powerful? Chu Yang's eyes looked at those three flying ships landing heavily and asked in a low voice. More than powerful. Xianxia laughed bitterly. Wanting to become an Emo Yun guard, the requirements are actually very simple. First, the cultivation must at least reach peak saint level and above. Third, absolute loyalty to Heavenly Emperor Emo Yun himself. Third, everyone must be death warriors, ready to die at any time. The combat power of the Emo Yun guards, in terms of the entire Emo Yun Tian, is the peak. They are never the best, but the destruction they can cause is definitely the most terrifying. Xianxia said, Emo Yun guards. Always dressed in black, expressionless, like zombies descending to the mortal world. But between each other, they have a way of distinguishing between each other that others can't understand. No one can sneak in, and no one can't be recognized by the other party. Their army is a huge whole. When one person dies, everyone will sense it. Even if they are scattered in every corner of the world, as long as an order is given, they will perfectly assemble in a designated area at the fastest speed. No one will be delayed unless the delayed person is already dead. Emo Yun guards never follow the rules of the martial world. Their mission is only to kill. Killing without any principles, only killing according to orders. Chu Yang's face sank bit by bit. If faced with such an unreasonable opponent, the only way was to stop vomiting and fight. There wasn't even the slightest space for mediation. Because they wouldn't even talk to you, Emo Yun guards can't be here purely, right? Chu Yang said solemnly, no matter if it's the regular army or the Emo Yun guards, as long as they go out on a mission, there will always be a unified commander, right? Just like us, there must be a leader who gives orders. Don't the Emo Yun guards have that? Xianxia said, they definitely have that, but now we can't be sure at all who led the Emo Yun guards here. Roughly estimate how many of them are here? Can you make a rough estimate? Chu Yang looked at the huge flying boat. His eyes were shining. The aura on his body was also getting sharper and sharper. If such a flying boat is really full of people, each boat can hold at least 5,000 people. Or even more. Xianxia looked at the few people beside him with a somewhat listless gaze. He said with a bitter smile, this is the authentic strength of the royal family. With our current strength, we can at most fight one person. Anyone who faces more than two people at the same time will be in danger of dying. Bai Chen said slowly, unfortunately, we have no way out now. Even if we can't beat them, we have to fight with all our might. Under such circumstances, there's absolutely no hope of begging for mercy on our knees. The moment you kneel, your head will fall to the ground. That's for sure. Everyone's expressions gradually changed from fear to determination, and their eyes became more and more scorching. That's right. Instead of kneeling and dying, it's better to fight vigorously. Even if there's a great disparity in strength, so what? Whether or not you dare to fight is the heart of a man, the soul of the martial world. Chu Yang said in a low voice, all of you stay here and don't act rashly for the time being. I'll go and observe. If someone comes to attack the Chu clan compound, then everything will be done according to the previous arrangement. Yes. Elder Bai, after I go, I'll leave full authority here to you, Chu Yang said to Bai Chen. Bai Chen sighed softly. I'll do my best. Good. Chu Yang didn't say anything else. He flew up and rushed out of the city. The direction he was heading was actually the direction of the 3 flying boats. That's the question. I can't think of anything to ask for votes. That's how I ask for monthly votes. 3 chapters for today. Asking for monthly votes. Is he courting death? He's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. An iron sword sect expert muttered as he looked at Chu Yang's back. At such a time, even if you couldn't avoid it, you had to try your best to avoid it. How could you send yourself to your doorstep? Does our villa master Chu look like someone who's courting death? Bai Yuchen looked at Chu Yang's back. He must have his reasons for going there. Let's wait and see for now. Yes, we have to be prepared. It's highly possible that they will attack the next moment. The Ink Cloud guards have always been decisive in their actions. They won't act rashly, but they won't stand still either. Che Shichu calmed down in such a situation where there were already so many soldiers. Yes. At this moment, the people from the various super sects were originally as calm as still water. Everyone had the same thought: even if Mo Yuntian's people came, they would be looking for Chu Yang or the other people from Mo Yuntian. In short, it would not be us. Our goal was always the realm of God source under the soul-suppressing stone. As for what happened to Mo Yuntian's people and what happened to Chu Yang in the end, it had nothing to do with us. Everyone was waiting for the movement of the sword at the top of the vast mountain, hoping that the sword would disappear quickly. Or that the person who suppressed the realm of God source would appear again and take the sword away. With such an existence here, no one had any extravagant hopes of getting the number 1 treasure in the realm of God source. But such an existence would definitely not swallow it whole, not even leaving a little soup for others. That would be too ungentlemanly and lose the demeanor of a senior expert, but even if it was something that he didn't want, it would still be of help to everyone's sections. It was better than falling into the hands of an enemy sect. Everyone was waiting quietly. Suddenly, there were exclamations from the top of the vast mountain. That sword has disappeared. It's really gone, the evil energy is also gone. This great news quickly spread throughout the entire Purple Cloud City like a hurricane. Almost all the sects received this news at the same time. Everyone got up and was about to rush over. However, right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the 3 flying boats carried with them an unparalleled pressure. They landed directly outside Purple Cloud City, at the place where the first boat landed, blocking everyone's path. With everyone's cultivation base. Naturally, he could easily fly over. However, no one dared to. Everyone knew that the flying boat could control where it would land. Mo Yuntian's people could have landed in an even more spacious place. However, for it to land in front of everyone and block their way, there must be something going on. Acting rashly was equivalent to provoking Mo Yuntian's strength. Forcefully breaking through, regardless of whether it was a breakthrough or directly flying over, was tantamount to admitting something to the Mo Yun people who were determined to take revenge. No one wanted to bear such a consequence. It was even more unbearable, although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to stop moving forward. Mo Yuntian's 3 flying ships landed neatly. It was as if 3 huge mountains were standing in front of everyone. On the huge body of the flying boat, there was a large word written neatly, Wei. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw the word Wei. Wei, Inky Cloud Guard, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, Yuan Shetu's direct subordinate force, the most elite real force. The hatch door of the first airship slowly opened. A group of black-robed men walked out with stiff faces and straight bodies. Every time a black-robed man walked out, everyone could feel that the temperature outside Xianxia city had dropped a bit. These people, without exception, all seemed to have a murderous aura all over their bodies, filled with ice and snow. From the first flying boat, a total of 1,000 black-clothed people walked out. They lined up neatly, like a block of black tofu. Horizontally and vertically, it was also a straight line. Not a single sound was emitted from the entire process. After that, groups of soldiers wearing Mo Yuntian's military uniform began to walk out. 2 small words were embroidered on each person's collar and chest. Dream Slayer. A bout of slaughter, a dream, a few dreams together with the monarch. Great General Meng. When they saw these soldiers, everyone had already guessed who the leader this time was. Without a doubt, the leader was Mo Yuntian, one of the sky supporting three pillars, Great General Meng. Using soldiers is like a dream, life is like a dream, where I dream, there are no dreams in the world. Great General Meng, his surname was Meng, but the name of the army he was in charge of was called Dream Slayer, cutting off other people's dreams of life. A few well-dressed generals quickly came down and stood silently in front of their respective armies. The other two spaceships were doing the same thing in an orderly and silent manner. One black, one gray, the two teams stood opposite each other, spread out in the shape of a goose's wing. All the officers stood at the forefront, their bodies straight. Everyone's eyes were looking at a certain cabin door of the first flying boat with fanaticism. Suddenly, a loud roar shook the clear sky. Military salute. Everyone raised their fists and placed them on their chests. Half of their faces were looking at the cabin door. A black-cloaked person suddenly appeared at the cabin door. His face was thin, his spirit was hale and hearty, his body was straight. Although his long beard fluttered to his chest and he seemed to be an old man, when he took a step down, he still walked with a majestic gait, looking down on everyone. It was as if all the mountains and valleys were silent because of his arrival, and all living things were silent. What a grand display! Yun Tian's eyes were disdainful, and he snorted coldly. Others were very concerned about Great General Meng, the Dream Slayer army, and Mo Yuntian's No. 1 army, but Yun Tian was not included. When this was said, the 7,000 to 8,000 people standing there looked over coldly at the same time, and a huge pressure surged over. Yun Tian stood proudly and looked at them coldly, as if he did not care at all. Great General Meng, who had just come down, saw Yun Tian's face clearly. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Don't be impatient." That pressure was just a sentence from him. Instantly, it disappeared and shifted. "So it's young Lord Yun, this Meng greets you." Great General Meng nodded and smiled. "Greetings, Great General Meng." Yun Tian straightened his body and smiled faintly. In the eyes of the onlookers, this scene caused them to be flabbergasted. What was the background of this Yun Tian? What was his background, to be able to make Great General Meng of Mo Yun Tian be so polite to him? "Stop everyone. I'm sorry for offending you. Mo Yun Tian is just trying to understand some things from everyone. If there's any offense, this Meng apologizes." Great General Meng's smile was gentle and elegant, and he looked like an amiable elder, full of the air of a ruler. We don't dare. Great General is too polite." Although everyone was unwilling. They almost wanted to curse. But, everyone still welcomed him with a smile, and that smile even seemed especially sincere. Although this Great General Meng looked very amiable, but everyone knew that if this person were to turn hostile and give the order to annihilate a certain sect, that was definitely something that could be done. And he was also completely capable of doing such a thing. To be able to reach the position of a great general in one side of the world, which one of them was really a good person? Which one's blood would not dye the 4 seas and thousands of mountains red? Our Mo Yuntian's path is too different, and we died here. I, Meng, am here to investigate under the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. I have to understand the whole story. Great General Meng smiled faintly and actually cupped his hands. So, I hope that everyone will not be stingy with your guidance. Not be stingy with your guidance? I'll not be stingy with your guidance. Everyone cursed in unison in their hearts. It's true that we all saw it, but, you all should have already heard about it. As the saying goes, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Whoever killed Mo Yuntian, you can just go and find that person. Why are you stopping us? Why do you have to create a tense atmosphere and put us in it as well? I believe that General Meng already knows about the details of the matter. Regarding this, I'm afraid that what we can add is very limited. But I don't know which aspect General Meng wants us to add. Xianxia frowned. Wu Zhangxiu silently took a step forward and came behind Xianxia. If Mo Yuntian's people dared to make things difficult for Xianxia, he would be the first to act. Great General Meng sighed and said, I only want to know one thing. I just want to confirm the cause of this matter. Hai Mingbo said indifferently from the side, the cause of this matter is very simple. Chu Yang has a wife. This woman has a purine body, and she is also very beautiful. Tai Tai was overjoyed when he saw her. At first, he wanted to see her, but he could not. He was chased away by Xianxia. Tai Tai was not willing to accept this, so he sent another martial art master to kidnap his wife. At that time, Xianxia was out on business. The people sent by Tai Tai returned with success. Not long after Xianxia returned, he was shocked by the change in events. He sought revenge, and finally borrowed the power of heaven and earth to kill Tai Tai and his subordinates. Hai Pengbo's words were complete facts, but he didn't leave any face for Mo Yuntian. He didn't beat around the bush at all. He said it very straightforwardly. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Great General Meng's actions. Great General Meng frowned slightly, and a hint of melancholy appeared on his face. Then, he glanced at the other people's faces. He already knew that this matter wasn't fake. Xianxia wasn't a big shot. Even if he had some strength, he wasn't worthy of these people lying to protect him. Moreover, when Hai Pengbo said it, although everyone had a strange expression, no one came forward to refute. Obviously, everyone was only shocked by Hai Pengbo's courage. But no one could deny the truth that Hai Pengbo said. Obviously, Mo Yuntian was completely wrong. On the side of the ink cloud guards, a black-cloaked commander stepped forward and said eerily, "What a real bastard. What kind of status do we have? Since we have taken a fancy to his wife, it's Xianxia's honor. Then Xianxia should offer it up with both hands and accept the favor." He actually dared to chase Mo Yuntian first, and then turned his weapons against him. In the end, he actually went against heaven's authority and killed Mo Yuntian with cruel means. His crime is unforgivable. Such a renegade is extremely evil. And you, old man, what do you mean by saying this? At this moment, other than some relatively fresh corpses, the infinite boundless mountain was already completely empty. This could be imagined. That sword had suddenly disappeared, and a passageway had appeared. Who could bear it? Once someone passed through safely, the others would naturally rush in without hesitation, fearing that they would not be able to snatch anything good. Who would think of anything else? Behind Xianxia, an illusory and distorted spatial fissure had appeared. At this moment, he was already using all his strength. As long as he was slightly slower, he might be caught up. And then, there would be no more after. Unexpectedly, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out behind him. A large, formless hand broke through the air and arrived. At this moment, Xianxia's body had just reached the peak of the infinite boundless mountain. That large hand had already grabbed down with a force that could destroy mountains. Stay. Xianxia only felt as if even his breathing had stopped. Using all his remaining strength, he dashed forward, entering that spatial passageway with a whoosh. Too dangerous. When he had just flown over, those people had not reacted. Only after he had sprinted for at least half the distance did they begin to move. But when he had reached the peak, they had already followed him. What kind of speed was this? What kind of cultivation was this? Xianxia really did not have the time to think about these things now. His only thought now was to enter the relic of the divine source realm. Only by sneaking in there would he have a chance of survival, the final place of survival, and only then would he have a chance of accomplishing his original plan. His body tumbled into the long spatial tunnel, and he felt a heavy blow on his back. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body had already floated down, and he once again performed the not-so-long-ago free-falling motion. That large hand grabbed empty air, and with a boom, it slapped down on the peak of the mountain. Then, countless stone fragments flew into the air. The peak of the mountain was actually flattened by this palm. It must be known that this was no ordinary mountain peak. Back then, when Xianxia had mistakenly entered this place with his heaven-grade cultivation, the mountain peak that he could not even pinch a stone with all his strength had actually been flattened by this palm. As Xianxia descended, he felt as if his soul had left his body. The person who had come was too strong. With a flash, Great General Meng landed on infinite boundless mountain. He frowned and looked at the narrow and bottomless hole in front of him. His expression was solemn as he muttered, "Could this be the realm of divine source?" At this moment, the men and horses of the two armies landed. "Where is he?" Another commander of the Ink Cloud Guard asked respectfully. "Black Cloud Guards and silver-armored soldiers, send out 500 men each. Go in and search." Great General Meng's complexion sank. He immediately ordered, "Send messengers all the way to the entrance of the passageway. If any emergency happens, send a warning immediately. One person to send a message to another person. Send the message as soon as possible. Chu Yang risked his life to come here. He must have something to rely on." "Yes." The two of them replied at the same time. The ones who responded were the Silver Armored Troop Commander and the Ink Cloud Guard Commander. Although the Silver Armored soldiers were not as dazzling as the Ink Cloud Guards, they were still Great General Meng's personal guards. In fact, the level of their elites was not inferior to the Ink Cloud Guards. Especially for this expedition to the Eastern Royal Heavens, the ones who followed them were the elites of the elites, the experts of the experts. In just the blink of an eye, the two commanders had already sent out their capable men. With a command, one in silver and one in black entered first. Next, the Ink Cloud Guards and Silver Armored soldiers entered one after another. Just like that, in less than 5 breaths of time, 1,000 people had already flown into this passageway. "Occupy this mountain immediately. Seal it and forbid anyone from entering. Trespassers, die." Great General Meng ordered indifferently. "Yes." The subordinate's reply had just sounded. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless sounds of the air being torn apart rang out. The people of the various super sects had all rushed over. The moment they saw that the entrance of the cave was already guarded by Mo Yuntian's men, and that Mo Yuntian's men were still entering, instantly, their eyes turned red. "Mother *******. You have already occupied this place the moment you arrived. Then why have we stayed here for so many months? To make your wedding dress? General Meng, what do you mean by doing this?" Elder Mu walked out from the crowd with a heavy expression. Since ancient times, as long as there is a divine source realm, it has always been the wealth and resources shared by all the sects in the pugilistic world. The official forces are not allowed to interfere. Especially when this place is the Eastern Royal Heavens. Even His Majesty Eastern Emperor did not send anyone to occupy it, allowing us to freely distribute and fight for it based on our opportunities. Why did Mo Yuntian guard this place the moment he arrived? General, shouldn't you give an explanation? Great General Meng said indifferently. "Mutsang Lan, I punished my subordinate just now because he violated military discipline and did not follow military orders. It is not because I am afraid of you, or rather, I am afraid of all of you. It is the same now. I am here on orders to capture the murderer who killed the imperial descendant. This is my duty, and I cannot neglect it. If His Majesty Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian blames me for this, can you bear the responsibility? Or rather, can your Sky Sword Alliance bear the responsibility?" Mutsang Lan said furiously, "Based on your words, you want to occupy this place just to capture the murderer? Do you know how much manpower and resources we have wasted to wait here for several months? Do you think we deserve it?" Great General Meng said with a cold face. "Elder Mu, please calm down. I have never coveted the treasures of the Eastern Royal Heavens realm of divine source. I can guarantee that once the murderer is captured, all of you will retreat immediately. Everything in the realm of divine source will not be touched at all. Please rest assured on this point," said General Meng. Xianxia said coldly, "General, you have a glib tongue. General, you can naturally enforce the law with your soldiers, but we are not under your command. Let me ask you, if we promise General Meng that after we enter, we will not interfere with the matters under your command and will not help Chu Yang, will General Meng believe us and let us go?" Great General Meng was stunned and said coldly, "Immortal, are you implying that I will go back on my words?" Xianxia said indifferently, "General wants us to believe you, but we also want you to believe us. All of us can promise General Meng that as long as you let us go in to search for the treasures, we will not interfere with Mo Yuntian's pursuit of the murderer." "That is impossible." Great General Meng rejected decisively. The faces of all the people from the various sects were filled with rage. If it was said that the third commander had angered everyone, then Great General Meng had already angered everyone. It was only because Great General Meng's abilities were unfathomable that the masterminds of the various sects were not willing to shed all pretenses and fight. Even so, both sides were still in a state of mutual hostility. Neither side was willing to back down, and a fight was about to break out. How could Great General Meng not know the seriousness of this matter? Using his own abilities to forcefully suppress the various sects was an extremely unwise move. But at this juncture, he had no choice but to do so. Because once the various sects were allowed to enter, there would definitely be more variables. Xianxia would definitely take advantage of these people entering to do something big. Whether it was framing others or taking advantage of the situation, it might happen in the realm of divine source. It was even possible that Xianxia would take the opportunity to disguise himself and escape. Since that was the case, it would be better to let Xianxia stay inside alone. As long as he was captured, he would come out without any involvement. This was the best plan. So he would definitely not let the people from the various super sects enter. Great General Meng was arguing with the leaders of the various sects, but in reality, he was also stalling for time. As long as Mo Yuntian sent 1,000 people to capture Xianxia quickly, everything would naturally come to an end and the dispute would be resolved. But previously, Xianxia had clearly been hit by his attack and his injuries were definitely serious. He had already stalled for quite some time, but why was he still unable to capture Xianxia? Great General Meng's plan was undoubtedly very good, but the reality was very bad. The eyes of the people from the various sects were all red with jealousy. F***ck, we have been here for a few months, eating and sleeping in the open, just for today. Before this, there was a sword suppressing us, and we could not do anything about it. When the sword was finally gone, it was taken over by Mo Yuntian's men. It seems that not only are you here for a tour, but you are also here to vent your anger. We are not stepchildren. What right do you have to be so domineering? Since you don't believe us, what right do we have to believe you? If you directly say that you are here to take a share of the loot, it's not that bad. The things in the realm of God source are all equally fortuitous encounters, but you intend to take everything away. Isn't that clearly going against all of us? The atmosphere on the mountaintop was extremely tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Everyone's faces were ashen. Xianxia flew swiftly with the sound of the wind. When he was free-falling, he even used all his strength to use the 10,000-pound hammer technique. He let his body fall at the fastest speed possible. Otherwise, he would easily be caught up by the people behind him. These ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers who were chasing after him were all desperados. When they saw Xianxia using the 10,000-pound hammer, all of them actually followed suit and accelerated their descent. They did not even consider what would be waiting for them below, but this matter was really not something they could consider, nor did they have the time to consider it. The realm of God source had just been broken through. Who would have thought that Xianxia had actually entered and exited this passageway several times already? Since Xianxia dared to do this, and his cultivation was lower than theirs, why would they not dare to do so? Even if there was some unpredictable danger below, with Xianxia at the front, he would be the first to be unlucky. With Xianxia as a buffer, everyone could avoid it no matter what, driven by such thoughts, and all of them were skilled and daring people, all of them chased after Xianxia without any regard for their lives. Xianxia fell all the way down. In just an instant, he had fallen out of the passageway that would have taken him half a day to pass through. When he reached that piece of void, he suddenly cursed, F***ck. What is going on? The cold death aura that had originally completely disappeared was actually rolling and howling here. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. The reason why he came in was indeed to take advantage of the situation. He was very familiar with the terrain below, at least much more familiar than the others. He could disappear without a trace with just a turn. He could play hide and seek with the enemy. This was also the most advantageous environment for him that Xianxia could think of. Furthermore, it was a chaotic state of mind, but now, he had fallen into a terrible situation where he could not even see his own fingers. It was equivalent to both the enemy and himself being in such a situation. This was an absolutely fair environment. How could Xianxia take advantage of the situation? His cultivation was far inferior to any of the people who were chasing after him. To Xianxia, fighting in an absolutely fair environment was definitely the quickest way to die. Xianxia, who had lost a lot of his plans because of the sudden change, could only fall down like a weight in the darkness. Leaving this place quickly was the most important thing. Staying here would only lead to a faster death. However, his cursing alarmed another person. Yes, to be more precise, it was actually not a person, but a soul, the divine soul of the calamity. Originally, when the aura of the sword had just disappeared, the divine soul of the calamity was still very happy. Yes, I can finally go out for a walk? In the future, I can go out and come in whenever I want. This place was like my own backyard. Just as he was thinking about this wonderful place, a large group of people suddenly came in. Seeing this, the divine soul of the calamity was instantly stunned. Me, can't you let me have some peace and quiet? Why did such a large group of trash suddenly come in? Pooh, trash like you dare to step into my realm of the divine source, are you looking for death? But before the divine soul of the calamity could make a move, another group came in, and then another group, and another group, and another group and another group. After these people came in, their actions were very similar. All of them were shouting and yelling. Of course, there were all kinds of strange lines and all kinds of things. Quick, quick. See where there are good things, take them and leave quickly. Otherwise, when those super sects come in, we will have to hand over the treasures in our hands and won't even be able to drink a mouthful of soup. Yes, yes, quick, quick. F***ck, this is mine. What is this? Why is it yours? Do you think he will agree when you call him? Bastard. Take this. Bastard. Take this. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Some people were running all over the mountains, some had broken bones from the fall, some were fighting, and some were sneaking around. The tribulation divine soul was enraged. Do you really think this place is ownerless? Can I let you do whatever you want? In his fury, the aura of his spirit instantly spread out with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the entire realm of the divine source. Not a single person was spared, and even the tunnel that they had entered was spared. Immediately after, the divine soul of calamity led his zombies to start a massacre. It's one thing for those powerful existences to bully me, but even you bunch of ants dare to rob me. F***ck, do you really think I don't have a temper? The spirit of calamity's cultivation was so high that it was almost at the same level as De and Ho. Moreover, this was his absolute home ground. The cultivation of these people who came down first was at least 10 levels lower than the spirit of calamity. This killing was simply a one-sided massacre. No, saying that it was a massacre was an understatement. A large number of them had fallen down, and another large number had fallen down. He had just killed the last few and was searching everywhere for those who had escaped. Actually, it was very difficult to find any more. Because the aura of the spirit had spread out in all directions, it was equivalent to the entire realm of the divine source being filled with the purest chilly aura of death. This thing was the most deadly killing weapon. Even if the spirit of calamity did not attack personally, as long as they were not at the heavenly human level, they would all die. However, right at this moment, a loud curse was suddenly heard. F***ck. What's going on? The spirit of calamity instantly shuddered and almost burst into tears. This voice was too familiar. Little ancestor has come down again. Oh, I was worried that this little ancestor would be angry because I rejected him the last time. How rare, he is really magnanimous. He hurriedly flew over. To a living person, this chilly aura of death was not only a visual obstruction, it was also an extremely sharp killing weapon. But to the spirit of calamity, it was the most basic thing in his body. Because he was annoyed by the sudden change just now, he did not care about anything else and unleashed his full power. In fact, it was a very wasteful action. However, now that so many people had been killed by him here, the aura of death in this place became even thicker. As long as he could retrieve all of them, the spirit of calamity would still benefit from it. In this realm of the divine source, there was no place that the spirit of calamity was not familiar with. In an instant, he had already accurately located Chu Yang's position and floated over with a whoosh. He just happened to catch the great philanthropist Chu who was about to land. Oh my! My little ancestor. The spirit of calamity was almost a little agitated as he said, "You came down again. Why? Why are you still using the 10,000-pound hammer to fall down from above? I'm being chased now, I don't have to be afraid that I can't escape." Chu Yang said with difficulty. Then, he realized. Why are you so attentive today? The spirit of calamity had a fawning look on his face. Didn't you ask me to follow you out last time? I've been thinking left and right these few days, and I really feel that following you is a glorious and great way out. Chu Yang was almost choked by his words. Me, what's going on? I'm already in such a miserable state now, surrounded by the heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud's royal army. My life is also in a breath's time, and there's actually someone who can take the initiative to seek refuge with me at such a time. It's a miracle, no, it's a miracle, and the one he seeks refuge with actually boasted of being a glorious and great way out, and he can still be so fawning, so sincere, so sincere. This really makes this great village master's little head unable to understand. Is this guy mocking me because he sees that I'm down and out? It really doesn't look like it. I'm conflicted, too conflicted. It's just that, at such a critical moment, Xianxia simply did not have the leisure to consider more. His brain worked at high speed, and his eyes turned. He said, seeing that you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept you. First, let one of the zombies below you run and move, let them think that I'm running. Okay. A piece of cake. The Tribulation Divine Spirit was instantly excited to the extreme. This little ancestor has accepted me, wahahaha. My future will be so bright, so brilliant and glorious. The first task must be completed well. The pitiful Tribulation Divine Spirit did not know at all how bright the future was. Whether it was brilliant and brilliant was absolutely unknown. But right now, it was a huge trouble. The Tribulation Divine Spirit was in high spirits. With a thought, a zombie below immediately ran at high speed. Patter, patter, this series of sounds was extremely like a person running in the darkness. In reality, it also seemed to be so. Right at this time, whooshing sounds sounded in the sky one after another. The Tribulation Divine Spirit was shocked. What's going on today? Why are they jumping down one by one, and all of them are even using the 10,000-pound hammer? Xianxia grinned. Now, I'll have to trouble you to move me to a safe place. Yes, yes, yes. The Tribulation Divine Spirit moved this little ancestor to a corner respectfully. It's no trouble at all. How is it troublesome? You're too polite, too polite. Mo Yuntian's people descended rapidly. As soon as they came out of the tunnel, they felt endless darkness in front of them. They could not even see their own fingers. That was an extremely cold death energy. How could there be such a place? If it was the usual darkness, everyone could adapt to it. But in the face of such cold death energy, there was nothing they could do. The strength of this group of people was not bad. They were at least at the peak of the saint level. Even if they were eroded by the cold death energy, there would not be any big problem in a short period of time. But how big was the area covered by the cold death energy? Even with their cultivation, they would still be eroded if they stayed in an environment full of cold death energy for a long time. As long as they were not at the heavenly human level, they would definitely not be able to resist the erosion for a long time. But to stop and even retreat? But to retreat was tantamount to disobeying a military order. There was only death for them. Just as he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, he suddenly heard the sound of running footsteps coming from below. There's only one person. The ink cloud guards and the silver-armored soldiers came to this conclusion at the same time. Then, who was this person? In such a situation, there was only one person, and he looked very flustered. That could only be Xianxia. Xianxia was escaping. From the sound of it, he could still run and wander around, looking for a way out. His cultivation is not as high as ours, but he could still run after falling. Then what are we afraid of? As long as we can capture Xianxia, it will be a great achievement. It's not easy to make military achievements in times of peace. But, as long as we can capture Xianxia this time, we will help Lord Heavenly Emperor take revenge. It was undoubtedly reaching the sky in a single step. Everyone did not slow down and descended with a rumble. They all fought to be the first, fearing that Xianxia would fall into the hands of others. As they descended, they kept thanking Great General Meng, thanking the commander. He actually gave such a great opportunity to me. If I didn't grab it, I could totally die. One after another, they descended like meteors and entered the cold death energy at full speed. They entered the darkness where they could not see their own fingers. All of them were in high spirits, all of them gnashing their teeth, all of them smug. It seemed that this tunnel was not very deep, everyone thought in their hearts. Then, after a short time, everyone started to panic. Oh, my goodness! We used all our cultivation and used the 10,000-pound hammer to descend. This speed of descent was at least 10,000 times faster than usual. In other words, if a certain abyss was 10,000 feet deep, it would take almost 30 minutes to reach the bottom normally. But if we used the 10,000-pound hammer, it would be in the blink of an eye, it would be the same time as jumping down 10 feet, how could it be the same? But now, even if it was 20,000 feet, it seemed that they should have landed. Why hadn't they touched the ground yet, if they fell to the ground at such a speed? Sly. I forgot to click the publish button when I uploaded the 3rd update. I was only focused on writing the 4th update. Now that I finished writing, I realized, sly, very sly. What else can I say? My continuous outbursts and actions were seen by everyone. Every time I outburst, the gap between me and my opponent would be pulled apart by a lot of votes. To put it in a narcissistic way, this was only me. If it was someone else, they would have long broken down mentally. You outburst, but the gap between you and your opponent would be pulled apart, but luckily, it was me, so I didn't break down. So, I decided to wait until the 1st of November before I break down, but before the 1st of November, I can't break down. I still have to outburst. I still have to ask for monthly votes, I still have to fight. I still have to stand. Now, I held my head high and my chest puffed up. My breath sank into my dantian, and I looked at the picturesque landscape. I shouted with a thunderous voice, "Yahey! Requesting monthly votes. This book is opened by me. This road is opened by me. Read my single chapter. Leave behind your monthly votes. Don't move. I want to rob you. Monthly votes." Thinking of this, all of them started to restrain their cultivation, and started to lighten their bodies, float, and turn upwards. However, with the inertia of more than 200,000 feet, close to 300,000 feet, and the falling force of the 10,000-pound hammer, how could this huge falling force be dispelled in an instant? In the blink of an eye, bang, suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the ground in the realm of divine source shook. The first ink cloud guard fell. Like a meteorite, smashing onto the flat mountain peak that almost broke Chu Yang's body. With a cracking sound, the sturdy mountain peak was smashed into pieces of rock. Then, boom, another one, boom, another one. Another pair, boom boom boom. Chu Yang only felt an earthquake, and it was the kind of earthquake that was super large. His ears were almost deafened. After dozens of consecutive quakes, the people on Mo Yuntian's side fell rapidly like dumplings, and they almost smashed together. Chu Yang estimated that the man at the bottom had probably become a pile of minced meat now. No one could withstand such collisions, and dozens of them in a row. Then, the people at the top finally had time to adjust their falling speed, but the result was that they still fell heavily. No matter how they adjusted, the inertia still existed. The only difference was the magnitude of the inertia after adjustment. Bang 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 bang. This scene is really too tragic. Chu Yang sighed in his heart, only feeling his little heart thumping. He asked the Divine Spirit, "How many died?" The Divine Spirit grinned. "These people are not simple, only 2 died. The others are only seriously injured, and are still breathing. They will probably all die soon." When the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers were in their best condition, they could naturally resist the cold death energy, but now that they were seriously injured, how could they resist the death energy? It was only a matter of time before they died. So many of them are not completely dead? Can you kill them all as soon as possible? Chu Yang asked carefully. No problem at all. It's a piece of cake. The Divine Spirit took charge. This was a chance to show off in front of the little ancestor, so the Divine Spirit naturally had to do his best. What's more, these were all experts. If they were all dead, it would be a super tonic for the Divine Soul. Without a sound, the soul of the calamity floated out confidently. Master, ha ha ha. Just look at the people in Old May who dare to hunt you down. The sooner the better. Otherwise, there might be changes. Chu Yang reminded. Okay. The calamity Divine Soul Mei Shangren patted his chest and went out with a whoosh. The big zombie moved out together, along with a saint-level calamity Divine Soul. In the darkness, they pounced on the falling ink cloud guards and silver armor soldiers with incomparable precision. Even though the black cloud guards and the silver-armored soldiers were warriors who had gone through thousands of battles, when had they ever fought in such a strange place before? They couldn't be blamed for this. Chu Yang, whose cultivation was obviously weaker than theirs, had landed on the ground, but he seemed to be fine. But as soon as they landed, something happened. There was no reason for this at all. There was really no way to reason with such a strange thing. Actually, the problem was. What they didn't know was that Chu Yang had come in before. And even though it was unexpected this time, Chu Yang had the divine spirit to catch it, but they didn't have such treatment. This directly led to this tragedy. Especially the two people at the bottom. With a loud boom, his entire body was smashed into the hard rock. His bones and tendons were broken on the spot, and his internal organs were severely injured. Before he could even catch his breath, his companion had already smashed into him like a meteor. They died an unnatural death before they could even cry out. The most tragic thing was that if they were just dead, the two of them wouldn't be worried. Because experts who had reached this level of cultivation could basically keep their souls from being destroyed. As long as they got someone to open up the passage to the netherworld and befriend Shen Feng and Lu Yun, they could be reincarnated, but in this space, there was a calamity divine soul that specialized in devouring souls. This time, it was a complete tragedy. It was a bleak ending that was beyond redemption. Hundreds of people fell from above. Only the last 100 or 200 people fell relatively slowly because they had to maintain contact with the top. But because of this, they also avoided death. Inside, the calamity divine soul had already begun to show its ferocious power. It was silently and wantonly slaughtering people. The cultivation of these people was originally much lower than him. At this moment, there was an accident. They were seriously injured, and even had to use a considerable amount of strength to resist the erosion of the cold death aura. How could they resist? In just a short time, more than 100 people had already died in the hands of the calamity divine soul. Their bodies and souls were all destroyed, and they were beyond redemption. At this time, someone shouted, "Everyone, pay attention! There's a monster below!" Everyone, back to back, quickly gathered together and fight against the enemy together. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Experts were indeed experts. Even in such a bad situation, they quickly came up with the most suitable plan. But a zombie and a calamity divine soul had already pounced on them fiercely. Zombies didn't have souls. They were special existences that weren't afraid of pain or death. They were even more standard death soldiers than death soldiers. In an extremely dark environment, zombies were like fish in water. They didn't have any scruples and attacked without restraint. The destructive power they formed was extraordinarily high. Although the ink cloud guards and the silver armored soldiers each had different degrees of injuries, and were in an unprecedentedly bad situation, they had already calmed down. They spontaneously formed a formation in the darkness, and carried out the most tenacious resistance in a way that was most suitable for the current environment. At least, it wasn't as one-sided as before. The duration of this battle was very short, but it was extremely intense. However, only the sounds of the inevitable collisions could be heard. Other than that, there were no other signs of life. From beginning to end, there was actually not a single person shouting or groaning. Zombies couldn't speak, so they naturally didn't make any sound. But the other party could also completely ignore their injuries and fight blindly. Chu Yang asked himself if he had seen this kind of perseverance in his life, especially in such an unexpected situation where they had fallen into such a terrible situation. All the participating members were actually able to remain so calm and carry out a desperate counterattack. The elite quality of these two armies was evident. However, with the strong intervention of the calamity divine soul, the ink cloud guards and the silver armored soldiers once again fell into an absolute disadvantage. They fell down in droves. Unexpectedly, someone finally shouted again. And it was a loud shout, but the content of the shout wasn't a cry for pain, nor was it a cry for help to the outside world. It was a reminder: the opponents here are all zombies. They don't have a situation where their combat power is reduced because of injuries. Ordinary vital attacks have no effect on them. There are also extremely powerful calamity divine souls here. They have already exceeded the limits of what we can fight against. The voice was loud. Although the content of the words was full of negativity, there was no fear. Instead, it was full of a kind of awe-inspiring smell of iron and blood. What they wanted to pass on was only this news that was unfavorable to them. Chu Yang was startled. He heard another person shouting from afar, "The opponents here are all zombies. They don't have a situation where their combat power is reduced because of injuries. Ordinary vital attacks have no effect on them. There are also extremely powerful calamity divine souls here. They have already exceeded the limits of what we can fight against. As soon as this person's voice fell, a long shout came from the direction of the distant tunnel. It was obviously a shout that burned his life essence. The content was the same. The opponents here are all zombies. They don't have a situation where their combat power is reduced because of injuries. Ordinary vital attacks have no effect on them. There are also extremely powerful calamity divine souls here. They have already exceeded the limits of what we can fight against. Even further away, another person shouted, but that voice was almost inaudible. Yang suddenly realized. This should be the communication method arranged by Mo Yuntian. In such a strange situation, Mo Yuntian's people could only use this most primitive method. But it was undeniable that this method was the most effective communication method at the moment. Yang shouted, "Speed up the attack frequency. We must kill all these enemies here before the next wave of reinforcements arrives." The other party's calmness and fierceness, as well as that extremely rare perseverance, made Yang feel a sense of awe and veneration. But this could not affect his determination to kill the other party. On the contrary, the more the enemy was like this, the more he could not let go of the target. He could only try his best to kill all of them. Both sides were hostile to each other. If he didn't kill them, they would kill him. No problem. The soul of the calamity suddenly let out a sharp whistle, and the cold aura of death in the entire divine source realm suddenly became even denser. Then, countless skulls suddenly appeared out of thin air, and with ghostly cries, they suddenly pounced down from midair. The battle became even more intense. The casualties were even more severe. Of course, only the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers suffered even greater casualties. Even if the soul of the calamity was disregarded, the level of the zombie itself was above all the soldiers that had entered this batch. Moreover, it wasn't afraid of injuries or weapons. If it wasn't for the fact that these soldiers were usually well-trained and had persevering personalities, they would have completely collapsed a long time ago. As for those skulls later, they were formed by the calamity divine soul's own vital energy. It was not that they could not be destroyed, but the essence of those things was extremely pure cold death aura. If you really scattered them, it would instead allow the cold death aura to find an opportunity to enter your body's acupuncture points, and you would only die faster. This was the calamity divine soul's most powerful group attack. Above, the various super sects were suppressed by Great General Meng. Everyone was about to lose their patience. Their eyes were spitting fire. As long as anyone made the first move, it would completely trigger everyone's bottom line. But from beginning to end, no one dared to cross the line. Because Great General Meng was still standing there. His eyes were emotionless as he stared coldly at everyone. He knew that it was inappropriate for him to do this. However, he couldn't cause any more trouble now. He could only hope that his soldiers would be able to capture Yang as soon as possible and leave this place as soon as possible. However, right at this critical moment, a wave of white clouds suddenly surged in the distant sky, and then they surged up and roiled without end. Above the clouds, a huge golden flag that was 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet wide suddenly unfurled. There were 8 words written on it. The might of the Eastern Royal Heavens, unparalleled in the universe. An abnormally strong heaven and earth might suddenly envelop Sei Yuanguang, covering him from all directions. That huge golden flag seemed to have really swept through the heavens and earth. From the start to the end, it was still unfurled. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted by it. Everyone felt their hearts sink. Because the appearance of this flag meant that the Eastern Royal Heavens had made a move. Even the most calm Great General Meng narrowed his eyes. He knew that the biggest obstacle to them coming to the Eastern Royal Heavens had arrived. The strength of the various sects couldn't be underestimated. In fact, they were strong enough to deal a devastating blow to his army. However, as long as it wasn't a decisive moment, the various sects wouldn't dare to make a move. Once they made a move, it would mean that they would become mortal enemies with the entire Eastern Royal Heavens. This wasn't something that the upper echelons of the various sects were willing to see. The various sects weren't willing to pay a heavy price because of this. This was the reason why Great General Meng was so confident in suppressing the various sects. However, now that they were facing the Eastern Royal Heavens, this confidence of his no longer existed. This place was the territory of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. It was already very rude of him to lead his troops across the border. If the other party didn't care and wanted to charge him with the crime of harboring evil intentions, he truly wouldn't be able to defend himself. Not only was it because the reason for his defense was completely untenable, it was also because of a matter of dignity. You led your troops to my territory to capture the citizens of my territory and didn't even give any prior notice. You came here in such a brazen manner to capture them. Putting himself in their shoes, Great General Meng asked himself. If he was in their shoes, he wouldn't let them off so easily either. The white clouds parted abruptly and a heavily fortified military camp appeared in the air. Flags fluttered in the wind, boundless and boundless, there were only silhouettes, but no one came out. A door that seemed to be supported by white jade blocked all sight. Behind Great General Meng, a few Mo Yuntian officers felt the enmity of the enemy army. At the same time, they held on to their sword hilts. Their fighting spirit was about to burst out. General Meng sighed inwardly. Judging from the other party's attitude, it was clear that they did not come with good intentions. Today's matter would probably not end well. The next moment, the empty door slowly opened, revealing an unusually spacious path. However, this path was empty for the time being, and not a single soul could be seen. I wonder which general of the Eastern Royal Heavens has come. I am Mo Yuntian Meng Wuya. Please come out and answer. Great General Meng raised his voice. The sky was still silent. Unexpectedly, no one answered. This kind of silence usually only meant one thing: we don't care about you. The faces of the generals behind Great General Meng were filled with extreme humiliation and anger. Our great general has personally asked you, and you didn't even say a word? We are both generals of the greater heaven and earth, yet you humiliate your opponent like this? Wasn't this too much? The moment they thought of this, they were so angry that their chests heaved up and down. Their eyes were burning with anger. They believed that as long as Great General Meng gave the order, these generals would immediately go over and fight with their lives. However, they did not know that at this moment, there was actually an argument going on in Great General Lan's tent. There must be a reason for the deployment of troops. Who will go and ask? Great General Lan said slowly. I will go. I will go. In an instant, the subordinates all fought to be the first to go. Let me go. The one who spoke was actually Xianxia, who did not have a military position. Everyone was depressed. Everyone was fighting, but they all had military positions. At the very least, it could be said that it was their duty. But who was you? You were just a general of the Oath Division. Why are you joining in the fun? However, Great General Lan looked deeply at Xianxia and said, General Yan's suggestion is very good. I will invite General Yan to make a trip. Everyone was shocked. What suggestion was very good? What suggestion did he make? No matter who it was, it shouldn't be Xianxia's turn, right? Why did Great General Lan let him go? What the hell was this? Xianxia lowered his eyebrows and bowed. Thank you for your trust, Great General Lan. He turned and left. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd outside, a green-cloaked figure slowly walked out of the door with his hands behind his back. This person looked very young, but his green robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he stood high in the air, exuding a lofty and unworldly aura. His expression was cold and arrogant, and there was a vaguely unapproachable air about him. Great General Meng frowned and asked, May I know who you are? Xianxia said coldly, The might of Dong Huang is unparalleled in this world. The dignity of Dong Huang is inviolable. Who are the troops below? Where are they from? Why are they suddenly invading Dong Huang Heaven? What are their intentions? Great General Meng was furious. The other party's attitude was clearly provocative, the arrogance of his words was secondary. The most abominable thing was that he was clearly finding fault with every word he said. Moreover, they were all big problems. The word offend was enough to completely oppose the positions of both sides, but the reality was that they were in someone else's territory, and the situation was stronger than the person. Although Great General Meng was extremely furious, he still knew etiquette. It was fine if he suffered some grievances, but the most important thing was that he couldn't let others talk about it. I am Mo Yuntian Meng Zhan, Meng Wuya. I am under the orders of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian to capture the criminal. This trip was too rushed, and I didn't have time to report to the upper echelons of Dong Huang Heaven. This general, Please report to the upper echelons that Meng Wuya is willing to apologize for this. Just based on Meng Wuya's status, to be able to say this was already considered very humble. Under normal circumstances, the people of the imperial court would always be polite and wouldn't say anything outright. No matter what, Yan Rushan should turn around and report to the upper echelons before making a decision. But it was a pity that Yan Rushan's actions today were definitely not normal. Yan Rushan clasped his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "Capture the criminal of Mo Yuntian? What a strong reason. I am really interested to know why the criminal of Mo Yuntian would come to our Eastern Royal Heavens. What logic is this? Could it be that the criminal escaped 108,000 miles from Mo Yuntian and came to the Eastern Royal Heavens? Could it be that this criminal's cultivation is at the level of a saint? Otherwise, why would he run so far away? Could it be that your Mo Yuntian has fallen to the point where you can't even capture a criminal? In the Mo Yuntian army, an officer couldn't hold it in anymore. He pointed and shouted, "Hey, what do you mean by this? Do you know who you are talking to? Are the people of the Eastern Royal Heavens so impudent? Don't you know how to respect your seniors? Impudent." Yan Rushan's expression turned cold as he looked at this officer. He said coldly, "You guys traveled so far to our Eastern Royal Heavens and sent an army to suppress us. Did you guys get our permission? Do you have a book? Do you have a discussion? Do you have a report? Do you have a token? This?" The people of Mo Yuntian were all speechless. They really didn't have these things. They had originally planned to return as soon as they could settle this matter. If they couldn't, they would contact the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens to settle the procedures. They had thought that Chu Yang's strength was at most at the Saint Realm and that they would leave after capturing the criminal. Earlier, they were still rejoicing that they met Chu Yang the moment they arrived. However, they didn't expect the situation to change. In such a short period of time, the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens had arrived. Although they didn't really want to not do it, now that they were asked about this matter, they felt that they were in the wrong and had nothing to say. However, no one expected that the army of the Eastern Royal Heavens would arrive so quickly. It was as if they had been waiting here for a long time. Actually, the truth was that they had been waiting here for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yang had the divine soul of the calamity to help him, he might have been captured long ago. Mo Yuntian's group would have already returned. "You guys don't have anything, right?" Yan Rushan pinned them down. "Then, are you guys here to invade our borders? Or invade our borders? Seeing that your army is so majestic, can I take it that your Mo Yuntian wants to declare war on our Eastern Royal Heavens?" The more Meng Wuya listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. What did this fellow mean? Every word of his was filled with sarcasm. It was as if he was intentionally trying to cause a war between the two sides. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more ridiculous it was. What majestic army? What nonsense. We only have 10,000 plus people here. How can this be called majestic army? With such a small number of people, how dare you invade our borders? How dare you invade our Eastern Royal Heavens? May I know the name of this general? Meng Wuya waved his hand, stopping his subordinates who were about to explode as he asked solemnly. Yan Rushan coldly spoke, "I'm just a minor character, what great name do I have? My purpose here is to ask you all a question. If you all insist on invading our borders and starting a war, our Eastern Royal Immortal Realms will definitely not be afraid of your Black Cloud Immortal Realm." General Yan was Chu Yang's sworn brother. Meng Wuya and the others were here to capture Chu Yang. Moreover, the reason was the other party's fault. With regards to all of this, Yan Rushan was already so angry that his stomach was about to explode. Now that he came out, how could he be nice to them? In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to start a war and wipe out all of them here. This was also the reason why General Lan didn't send anyone else but Yan Rushan. Because Yan Rushan was undoubtedly the person who wanted the two sides to start a war the most. Yan Rushan's thoughts were mostly the same as General Lan's. He wanted to muddy the waters. Mo Yuntian's people came to the Eastern Royal Heavens without permission. How could he let them off so easily? I have never said that the purpose of this trip is to declare war with Eastern Royal Heaven. Meng Wuya explained patiently. Baidu search PCOM, the other party clearly wanted to declare war. Why would they declare war? Why would they declare war? This was still unknown. However, Great General Meng was clear on one thing: once the war started, everyone he brought along, including himself, would die here. Moreover, they would die without dignity and without any value. If they died in a war, then so be it. This was the fate of soldiers. However, if they were to die for a scoundrel who snatched someone's wife, Great General Meng believed that not only would he and the silver-armored soldiers die with grievances, but those ink-cloud guards would also die with grievances. Being loyal to the imperial family was one thing, but dying in humiliation was another. Therefore, the more the other party wanted to declare war, the more he would not fight. This was not cowardice, but strategy. It was the wisdom of a general. Moreover, the consequences of this war would be unimaginable. In Great General Meng's heart, even if Yuan Shetu was still alive, it was not worth starting a war for him, let alone now that he was dead. Not to mention that he was killed by the husband for snatching someone's wife. If the entire Mo Yuntian was dragged into the flames of war for this kind of scum, then the entire Mo Yuntian would really cry. Since you are not declaring war, then what are you doing here? Sightseeing? Yan Rushan's voice was stern. Is this place very fun? Is that why you are here for sightseeing? No matter how good Meng Wuya's temper was, he could not help but be angered by these words. This sentence directly caused all the problems to start from the beginning. What are you doing here? I am here to catch the murderer. Why are you here to catch the fugitive of Ink Cloud Sky? Because the fugitive is in Eastern Royal Heaven. Could it be that you guys want to invade the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms? Start a war with Eastern Royal Heaven? We don't want to start a war with Eastern Royal Heaven. You don't want to start a war? Fine, then what are you here for? Fine. This was a perfect cycle that could continue forever. Of course, the prerequisite was that Great General Meng's temper could not flare up for a long time. Is this general deliberately making things difficult for this old man? Meng Wuya's face finally sank, and his voice turned sharp. Aren't you trying to make things difficult for the Eastern Royal Celestial Army? Yan Rushan's voice was filled with arrogance as he continued, let me ask you this. This was the location of the ruins of the Eastern Royal Heaven's Divine Source realm. The location of the ruins of the realm of Divine Source had always belonged to the pugilistic world. Even His Majesty Dong Huang has yet to declare his position. Your Mo Yuntian sealed this place the moment you came. What is the meaning of this? Are we the ones making things difficult for you, or are you the ones making things difficult for all of us? These words were too sharp, directly placing Mo Yuntian on the opposite side of all the people and powers. On the side, the various super sects heard this. His entire body felt as if he had eaten ice cream on a hot day. It felt so good. Who asked you, Mo Yuntian, to be so tyrannical? Indeed, evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. Now that you've met someone stronger than you, you've gone soft, haven't you? Damn it. To think that you scolded us so much previously. Now, it's finally your turn to have a taste of humiliation. We all have our own taboos, and we don't dare to fall out with you guys. Now that someone even more ruthless has come, let's see what you guys have to say. The culprit that we're searching for has found an opportunity to enter the realm of Divine Source. To avoid being hunted down, we naturally have to capture the culprit. Great. General Meng was slightly angry. We have no intention of getting our hands on the things in the realm of Divine Source. I guarantee that. We definitely won't do anything. Ha 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 ha. Yan Rushan laughed loudly. Your words can only fool a 3-year-old. Let's not talk about whether I believe your words or not. You can ask all the representatives of the super sects here. Will any of them believe your words? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Obviously. At this moment, even if they believed it, they couldn't say that they believed it. They would rather offend Mo Yuntian. After all, this wasn't Mo Yuntian's home ground. At most, they would never go to Mo Yuntian. However, if they offended the Eastern Royal Skies military, they would definitely not be able to walk out of this place alive. Moreover, the Eastern Royal Skies military is on our side now. Everything they say and do is to fight for our interests. How can we turn against each other? There was another most important point. This general had said that the divine source realm relic was a dispute in the pugilistic world, and the government and military would definitely not get involved. This point was far too tempting. There was actually such a sensible government representative here, and it was obvious who he was leaning towards. Meng Wuya gritted his teeth and said, "General, what is your intention? Please state it clearly." He could tell that no matter if this was the original intention of the person in front of him or if someone else was behind it, it would be hard to settle this peacefully today. However, this matter was too important. No matter what, he still had to make one last effort. As long as there was a chance that they wouldn't fall out with each other, he had to do his best. Unexpectedly, Yan Rushan said loudly, "I don't have the time to care whether you are here to capture the culprit or to invade the Eastern Royal Sky's interests. Now, you are not allowed to interfere in the matters of the Eastern Royal Sky. You are also not allowed to disturb the order. You are especially not allowed to harm the lives of the people. Now, everyone, back off immediately. Remove the seal on this place and let out the realm of divine source. As for what happens in the future, it will depend on your performance. If you still dare to resist stubbornly, then you can provoke us. Don't blame me for not reminding you first." This sentence caused everyone in the ink cloud sky, no matter if it was the ink cloud guards or the silver-armored soldiers, they were all so angry that their stomachs almost exploded. Humans need face and trees need bark. Not only Meng Wuya, it was also the first time in their lives that they were being scolded and insulted like this. If it wasn't for the military order, they would have already gone up to fight with their lives. Great General Meng looked at the neat formation of the Eastern Royal Sky's military and stared at it for a long time. Then, he waved his hand and said, "All troops, disperse." This meant that they were giving in. They were giving way to the various super sects to enter. This was giving in through and through. There was no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. If they insisted on not letting them in, it would be equivalent to going against them. The 10,000 people here would all be buried here. The ink cloud sky's generals were so angry that their necks were sore. In the end, they got such a reply. All of them were so angry that their heads were filled with blood. "Great General! Great General! You can't! Great General, shut up!" Great General Meng's face was dark. "Military orders must be obeyed. Didn't you hear it? Those who disobey will be killed without mercy." At this moment, he had to give a strict order. If any accident happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes. The generals were angry but didn't dare to say anything. With a face full of grief and anger, they gave their orders. In just a short while, the ink cloud sky's army dispersed and gave way to the entrance of the realm of God Source. This made Yan Rushan, who was in the sky, feel surprised. It seemed that this great General Meng was really an extremely scary character. He could even tolerate this. As the ink cloud sky's people moved away, the people from the various super sects were about to enter. They had been waiting impatiently for a long time. After all, this was the place where the two armies were confronting each other. If it wasn't for the fact that the treasures in the realm of God Source were irresistible, they would have left this place long ago. Now that there was a chance to enter, it was better to enter as soon as possible and complete the task as soon as possible. You guys can settle the dispute between the two heavens and earth. It has nothing to do with us. Great General Meng frowned and observed the movements around him. Beside him, a general came up and said hurriedly, "General, shut up." Great General Meng said in a low voice. "Our mission this time is to capture Chu Yang alive and kill the traitors of Ink Cloud Sky. It is definitely not to start a war with Eastern Royal Heaven. As long as we complete those tasks, no matter how much humiliation we have to suffer, we will have completed our mission. If we really start a war with Eastern Royal Heaven, then even if we have completed our mission, we will be sinners of the entire Ink Cloud Sky. Once we start a war, the entire Ink Cloud Sky will be filled with corpses. The entire Eastern Royal Heaven will also be filled with corpses. And all of this was caused by our unintentional invasion. By then, even if we have been dead for thousands of years, our names will be left in the history books. We will be sinners forever." Great General Meng gritted his teeth and said, "Endure. You must endure, endure." "Yes, sir." The general shuddered. Yes, it was fine to start a war based on a moment of passion. If he was alone, it was fine if he died. But the problem was that all of them represented the entire ink cloud sky now. Above, Xianxia was still planning to nitpick and continue to provoke them. Unexpectedly, a heart-wrenching voice came from below. The opponents here are all zombies. They don't have the situation where their combat power is reduced because of injuries. Normal vital attacks are useless against them. There are also extremely powerful divine souls of calamities here. They have already exceeded the limits of what we can fight against. The news from below finally came up. Great General Meng's expression changed when he heard that. He suddenly turned to look at Elder Mu, Xianxia, and the rest. There are actually divine souls of calamities here? He didn't understand the specific situation here at all and came here in such a hurry. Who would have thought that there was actually such a huge trap below? Xianxia's expression was cold as she said indifferently, "General, you must be joking. Is it very strange for divine souls of calamities to be produced below the sealed divine source realm? Or is it that General doesn't know what the divine source realm is at all?" Meng Wuya didn't have the time to care about Xianxia's attitude at this moment. He stood up anxiously and turned into a black smoke, speedily entering the passageway. Behind him, the people from various sects and all the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers also entered together. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. Almost everyone who dared to rush in at this moment was an expert among experts. Everyone's movements were extremely agile. In a very short period of time, the originally crowded mountain peak was empty. Xianxia looked from above and muttered, "Should I go in and take a look too? I can't be at ease if I don't go in." He descended like a breeze and entered the tunnel with a whoosh. In the commander's tent, General Lan was stroking his beard and smiling. This Meng Wuya is really good at enduring. However, Yuan Tianjia has really made things difficult for him by sending him to capture Chuyang. This fellow has a very straightforward temper, but he actually did something that goes against his conscience. Everyone burst into laughter. No matter what, seeing an important person from another world being humiliated in front of them was always a good feeling. Just as General Lan was feeling smug, he was surprised to see Xianxia enter as well. He couldn't help but slap his thigh. F***CK. What is he doing in there? Is he looking for death? Didn't he hear that there are divine souls in there? He thought for a while and said, "Immediately send 5,000 people in to take a look." With a whoosh, 5,000 people landed neatly in the dark camp. Then, with a whoosh, they entered the divine source realm in an instant. When General Meng went down, he was a little dazed. Inside the divine source realm, it was clear and bright. The chilly energy that was still raging just now had retreated like a whirlwind, leaving behind only a mess. Other than the dozens of people who stayed at the entrance of the tunnel, there were about 200 to 300 people who were seriously injured. All the survivors were covered in blood and were on the verge of dying from their injuries. As for the other 700 people, they were not injured, because they were already dead. Corpses were strewn all over the place, blood, flesh, and broken limbs were everywhere. Other than the corpses and broken limbs, there were also some treasures. Perhaps some was not the right word to describe it. If everyone had some treasures near them, the total number was still considerable. Hence, it should be said that there were quite a number of treasures. Furthermore, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that these treasures were originally from the realm of divine source. Although they were of a lower level and might not be of much value, the reality was that it was impossible to see these treasures from hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago in the outside world. Even some of the weapons had traces left on them from long ago. The extremely simple and unadorned style further revealed the origin of these items. This was definitely not something that could be easily imitated or faked by the people who had just entered. Since the origin of these items could be ascertained, then why would they appear beside these people? The answer seemed to be inexplicable. What a good Qiu did not offend, not taking a single shot. Everyone collectively glared at Great General Meng who had just entered. Didn't you just say outside that you wouldn't covet the treasures and inheritance inside? How are you going to explain that now? Is this what you Yuntian mean by not committing any crime? So that's how you understand this word. Fortunately, we came in early. Otherwise, wouldn't this place have been emptied out by your people? To think that you keep saying that you're so righteous. That's right. You can even explain Qiu Wuqi in such a way. What's the point of being a little righteous, these treasures obviously came from there, and they were of a lower level. Of course, they were definitely left behind by Yang. Otherwise, how could one explain why such a large place like the realm of the divine source was already empty, and although there were treasures beside all the corpses, they were all cheap goods. Only one or two of them were of a slightly higher level. Such a simple trap shouldn't have fallen for those old foxes of the super sex so easily. But once a person had a blind spot, they would continue to think according to their own fixed train of thought. This was only the periphery. Of course, there weren't many valuable things here. But even these cheap goods could be used as a reference to understand the standards of the past. They could even deduce many things, techniques, methods, and so on, so, even if they were cheap goods, they were still very valuable. Everyone had already determined that the Mo Yuntian soldiers were filling their pockets. In addition to the humiliation they had suffered outside, they wouldn't think about anything else, yet, Great General Meng obviously didn't pay attention to these material evidence. His eyes were only looking at the dead silver-armored soldiers on the ground with some pain. These soldiers were all his trusted subordinates whom he had carefully nurtured for many years. He could even accurately name every single one of them. Not long ago, they were still standing solemnly beside him. But now, at this moment, there were actually so many people who had lost their lives here and turned into cold corpses. Even their divine souls had been destroyed and they would never be reincarnated. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the situation where Yang didn't hesitate to appear in front of others and ran over here as if he didn't care about his life. At that time, he guessed that there might be something fishy below. At least, it should be beneficial to Yang. But he didn't expect that so many of his capable subordinates would be buried here because of this. Yang, divine souls of calamities. Great General Meng muttered and his expression suddenly became exceptionally fierce. So that's it, below, there was actually a huge trap. Although he didn't know why Yang was so clear about it, this was a trap specially prepared for the Mo Yuntian soldiers. He could already confirm without a doubt. Yang, where are you? Come out. Great General Meng's voice was solemn. It reverberated in the realm of the God Source. But there was no reply. As long as Yang's brain wasn't filled with water, he wouldn't take the initiative to show himself no matter what. Great General Meng waited for a while. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, "Search. Search carefully and be careful of the divine souls of calamities. If there's any movement, don't act rashly. Report back immediately." 10,000 people rushed out after receiving the order. The people from the various super sects also rushed out to search for treasures. There was no point in continuing to talk nonsense at this time. What was in their hands was the real deal. With a swoosh, Yan Rushan also landed. Behind him was the entire Donghuang Heaven's army. They silently lined up in a square formation, ready to attack at any time, facing Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya's face was ashen. He stood with his hands behind his back and completely ignored this group of people. The purpose of these people was obviously to spy on him. Meng Wuya was depressed. Am I so tasteless? Do I need you to spy on me? Yan Rushan still stood high up in the sky, focusing all his attention on any clues in any direction. Meng Wuya didn't know what these people were doing, but Yan Rushan's heart was very clear. There was actually only one key point. Yang. They wanted to capture him, but Yan Rushan wanted to protect him. Even Great General Lan, who was in the sky, didn't know that Yan Rushan's purpose was to protect Yang. It was silent. Almost at the same time, there were countless disputes in all directions. These disputes came very suddenly, but they were very orderly and noisy. In some places, some treasures or ancient books would be found from time to time. And the locations of these treasures were all very obvious. It was almost visible at a glance. Under such circumstances, the result was that you saw it, and I saw it too. So who should it belong to? Therefore, there was a conflict. Put it down. I saw it first. Get lost. Aren't you just here to catch a criminal? What are you going to do with it? Put it down. Bang 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 bang, very obviously, every time there was a discovery, the people from the various super sects would have some disputes with Mo Yuntian's people. Back end. Fourth, when some disputes accumulated, it wasn't just some disputes anymore. Although the quantitative change hadn't caused a qualitative change for the time being, this trend was already the general trend. What was lacking was nothing more than an opportunity to start. Great General Meng listened to the cursing, quarreling, and fighting sounds all around, and he had his own plans. At this moment and place, he was the one who was most unwilling to see disputes. Great General Meng frowned and shouted loudly, "All Mo Yuntian's people listen to my order. The only purpose of this trip is to search for that criminal. As for the treasures and ancient books, none are allowed to touch them. Those who disobey will be beheaded." This resolute and decisive sentence spread far and wide, and it really had some moderating effect. But in some unseen places, there were still disputes constantly appearing. Although most of the people in Mo Yuntian's trip would obey Great General Meng's orders, such as the silver-armored soldiers, there were also people who didn't fully follow orders. For example, Mo Yuntian's personal guards, Mo Yuntian guards. Under normal circumstances, orders naturally had to be obeyed. But when the temptation exceeded someone's resistance limit, the order didn't have much meaning. For example, if a saber user saw a treasure sword, although he also had a desire to possess it, under this order, he would also give up. But if a sword user was stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, and very unexpectedly and pleasantly surprised to see a sword truth, it would be very difficult for him not to be tempted. If the location just happened to be a more remote place, and there weren't many people around, then it would be too difficult for him to not make a move and disobey the order. Once such a situation occurred, even the silver-armored soldiers might not necessarily not be tempted, let alone those Mo Yuntian guards. The things in front of them were all rare books from hundreds of thousands of years ago. You say you don't want them? That's the real idiot. Although this little trick of Chu Yang's was very straightforward, it was very effective. Therefore, although Great General Meng had given strict orders, the conflict still continued, and the disturbance continued to escalate. However, in the face of such a situation, even a deity would be powerless. No matter how calm a person was, when he saw a book that was enough to affect his life, that kind of fatal temptation was something that even a deity couldn't resist. Only by controlling this kind of conflict within an extremely small range as much as possible could there be room for mediation. However, the most unexpected thing was that Chu Yang, who had long been confirmed to have come in, and that tribulation godly soul that had caused terrifying deaths and injuries, had completely disappeared at this moment. They couldn't find him at all. There wasn't even any trace of him. This matter was really strange. Could it be that he had melted after coming in? How could he have disappeared so thoroughly? The sounds of fighting all around became more and more intense. The conflicts also became more and more intense. The shouting and cursing between each other was even more incessant. In the end, even Shui Xian, Hai Bo, and the others started to curse. PCOM. However, some people in Mo Yuntian had already touched the bottom line of these people. The qualitative change that Chu Yang was looking forward to was about to take shape. Meng Wuya put his hands behind his back and used his divine sense to check the situation. He could clearly feel that someone was playing tricks in the dark. On many of the paths that one had to pass through, the places where it was easiest to find treasures would always lead to conflicts. On the contrary, there was nothing in some inconspicuous places. Many of the sources of conflicts were caused by a tyrannical energy that was secretly setting up many treasures and traps. The purpose was to make the various sects and Mo Yuntian's army fight. Unfortunately, even though Great General Meng had already understood the whole story, he was still helpless. It was not only because there was no evidence, it was also because these were all open schemes. Those treasures were all treasures from a long time ago. They were definitely not fake. If Mo Yuntian and the others did not covet them and really did not commit any crimes, these schemes would be broken by themselves. But human nature was like this. His subordinates could not avoid falling into these open schemes. Besides, the tyrannical energy that was directing all these was the most unpredictable. It was fleeting and traceless. This was the most troublesome point. It was still the same saying. The unknown was the most unpredictable and the most terrifying thing. At this moment, Meng Wuya was focused on searching. He must first find that whatever divine spirit of the calamity. Only by settling this unknown divine spirit of the calamity would Chu Yang have nothing to show for it. When Meng Wuya used the Hand of Nothingness previously, although he did not really get Chu Yang, he was sure that he knew Chu Yang's depth very well. On the other hand, if the divine spirit of the calamity did not show itself, it was equivalent to having a strong enemy watching from the side. Then, wanting to catch Chu Yang under the protection of such a strong divine spirit of the calamity was undoubtedly a fool's dream. It was absolutely not realistic. In the realm of God Source, the hesitation and quarrels gradually escalated. Finally, some people with more explosive tempers started to fight. Once it started, there were many people who followed suit. The situation became more and more serious. Even if both sides were tolerant, when one side turned around, they would definitely be ambushed. Once they were injured, in order to protect themselves, they would naturally turn around and fight. There would be no more words, ambushing me? I have already retreated and you are still ambushing me? Just now, you were pretending to give in, but it turned out that you were plotting against me. Who would be able to take this lying down? For a moment, the sounds of fighting could be heard from all directions. At first, everyone was still restraining themselves and did not dare to kill. However, when one side finally lost a life, they could no longer control their emotions and went all out, leave the north and south to attack the east and west. Yan Russian, who was hovering in the air, gloated at the chaos. In the face of such a situation, even Meng Wuya, a super-old monster who had led troops for hundreds of thousands of years, felt helpless. Over there, the battle was getting more and more intense. Over here, the Eastern Royal Celestial Army was monitoring the situation, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. If he were to participate in the command, those bastards from the Eastern Royal Sky would probably immediately send their entire army over. There was no doubt about that. But now, the conflict was getting more and more intense. If they didn't stop it, the casualties would be even more severe. Moreover, they would become mortal enemies with all the super sects in the world. This power was something that even Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuan Tianji, feared. With the exception of the men from Heavenly Sword Union of Extreme Heaven, who had yet to get into any conflict with Chen Feng's men, the other sects had basically started fighting. Finally, another mysterious force suddenly flashed. Meng Wuya moved. He suddenly moved. His body was like a ghost as he mysteriously disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared 1,000 feet away. Bang! Meng Wuya seemed to have struck something with his palm. He quickly chased after it. Only the sounds of banging could be heard. In the next moment, the sounds disappeared. Meng Wuya carried something with one hand and spun out like a whirlwind. Bang! He threw it on the ground, everyone stared at it. That thing was a zombie. Many parts of this zombie's body had already collapsed. Some of its joints were strangely broken. There was also a huge hole in its lumbar vertebrae. Now that it was thrown on the ground by Meng Wuya, it was actually still twisting strangely and moving bit by bit. A zombie with a divine soul tribulation? Meng Wuya looked around with a sharp gaze and shouted, "Divine soul tribulation! Come out! Otherwise, I will first destroy the zombies you have painstakingly cultivated. I will destroy all of your zombies one by one and crush them all into powder." Behind him, there was no sound at all. The soul of the calamity swallowed a mouthful of saliva as if it were a living person in a certain secret area. It said with a dumbfounded expression, "Who is this person? To be able to reduce a celestial tier zombie to such a state in a single exchange, his strength is quite impressive." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "I only know that he is an expert. I don't know what his cultivation is." Chu Yang grinned. "He is at least a beginner saint, about the same level as me." The divine soul stared at him. "Little ancestor, why is your enemy here? Is he so strong?" Chu Yang was disdainful. "Is he very strong? How is he compared to Shui Leihan?" "Haha, little ancestor, this doesn't seem to be a comparison. What kind of person is His Majesty Donghuang? Although this so-called general has a certain level of strength, if he were to fight to the death, he would still die in my hands." The divine soul of the calamity laughed conceitedly. "So you are that strong? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him." Chu Yang was overjoyed. "Little ancestor, you misunderstood me. I said that if we fight to the death, then I can kill him." I didn't misunderstand you. I just want you to kill him. Haha. In fact, at our level, there is basically no possibility of a fight to the death. With his strength, he must be second only to one person and above millions of people. How can there be a situation where we won't stop until one of us dies? Even if we really want to fight to the death, the strength of the two of us is roughly equal. Without 3 to 5 months, I really can't kill him. What? 3 to 5 months? Fight a battle every 3 to 5 months? Are you kidding me? You misunderstood me again. At our level of strength, time is no longer of much significance to us. If it is not a battle of attrition, it is not enough to cause enough fatal damage. The reason why I am confident that I can kill him and not die is because of the special characteristic of my divine soul. It is immortal. Is that so? Doesn't that mean that you can kill anyone in the world? It's not the same. With my cultivation, I can easily kill most people in the world. I can kill those who are on the same level as me or slightly stronger than me. But if I meet someone who is much stronger than me, I can only run for my life, such as His Majesty Dong Huang. Does that mean that Junie Ho can deal with you? Kill me is not appropriate. Although they can easily defeat me, I can escape unscathed with the special characteristic of the divine soul. When I met His Majesty Dong Huang before, I was too shocked by His Majesty. If I really face His Majesty Dong Huang again, although I will definitely be no match for him and won't even have the courage to fight him, it will not be difficult for me to escape unscathed. Damn, isn't that quite impressive? You can't say that. Everything in the world has a nemesis. It is not necessarily that there is no nemesis that can restrain me. The divine soul replied. In fact, there was something that the divine soul did not dare to say. The shadow behind you is a super nemesis that can perfectly restrain me. Comparing his strength to His Majesty Dong Huang's, it is hard to say. But when it comes to restraining me, he can just wave his hand and I will be finished. So there are so many secrets in this. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, it is difficult to kill him? Forget it, let's not think about those things for the time being. Let's put it this way. You said that the general has such a high cultivation, but he can't do anything to me. This proves that I have a great future. Don't you understand such a simple principle? That's true. The divine soul nodded and suddenly felt a little happy. This sentence made a lot of sense. Could an ant become enemies with a giant dragon? That was something that did not even need to think about. The little ancestor dared to fight with him when he was in the heaven grade. Now that he was in the holy position, it was not a big deal for him to have an enemy who was on the same level as him. He was making a fuss about nothing. Even if the little ancestor told him that his enemy was the descendant of Junie, it would not be surprising. At this moment, Meng Wuya shouted again from outside. Then, he stepped on the zombie's head with one foot and slowly exerted force. With a crack, the zombie's head, which was known to be immortal, was instantly crushed. Then, from the neck down, it was completely crushed and the whole body turned into powder. A wisp of black smoke slowly emerged from the zombie's body. It turned in the air and was about to escape. As long as this wisp of black smoke could escape, it would recuperate for 300 to 500 years and become a zombie again. Someone saw this and wanted to stop it, but Meng Wuya waved his hand and stopped them. His sharp eyes looked at the direction of the wisp of black smoke. The black smoke turned in the air and spontaneously floated away. Meng Wuya did not move, but his eyes were fixed on it. He wanted to use the characteristic of the original spirit to find the owner of the zombie, the divine soul. The black smoke gradually drifted to the northeast. Not good. The divine soul shouted, he is using the zombie's black smoke to find me. Chuya was startled, that black smoke is your life force? The divine soul's face was a little ugly, yes. If it were not for my life force, I would not have been able to form the zombie. Chuyan asked in surprise, you are not afraid of him? Do you have to look so ugly? The meaning behind the divine spirit's words was obvious. I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid you'll be implicated. 2 sage-level experts are fighting. You're just a little sage. Won't you die if you touch them? Won't you be seriously injured if you even touch them? Chu Yang obviously thought of this too. He couldn't help but think of a countermeasure, but he couldn't think of a good way. The next moment, he saw a wisp of black gas hovering in the air above a certain place. Meng Wuya shouted. His body disappeared from his original spot and reappeared at the place where the black smoke was hovering. There was another burst of fighting sounds. Then, he pulled out another zombie. PCOM, this time, he didn't ask again. Instead, he directly crushed the zombie completely. Then, another wisp of black gas came out directly. The two wisps of black gas merged into one. It moved faster and floated to the third place. In the blink of an eye, Meng Wuya had destroyed 5 of the zombies. The divine spirit's face was a little ugly. Once Meng Wuya killed the first one, the life origin chi would automatically come to find its master, Meng Wuya. At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but what about Chu Yang? Go up quickly and collect all the life origin energy. Then, fight with him. He can't do anything to you anyway. Then, find a chance to hide. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, it's not necessarily a bad thing to destroy all the zombies. As long as you collect the life origin energy, it'll be really troublesome for him to find you again. The divine spirit nodded slowly. Although this was a last resort, it was the best solution at the moment. No, after Meng Wuya defeated the first 5 zombies, he didn't continue to look for the last one. Facing Chu Yang's hiding place, he said lightly, Chu Yang, I know you're there. Come out, I want to talk to you. Chu Yang's face tightened. Did he really find out? It didn't seem like he was playing tricks. But he didn't find out before. How did he find out now? There are only a few directions in this place. But this divine spirit's life origin energy deliberately avoided the direction you are in twice. Therefore, you must be here. Meng Wuya said indifferently, come out. This old man guarantees that as long as you come out, I won't take advantage of this opportunity to deal with you. Even if they were enemies, there were still some words to say. However, we still need to make things clear before we settle our grudges. Meng Wuya's words were very sincere. However, Chu Yang didn't dare to believe it. In fact, he didn't even believe a single word of it. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, Chu Yang. Come out. Don't worry, I'll be your witness. Since Great General Meng said so, then with Great General Meng's reputation, he would never lie to you. Meng Wuya frowned. He suddenly raised his head and asked in a deep voice, the Oaths Division? So you are Xianxia? Xianxia smiled and nodded. That's right. That's me. No wonder. Meng Wuya knew that Chu Yang was Xianxia's sworn brother. No wonder Xianxia made things difficult for him. And now, he even defended Chu Yang in front of everyone. Now, he had casually made a promise, but he immediately felt the power of the heavenly oath. In any case, they couldn't do anything to Chu Yang for the time being. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the heavenly oath in the entire Donghuan heavens. Xianxia's action was clearly a trick. Regarding this, Mo Yuntian's generals were all filled with hatred, just now. A few of them were already prepared to kill Chu Yang the moment he appeared. At most, they would be punished by military law. At most, they would die. In short, they wanted this person who had killed too many people to be one step ahead of them, but now, if they acted rashly, they would cause the death of the great general and even all the people of Mo Yuntian who were on this trip to the Donghuan heavens. Chu Yang's mind turned at lightning speed. He had already made up his mind. He calmed himself down and slowly walked out. Since Xianxia said so, Chu Yang could only come out now. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of person Meng Wuya was. From there, he could deduce his character and formulate the best escape route. Although he seemed to have the upper hand and was safe, now that his and the divine spirit's whereabouts had been exposed, even if the divine spirit could escape unscathed, he didn't have the confidence to escape. Thus, he might as well fall off the stage. Now that he had Xianxia as his backing, he had the capital to deal with Meng Wuya. The ink cloud guards immediately surrounded him. Meng Wuya looked at Chu Yang with his sharp eyes and said lightly, blow the horn. All the people of Mo Yuntian gather. When the horn is blown, those who don't come will be executed immediately. Then, the bleak sound of a bugle horn was heard. All the silver-armored soldiers of the Mo Yun guards gathered in an extremely short time. Whether they were searching or fighting, whether they were willing or not, they all returned to the team. Many of them were already injured and had wounds on their bodies. In such a short time, many people had already lost their lives here. It could be seen that the major sects had also tolerated this bunch of people to the extreme. Once they attacked, they directly greeted them with death and no longer had any intention of holding back. At this moment, when these people retreated, the people of the major sects also heaved a sigh of relief. They glared at them hatefully and immediately suppressed their thoughts of revenge and rushed into the mountains to search for treasures. 10 years was not too late to take revenge. Now, it was more important to quickly search for treasures here, but this time, it was definitely not over. You people of Mo Yuntian are so tyrannical and overbearing. We will remember you. Meng Wuya looked at Chu Yang with his sharp eyes and said lightly, "You are Chu Yang?" Chu Yang smiled amiably. "Of course. How dare you?" A general at the side shouted loudly. It was really like thunder piercing the ear. "Calm down." Meng Wuya stopped this subordinate and took a deep breath. He said, "Then what about the divine spirit of the tribulation?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "What is the divine spirit of the tribulation?" Meng Wuya stared at him for a long time and said, "Chu Yang, although I am not going to beat around the bush, since there are some things that you don't want to say, then I won't force you. But since you don't admit it, then I believe that you have nothing to do with the divine spirit of the tribulation." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. There was a huge trap in this sentence. If Chu Yang denied, then later on, Meng Wuya would attack the divine spirit of the tribulation and even use all of Mo Yuntian's forces to deal with the divine spirit of the tribulation. Chu Yang definitely had no reason to interfere, and even more so, he couldn't use the battle power of Donghuang Heaven to interfere. But if Chu Yang admitted that the divine spirit of the tribulation was his, then this realm of the divine source would become an ownerless land. It would become Chu Yang's private territory. Then, where did all the treasures go? In other words, Chu Yang was equivalent to offending all the super sects in the world at the same time. No matter which of these two consequences, Chu Yang didn't want to bear either. Especially the latter reason, he couldn't bear it directly. Chu Yang thought about it in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He said, "General Meng, if you have something to say, please say it." Great General Meng's method was undoubtedly shrewd and ruthless, but he misjudged one thing, a very important thing, and that was the power of the divine spirit of the tribulation. Even if he gathered all of Mo Yuntian's battle power, he wouldn't be able to destroy the divine spirit of the tribulation. To put it bluntly, as long as it wasn't a peerless expert at the level of Juniho, it was impossible to cause any effective damage to the divine spirit of the tribulation. Speaking of Great General Meng, although his true power was roughly on par with that of the divine spirit of the tribulation, even if he had the help of Mo Yuntian's army, his overall power was still far superior to that of the divine spirit of the tribulation. Once they fought, the divine spirit of the tribulation would definitely not be his match. But in the end, it would still only be Mo Yuntian's soldiers who would be injured. It was precisely because Chu Yang had previously communicated with the divine spirit of the tribulation and confirmed this point that he could be so calm and full of confidence. As long as Chu Yang could ensure his own safety, there was no need for Chu Yang to worry about the safety of the divine spirit of the tribulation. Meng Wuya said slowly, "First, I want to make it clear to you. The cause of this matter this time was that our Mo Yuntian's path of primordial essence was wrong first. Whether it was kidnapping your wife, you being forced to defend yourself, whether it was life or death, victory or defeat, it was all my fault. It was also natural for you to kill him. I have to make this clear in advance." He said heavily, "This old man has been in charge of military power for hundreds of thousands of years. Although I kill people like scything flax, at the very least, I can still distinguish between right and wrong." Chu Yang's face revealed a heavy expression. "I understand what you mean." "No, you don't understand." Meng Wuya said, "His Majesty was killed, and the Lord Heavenly Emperor was extremely furious. So, even if this batch of people doesn't catch you, there will continue to be the next batch of people coming. If you don't die, this matter will definitely not be let go." Chu Yang nodded slowly. "I can also foresee this." In a distant place, there was a sudden explosion of smoke. Meng Wuya saw it but did not make any movements. These words, on one hand, were said for Chu Yang to hear. On the other hand, it was also said for the divine spirit of the tribulation, don't think that just because you are helping Chu Yang, we can't do anything. Don't think that Chu Yang's enemies are only people like me. Chu Yang's enemies were definitely not just these people in front of him. His true enemy was a heavenly emperor, or a world. What kind of enormous power was that? As long as this divine spirit of the tribulation was not a fool, then you should consider it carefully. The consequences of interfering in this matter, are you sure you can afford it? The effect of these words was undoubtedly very big. The divine spirit of the tribulation was indeed shocked. In fact, he was even frightened. When he heard it just now, he was so shocked that he could not perfectly conceal his own aura, so much so that smoke burst out. Oh my God, it turned out that the little ancestor's enemy was actually the heavenly emperor of Mo Yun. Yuan Tianji, that was a big shot who was on par with the East Royal Heavenly Emperor Shui Leihan, and this little ancestor was an enemy of the Heavenly Emperor of Mo Yun, and even wanted to kill him. This was an irreconcilable enmity. I've just pledged my allegiance to this little ancestor, and he's already causing me such a huge problem. When he thought of this, the divine spirit of the tribulation almost wanted to cry. With the power of a divine spirit of the tribulation, to go against the entire world of Mo Yun? At this moment, tribulation's divine soul was in a dilemma. PCOM, in fact, there was even a hint of cowering. Was it worth it to make an enemy of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun for Chu Yang? Meng Wuya looked at Chu Yang and said, this time, I was ordered to capture you. But I have to say, you killed Tai Yuanshi too. Given your position at that time, you killed him well. You killed him well. There is nothing wrong with killing him. Chu Yang, you are indeed a man. I admire you very much. Meng Wuya was full of praise as he looked at Chu Yang. His voice was warm, but the words that came out of his mouth were like the cold winter wind. But appreciation is one thing, and duty is another. I have no choice but to hunt you down. Capture you. He said in a heavy voice, I really don't want to. So, I hope you can understand. I understand. A soldier's duty is to obey the orders of his superiors. No matter how ridiculous the orders are, he has to complete them first. I also admire the general's military sentiments. Chu Yang sighed. Although we are hostile to each other, although at that time you rose up to resist, although that was the right thing to do, although I, Mo Yun Tian Tai, indeed deserved to die, but, this old man cannot be merciful to you just because I admire you. Military orders are selfless. Meng Wuya's voice was melancholy. However, as he spoke, the guilt in his voice gradually disappeared bit by bit until there was nothing left. Chu Yang knew very well why this change was happening. He also understood Meng Wuya's feelings at this moment. Whether this battle ends in life or death, victory or defeat, I have no complaints about Great General Meng. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, but I have to remind Great General Meng that in terms of pure martial strength, I am far inferior. If I want to fight against you, I have to use some means that you can't think of, or means outside of martial strength. I admire Great General Meng, but I also won't show any mercy. That's right. Everyone understands. Meng Wuya nodded slowly. There was even a slight smile on his face. I am free. Why do I have no choice? Everything is just helplessness. Chu Yang sighed and said, the so-called right and wrong of a person's heart. In the end, he still can't win against those with high status and power. Right and wrong are decided by others. What is black and white? Meng Wuya was speechless. He looked up at the sky and after a long time, he said in a low voice, I feel that I have nothing to say. I can only apologize. Chu Yang nodded. I understand. This apology was better than 1,000 words. I understand everything. In everyone's heart, there was right and wrong, black and white. However, when this right and wrong was beyond the scope of one's ability, this right and wrong became black and white. It would no longer be important, or even completely meaningless. There was no such thing as an absolute bad person in this world, but because of one thing after another. In the end, it created the bad guys. Regardless of whether it was intentional or forced, in the end, this was how it turned out. Isn't it true that the times make heroes? Heroes and villains were separated by a fine line. Life is Jianghu. Chu Yang laughed out loud and said, I sincerely accept General Meng's apologies. Regarding your actions. He deeply understood. Just like how it is impossible for all of you not to capture me, it is also impossible for me not to resist and be tied up. I only hope that all of you who died because of this, please don't take it to heart. It is not a good thing for both you and others. This is the human world. This is Jianghu. Chu Yang's gaze swept across the faces of Mo Yuntian and the other officers. He said in a low voice, this is Jianghu. There is no freedom in Jianghu. Whether one is guilty or not, one's own heart knows it. How can one confuse it? Although Mo Yuntian and the others were determined to capture Chu Yang, at this moment, in such a situation, everyone's expression was a little complicated. Some guilt, some admiration, and some determination. These were the expressions of the officers of the silver-armored soldiers. We respect you, not because of your cultivation, but because of your actions. You have done things that most people in this world don't dare to do. However, we still want to capture you. Because we are under orders from others and have different standpoints. This was undoubtedly a very contradictory and complicated mentality. As for the faces of the ink cloud guards, there was only coldness, only ruthlessness and ruthlessness. They were the direct subordinates of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun. There was already no distinction between right and wrong in their hearts. There was only one thought, only the king's orders. They and the silver-armored soldiers belonged to the army, but they were not soldiers. The iron blood and loyalty of soldiers, heroism, in them, there was only loyalty left. Chu Yang could distinguish the difference between the two at a glance. Then, a plan inexplicably rose in his heart. Could it be possible, maybe, or maybe, probably, Chu Yang, I'll give you a chance. Go. In this realm of divine source, I won't touch you. But as long as you leave this place, you may face my pursuit at any moment. No matter who wants to protect you, they will not be able to shake my determination. Meng Wuyao let out a long sigh. Chu Yang smiled. His smile was extremely hearty. But Yan Rushan's expression changed when he heard that. Meng Wuyao said this sentence in the tone of an oath. Once he said it, it triggered the response of Jianghu. He had to be a witness, but if he were to be a witness, he would definitely not be biased after leaving this place. Because once he was biased, it would also trigger a backlash from the power of Jianghu. This Meng Wuyao was indeed shrewd. He actually found his flaw so quickly and used his identity as a division of oaths. Chu Yang's smile also saw through this point. I let you go because of what you said. Ask yourself if you're guilty or not, your heart knows. How can you confuse it? At this moment, I ask myself if I'm guilty, but it doesn't mean that I can't deal with you in this realm of divine source. You have to understand this. General Meng smiled warmly. Although you have helpers, but this place is ultimately too narrow. And you've already used up all that you can. Seeing that you're still an iron-blooded husband, I specially made this oath. I hope Villa Master Chu can understand my painstaking efforts. Chu Yang said somewhat mockingly, since the general has said so, can I still say that I don't understand? Meng Wuyao smiled. I can destroy this place with just a lift of my hand. He said lightly, you're all from the Heaven Imperial Court. You should know about my Heaven Emperor's destruction of wind and thunder. Yan Rushan's expression changed. Destruction of wind and thunder, it's actually destruction of wind and thunder? This was the Heaven Emperor's unique weapon. Once it was used, no matter where one was in the space, it could instantly shatter and break through the seal. Moreover, this destruction of wind and thunder had another characteristic. It could instantly condense wind and thunder. Once it was released, it would be so powerful that it could destroy the world. Yan Rushan did not expect Yuan Tianjie to let Meng Wuyao bring out the destruction of wind and thunder. Under the threat of such a powerful weapon, the situation changed instantly. Destruction of wind and thunder. It's actually destruction of wind and thunder? That General Meng Wuyao actually brought out such a deadly weapon. When the divine soul hidden in the dark heard this news, his scalp went numb and he could not calm down. If what Meng Wuyao said was true and he really brought out the destruction of wind and thunder, it would be good enough if he could escape with his life using the special characteristic of the divine soul. Everything in the world had a nemesis. Every living thing in the world had at least one nemesis. If one was unlucky, it was normal to meet 3 to 7 nemesis in a day. Of course, the higher one's strength and ability were, the fewer things that could restrain him. Take the divine soul of Calamity as an example. In addition to having reached the level of a sage, there were very few things in the world that could restrain him because of his unique physique. However, it was not absolutely impossible for him to be restrained. This relationship of generation and restraint contained several different comparisons. It could be roughly divided into several categories, such as complete restraint, mutual restraint, power restraint, mutual restraint, generation and restraint. For example, the mysterious sword Shadow. He was the nemesis of all spiritual bodies. Moreover, his strength was far superior. Therefore, he could completely restrain the divine soul. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy the divine soul and make it never reincarnate. Another example was the sword spirit. He and the divine soul had a mutual restraint relationship. Both of them were spiritual bodies. The key to victory or defeat depended on whose strength was stronger. Under normal circumstances, the sword spirit was a great tonic for the divine soul. However, if the sword spirit obtained a part of the divine soul's body that the divine soul did not infuse with tyrannical power, that part of the body would become a great tonic for the sword spirit. This was the so-called mutual restraint. Generation restraint, comparing two opposite attributes, the best example was water and fire. Water could extinguish fire, but fire could also boil water. Force restraint, comparing two opposite attributes, but if one side was too strong, the other side basically had no room to resist. Just like when the divine soul faced Dong Huang, it was like this. Mutual restraint, however, was a characteristic of one side that could restrain the other. For example, between the destruction of wind and thunder and divine soul, the destruction of wind and thunder could seal the space and condense the most tyrannical power of wind and thunder. It could restrain the divine soul's body that could dissipate at any time, as well as the dual characteristics of being immortal and indestructible. How could the divine soul not be shocked when he heard that the other party had such a great killing weapon? With this layer, any talk of annihilating so many Mo Yuntian army would become a bubble. Helping Chu Yang seems to be just empty words. Since that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Chu Yang smiled, looking dignified and calm. He cupped his fists and bowed. Everyone, the mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again someday. Today, after talking with you, Chu Yang admires your demeanor and military spirit. However, even if we appreciate each other, it's only limited to this. Once in a while, it's only limited to here and now. We'll never meet again. Once I go out, it'll be a life and death feud. You won't let me go, and I won't show any mercy to you. Chu Yang faced the Mo Yuntian army in front of him calmly. His expression was calm and his actions were natural. When we meet on a narrow path, I won't show any mercy. Everyone, if you die in my hands, have a safe journey to the Yellow Springs. If I, Chu Yang, am defeated. Chu Yang paused and suddenly laughed. He looked up to the sky and roared, then I won't have any complaints. Meng Wuya slowly nodded. Originally from P, the inky cloud guard remained silent. However, the silver-armored soldiers of the Dreamslayer army suddenly let out a deafening roar. Good job. Good man. Go ahead and use all your tricks. Even if we were to die because of the schemes of an iron-blooded man like you, we would not have a single word of complaint. Everyone, let's fight with everything we have. If there's a next life, let's talk again. Good. Good. All right. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Then, he flew up into the air and shouted, everyone, let's fight to the death in the outside world with our own means. This Chu will take his leave. What no one noticed was that an invisible aura had already quietly attached itself to Chu Yang's body. It was the Tribulation Divine Soul that had left a unique soul mark on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang's body rose higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the tunnel. That arrogant and heroic laughter was still echoing in their ears, but Chu Yang's figure had already completely disappeared. General Meng heaved a deep sigh. His eyes regained their sharpness as he shouted, find the soul of the calamity. He leaped into the air and rushed towards the black smoke. In just a short time, he had already dragged the last zombie out of the smoke. Chu Yang had already left. He had gone outside to prepare for a new round of war, or to try his best to escape. After all, this place was the Eastern Royal Heaven. A long delay may lead to many dreams, and no one could predict all the variables. Great General Meng was also worried that something would happen again, so he didn't hold back at all. With just a few punches and kicks, he completely destroyed the zombie. Immediately after, a dense black gas quickly formed and floated towards a certain direction. With a hoarse and strange laugh, Limu laughed. With a loud bang, a chilling aura of death that was unprecedentedly thick and had an unusually wide area suddenly erupted and enveloped the black aura within it. At the same time, countless skulls appeared out of thin air and instantly filled the entire realm of God Source. They let out chirping sounds, and the realm of God Source, which had been clear and bright just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, it had become the netherworld, the underworld, the underworld. The next moment, an extremely evil voice cackled. Waha! Do you want to kill me? Do you think you can kill me? Ha ha ha. His voice suddenly turned ferocious. Let me kill you first. In just a short period of time, the divine soul of the calamity had already gone through countless mental struggles. When he heard that Chu Yang's enemy was actually Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, and such a powerful enemy, the divine soul's first thought was, I should quickly retreat. Otherwise, he would really be implicated by this little ancestor. But, how should he withdraw? Should he apologize to the other party immediately? Or should he admit defeat and beg for mercy? But after that, Chu Yang's fearless heroism in the face of Mo Yuntian's army shocked him once again. This was a real man. This is what a real Han is. This was life. This was the real Jianghu. The tribulation spirit's heart was in turmoil. He asked himself, if I were Chu Yang, would I have the courage to face such an iron-blooded army when I was so weak? Did he have the courage to kill Heavenly Emperor Tai, and after that? Do you have the courage to fight? The answers were all negative. He didn't dare. Perhaps, when he really encountered such a thing, he might have already handed over his wife, but Chu Yang didn't. Not only did he not compromise, Chu Yang's resistance was the most intense. Incomparably intense. Moreover, judging from Chu Yang's reaction today, it seemed that Chu Yang was already mentally prepared to face this unprecedented disaster. Regarding this point, the divine soul of the calamity was ashamed of his inferiority. Inexplicably, the divine soul of the calamity suddenly felt a surge of hot blood. Although he didn't have this equipment for a long time, at this moment, he had this kind of feeling. It was incomparably intense and incomparably real. After Chu Yang's figure disappeared, he immediately heard Great General Meng's order to drag him out. That posture clearly wanted to completely destroy him. The divine soul of the calamity suddenly understood, I've already killed so many of their people previously. Wanting to talk about reconciliation was simply a fool's dream. That was already something impossible. Both sides' standpoints were obvious. Death enmity was already a foregone conclusion. There was no room for change. Suddenly, the divine soul of the calamity was no longer wavering. There was even a kind of determination to fight to the death. You guys actually want to destroy me? F***ck. This is simply intolerable. Therefore, the divine soul of the calamity suddenly erupted with an unprecedented battle intent. His counterattack was also unprecedentedly intense. Seeing the divine soul of the calamity's powerful counterattack, Great General Meng didn't even bat an eyelid. He directly shouted, soul-devouring formation, set up. Attack with all your might and kill him. In an instant, 10 people from the Ink Cloud Guards leaped out at the same time. In an instant, they had already formed a strange formation and attacked at the same time. There were also many other groups of 10 people who formed the same formation. In an instant, 10 formations were formed. Surrounding the initial large formation, there were 10 large formations with close to 1,000 people. They attacked at the same time with all their might. Other than that, the large formations outside and the large formations inside didn't have any conflicts at all. When the attacks of the people outside came into contact with the innermost large formation, they would naturally form a force that blended with water and milk, completely integrating into it. The next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly rose up. This was a majestic white light that could be said to be filled with a sense of holiness. It was filled with a kind of pure and clean feeling, as if it could purify the whole world. This dazzling white light had already filled the entire realm of the God Source in an instant. it filled the entire realm of the God Source under the illumination of the holy white light. Even the most intense cold death aura that erupted from the divine soul of the calamity couldn't suppress it. Soul-devouring formation. It was a very strange formation that specialized in targeting souls. It could purify the energy of the dead. Meng Wuya had ordered the formation to be set up at the first moment. Moreover, he had ordered 10 large formations to attack at the same time. This had already proved the importance he attached to the divine soul of the calamity. Although he had been extremely cautious and the strategy that he had set up was also very correct, he had still underestimated the divine soul of the calamity in front of him. Seeing that this group of people had actually set up a purifying white light that specialized in countering souls, the divine soul of the calamity flew into a rage. Its ferocious nature flared up. With a shrill howl, countless black palms stretched out at the same time. With a boom, the whole world suddenly turned dark. The white light that had previously engulfed the entire realm of the God Source actually couldn't be seen anymore. The 10 people at the most central position of the entire formation felt a wave of dizziness almost at the same time. Then, they felt that their throats were stuck. Kacha, there was a series of sounds of bones cracking. Then, the divine soul of the calamity shrieked and turned into thousands of black sharp arrows. They charged forcefully towards the densely packed crowd of people on Mo Yuntian's side. After the black sharp arrows, the 10 people fell down neatly. Everyone's eyes were bulging with anger. Their hands were on their throats, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time they died, the divine soul of the calamity was in one move. It killed 10 ink cloud guards. This was also a manifestation of mutual restraint. In theory, the purifying white light of the soul-devouring formation could indeed purify all the dead souls in the world. The divine soul of the calamity was indeed restrained by it. However, the level of the divine soul of the calamity was too high. It had exceeded the purification limit of the soul-devouring formation. When the divine soul of the calamity retaliated with all its might, such a situation would occur. Once it couldn't bear the burden, the people who set up the formation would only die. Great General Meng's expression suddenly changed. He said, "It's a divine soul of the saint level." Seeing that the enemy was so powerful, it had already exceeded his initial estimation. If his reaction was delayed, he was afraid that it would cause even more deaths and injuries. In the next moment, light flashed. Yan Rushan said in a low voice, "Destruction of wind and thunder." All of a sudden, countless sounds of wind and thunder filled the entire realm of the God Source. Then, there was a violent explosion. The divine soul of the calamity let out a shrill cry. Chu Yang left the realm of the God Source at the fastest speed possible. He ran all the way back to the Chu clan courtyard. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Everyone, gather immediately. The enemy is coming." Those who were still in the Chu clan courtyard were all experts. They were all on high alert. Of course, their reaction speed was very fast. They gathered almost in a few breaths' time. "We need to escape immediately." Chu Yang cut the Gordian knot and went straight to the point. "But we need someone to cover the rear." Chu Yang's second sentence was directed at those who were wavering. "All of you stay behind to cover the rear." This sentence was said resolutely and decisively. These people were angry at first. "All of you have escaped. Why do we have to stay behind to cover the rear? How can this be?" But when he thought about it, he was overjoyed at the turn of events. "Because they have escaped. We are now at our most valuable time. Mo Yuntian's people will definitely not kill us immediately. Firstly, they want to understand the movements of these people through us. As long as we tell them the truth, we can make up for our mistakes. Secondly, we are not ordinary people for nothing. If we attack them forcefully, they will have to pay the price. Thirdly, we are the only people in the Eastern Royal Heavens that they can make use of." All of the above were great conditions for negotiation. Therefore, this was a great opportunity for them. This was the real way to survive. Anger appeared on their faces. Then, they became heroic. "No problem. We swear that we will cover the rear. We will definitely buy enough time for everyone to escape. Brothers, have a safe journey." Then, those who were in cahoots with each other exchanged glances. They must leave some traces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to track them down. Without the value of tracking them down, there would be less bargaining chips. Xianxia and the rest did not seem to notice. They hurriedly led their people and left. With a whistle, more than 400 people left. Only the remaining 112 people stayed behind to guard the empty Chu clan courtyard. What should we do? Do what we have to do. Yes, this is our only chance to survive. And we know so many of their secrets. These are all bargaining chips for us to negotiate with Mo Yuntian. We are not the main culprits anyway. I believe there will be room for negotiation. *p** yes. Not to mention that there are still our people in there. As long as they want to follow the clues, they will have to keep us here. Yes, so we have a great chance to survive. We don't need to live in fear anymore. However, it doesn't feel right to betray them like this. After all, many of them are our friends and fellow disciples. Someone was a little hesitant. Are you out of your mind? Someone scolded, even if we don't do it, they can't escape death in the end. And we will all die. But after doing this, we may be able to survive. It's better than all of us dying, right? That's true. Since they are destined to die, then using their deaths to exchange for our lives is like using trash. Yes, yes. Then we don't do anything and just wait here? Of course. Do you want to take the initiative to go out and let the other party think that we are provoking them? On the other side, after the escape team left the Chu clan's courtyard and left Purple Cloud City in a straight line from the west, Xianxia stopped and shouted. Everyone pulled out the 5 people in the team and stabbed them with their swords and spears. The 5 of them didn't even have the time to scream before they died in a relaxed state. Is there anyone else? Xianxia's face was heavy. No. Everyone knew that this was a matter of life and death, so they immediately answered. Count the people. A total of 410 people. Xianxia frowned. Didn't you guys spread out to scout for information? Why are you still in the mansion? He asked the subordinates of Thunderbolt, Wildblade and the others. 200 people, at this moment, were all here. This result made Xianxia very angry. We know that the real intention of the Manor Master is to let us go out to scout for information. After all, we are all new faces. Not many people know that we are the Manor Master's subordinates, but we can't just leave like this. The leader of the group said proudly, although our status is low, our cultivation is low, and we have only known the Manor Master for a short time, we still know who is really good to us. A gentleman will die for his bosom friend. We are weak. Although we can't be of much help and will only be a burden, we are still able to distract the enemy's attention under such circumstances. The 200 men bowed and cupped their fists at the same time. We are brothers. I bid farewell to the Manor Lord here. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll definitely return to the Manor Lord's side and live and die with my brothers, sharing glory and splendor. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, Brothers. Let's split into 5 groups and move in different directions. If you manage to stay alive in the end, then come back here and wait. If you die, then we'll be brothers in the next life. The 200 people didn't wait for Xianxia to speak. They shouted in a low voice at the same time. Boom! They split into 5 groups and dispersed in a hubbub. Each team had 40 people. Looking at this group of hot-blooded men, the rims of Xianxia's eyes became somewhat hot. He sighed deeply. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. I look forward to the day when we meet again. He didn't say anything to stop them, because following him now would only lead to death. Since they can take the initiative to attract the enemy for me, why can't I lure all the enemy away for them, brothers? You're not the only ones who know how to give. Me. I will too. Let's go. Xianxia shouted. There were still 210 people left. Following behind Xianxia, they were like sharp arrows, shooting into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Everyone knew in their hearts that it was unknown whether they would live or die this time. Would they really be able to escape from death? Would it really not be certain death, facing the death pursuit of the entire Moyun Sky's elites? How far could they go? How far could they escape to? But they could only go on, and go on without turning back. They only hoped that this person who led them could let them go a little further. For a little longer, this day would be recorded in the history books in the future. Heavenly Imperial Calendar, 7th Saint Era. Year 1,702,110, Autumn. It was the beginning of October. The autumn wind fell, and the world was yellow. Minister Xianxia, Chu Yang, led 210 subordinates who were still unfamiliar and not united, and began their first long escape after coming to the Heavenly Imperial Palace. In order to escape the pursuit of the subordinates of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuan, the two teams with great disparity in strength thus began a life-and-death battle. The situation in the Heavenly Imperial Palace changed from then on. From this day onwards, Mayan sky began to decline, and the legend of Minister Xianxia started to truly rise in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. That day, the sky was dyed red with blood, and the whole sky was red. Records of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, Wu Buxiao added notes. Chu Yang and his men had walked for a while, and had climbed up a tall mountain in front of them. Suddenly, they heard an earth-shattering explosion from behind them. The sound was so loud that even Chu Yang and the others who were already hundreds of miles away felt an unusually strong impact. Everyone almost fell to the ground. Turning their heads to look from the mountain peak, they saw an unprecedentedly huge mushroom cloud rising slowly in the direction of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Within it, there were countless wind, thunder, and lightning. The place where the mushroom cloud rose was Infinite Boundless Mountain, Divine Source Realm, completely destroyed. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed, saying heavily, "Wind and thunder destruction." Everyone who heard it changed their expressions. As people of Mayan sky's super sects and natives, they naturally understood what the words wind and thunder destruction represented better than people of other worlds. A wisp of black smoke flew over at an extreme speed that almost surpassed the limit of speed, attaching itself onto Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was shocked. The one who came was actually the divine spirit of the tribulation, but the weakness that the divine spirit of the tribulation was showing right now was something that Chu Yang could not believe. The divine source realm has been completely destroyed. Those people of Mayan sky have gone crazy. The divine spirit of the tribulation panted with difficulty. "I need to heal my injuries immediately. Please prepare an independent space for me." "What independent space?" Chu Yang asked hurriedly. "What independent space do I have now? It's not that I don't have it, but I can't open it. A space ring will do." The divine spirit of the tribulation, Mei Shangren, felt extremely unlucky. He had been looking forward to it for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years. It wasn't easy for him to break free from the seal and see the light of day again. He even became a legendary calamity divine soul and possessed the tyrannical strength of a sage. However, under such circumstances, things didn't go his way. He was abused, scolded, and attacked by others. At this moment, he was almost at his last gasp. Wind and thunder destruction, the treasure of a heavenly emperor, was indeed extraordinary. If he had not left his unique divine spirit imprint on Chu Yang's body in advance, he might really not have been able to travel so far to find him. If that was the case, there was really a huge possibility that his divine spirit would completely disappear from the world. But with that imprint, the divine spirit of the tribulation was able to return in the shortest time. He came to Chu Yang's side. So much so that when he came to Chu Yang's side, Meng Wuya and the rest were still in the same place, still in the dizziness of that violent explosion. "I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you in the short term. But that General Meng is not much better. He has also been seriously injured by me. Even if he can control the wind and thunder destruction to injure me, he will have to suffer a backlash. You can't avoid being devoured by me." The divine soul of the calamity left behind these words and entered Chu Yang's space ring. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. This matter was really troublesome. First, his tribulation sword was sealed and the sword spirit could not be used. The tribulation space was also sealed. All his helpers were sealed in the tribulation space. Now, his only helper outside, the divine spirit of the tribulation, was a powerful one. He was also in the ranks of those who could not fight. Could it be that the heavenly palace is really against me and will only stop when I die? It seemed that the only one left was Yan Rushan. He was also bound by Meng Wuya's oath. If he continued to be biased, not only would he be neglecting his duties, but he would also have to suffer the backlash of the power of heaven and earth. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and led the rest over the mountain. "Manor Lord, where are we going this time?" someone asked. "We'll turn south. Chu Yang said calmly. Then, he thought of 2 words, Jiangnan. He could not help but ask, what is the name of the largest river in the Heavenly Palace? Are you talking about the largest river in the Heavenly Palace, Mist River? Bai Yuchen asked. Mist River? Chu Yang looked at him questioningly. Mist River is the largest river in the Heavenly Palace. The river is extremely wide. Even on a clear day, there is a thick mist on the surface of the river that does not dissipate, hence the name. It flows through the entire Heavenly Palace. Since ancient times, no one knows where the source of this mist river is, and no one knows where it ends up. Bai Yuchen said in a low voice, the strangest thing about this river is that, it goes through the extreme heavens and flows in an east-west direction. It goes through the Heavenly Palace and flows in an east-west direction. Such a situation shouldn't have existed, but it did in reality. Hence, this river is also known as the Lost River. Other than this strange thing, there is another strange thing. The topography of the Heaven Imperial Court is high in the west and low in the east. Therefore, there is a saying, the spring water flows to the east. However, this misty river flows from the west to the east. Hence, it is also known as the West River. This river has another characteristic. Because it flows through too many places, it is like 1,000 different rivers distributed in different regions. Hence, it is also known as the 1,000 Rivers. Bai Yuchen smiled bitterly. This river is known as an eternal mystery that no one in the Heavenly Palace has been able to solve since ancient times. And no matter where it is, there is always a thick layer of mist on the surface of the river. In the land of winter, no matter how cold the weather is, the surface of the river will never freeze. Looking at the moon on the river has a different feeling. Some people call it, 1,000 rivers have water, 1,000 rivers have moon, 1,000 rivers have fog moon, 1,000 rivers. In the land of mist, experts below the heavenly level cannot gather their cultivation at all. This is also the most important restriction and barrier between the various heavenly realms and regions, Che Shuchu added. Chu Yang nodded and took a deep breath. With an indescribable look in his eyes, he said in a low voice, let's go to Mist River. Jiangnan. Today is my father-in-law's birthday. I woke up in the wee hours of the morning to write my story, but I can't finish 4 chapters. My wife is rushing me. The banquet was supposed to be held in the morning, but I said I was busy and pushed it to the evening. Now, my wife is throwing a tantrum with me. Because of my cheap mouth, I accidentally said, your father's birthday is really unlucky, it's actually October. Well, for this sentence, I paid a painful price. Let's not talk about the kick I gave him on the spot. The Cold War after that was really terrible. Tonight, I'll go drink more wine and flatter my father-in-law. I'll strive to make their whole family drink under the table. Let me tell you a secret. 2 years ago on this day, my father-in-law had too much to drink. He put his arm around my shoulder and said, brother, the 2 of us, cough, cough, cough. I still think it's a classic. Today, I'll start to make it a classic again. Brothers, use your monthly votes to support me. A scene suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Suddenly, his heart burned with passion, a beautiful woman in white, her clothes fluttering in the air, her features picturesque, the scene like a dream. Hidden in the clouds, I travel alone to the ends of the world. If we meet again in the clouds, I invite you to sweep away the falling flowers in Jiangnan, Jiangnan, Jiangnan. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, let's go south, to Jiangnan. Chu Yang and the others were practically flying at their maximum speed. Because everyone knew that this was already the only, the last, and the shortest bit of safe time. The enemy could catch up at any time, perhaps they would be delayed due to the previous mishaps and misdirection, but once they really started to track them, they would definitely discover their tracks in the shortest amount of time and catch up with them as quickly as possible. The speed of a flying boat was definitely not something that a person could compare to. Its endurance was even more incomparable. For this escape, Chu Yang had specially studied the map and formulated the corresponding escape route. Before reaching Jiangnan, there were a total of 3 targets that could be used. Chu Yang had to use every one of them to the fullest. Especially those places with complicated terrains, he had to use them all the more to create misdirection. He had to get away from the enemy's line of sight step by step. And the safest place to be was undoubtedly above the Mist River. Crossing the river was never ending. Even if there were saint-level experts there, there was an eternal fog that connected the heavens and the earth. They would also not be able to find the defensive lines in the north, south, east and west. Only there was the first safe place to rest and recuperate. As for his group, would they be able to safely reach the designated resting stage? Chu Yang had no confidence at all. This was already the best escape route they had at the moment. Chu Yang had no other choice but to try it with his life. The only thing they could do now was to escape with all their might. He used all his strength to escape. As long as they could reach the Mist River before the enemy caught up with them, the terrible situation of being chased would be completely changed. At the original location of the infinite boundless mountain, a mushroom cloud rose up. The people inside suddenly realized that the entire space of the God Source realm had collapsed instantly. The infinite boundless mountain above instantly collapsed, the mountain rocks becoming catastrophic turbulence. Heaven and earth collapsed. As the timing of Meng Wuye's destruction of wind and lightning was too sudden, not only were the divine souls not on guard, the various great sects in the divine source realm were also not on guard. Deaths and injuries were unavoidable. However, the number of casualties was a little too high. Most of the cultivators from the major sects with higher cultivation had managed to escape. Although they were inevitably in a sorry state, and because of the aftershocks of the explosion, there were many who were dizzy and bleeding from their 7 orifices. However, these were still the lucky ones. At the very least, they managed to escape unscathed. The ones who suffered the heaviest casualties in this disaster were the younger generation who had accompanied them on this trip. Especially the elite disciples from the Celestial level, Green Sky Celestial, and Daluo Celestial. Under normal circumstances, they would have their seniors protecting them. Even if there was danger, it would be difficult to take their lives. However, the danger level of this accident was too high. It had already risen to the level of a battle between saints. Moreover, this accident came too suddenly. The strongest of the elders from the major sects who had accompanied them on this trip was only at the peak of the celestial being stage, half a step into the saint stage. Facing such a catastrophic accident, even they themselves were in danger. How could they care too much about others, therefore, other than the few core disciples like Yun Tian, Mo Lu, and the Purple Emperor, the rest of the younger generation had actually suffered countless casualties. Meng Wuye. Mu Lan was completely enraged. With a long howl, he arrived in front of Great General Meng. Great General Meng, may I ask what is the meaning of this? The leaders of the other major sects also leaped forward, looking angrily at Meng Wuye. Their losses this time were really too great. They had just entered the godly source realm and had just tasted a little bit of sweetness. The joy of this harvest had just begun. Then, the entire godly source realm was destroyed. There were even some people who had just entered some mystical cave abode and were immediately blasted out. If it was just being blasted out, or even being blasted out with heavy injuries, that would be good. Many people were directly blasted to death. How should they explain this matter, Umoyan Sky Bulls? We all know this. But you can't be so unreasonable, right? Hai Yenbo laughed coldly and said, so what? Moyan Sky's people are just so tyrannical. Ha ha ha. What you can't get, others can't get. Isn't that what you mean? If your people die, other heavens and earth will also die. Those who die for you will also be buried with your people, right? It had to be said that in order to protect his subordinates, Great General Meng had no choice but to activate the destruction of wind and thunder. He had even poured in all his cultivation into this battle. This process, of course, was because he had no other choice. Because, according to the momentum of the spirit of calamity, as long as it was touched, at least a few hundred people would die unnatural deaths. Those were all his old subordinates who had been with him for thousands of years. Every one of them was his flesh and blood. At that time, the spirit of calamity was obviously going all out. Even Meng Wuye knew that he could not block it. Under his helplessness, he could only activate the destruction of wind and thunder to resist and destroy the spirit of calamity with all his might. The spirit of calamity that had reached the level of a saint had already surpassed the ordinary level. Even the powerful destruction of wind and thunder might not be able to completely suppress it. Only in the hands of Meng Wuye, who was also at the level of a saint, could he unleash the unparalleled power that could completely destroy the spirit of calamity. But because of this, just think about it, to be able to destroy the power of a saint, what kind of power did it have? Even if the main power was used to deal with and destroy the spirit of calamity, there was still the aftershock. Even if it was only 10% or 20% of the aftershock, no one in the divine source realm could withstand it. At the same time when Meng Wuya was using all his strength to activate the destruction of wind and thunder, he also endured the final and strongest counterattack from the spirit of calamity. Even after that, in order to protect the Emoyun sky soldiers, he endured part of the aftershock of the destruction of wind and thunder and calamity. The severity of the injury was even more serious than what the spirit of calamity had estimated, but in this situation, in the eyes of outsiders, it had many different meanings. Firstly, the situation had developed to this point. Emoyun Tian was destined to not have a share of all the treasures in this divine source realm. Since we can't get it, then you can also forget about getting it. Secondly, other than the famous people of the older generation present, there was also a large number of elite disciples that were carefully nurtured by various sections. Previously, the elite disciples of our Emoyun Tian's 3 major sects had all either died or betrayed us. Anyway, no one still belonged to Emoyun Tian. Didn't that mean that after more than 100 years later, our Emoyun Tian was going to decline? How could this be possible? Therefore, take advantage of this accident and let a large number of your elite disciples die as well. If not, even if the accident happened and Meng Wuya launched a destructive attack in order to achieve a complete victory, why didn't a few of the Emoyun Tian soldiers around him die? They were facing the aftershock of the aftershock. It was obvious that they were prepared. Their intentions were really hateful. Extremely hateful. The resentment in the hearts of the various major sections. It was simply bristling with anger. Actually, Meng Wuya was really wronged. Previously, he had gone all out and injected all his cultivation into the destruction of wind and lightning, to activate the ultimate power of the destruction of wind and lightning. Finally, he had heavily injured the divine soul of the calamity. But under the backlash of the divine soul of the calamity, he had also been heavily injured. After that, he still had to take on the aftershock of the collision. It was not that he did not want to take on more aftershocks of the collision, but that he was powerless to do so. How great was the power of a saint-level calamity divine soul? At this moment, Meng Wuya's face was like gold paper. For a moment, he was completely speechless. He only felt that when he opened his mouth, his internal organs were about to spurt out of his mouth. He could barely stand straight and looked at Mutsang Lan indifferently. Without saying a word, he tried his best to regulate the chaotic essence energy in his chest. But in the eyes of others, this kind of expression had another layer of meaning. Good, you did such a big thing, but you didn't even give an explanation. You're too good at pretending. You used your strength to destroy the calamity divine soul of the calamity, used your strength to take on the aftershock of the collision aimed at you, and caused the death of so many of us. That's fine, every man for himself, we can understand. But you can't put on an act and pretend to spit out blood or something, to show that you have the heart but not the strength. You're standing there like a thorn, showing off in front of us? You have the cultivation of a saint level, you took on the destruction of wind and lightning, to kill an opponent of the same level, and even caused the death of so many of our elite brothers. You still want to show off how amazing you are, but you're actually unharmed? You're really too awesome, all of us will remember you. Everyone was about to explode with anger. Everyone was about to throw caution to the wind and fight. With a whoosh, the silver-armored soldiers who had preserved their strength quite well rushed forward in an orderly manner. Each of them unsheathed their swords, their faces cold and hard. They protected Great General Meng behind them. Their hawk-like eyes stared at the people from the super sects in front of them. Obviously, if the people in front of them dared to cross the line, they would draw their swords and fight. Many people's eyes turned red. Too many people had died in this big explosion. Not only the younger generation, there were also many elder-level experts who sacrificed themselves to protect their own clan. Which one of these people wasn't an old brother who had been together for thousands of years? How could their feelings not be deep? Although it was a pity that the younger generation died, although many of their efforts had gone down the drain, to the sects, as long as the core disciples didn't die, everything was fine. They could just nurture them again. This was also the fundamental reason why core disciples like Yun Tian, Mo Lu, and Zi Huang could all escape unscathed. However, the death of those elder-level experts was the greatest loss to the sections. Losing any one of them would cause a certain degree of decline in the overall strength of the sections. In this accident, the number of elders who died in each sect was as many as 20 people. This debt was really huge. In addition, their long-cherished wish for the treasure was completely gone. Everyone's hearts felt as if they had just eaten feces and then been pushed into a cesspool. That urge to kill was simply crazy and could no longer be suppressed. I'm ashamed. I've let everyone down. The one who got drunk last night was me, and the one lying under the table was also me. I feel very embarrassed. I don't even know how I came back home. I'm really depressed. With my unparalleled alcohol tolerance, I was actually drunk to such an extent by an old man. Well done, Meng Wuya. You have the cultivation of a saint. No one in our alliance is a match for you. We admit defeat. However, from now on, our Sky Sword Alliance and you, Mo Yun Tian, will be irreconcilable. Muzan Lan carried Yun Tian, who had fainted from the shock, and said fiercely, just wait for the Lord Sage's revenge. If we can't deal with you, there will naturally be people who can. Let's go. Muzan Lan was filled with hatred as he left. To be honest, he really wanted to fight it out with Meng Wuya here. Even if he knew that he couldn't win, he still wanted to fight with his life. However, at this moment, Yun Tian's body was injured and he was unconscious. No one could bear the consequences of his treatment being delayed. Furthermore, other than those who were already dead, those who were lucky enough to survive were mostly injured. As for the Mo Yun Tian soldiers, under the protection of Meng Wuya, their battle strength was almost unharmed. Fighting with the enemy here was definitely not a wise choice. It was just seeking death. They could only leave temporarily and settle the score in the future. Meng Wuya was anxious. He was about to say something when he felt a surge of blood rushing up his head. Stars appeared in front of his eyes. He quickly stabilized his mind and suppressed his blood pressure. But Muzan Lan had already left with his men. We, the Earth's core pavilion, cannot stand your way of doing things. We, the pavilion, will naturally settle the score with you today. The skeleton spirit of the Earth's core pavilion said coldly and strode away. Fortunately, we were not friends in the past. What's even more fortunate is that we will not be friends in the future. Goodbye. Xianxia did not say a word. She snorted fiercely. Her slim figure flew into the sky and turned into a rainbow. Let's go. Then. The people from the various sects left one by one, leaving not a single person behind. Especially the few sects that carried the corpses. Their eyes were filled with hatred, which made Mo Yuntian's men feel even more fearful. Most of the corpses had been destroyed along with the destruction of the God Source realm. These corpses that were carried away had luckily escaped from the cave. But because their injuries were too severe, they could not be treated. This score naturally had to be recorded on Mo Yuntian's men. He was even more hateful than those who had died in the realm of the Divine Source. Those who had died in the realm of the Divine Source due to unexpected circumstances. Although he knew that there was no luck, there was no direct observation. However, the people who had just died in front of him were the biggest direct observation. How could he not gnash his teeth in hatred? At this point, the misunderstanding had been completely forged, and there was no turning back, rupture, breaking ties with all the super sects in the world in one go. After this battle, all the super sects in the world were completely offended. Chu Yang's detonation of the soul-suppressing stone did not achieve the desired effect. However, at the last moment, Meng Wuya's shocking explosion had caused all the conflicts to intensify. Everyone had already left. After a long while, Meng Wuya finally let out a sigh of relief. His face turned as white as paper. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go. Chase after them." Leave? Where do you think you're going? On the other side, Yan Rushan was ghastly pale. General Yan, what else do you want? Meng Wuya frowned and looked at Yan Rushan. Yan Rushan was an anomaly in this battle of the realm of the Divine Source. As Yan Rushan and the 5,000 men that he had led were far away from the core of the battle, and they were not like the other sects who had wantonly plundered for treasures, they were already on their guard and reacted quickly. Moreover, Yan Rushan had gone all out and used his peak heavenly being cultivation as a cover. Although many of the 5,000 men from the eastern royal heavens were injured, and some were even seriously injured, none of them had died. This could be said to be a great fortune among the misfortune. General Meng's destruction of wind and thunder was really awe-inspiring. It shook the 4 seas and thousands of mountains, and shook the entire world. Yan Rushan coughed and said indifferently, however, my 5,000 men were also injured because of this. Even though I understand General Meng's actions, and I also understand that the aftermath of this attack wasn't targeted at us, the result of this incident is that you, General Meng, caused our innocent troops to be injured. If I, Yan Rushan, don't get an explanation, how will my brothers look at me when I return? Yan Rushan's words were sharp. However, Meng Wuya understood that rather than seeking an explanation, it was better to say that he was stalling for time. His original intention was definitely not to seek compensation. However, his words made the eyes of the Eastern Royal Heavens soldiers light up. Chief Yan was indeed a good person. Meng Wuya forcefully suppressed the surging blood in his chest and said indifferently, this is what I should do. Since your troops were injured, I should compensate. Men. As he spoke, he waved his hand and someone came forward. He held a few space rings. Meng Wuya picked one up and passed it to Yan Rushan. Here are 200,000 purple coins. I don't know much about this, but this is a token of my appreciation. I am away from home and can't bring so much wealth with me. When I return to the Eastern Royal Heavens, I will definitely compensate you. Yan Rushan said, since this is the case, please allow me to report this matter to General Meng and let him make the decision. I am also guilty for causing such injuries. General, please don't make things difficult for me. He made it sound even more beautiful, but he still wanted to delay. Meng Wuya's eyes lit up. General? Is it General Lan? Yan Rushan was startled. He said, who is the general? This is a secret. General Meng, why are you asking? Yan Rushan was really doing everything he could to stall for time for Chu Yang. He said all kinds of tricks and all kinds of words. Meng Wuya's casual question was elevated to the level of spying on military secrets. Yan Rushan's level of intelligence was obviously getting closer and closer to Chu Yang's. Otherwise, how could they be sworn brothers? Perhaps this was the so-called one who stays with ink stains, and one who stays with pig stinks. Meng Wuya stared at him for a while and said, I have misspoken just now. General, please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. I will have to trouble General Yan to report this matter. After he finished speaking, he sat down and treated his injuries as if no one else was around. He knew that with Yan Rushan and Chu Yang's relationship, Yan Rushan would definitely stall for time. The more he argued with Yan Rushan, the longer Yan Rushan would stall for time. Moreover, the Eastern Royal Heavens military was obviously hostile to him. Since that's the case, he might as well listen to everything you say. But as long as I capture Chu Yang, I don't care if I have to suffer some grievances or humiliation. Anyway, as long as I behave myself, it will be difficult for the Eastern Royal Heavens to find fault with me. Go and report to your general that I should take this time to treat my injuries. My injuries are not light. The sooner I recuperate, the fewer problems there will be. One had to admit that Meng Wuya's tactic was to deal with all kinds of changes by sticking to the status quo. This was the most suitable way to deal with it, above the clouds. General Lan listened to Yan Rushan's report and couldn't help but feel conflicted. This Meng Wuya was obviously going to carry out the no resistance and cooperation policy to the end. I will do whatever you want me to do. As long as you let me catch the culprit, how could he fight with such a person? There was no way to fight at all. Even if he didn't care about anything and brought the army to bear, he would definitely give the order to not resist. He would let you capture him and even let you kill him. But you can't really kill him just like that, right? He was here for revenge. There was nothing wrong with revenge. And he was here on the orders of the emperor. There was no way to fight at all. You set up any obstacles and obstructions for him, and he would obey. He would let you obstruct him, he wouldn't resist at all. You asked him for money, and he would give it to you without a second thought. You asked him to stop, and he would stop immediately. How are you going to make things difficult for him? When did this Meng Wuya become so shameless? How brilliant! General Lan only felt that his fighting spirit had soared, but his fist had hit nothing but air. Mother asterisk cur, you can't pull it out or roll it into a ball. It's like a piece of meat that can't be steamed or boiled. Another general waved his fist in frustration. He was speechless. And this kind of F*ck, if I were an old man, I would have F*king fought with him long ago. Why are you still wasting your time? Then you would have been buried long ago. General Lon glared at him and said, let's hurry up and think of a way to make them fight with us. Everyone frowned and thought hard. After a while, they all shook their heads and sighed. How can we fight with a coward? Even if we fight, it's meaningless. A general said what was on everyone's mind. Everyone sighed together. Emperor Donghuang did give orders, but they didn't violate the rules of the Donghuang heavens. What else do you want them to do? They can be unreasonable and shameless, but we can't. At least we have to look good on the surface. General Lon rubbed his chin. He was at his wit's end. Xianxia said, why don't we keep delaying? Anyway, we can't let them capture Chuyang. General Lon sighed, we can't keep dragging this out. We have to have a reason to justify it. You have to know that this is a grudge between the celestial emperors. On the other hand, it's a dispute in the pugilistic world. If we stop them from taking revenge and use such despicable means, that would be our fault. Xianxia said, but their actions are punishable by death in the Donghuang heavens. How can they still have the face to take revenge? General Lon sighed. Brother, these little bastards, which one of them isn't lawless? Do you think you can control the youngest master of the Donghuang heavens? Xianxia's face darkened. That's completely different. You can say that it's different, but what's the difference if you say it's the same? General Lon pondered for a while and said, how about this? Send people to keep a close watch. Also, set up a few more checkpoints and try to delay as much time as possible. As long as they don't make a move against the officials, don't harass the commoners, and only capture Chuyang, let them be for the time being. Xianxia was anxious and stepped forward. General Lon, let's think about it again. Great General Lan's complexion sank. Then, he said, Russian, I know that Chuyang is your sworn brother. But, he had also inexplicably encountered this incident. He hasn't died yet. But, his clan has already been defeated. To be honest, I really want to help him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let go of so many generals and only let you go. Originally from P, but he has to bear the consequences of what he did. No one is an exception. We have already helped Mo Yuntian a lot by setting up barriers layer by layer for him. If we directly stand out, that would be clearly obstructing a celestial emperor's revenge. Some things, it's better for people to know, not for people to see. General Lon said earnestly, if that's really the case, what do you think the consequences will be? But Chuyang's strength is really too weak now. Even if we increase the barriers by 10 times, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape from Mo Yuntian's pursuit. Xianxia said anxiously. This can't be helped. This is already the limit of what we can do. The rest can only depend on Chuyang's own luck. General Lon closed his eyes. We also have to have our own perseverance. Xianxia stood there for a long time, his face ashen. At this point, it was as if he had said everything. Since Mo Yuntian's men didn't dare to be presumptuous, General Lon also wouldn't go overboard. But the only unlucky person could only be Chuyang. If Shui Leihan knew of General Lan's decision at this moment, he would definitely vomit blood, idiot. You've completely misunderstood my intentions. If it was only because of Mo Yuntian's action of mobilizing troops, why would I have made the decision to go to war with him? Even to the extent of personally confronting Yuan Tianjia when necessary, my main objective, or rather, my only objective, is to protect Chuyang. Old Lon, you've always understood my intentions the best. Why did you have to be so muddle-headed this time? You can't even differentiate between master and subordinate. It seems like I've wronged you to say that you're an idiot, but you're an idiot this time. Actually, this matter was also really a bit strange. The tacit understanding accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. General Lon shouldn't have misunderstood Donghuang's intentions at all. But he just had to misunderstand at such a crucial moment. This was like the will of the underworld, completely irresistible. Irreversible, unchangeable. General Lon watched Xianxia leave dejectedly. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his eyes. He thought to himself, Chu Yang has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. How can he be caught so easily? At the very least, that mysterious spirit beast by his side wasn't easy to deal with. Thinking back to the time when he had let that spirit beast bring back the purple crystal jade essence, Great General Lan was filled with anticipation. I really don't know how powerful that spirit beast can be. That's a mutated spirit beast that I've never seen in my entire life. That spirit beast was, of course, extremely powerful. It was indeed unfathomable. Furthermore, it was a rare spiritual object in the world. But General Lan didn't know that the spirit beast was already in a certain place, unable to come out. The Eastern Royal Skies army retreated. Meng Wuya gave his first order, chase. There was only one word. Then, behind him, 4 people carried out a small palanquin. Meng Wuya floated onto it. The 4 people carried Meng Wuya and sprinted all the way. Their speed was actually not slower than the others running at full speed. Meng Wuya coughed violently and used his sleeves to cover his face. He secretly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although he had already adjusted his breathing for a moment, if he didn't spit out this mouthful of blood from his internal injuries, it would have a huge impact on his injuries. Previously, it wasn't that he didn't want to spit it out. It was that he couldn't and didn't dare to spit it out. With so many strong enemies surrounding him, the news of his serious injuries was too much of a matter of life and death. If the enemies saw that he was injured and could no longer do anything, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Not to mention anything else, if those people from the super sects knew that he couldn't do anything, just these people alone would be enough to bury his 10,000-strong army here. What they were worried about was nothing more than his reputation as a sage. There was also the destruction of wind and lightning. With the addition of the destruction of wind and lightning, the power that he could display was enough to look down on the world. Therefore, although the various super sects had suffered great losses, they still had to swallow their anger for the time being. Even if the Eastern Royal Heaven's army didn't go on a killing spree, it was still because they were afraid of this killing weapon of his. If there were too many casualties, even if they could destroy the 10,000 people on his side, the gains would not make up for the losses. General, this time, we've completely broken off relations with all the super sections. Will it? One of the generals carrying the palanquin asked softly. Meng Wuya swallowed a large amount of pills and said weakly, do you think that I used the destruction of wind and lightning because I was afraid that we would lose too many people? You're wrong. How would you know that the power of that calamity spirit had already far exceeded my expectations? Just by himself, he could entangle all of us. In fact, if we continued to grind until the end, he would be able to grind all of us to death. The cultivation of that calamity spirit was about the same as mine. In fact, his cultivation was even slightly higher than mine. Even if I used all my strength, I wouldn't be able to stop him. And most importantly, his soul has the characteristic of being immortal. If it wasn't for the destruction of wind and lightning, I'm afraid that we would have really returned in defeat. If that was really the case, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Meng Wuya paused tiredly. When I took out the destruction of wind and lightning, I also thought about it. In fact, I even wavered. However, offending these super sects is still better than losing all of us. It's better than offending the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens. The reason why I'm willing to compromise is because I want to complete the mission given to me by the Emperor. As for what happens in the future, I can't care so much now. Meng Wuya coughed and said, the super sects are ultimately still sections. As for us, we are the officials. I believe that they won't dare to do anything. As long as our Heavenly Emperor is still around, even if they have the guts, they definitely won't dare to openly go against our Moyuntian. Therefore, at most, they can only say a few harsh words and leave. Meng Wuya smiled faintly. Now, our goal is the Chu clan's courtyard. Yes. Reporting to the Great General, the Chu clan's courtyard is right in front of us. However, the situation inside seems to be different. What's wrong? There's a group of people waiting in front. These people are the people from the 2 great sects who came out with us earlier. Bring them over. Meng Wuya's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Not long after, those people were brought in front of Great General Meng. Sinners greet the Great General. More than 200 people knelt down together the moment they saw each other. Their intention to bow and scrape was obvious. Meng Wuya half reclined in the palanquin and said coldly, "You still have the face to see me? Sinners don't dare." However, sinners have something to report. One of them knelt and crawled 2 steps forward. "We have long regretted our actions, but we were forced to stay here in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Today, it's fortunate that Great General Tian is here, allowing us to find an opportunity. We hope that Great General Tian will show mercy and show mercy." Meng Wuya looked at the kneeling people and felt annoyed and angry. He said coldly, "What qualifications do you have? What qualifications do you have to make me pity you?" "Yes, yes. Yes." That person was overjoyed and said flatteringly, "Great General, during this period of time, we pretended to surrender and infiltrated the Chu clan. That bastard Chu Yang thought that we were on the same side, so he didn't hide anything from us. We know what Chu Yang is relying on and some of his escape routes. We hope that it will be of help to you, Great General Meng." "Relying on? Escape routes? What are they?" Meng Wuya frowned. Yes. What they are relying on is nothing more than." Seeing that the great general was actually interested in listening to his story, the man couldn't help but be overjoyed. He thought that there was hope for him to escape and atone for his crimes with a meritorious deed. He poured out everything he knew. Chu Yang's backer is a mysterious expert? He has countless treasures? Meng Wuya frowned and thought, is his cultivation unfathomably high? Is he the real owner of the auction? Chu Yang's wife and family members disappeared mysteriously? Did they go to find an escape route? Did they go west this time? Their escape route must not be far. Is it nearby? Meng Wuya looked up and thought hard. After a long time, he said, "Do you think that I am a child? Do you think that I will believe your nonsense? If he really has such a backer, why did he run away? He could have just killed me and there would be no more worries. If he really prepared an escape route and you didn't follow him, why did he let you know? Why did he let me find a trace? Chu Yang left you here to use you. He didn't ask you to stop him. He clearly asked you to stall for time. As long as I ask you a question, every word that you say will buy time for Chu Yang to escape. Your information must be true and false. But once I believe your information, whether it is true or false, I will fall into Chu Yang's follow-up trap and fall into his trap. That way, it will buy more time for Chu Yang to escape. You damned bastards. Idiots who waste my time." The more Meng Wuya thought about it, the angrier he felt. It was because this bunch of bastards failed to protect him and let him be killed that he crossed thousands of miles to come here. And after coming here, he encountered a series of mishaps, a series of troubles, a series of humiliations. He had been unyielding for hundreds of thousands of years, but here, he could only helplessly become a spineless coward. Because if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to protect the soldiers under him. If he didn't do this, he would definitely not be able to complete the Heavenly Emperor's task. If he didn't do this, he would even drag the 2 big worlds into the flames of war, but who could know, who could understand the many grievances in his heart? Am I, Meng Wuya, really a person without a temper? Previously, he had no choice but to explode and destroy the godly source realm, but wasn't it also a way for Meng Wuya to vent his anger? Am I really afraid of you? I also have the determination to perish together with you, and all of this was caused by these bastards in front of him. Now, these bastards who were used by Chu Yang actually delayed my time again. This is unforgivable. Meng Wuya was furious. Kill them all. Cut off their heads and report back. Yes. The order was like a bolt from the blue. Those people were immediately dumbfounded. This result was far beyond their expectations. Update P, what's going on? We have already said everything. Why do you still want to kill? But before they could figure it out, the swords and sabers were already near them. General Meng, why are you doing this? The leader's face was filled with shock and despair. No need to say more. Kill without mercy. Meng Wuya did not even say a word. He directly waved his hand and gave the order to kill. It was only a short resistance, but they were all slaughtered. Black Cloud Guards, send out 1,000 people. Divide into 10 small teams and search towards the west first. Be quick. Yes. 1,000 Black Cloud Guards obeyed the order, and quickly left the large group. They rushed forward, and divided into 10 small groups according to different directions. Then, they disappeared in a flash like arrows leaving the bowstring. Enter the Chu clan's courtyard and see if there are any clues left behind. Meng Wuya took a deep breath. Some things could be distinguished at a glance whether they were true or not. This Chu Yang is really not simple. Although he is young, he is far-sighted. Meng Wuya walked in the empty Chu clan's courtyard. Looking at the facilities, flowers, and decorations everywhere, he could not help but sigh. Here, and here. There should have been artificial mountains, ponds, gardens, flowers, and plants, but these facilities have all been leveled. They are all used as martial arts practice grounds. Meng Wuya sighed. There is no place to enjoy here. There is only boredom. General, is there anything strange about this place? An officer beside him asked puzzledly. Don't you understand? There are many martial artists in the Heaven territory. It is not strange to have a place to practice martial arts. Cultivation is a dry and tedious thing to begin with. But even in our military camp, which is almost the most monotonous and boring place in the world, there are still some recreational activities, even things like climbing high and jumping low. It's also a form of entertainment for the soldiers in the barracks. It's better than nothing. But here, there is nothing. Meng Wuya was lost in thought. Barren land with nothing, only a piece of land that is getting harder and harder with each passing day. This is a mark caused by pure practice. Look at the ground outside. Is it the same as here? What Chu Yang pursues. Meng Wuya closed his eyes and said with some pain, is perfection. And the peak. After checking Chu Yang's study room and bedroom, Meng Wuya sighed from the bottom of his heart in pain. If Chu TTSSSS. Because he has the tenacity and perseverance that most people don't have. The only thing he lacks is the time and space to grow. Meng Wuya sighed softly. In my life, I have experienced hundreds of thousands of years. But when it comes to this kind of person who completely abandoned all pleasure to cultivate, and has only one goal, I have only seen a few people. Such a person is destined to become a legend. But today, I have come specially to destroy this legend. If I destroy him like this, then all the sweat and effort Chu Yang has put in the past will be a pity. But I have to do it. This is the helplessness of life. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, Chase. Sighing was sighing, admiring was admiring, but what should be done must be done. And it must be done. Board the airship. Chase at full speed. Chu Yang passed through a forest while leading everyone. He issued an order while running, everyone, divide into 5 teams with roughly equal numbers. You will pass through the forest from different directions. You can't stop along the way. You can't change your speed. You don't need to hide your tracks. But, you must make sure to breathe evenly. And, you must apply the sap on your body. Yes. More than 200 people spontaneously divided into 5 groups. They rushed into the forest. It was like 5 huge dragons were wreaking havoc in the forest. 20 miles away, the Green Mountain Range. Also, get there as fast as you can. Chu Yang shouted. Yes. Like a whirlwind, Chu Yang took the lead. Now, he could only feel that the endless spiritual energy in the tribulation space was still continuously washing over him. The hidden medicinal efficacy of the miraculous heaven and earth creation elixir that was originally contained in his body was also slowly activating. His cultivation was slowly rising. He was now at the peak of the saint level. He was only one step away from reaching the Deva realm. All he needed was an opportunity, but Chu Yang was not in the mood to think about this. He knew very well that even if he reached the peak of the heavenly human level in one go, it would be useless. As long as he was caught, he would still die. The group of people were like 5 small, meandering dragons, flying into the verdant mountain range. At this point, the 5 groups of people once again merged into one, forming a single group. After confirming that everyone had climbed over the mountain, Chu Yang stopped without warning. The long sword in his hand flashed out. With a plop, a deep stone was dug out of the ground. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Chu Yang did not stop. Sword chi rushed out crazily. The stones below were cut open piece by piece and thrown up. In just a few breaths of time, there was already a very narrow hole that was over 1,000 feet deep. Is the Manor Lord planning to hide here? Everyone looked at their surroundings and couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was a very, very inconspicuous hidden canyon. It was surrounded by a dense forest. The trees were hundreds of feet tall. It was desolate and uninhabited. If they hid here for a period of time, and everyone was now covered in tree sap, their aura was basically the same as the original aura here. They might not be discovered. This was really a good hiding place worth a try. Just as they thought so, they saw Xianxia's hands and feet move at the same time. He actually put back the stones that had just been dug out. His movements were gentle. Those stones, which weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds, fell to the ground without making any sound or vibrating. Huff, 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 everyone was stunned. Big brother, what are you doing? You worked so hard to come here just to dig a hole and then fill it up. Is it fun? We are running for our lives now. What do you mean by doing this? Don't you know that wasting time now is wasting lives? And you are not just wasting your life, you are wasting all of our lives. In the blink of an eye, someone who was wasting lives had finished what he wanted to do. He finally stopped wasting everyone's lives. With a whoosh, dust flew into the air and swirled around in the air, completely covering the area. Then he said, "Let's go." Everyone was confused, but they could only follow. At this time, they definitely could not fight among themselves. Wasting a little life was a waste. Who asked them to have such an unreliable master? This time, Xianxia led everyone into a dense forest. He was strict and repeatedly reminded, no one is allowed to touch branches or trees. No one is allowed to emit their own scent. No one is allowed to leak any aura of life. Everything must be sealed with saint-level strength. No stepping on the grass, no disturbing the birds, and so on. This series of orders made everyone suffer greatly. But they still did not dare to disobey. To be honest, if not for the fact that everyone's cultivation had reached saint level and above, it would not be easy to do what Xianxia said. More than 200 people walking in the forest. No stepping on trees? No touching branches? No disturbing birds, he could only float over like a ghost. Under such scruples, his speed would definitely be extremely slow. Wasn't this delaying their escape time? They were still wasting lives. Just now, they were wasting everyone's lives. Now, they were dragging us along to waste our lives together. Everyone did not dislike Xianxia's actions. No one would believe that. But everyone had already made a blood oath before escaping. They swore to obey all of Xianxia's orders without any compromise. At this moment, they could only obey and continue to waste their lives. They had been walking in the forest in this ghostly state for about half an hour. Suddenly, Xianxia clasped his hands together and pushed. An aura that carried Xianxia's unique aura silently rushed forward in a straight line. It was as if a large group of people was rushing through here. But after Xianxia released this palm, he immediately changed the direction of his advance and floated towards the east. Everyone followed closely. Suddenly, there was the sound of flowing water in front of them. Just as they got out, they saw a river flowing slowly from the foot of the mountain to the south. As the nearby mountains were all made of soil, and it had just rained, the river water was very muddy. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, follow me. Stop breathing temporarily and turn to internal breathing." Then, he took the lead and landed in the air. Behind him, more than 200 people did not hesitate. They flew down at the same time like big birds and landed in the river water. It must be said that the strength of this group of people led by Xianxia was quite impressive. Such a large group of people entered the water at the same time, but they were almost silent. In fact, they didn't even cause a splash. Everyone had entered the river in an instant, and dived to the bottom. This river wasn't very deep. The shallowest part was only the depth of a person and a half. Xianxia lay flat on the bottom of the river, and kept his body motionless. Then, he started to circulate his internal breathing. He relied only on a little movement of the soles of his feet to make his body follow the flow of the river, and move forward rapidly. All of them were astute people. They immediately came to their senses and followed Xianxia's example. They stuck their bodies close to the bottom of the water and moved forward just like that. Without a doubt, this was an excellent escape route, although they were puzzled as to why Yang had dug that hole previously. After entering the water, everyone had an invisible sense of safety. PCOM**. As for whether or not they could escape alive this time, they finally had a little more confidence. At least they wouldn't waste their lives and everyone's lives anymore. After that, it was only the time it took for an incense stick to burn before the ink cloud guards arrived in an overwhelming manner. Previously, they had clearly widened the distance between them and Yen Russian had bought so much time for them. But the reality was so cruel. The distance that should have been very far was now only the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Even the ink cloud guards had a feeling of contempt in their hearts. It was really too easy. It was unexpectedly easy. Did the general think too highly of this Yang, or was our tracking ability too strong? These people were all first-rate veterans in the martial world. Each of them was extremely experienced. It didn't take much effort to track them down, and they soon found the real escape route of Yang and the others. Although this Yang was also a talent, he was ultimately still too inexperienced. Did you think that you, little four, could deceive us veterans who had roamed the world for tens of thousands of years? In our eyes, those childish tricks of yours are simply laughable. They're no better than a monkey show. The ink cloud guards had initially divided into 5 groups. After confirming the other party's escape route, they did not even divide their forces to investigate, because there was no need to. Everything was already under their control. Further away, 3 flying boats had already soared into the sky. With an aura of destruction, they came from the sky. Gradually approaching, after discovering the traces of the ink cloud guards, the flying boats paused for a moment. Then, more than 2,000 people descended from the sky. After confirming that the people who should be dispatched for this trip had left the airships, the 3 airships didn't stay any longer. They flew over everyone's heads and flew off into the distance. Clearly, they were heading to a certain path ahead to wait for them. Meng Wuya was still sitting on the soft couch and drifting down. This time, it was the silver-armored soldiers and the ink cloud guards that descended. Even though they were in mid-air, they still strictly maintained the integrity of their formation, not a single hair out of place. Have you found anything yet? Meng Wuya asked. Yes. Reporting to the general, Yang and the others should have escaped along this road. First, they set up a deceptive formation in many places, and then the whole group headed west. Then, he turned around halfway and began to head south. Although we've tried our best to advance cautiously, there are still traces to be found. It's not difficult to search for them. An ink cloud guard commander reported. Eh? Meng Wuya was a bit surprised. In his heart, he knew that Yang was a person with a character like this. It shouldn't be so easy to track him down. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Are you sure?" This subordinate dares to guarantee with my head that there are absolutely no mistakes. The ink cloud guard commander said loudly. All right. Keep chasing. This time, the total number of people had increased to 3,000, and it was still the same 1,000 ink cloud guards that led the chase. Looking at the forest in front of them, every ink cloud guard had a look of contempt in their eyes. According to these people's habit of escaping, he had definitely entered the forest. When they got closer, they took a look. Almost everyone was about to laugh out loud. As expected, they have entered this forest with the intention of covering their tracks. Don't they know that slight traces in the forest are more eye-catching when searching for experts? After a simple inspection, they immediately came to a conclusion. Not only did they enter the forest, but they also split into 5 groups. When they entered, they even used a large number of trees to squeeze out sap. Squeezed out sap? Can you confirm this? Meng Wuya was even more puzzled. How could Yang make such a low-level mistake? Why did they squeeze out sap? Was there a need to ask? The answer was obvious. They must have wanted to smear their bodies with sap and go deep into the forest to catch the breath of the forest to cover their tracks. It's an extremely stupid idea, the ink cloud guard commander said confidently. Not necessarily. Meng Wuya frowned. Everything went smoothly when they tracked him to this place. But because it was too smooth, it made Meng Wuya feel that this matter was a little unusual. Whether it's true or not, we'll know later. The 3,000 people also split into 5 groups and entered the forest along the route that Xianxia and the others had taken. After searching all the way out of the forest, everyone's face was a little relaxed. Following the traces, everyone chased in and then reunited here. This showed that whether they split up or went in circles in the forest, it was all a trick. They had already reached this point, but Xianxia was still deliberately setting up a formation. In fact, it was a trashy trick that was so low-level that it made one's hair stand on end. Only Meng Wuya's frown deepened. Why was it like this? Sir, Xianxia and the others should have entered the mountain in front. The Ink Cloud Guard commander pointed to the verdant mountain in front and said, "This mountain stretches for thousands of miles and is very majestic. I think they should have found a way to escape from here." Chase. Meng Wuya did not say anything more. The group hurried forward. It had to be said that the experienced people in Jiang who were indeed experienced. The path that they took was exactly the same as the one that Xianxia and the others had taken. Moreover, although they were extremely cautious in their pursuit, the speed of these people was at least twice as fast as Xianxia and the others. This was also one of the major reasons why they could shorten the distance between the two so quickly. The 3,000 people swept up to the top of the mountain like a whirlwind. Sir, they should have entered the forest in front from here. The Ink Cloud Guard commander stood at the top of the mountain and pointed in a direction, full of confidence. Meng Wuya looked over and gently shook his head. Then, he carefully observed the terrain in front of him. Suddenly, his expression tensed up and he said, "Over there. Let's go and take a look." There was a small canyon in front of him. It was surrounded on all sides by towering trees. There was only a very small area, and it was very difficult for people to find it. At this moment, this canyon was peaceful, and there were no traces of anyone entering it. Meng Wuya frowned and looked at this canyon. Finally, his eyes looked at a certain place. There was a stone that was only the size of a fingernail. It looked like it was cut open by a sword. One side of it actually emitted a light that was as bright as metal. Meng Wuya opened his hand, and a whooshing sound was heard. The small stone fell into his palm from several tens of feet away. Carefully stroking the cut, Meng Wuya took a deep breath. He said, "Although this stone is not as hard as the stones in the realm of the God Source, it is still quite sturdy. The stones in the nearby mountains, all of which were placed in the open, all have some traces of wind and frost corrosion. But on this stone, there is only a little dust. There are no traces of corrosion. Why is this? What does it mean?" Meng Wuya said. "Could it be the stone under the surface of the ground?" The Ink Cloud Guard commander asked hesitantly. "Yes. It is the stone under the surface of the ground." Meng Wuya said indifferently, "But why would the stone under the ground appear here? According to what you said, no one has been here before. But there is a stone under the ground that jumped out on its own? Can you tell me the reason?" The Ink Cloud Guard commander's face turned red. "It is my fault for not observing carefully. A slight difference can determine success or failure. This stone is so hard. But it had been sliced open by something in such a smooth pattern that it had been sliced open. It must be a divine weapon." Meng Wuya said indifferently, "And I heard that Xianxia has such a divine weapon." "Yes." Then, in such a tense place, Xianxia actually had the time to dig out a stone from the ground with a divine weapon and even used a sword to cut it. Is he really so free? Meng Wuya looked at the commander with sharp eyes. "Yes, I was careless." The commander was sweating profusely. Sure enough, the details determined success or failure. "Everyone, let's move together and roll up this piece of land. Find out the strangeness of this place." Meng Wuya ordered indifferently. "Yes." The next moment, with a whoosh, all the dust on the surface of this piece of land was rolled up. It moved horizontally for several hundred feet and landed on an empty piece of land. "There is a discovery here," a silver-armored soldier shouted. There was no need for him to shout. Everyone saw it. In that natural depression, there was a thin gap. Perhaps ordinary people wouldn't see it. Even if they saw it by chance, they wouldn't pay much attention to it. But the people here were at least saint-level experts. Naturally, they could see it at a glance. "I'm afraid that they dug a hole here. Could it be that they are hiding here?" The Ink Cloud Guard commander's voice trembled a little. Yes. Meng Wuya said, there is a big possibility. At first, they used the rookie's escape trick to deceive you and make you think that it was easy to track them. Then, they smeared the sap on themselves and made you think that they were escaping into the depths of the forest. But at such a moment, they dug such a hidden cave here. Meng Wuya sighed, if it were you, I'm afraid that you would have chased them for several hundred miles by now, right? The commander's face turned red. He was embarrassed and speechless. If you chased them for several hundred miles, but couldn't find them, and couldn't find any trace of them, what would you do? Meng Wuya asked. I would choose to continue chasing. After all, they are quite strong. There is a certain possibility that we can't catch up with them. So, if we continue chasing, then... The commander's voice became smaller and smaller. Cough, let's talk about something. Because tomorrow is my aunt's 81st birthday, I definitely can't write tomorrow. Then, we have a YY activity tomorrow night. So, I don't have any time tomorrow. So, I'll work overtime tonight and finish 2 chapters. Tomorrow, I'm afraid it won't be possible. I'll start the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding. By the time you come to your senses and know how to turn back, I'm afraid they will have already gone to God knows where. Meng Wuya smiled as he taught, how can there be such a foolish enemy in this world? Especially when this enemy is so daring to kill such an incredible person. If it were you, would you use such a foolish escape tactic? No. Definitely not. That commander's face was full of shame. This subordinate thanks the general for his teachings. Meng Wuya nodded, okay, quickly dig this place out. In fact, I even suspect that they may not necessarily be here. But digging will definitely yield new clues. Yes. A few Ink Cloud Guards stepped forward. In addition, a few hundred Ink Cloud Guards formed a large circle. Everyone activated their full cultivation. They were ready to attack at any time. Some of them had already revealed excitement and cruelty in their eyes. They thought that there was a great chance that Chu Yang and the others were down there. They thought that they would be able to capture them in one fell swoop. That kind of surprised look on their faces. They couldn't help but feel very happy in their hearts. A huge rock was moved out, and everyone felt a chill. This huge rock weighed no less than hundreds of thousands of pounds. To think that it could be cut out without a sound. This formation, then another piece, and another piece, and another one, going back and forth like this, they slowly went down hundreds of feet. Chu Yang is definitely not down here. Meng Wuya sighed, even I fell for his evil trick. This is really terrible. Although Great General Meng had spoken, the soldiers were still unwilling to give up. They had already been moving for such a long time. What if there were some useful clues at the bottom? With this mentality, they finally dug to the bottom of this big hole. At the very bottom. It was a flat rock, and there was a line of words carved on it with the tip of a sword. Brother, are you tired after moving this rock for so long? Sincerely, it's been hard on you. Bastard. The Ink Cloud Guard who had been carefully moving the rock for fear of any loss or destruction of the clues was furious. He raised his hand and was about to smash this rock into powder. Wait. Meng Wuya carefully looked at these 10 to 20 words. These words are very sloppy. Obviously, he was in a hurry when he wrote it. Especially the last word, he didn't even finish writing it. It was as if he had just brushed it off. Meng Wuya frowned, the situation should have been like this at that time. Once he led his men here, he immediately began to set up this place. I even suspect that he had chosen this place to confuse us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to set it up so smoothly. After setting it up, he immediately fled and covered it with a shallow layer of soil. I reckon that it was just a flick of his sleeve before he left. General. This little Chu Yang really has such a scheme. He's really outstanding. I hope that he made a plan in advance. If he just acted according to the situation and accidentally found that this place was suitable for setting up bait, then he set up this trap. If that was the case, then this person's intelligence was too terrifying. He had casually arranged everything, and everything was natural. He had calculated every step of the way. If it weren't for the fact that such an enemy's strength was far inferior to ours, If the difference in strength is only about the same, I'm afraid we'll all die without a burial ground. All the generals were shocked when they heard Meng Wuya's analysis. General, you're right. However, the situation now is that we're chasing and he's fleeing. Our strength has the absolute upper hand. As long as we can eliminate this scourge before he grows strong, it won't be too late. These words are reasonable. However, where will he go next? Meng Wuya pondered. He cautiously observed the surrounding dense forest. He didn't even let go of the side where he and his men came from. Then, his eyes flickered. He was actually hesitant. He said, "Bai Chen. Try to imitate him. Try to think from Chu Yang's point of view." Bai Chen was a general of the silver-armored soldiers. He had reached the heavenly being level. He was also Meng Wuya's trusted aide. He had extraordinary intelligence and was highly trusted by Meng Wuya. He retreated a few steps, and entered the forest from outside like a shooting star. Before he could even stabilize himself, the long sword in his hand had already condensed into a sword intent and flew out. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Immediately, a large piece of rock was dug out by him, and he threw it out soundlessly with his hand. Then, he continued to dig until he was as deep as the rock. Then, he flew up into the air. He waved his sword and carved a few words. Then, he flew out with the help of inertia. He added the rocks that he had dug out back into the hole one by one. He didn't stay any longer. He turned around and flew up into the air. Before he left, he casually threw out a palm. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the series of actions he was making. All their attention was focused on the direction that he had left in. If Chu Yang was here, he would be shocked. All the actions that this person had done were almost exactly the same as his. It was almost exactly the same. Even the direction that he had left in was exactly the same. Meng Wuya's pupil shrank. He said, "Chase." 3000 people flew up into the air like black clouds and chased into the depths of the forest at top speed. But this time all the ink cloud guards were truly aghast. Because in all the places in the vicinity, there was actually not a single trace or smell of anyone who had walked past. It was as if no one had passed through this quiet forest at all. If not for the fact that everyone, especially Meng Wuya, firmly believed that Bai Chen's mental imitation wouldn't be wrong, they would simply want to say that Bai Chen had led them in the wrong direction. It was as if Chu Yang and the others had suddenly evaporated in that huge pit. They had disappeared, and there was no trace of them to be found anymore. The commander of the MO Cloud Guards who didn't put Chu Yang in his eyes at all earlier couldn't help sweating profusely at this moment. The other party's anti-tracking methods had obviously reached the acme of perfection. To think that he had underestimated him just now. If he really maintained that kind of mentality, even if his cultivation was 10 times or 100 times higher than the other party would still be able to shake him off easily. He could even play with him in the palm of his hand. Meng Wuya closed his eyes and carefully searched for any aura that the other party might or might not have left behind. Since the other party was so proficient in anti-tracking techniques, his eyes were definitely useless now. The other party wouldn't have left any trace for him to track at all. The only thing he could rely on now was his other senses. When vision was no longer reliable, smell, touch, and even intuition could be the key to solving the problem. No matter how good it was, there was no perfect anti-tracking technique in the world. As long as you had passed through here, there would definitely be traces of you left behind. It was just a matter of whether you could find it or not. Meng Wuya once again took a life-preservation golden pill. This kind of life-preservation golden pill was secretly made by Heavenly Emperor Mo Cloud himself. Its effect was extremely high. It could save a person's life, and it was no problem to extend one's life. At this juncture, Meng Wuya didn't dare to trust anyone at all. He could only rely on himself. But his injuries were really too severe at this moment. He could only take this life-preservation golden pill to recover his cultivation in a short period of time. Although this method was like drinking poison to quench thirst, it had to be done. Meng Wuya closed his eyes and floated in front. Relying on his intuition, spiritual sense, and a sense that ordinary people couldn't understand at all, he floated quickly in the dense forest. The large group of people behind him looked solemn and respectful as they followed closely. The direction they were Moving in was actually exactly the same as the direction Chu Yang and the others were moving in previously. They kept moving forward like this for 200 miles. When they reached the place where Chu Yang and the others turned, Meng Wuya suddenly frowned and stopped. He murmured, "There's something wrong here. One aura is moving forward, and the other aura is turning from here. Could it be that they are splitting into two here? But splitting the forces is weaker. Dividing the forces will only make it harder to resist the pursuers. Why would they make such an unwise choice?" Meng Wuya's super-sensitive senses finally showed a trace of doubt. Meng Wuya had a very high evaluation of Chu Yang before. After this series of events, he was even more vigilant. He was afraid that he would accidentally fall into Chu Yang's trap again. But the facts were right in front of him. If he couldn't even trust his spiritual sense and intuition, what else could he trust? Meng Wuya made a prompt decision. Anyway, the strength of his side was far superior. Even if they divided into two groups, the strength of each group would still be overwhelming. He was not afraid of the other party's conspiracy. "We will divide into two groups here. Silver-armored soldiers will follow me forward. Black cloud guards will turn right. After we get out of the mountain, we will find a place to regroup." "Yes." Meng Wuya closed his eyes and continued to float forward for about 500 feet. Suddenly, he realized that he had completely lost his previous senses. The aura that Chu Yang had deliberately emitted and condensed was completely broken here. It was like a tree without roots. How could it last for long? Even someone as strong as Meng Wuya couldn't help but feel confused. How could this be? On the other side, the 1,500 black cloud guards were flying forward. But when they reached the intersection in front of them, they saw a towering mountain in front of them. Between the two mountains was a big canyon. In the canyon, an earth-colored river meandered and flowed. It was calm and tranquil. Chu Yang and the others had long disappeared. For a moment, everyone was somewhat at a loss. After chasing them here and there, they had lost them in the end. This was really troublesome. What should we do? This was the unanimous thought of all the black cloud guards. Let's go around it first and regroup with Great General Meng at the front. Then, we will discuss the next step. Yes. No matter how Chu Yang and the others escape, this kind of anti-tracking method that completely conceals one's aura is ultimately an action that consumes a lot of energy. It will definitely not last long. We have left a divine sense imprint at every place we pass. When the time comes, as long as we are touched, we will know their whereabouts at the first moment. No matter if they go back or in another direction, as long as they appear, they will be detected by us. They will not be able to escape no matter what. Even if they can escape now, they will not be able to escape in the future. The river water swept up the yellow sand and soil, rolling towards the south. The trip to the bottom of the sea this time was completely about holding one breath in the chest. It was purely the circulation of the embryonic breathing technique. Although it was extremely tiring and everyone almost couldn't hold it in for a long period of time, it was still very beneficial to the refinement of one's cultivation. At this moment, Chu Yang even felt that the bottleneck of the celestial being level was gradually loosening, and he could break through at any time. Update P. That tyrannical and pure spiritual energy was constantly flushed out from the tribulation space, and that creation energy was released bit by bit from the meridians and flesh of his whole body. Now, as long as he calmed down and meditated once, he could enter the celestial being level with his head held high. But how could he dare to break through now? Breaking through was no different from courting death. It was too late to cover up his tracks now. Breaking through required a big commotion. Once he broke through, it was bound to cause a huge commotion. He was only at the heaven level before, but with the help of the worldly creation pill, his cultivation had improved greatly. Now, he was facing the threshold of breaking through from the saint level to the celestial being level. He had also accumulated many small levels of energy to increase his cultivation. As long as he broke through, there was no doubt that he would definitely attract all the enemies. Even before he could break through completely, the enemies would already be at the city gates. So, he could only hold it in. Even if he couldn't hold it in, he had to hold it in. Somewhere in the distance, there was a faint glimmer of light. At the same time, an undercurrent from underground was surging violently. Chu Yang frowned. This muddy river should have reached its end. The ultimate fate of this overflowing river was to merge into another river. It would become a brand new water flow, and this water flow was no longer as muddy as before. Because it had received a shock. At the end of this river, there was a different situation. Because it was a joke to talk about moving stealthily in the clear river water. As long as there were enemies passing by, they would be seen immediately. He would be seen with a single glance. At that time, he would only end up as a live target for others, to be slaughtered. At the end of the river, people also stopped. Xianxia didn't immediately issue a new order, but his body slowly came to a stop. He stopped in the murky river water. The people behind noticed that Xianxia stopped moving forward, and naturally, they all stopped as well. They had been running all the way until now. Everyone's admiration for this young villa master Chu had already reached the point of prostrating themselves before him. They had been unconvinced of Xianxia in the beginning, and had questioned him when they had started to flee. However, everyone had changed their views a lot after these two changes. At least for now. Everyone began to have a certain degree of confidence that they could escape from Imo Yuntian's death pursuit, because if he was the pursuer, there was almost a 10% chance that he would have lost him. If they were still unable to escape from Imo Yuntian's grasp, then they could only resign themselves to their fate. It definitely wasn't that Villa Master Chu's plans weren't good enough. It could only be attributed to the will of the heavens playing tricks on people, not the fault of fighting. Xianxia slowly rose to the surface of the water. When he was about 3 feet away from the surface of the water, he paused for a moment, listening to the movements outside and sensing the changes in the outside world. Then, he rose another foot and sensed the movements in his surroundings again. After confirming that there was no danger, Xianxia's whole body suddenly rose from the water like a rag. At the moment of rising, his hair had already become completely dry. Following that, his clothes also became dry. Then, his whole body was like a snake that had just come out of the water. With a flash on the surface of the water, he quickly entered the bushes at the side. When he came out of the river, he didn't bring up a single drop of water. The moment he entered the bushes, he didn't stop at all. He silently glided along the grass for a distance of more than 100 feet. Next to him was a small forest with only a few hundred trees. In the next moment, Xianxia had already entered that small forest. His body slowly sank, and his whole body sank into the soil. The dense spiritual energy around his body stirred and slowly expanded outwards. Gradually, a cave was expanded underground, a cave that could accommodate people. When the second person came in using his method, the space inside the cave was enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 200 people had all followed Xianxia into the cave. Everyone had a feeling of seeing the light again. The entire process of floating along the river took a full 3 hours. It was only now that they could finally breathe through their nostrils. We were lucky enough to pass the first stage safely. Xianxia's voice was very low, but everyone listened attentively. Even those who had already thought of death and were in complete despair had now regained some vigor in their eyes. Fantasies were after all just fantasies. Once the real enemy came, no one wanted to die. If there was a chance to live, who would really want to die? Passing this stage is a victory, but it's also just the beginning. Because the next 8 stages are the real fatal ones. Now, we're just at the beginning. There are still 23,000 miles to our destination, the Great River. In these 23,000 miles, any distance of 1 foot or even 1 inch could be the difference between life and death. Xianxia said, "So, let's rest here for a while. Let's restore our spirit and ensure that our physical strength is intact before we continue on our journey." As he spoke, he instructed everyone to take out the dry food that they had prepared beforehand and began to eat. At everyone's level of cultivation, even if they didn't eat, it wouldn't affect them too much. However, after filling their stomachs, they would have a subtle psychological feeling of with food in their stomachs, one's heart would not panic. Normally, this feeling naturally didn't matter. However, at such a special time, it would become a kind of spiritual support. A series of chewing sounds could be heard. Everyone was trying hard to restrain themselves, but the fragrance of the dry food was real and real. Even those seniors who had been fasting for decades or centuries were chewing the dry food vigorously at this moment. They had never realized that rice could be so delicious. It seemed that they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. It was really a waste of life, eat to prove that they were still alive, as Yang ate, he sketched out the next route in his mind. Going out from here was coincidentally the other side of the Forest of Guidance that he had encountered when he first arrived at the Heavenly Palace. The Forest of Guidance was a special place that could only be exited and not entered. In other words, it was a forbidden area. Because it was a forbidden area, there were very few people around. There were also relatively few places that could hide so many people. Then, how could they safely pass through this special place? This was undoubtedly a big problem. The current situation was that they absolutely couldn't allow any mistakes to happen. If they made a mistake, it would be equivalent to sending themselves to the gates of hell. There was no chance of luck, and there was no chance of a second chance. They could only succeed in one strike. Let's first divide the following teams. Yang said lightly, first, we have to divide into 5 small teams. When we escape later, although the 5 teams will move together, there must be a sequence in which they move first. In the long process of escaping, it's impossible that we will never be caught, and it's even more impossible that we won't encounter the enemy. On this point, I hope that all of you are clearly mentally prepared. Although today's journey was smooth, it was because of many external factors. In the future, such favorable conditions will no longer exist. If you want to die, you must have a mentality that disregards life and death. Everyone, do you understand? Yang's heavy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Everyone silently nodded their heads. Once we encounter the enemy, then, the team that lags behind must be prepared to sacrifice themselves. Only your sacrifice can buy some time for the others when we encounter the enemy, and create a chance to escape. If everyone only cares about escaping, the final outcome will only be complete annihilation. This is the reality. Although I don't want to say it, I have to say it. Yang closed his eyes. This order is up to all of you to decide. Those who must survive, and those who have the most value after surviving can automatically be in the first team. And so on and so forth. The 200 people looked at each other silently. Then, in this silent place, some people consciously walked to the back, and some consciously stayed in the front. At this time, there was no need for modesty, and there was no need for hypocrisy. A hierarchy was automatically formed. Those who stayed at the back were all willing, and those who stayed at the front were also willing. In unison, the front team of 50 people knelt down in front of the 150 people behind them. Then, the second team of 50 people turned around and knelt down. Then, the third team. Only the last 50 people stood tall and proud, accepting this salute, accepting everyone's salute. When the people in front stood up, the last team knelt down neatly, followed by the third team, the second team. The people in front knelt at the back because, your sacrifice may allow me to survive. So, this is a life-saving grace. A life-saving grace, I want to kneel and thank you. The people at the back knelt at the front because, I may die, and I will definitely die in front of all of you. If all of you can return alive, then, my affairs, my family, my worries, please help me, please take care of me. This scene happened silently, but it was filled with a kind of shock. In front, about 500 miles away, Meng Wuya stood with his hands behind his back with a gloomy face. Behind him, the Mo Yun Tian soldiers, whether it was the Mo Yun guards or the silver-armored soldiers, all of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that Great General Meng was really angry now. Meng Wuya would never have dreamed that Yang would actually lead so many people to escape so far away in one breath, and even escape from the range of his own eyes. Now, his heart was full of mixed feelings. There was admiration, and even more anger. He was indeed someone that he sincerely admired. He was indeed the person who had the guts to kill Mo Yun Tian. Only, where was Yang now? Even a saint-level divine sense couldn't sense him. What method did he use to avoid it? Thinking of this, Meng Wuya's face suddenly changed. This is from P. There were actually quite a few methods that could block the divine sense of a saint-level expert. However, most of them had a precondition, which was that it had to be used by someone of the same level to avoid it. In other words, as long as you weren't a saint-level expert, or were weaker than Meng Wuya, it was basically impossible to avoid it. However, this statement wasn't absolute, because there were still a few methods that could use some mediums to avoid the divine sense of a super-expert. In this mortal world, the most common mediums were water, fire, earth, and so on, as long as these things were used properly, they could weaken the divine sense of a saint-level expert to a great extent. When it came to blocking divine sense, the first thing to use was fire. Fire was the only thing that existed in the form of pure energy among the 5 elements. Strictly speaking, divine sense was actually also a kind of energy. If one used divine sense to interfere with fire, they would definitely be burned by the fire, causing damage to their divine sense. This was something that no expert could avoid. However, it was really difficult to create a protective layer made entirely of fire, and it might not be very useful. Take Xianxia and the others as an example. If they really created a fire shield, there would be no need to use divine sense to search. They could just start fighting directly. It was really too conspicuous. It was not that one's spiritual sense was unable to sense water and earth. It was just that using one's spiritual sense to sense things that were isolated by water and earth, even if one had reached the level of a saint, would find it extremely difficult to do so. Take the infinite boundless mountain from before as an example. Although Meng Wuya's spiritual sense was undoubtedly shocking, he was only able to sense things within half a foot of the infinite boundless mountain. If it were ordinary ink cloud guards or silver armored soldiers, divine sense wouldn't even be able to penetrate it. Of course, the main reason for this result was that the mountain's structure was far superior to ordinary mountain rocks. However, as a medium, earth was indeed the most difficult to penetrate with divine sense. If the medium was water, the situation would be relatively better. Even the ordinary ink cloud guards and silver armored soldiers could detect movements under the water about half a foot deep. For a saint like Meng Wuya, he could detect movements at a depth of more than 3 feet. However, there were no absolutes in this world. There were a few special circumstances that were not within this restriction. One of them was the elven trait of Dukyu. His elven attribute was wood, and he was naturally close to water and earth. His divine sense could easily penetrate everything within 1,000 feet radius. The other type was like Xianxia. Xianxia had the heaven-splitting divine technique. He had a large dantian and was always in the 5 elements. His body was accompanied by the changes of yin and yang, and he wandered between life and death. The weakening of the medium in the general sense was negligible to him. Furthermore, the difficulty of Xianxia's cultivation was at least double that of an ordinary person's. But, the strength that he obtained from his cultivation was also double or even more than that of an ordinary person's. His divine sense was at least several times stronger than people of the same level. Moreover, this person of the same level had to be the strongest among ordinary cultivators. The level of Xianxia's divine sense was much, much stronger than an ordinary person's. Therefore, he could easily sense all changes outside of the 5 elements. This was something that others could only be envious of. How could Meng Wuya, who had the strength of a sage, not understand this principle? Along the way, he didn't see any smoke or dust. Moreover, due to the wrong direction, he didn't see any water flow. Now that he was at his wit's end, he changed his train of thought and instantly had a vague idea. Meng Wuya's face sank. He looked at the commander of the Emoyun guards and asked, "Did you see a big river in the process of tracking?" "A big river?" The commander pondered for a while and said, "No big river, but there was a small river. The river water was very muddy." Meng Wuya's pupils shrank. A muddy river water? Yes. What was the direction of the river? Meng Wuya's voice had a bit of a heavy tone. Towards the south. The commander recalled for a while and then answered with certainty. How long after you separated from me did you see the river? About, less than half an incense's time. In terms of distance, it was at most 200 miles. The commander was sweating profusely from the interrogation. It was such a muddy river water. Although they saw it at that time, no one paid attention to it. If it wasn't for their super good memory, they would have forgotten it by now. But they were asked in such detail by Great General Meng. Could it be? Could it be that there was a problem with the river water? Meng Wuya closed his eyes and sighed. Half an incense's time. Sigh, when you saw the river, it is very likely that Xianxia and the others were in the river right under your eyes. What? How is this possible? The commander of the Emoyun guards was shocked. Meng Wuya shook his head speechlessly. It's useless to say more. Let's set off immediately to find the river you mentioned. But, even if we get there now, I'm afraid Chu Yang and the others have already left. The commander was very upset. There was once an opportunity to establish a peerless martial art in front of me, but I didn't notice it. I let it go lightly and didn't pay attention to it. If the heavens give me another chance, even if I have to roast that river dry, I will still have a harvest. Bastard! If we don't go there and take a look, how will we know where they went? Are we going to search like headless flies? Do you think the Eastern Royal Sky belongs to your family? Meng Wuya was furious and scolded in anger. At this point, 3,000 people turned back and returned. After a long while, Meng Wuya stood in the cave in the forest that Chu Yang had opened up. He looked up to the sky and sighed. What a genius! It's really hard to imagine how a young man in his 20s could come up with so many ingenious escape plans. Meng Wuya really didn't understand. According to the norm, a young man in his 20s would still be training hard in seclusion in the sect, and would still be receiving teachings and reprimands from the masters. But Chu Yang had already leaped out and faced Mo Yuntian head-on with his bare hands. How could he have so many life experiences? Where did he get such rich Jianghu experience? Was it really just that the younger generation would surpass them in time, just as Meng Wuya was sighing to the sky? Chu Yang and the others who were full of energy and in good condition were running along the periphery of the forest. They were fast but silent all the way. Chu Yang's own speed wasn't very fast. But, he had been maintaining this constant and uniform speed. And, this frequency had driven everyone to run at the same frequency and speed. After a period of time, everyone strangely discovered that even though they had been running for such a long distance, they didn't feel tired at all by using this breathing frequency to circulate their inner breath. This was really a strange thing. Everyone's gaze changed again when they looked at Chu Yang. This guy, how many times did he have to run to be able to come up with such a complete set of experience? This guy couldn't have been chased since he was born, right? This set of actions was simply too systematic. It was really too professional. Stop. Just as he was immersed in the excitement of galloping, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. There were actually a lot of people, a total of 400 to 500 people. Actually, strictly speaking, this couldn't be considered a path, but a space in the periphery of the forest. But since Chu Yang and the others were walking, it became a path. But in this kind of place, there were actually people blocking their path. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Mo Yuntian's people had caught up? And they were lying in ambush here, even though they had escaped their pursuers one after another. Everyone, including Chu Yang, was still jittery and paranoid. They would be on tenterhooks for a long time at the slightest movement. Now that so many people had appeared, how could they not be afraid? But when everyone looked carefully, they couldn't help but feel anger rise in their hearts, and evil thoughts grew in their hearts. They saw that the cultivation of this group of people wasn't very high, but they were all outstanding. This wasn't a description, they were really outstanding, and there was a thick furry tail behind them, their ears were straight. And their mouths were sharp. The wolf clan, Chu Yang suddenly remembered. So it was this group of people. This group of people really persevered. The wolf clan had been chasing Greasy Cat all this time. But since the arrival of many super sects, Chu Yang had also improved his cultivation. At first, he still wanted to avenge Greasy Cat, but the people of the wolf clan had unexpectedly disappeared and their whereabouts were unknown. No one knew where they had gone. It turned out that this group of people hadn't given up and were actually hiding here. Who are you people? A werewolf looked at the people in front of him, somewhat bewildered. Have you seen a chubby member of the Meow clan? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Look at who here looks like a member of the Meow clan. Chu Yang didn't give this group of people a chance to speak at all. His calamity sword flashed coldly, and he took the lead and rushed forward. When blood splattered, at least a dozen werewolves had already fallen to the ground. They couldn't find them earlier, but now that they encountered them, how could they let them go? Kill them, don't leave a single one alive. Chu Yang shouted, the only thing to be careful is to not damage their backpacks. You must not. The backpacks of these werewolves seemed to be their unique symbol. Every one of them would carry one on their back. Should there be a change of clothes or something else inside, however, because of this chance encounter, Chu Yang suddenly had some ideas. When this group of people attacked together, their efficiency was unusually high. It was really like chopping melons and vegetables. It was an absolute one-sided massacre. These werewolves were certainly considered experts among ordinary people. The leader was even at the peak of the heaven stage, close to the level of a saint. But under the siege of more than 200 experts, the weakest of whom was at the saint stage, they were all blasted to pieces in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have a chance to say a word. Everyone was anxiously running for their lives. Who would be interested in mushrooms with them? In just an instant, the ground was swept clean. Then, a brand new group of werewolves appeared at the periphery of the forest. Everyone's cultivation was extremely high, and they hurried on like the wind. I worked overtime last night and only managed to write 2 chapters. Let's not talk about this anymore. My efficiency is too slow. The most important thing is that today, I went to celebrate my aunt's birthday with my laptop. My cousins were all playing cards, but I actually managed to find some time to write a chapter. It's really a pleasant surprise. So I misspoke. I'm very sorry. I originally said that I couldn't explode today, but I did. Although it's just a small explosion. Cough, cough, but it doesn't match what I said, so, use the monthly votes to punish me. Yes, yes, punish me severely. Give me 10,000 votes to punish me. Wahahaha, today can be considered a small explosion. Yes, I'm still at my aunt's house. I'll definitely be home before 7:30. Also, I didn't drink too much. I promise, I really didn't drink too much. At night, I'll sing for everyone. Other than some wicked songs that I've never learned before, I know all the other songs. I know all the National Bel Canto songs. Let me say this in advance, brothers and sisters who want to hear me sing, prepare your earplugs first. If you listen to my songs and fall deeply in love with me. Cough, it's still fine if it's a woman, but if it's a man, then he'll really be beyond cure. Let's not talk about this anymore. Thousands of words can be condensed into 3 words, I'm begging for monthly votes. I'm begging for monthly votes. It had to be said that under Chu Yang's leadership, everyone actually had the temperament of a true werewolf. This should be entirely attributed to Luo Kudi. On the other side, in the completely sealed and isolated tribulation space, Tai Badian and the others almost immediately fell into the turbulent and surging waves of rich spiritual energy almost as soon as they entered. They were tumbling and bobbing inside, like a small boat struggling to survive in an incomparably huge sea. In a general sense, for cultivators, the purer and denser the spiritual energy, the better it was. However, when this excess exceeded the limit, or even greatly exceeded the limit of tolerance, the best tonic would become a huge poison. Going too far was as bad as falling short. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the tribulation space was only a fine line away from becoming a lethal poison. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were the first in line to enter. So, they naturally stayed together. However, the 2 women were under the impact of the violent spiritual energy. So, they couldn't see or touch the other person. In fact, they couldn't even think of the other person. That was because they couldn't even think of the other person. At this point in time, the only thing she could think of, or rather, the only thing she could think of every moment was, hurry up and collect the spiritual energy that was forcibly instilled into her body. Perhaps, her body would explode from this spiritual energy if she was a little late. This was originally an unimaginable land of feng shui. However, at this moment, it was full of tranquility and danger. For the first time, everyone discovered that too much and too dense spiritual energy could be fatal. When one's cultivation was low, it could cause one to explode. However, when one's cultivation was high, it could still cause one to explode at any time. One could only be forced to cultivate wholeheartedly, cultivate to the limit, refine, digest, and forcibly evolve to improve one's cultivation. This was like a person who had been eating non-stop. His mouth was constantly stuffed with food. Because he couldn't stop eating, he could only constantly exercise to the limit to digest. Because once he relaxed a little, he might choke to death from the food, or directly explode from the excessive amount of food in his stomach. When they first came in, everyone felt as if they were in heaven. They were extremely excited, and everyone was racing against time to cultivate. However, this situation lasted for less than a day, and everyone began to complain in their hearts. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to not race against time. What kind of place was this? It was simply an unconventional place that would take his life. Unknowingly, the tribulation space, which had been completely sealed, was slowly expanding. Because of this accident, the originally nearly perfect space had evolved once again, evolving to an even more perfect state. As for the palace of the Medicine King, it was slowly disintegrating due to the evolution of the tribulation space. Only the purple cloud pagoda was still standing in the center. The 10 saint crystals and 1 divine crystal had already reached the top of the purple firmament tower. Each floor was emitting a flickering light. In the herb field. In the atmosphere filled with extremely rich and pure spirit chi, the 3 spirit medicines were breathing in large mouthfuls of spirit chi with contented expressions. Although their bodies were still the same size as before, there was already an obvious color of blood on their bodies. If it was said that they were as white as snow before, now it was as if they were dyed with a layer of rosy red. As for the surrounding spiritual herbs, they were also growing at a crazy speed. In the process of crazy growth, spiritual herbs were constantly reaching their peak age. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for herbs to exceed their own limits. Once they reached their peak age, they could only slowly wither. Previously, in the palace of the Medicine King, Chu Yang and the Sword Spirit had seen such a situation. But in the tribulation space, it was a different situation. As long as a spiritual herb reached its peak age and its medicinal efficacy reached its peak, the spirit medicines would have already waved their small hands to instantly absorb the purest surging medicinal efficacy. Then, they would repeatedly absorb the external spirit chi and gradually reach their peak, gradually forming a kind of unique cycle. With such an endless supply of medicinal efficacy and the vast and endless spirit chi, even the spirit medicines were gradually unable to absorb it all. They could only condense a snow-white pill every once in a while and place it in front of them with a pained expression. In just a few days, the number of elixirs in front of Yao Ling's body had already exceeded 10, and this number was still increasing. The sword spirit stood quietly with his eyes closed, quietly enduring the cleansing of the pure spirit chi. He was trying hard to open up a new path that no one in the Phoenix clan had ever walked before. In the past, the Phoenix clan's cultivation techniques had only reached the heavenly human stage and there was no further progress. In order to achieve a breakthrough, the sword spirit was determined to create his own cultivation techniques. The Phoenix clan's cultivation techniques were also the result of continuous research by the predecessors. Since the predecessors could create their own cultivation techniques, why can't I create an even more profound cultivation technique? The sword spirit had such a thought, but he didn't know what kind of glory his intentions would bring to the Phoenix clan in the future. There were no absolutes in the world. Often, daring to dream was already half the battle won. Although the rest might require countless efforts to achieve, the first step was always the key. On the other side, Greasy Cat and Lazy were full of pain. Although the two of them were together, they were so overwhelmed by the spirit chi that they didn't even have time to say a word. Both of them were only at the heaven stage. In such an atmosphere, it was difficult for them to survive. Xie Danfeng, Huyan Aobua, Madame Mei, and the others were also in the same situation. Their cultivations were still below the two cats. No, they hadn't even reached the earth grade. Their strength was really very shallow. However, it was precisely because of this that their breakthroughs were relatively faster. The transformation of their physiques was also more thorough. Strictly speaking, they would obtain the greatest improvement in a short period of time. Everyone's cultivation was soaring. Duan Songkong and Wang Dao, who were ranked 3rd and 4th, were on the left and right respectively. As the spirit chi whistled around them, the saber chi gradually circled and danced, gradually becoming sharp and lofty, extremely swift and fierce. Although Lightning Snake and the others were slightly on the periphery, the level of the spirit chi that they were enduring was still extremely terrifying. In such an environment at this moment, there was no time to consider anything else. The spirit chi in this space was simply endless. The purity and richness of the spirit chi didn't discriminate based on the strength of each person's cultivation. Those with low cultivation were gradually improving, and those with high cultivation were also gradually improving. It was like a person in a sea. Those who could drink water could only drink what they could, and those who couldn't drink water could only drink what they could bear. If there was a difference, it was just that those with bigger stomachs could drink a few more mouthfuls. Those with smaller stomachs naturally couldn't hold more. If they really drank too much and their stomachs couldn't bear it, then it would be a tragedy. This was obviously a wonderful phenomenon. However, among all the people who were enduring the spirit qi, the one who suffered the most was still Chu Yang. Others were unscrupulously trying their best to improve, but Chu Yang was the only one who couldn't. In such a tense place of escape, rashly improving was courting death, therefore, Chu Yang could only suppress it. He restrained himself and forcibly controlled the spirit qi. As the owner of the tribulation space, the spirit qi that he was enduring was of the highest level. He couldn't stop it at all. Running with all his might all the way, he couldn't exhaust even 1/10,000th of the spirit qi. Right now, his dantian was already full. There was no more missing. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth transformed into each other. The qi of life and death transformed into each other. The qi of heaven and earth converged into yin and yang. Every dantian was in a full state. So Chu Yang could only try to adjust the consumption of a part of the spirit qi while running to the limit and compress it to the limit. He compressed it fiercely, and it was so pure that it couldn't be compressed anymore. He used all possible means to compress the space bit by bit in order to accommodate the huge amount of spirit qi that seemed to have no limit. However, no matter how much he compressed and purified it to the limit, the little space he got was just a drop in the bucket. It was filled up again in an instant. Damn it, he compressed the power of his dantian again and again, almost crazily, to create a space that could accommodate new spirit qi. This process sounded simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. If it was just difficult, it was still okay. This process was extremely dangerous. There was the danger of qi deviation at every turn. This process should only be carried out in the quietest environment. No one could disturb him during the process. But Chu Yang didn't have such conditions at all. He could only complete it with great difficulty while running crazily. He had to bear the huge pressure of life and death at all times. He had to take care of every detail and every decision of his escape. He had to consider all the possible unexpected situations and think about the next step at all times. His heart was divided into 8 parts, but he had to take care of all aspects. He couldn't make any mistakes. On one hand, he had to choose the safest and most cautious escape route. He couldn't make any mistakes. Once he made a mistake, everyone would die together. On the other hand, he had to find a better anti-tracking method to confuse the enemy. If he didn't succeed, everyone would die. On the other hand, he had to pay attention to everyone's mental state. If he found any signs of danger, if he passed this stage, what about the next one? How could he continue to live strong at this moment? But at this time, the spirit qi from the tribulation space was still constantly scouring and compressing. He also had to pay attention to compressing his dantian and delay the opportunity to break through. Every time he succeeded in compressing it, the compressed space would quickly be filled with new spirit qi in an instant. The only thing he could do was to continue compressing it. Continue compressing it. Compressing it again, he just couldn't break through. Chu Yang felt that he was suffering from internal and external problems. He was suffering from internal and external problems. He was being ambushed from all sides. He had 1,000 kinds of feelings and all kinds of pain, but under such unimaginable hardships, Chu Yang actually completed them one by one. Chu Yang himself didn't even realize that the primordial real silk that had already been thinned out in his dantian was slowly increasing in number. Initially, when there was only one dantian, the primordial real silk was suspended in the middle. But now, every dantian was overflowing with spiritual energy. Basically, after a short period of time, a strand of primordial real silk would form and then quietly sink down to the bottom. And then, another strand, and another. The primordial real silk at the bottom grew more and more, and the primordial real silk in every dantian was different. Some were gold, some were green, some were gray, some were blue. Originally, the spiritual energy in Chu Yang's dantian was all in a gaseous state and then gradually turned into a mist. But now, it had already turned into a semi-liquid state and was thick. And Chu Yang was still madly compressing it. Perhaps the current Chu Yang still didn't know that it was this escape and this extremely harsh environment that allowed him to make a very special breakthrough. And this special breakthrough was even more important than breaking through to the heavenly human level, or even the saint level. Originally, his advancement had been too fast, and most of it had been done by external forces. No matter how miraculous the heavenly fortune pill was, and how compatible it was with his body, it was still an external force. Although it wouldn't cause any negative effects, it would still cause his foundation to be somewhat shaky. However, after this round of tempering, Xianxia's foundation had become unbelievably solid, or it could be said that this kind of firmness was something that no one in the entire Heaven Imperial Court had ever had before. This dantian also started to be used for real during this process. The group of 200 people broke through the forest like the wind and entered a stretch of grassland. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This stretch of grassland was rarely visited by people since ancient times. It was as tall as a person. When 200 people entered this stretch of grassland, it was like 200 water droplets entering the sea. There were very few traces to be found. A feeling of safety that they hadn't felt for a long time flooded their minds at this moment. After going deeper into the grassland for 150 kilometers, someone was the first to roll his eyes and fall to the ground. He didn't lose consciousness, but fell asleep directly and entered the so-called deep sleep state. With one person as an example, the other 200 or so people all fell down in a disorderly manner. Everyone's face was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity as they panted heavily. However, they were truly exhausted. Although everyone was a top-notch expert with a steady mind, it was really too tiring to stay in this state of extreme flight for a long time without daring to relax. Everyone had already reached their limit half a day ago. Being able to persevere until here was already an extremely rare thing. They really couldn't persevere any longer. Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. This time, when he relaxed, he immediately felt that his 2 legs were sore and numb, and he could barely lift them. This was the consequence of suddenly relaxing one's mind under a mountain-like pressure. Xianxia was very clear about this. In fact, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. But now, it was indeed time to relax. Otherwise, not only these 200 people, but even Xianxia himself wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Although they had not seen any signs of their pursuers, they had not experienced much sword light either. However, the danger was greater than any of the previous times, because as long as they saw a trace of their pursuers, they would be completely wiped out, because the enemy this time was too strong. So strong that they didn't dare to face them directly. However, even Xianxia himself didn't expect that he would reach this prairie so smoothly. What is Meng Wuya doing now? What is he thinking about? I believe that it's impossible for him to lose me. Since I have seen this prairie, then Meng Wuya will certainly see the importance of this prairie. He won't let it go so easily. Xianxia panted heavily as he pondered. His gaze unconsciously slid across the grass in front of him. Suddenly, his gaze tightened, and his heart beat violently for no reason. Xianxia suddenly realized that he had overlooked an extremely important detail: the season. It was already late autumn. Although the grass still had a little bit of green, in fact, it didn't have much vitality and water. Most of the grass had already shown signs of drying up. Suddenly, Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. He suddenly jumped up, and his complexion instantly became deathly pale. Manor Lord Chu, what's wrong? Chu was lying on the grass next to him. He was panting tiredly, and looked like a dead fish. Seeing Xianxia suddenly jump up in panic, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Chu and Xianxia hadn't known each other for a long time. But, Chu had a considerable understanding of Xianxia's personality. He was very clear that this temporary lord's countenance wouldn't change even if a mountain were to collapse in front of him. But, even he had lost his composure at this moment. So, this undoubtedly meant that something very serious and negative was about to happen. Perhaps, it had already happened. Quick, tell everyone to get up and leave immediately. We have to leave in the shortest time and with the fastest speed. Leave this prairie. Xianxia's complexion was deathly pale. Right now, looking for us in this prairie is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's the best time to rest. Why are you in such a hurry? What's wrong? Chu also felt that something was wrong, but he still couldn't help but ask. He was really too tired. There's no time to explain. Quick! Xianxia kicked his body. Then, his body turned like a whirlwind, and he kicked everyone up one by one. Chu Yang used his strength very cleverly. He didn't hurt the muscles or bones of the people he kicked, but they would feel extreme pain. Even if they were in a deep sleep, they would still wake up. "Let's go," Chu Yang ordered. Everyone was full of resentment as they hurried along the way. They finally found a good place to take a breather, but this Villa Master Chu seemed to have gone crazy and kicked everyone up. What the hell is going on? Along the way, they couldn't help but grumble and complain incessantly. But Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to them, and only focused on rushing forward. Anyone who lagged behind or didn't listen to orders would be beheaded in public. There was no room for hesitation at this critical moment. Under the pressure of death, Chu Yang beheaded 3 people in a row. Then, everyone resumed their speed. No matter how resentful, no matter how slow, and no matter how tired they were, it was still better than going to hell. The grassland in front of them was like the waves of the sea. The wind was blowing fiercely behind them. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and Chu Yang's heart became more and more anxious. After running for about 200 miles, the strength that they had just gathered had completely disappeared. Their hearts were filled with dissatisfaction. But at this time, someone suddenly sniffed, "Hey, what's the smell?" He turned his head to look. With one look, he was scared out of his wits. Hundreds of miles behind them, the wind was blowing fiercely, and the fire had already soared to the sky. Half of the sky was burning red. Now, the fire that filled the sky was chasing after the crowd along with the violent wind. Its power was extremely terrifying. "Fire! Fire! There's a fire behind us!" This person shouted in panic. "Everyone, don't look back!" Chu Yang fiercely ordered everyone, "Quickly run for your lives. If you can't run out of the grassland, you'll be caught and turned into roasted pigs." Chu Yang sighed from the bottom of his heart. Meng Wuya's reaction was a step faster than he had expected. He must have ordered the fire as soon as he saw this grassland. There was no hesitation at all. Moreover, the speed of their pursuit was twice as fast as what he had expected in the worst-case scenario. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had suddenly obtained an endless amount of energy. Under the boundless fear, their originally weak and limp legs suddenly had an inexhaustible amount of energy. Run like crazy, with everyone's cultivation, they were naturally not afraid of a mere grassland fire. But the truly terrifying ones were the people who set the fire. Once this grassland was burned to the ground, there would be no chance for them to survive if they continued to linger on the grassland. Even if they dug a hole and hid underground, they would be dug out in the shortest time possible. The only way to survive was to quickly leave the grassland. Fierce wind, fierce fire. In the fierce wind, in front of the fierce fire, they ran at top speed. A person's strength was limited. Under the pursuit of the fire that filled the sky, they were quickly closing in. This was already an exhausted group of people who were at the end of their rope. There was a trace of despair on everyone's face. "Don't be afraid. Although the fire is a crisis, it is also a turning point." Chu Yang shouted, "We are in front of the fire, and they are behind it. The fire is the best thing to block the detection of divine sense. Moreover, there is smoke everywhere. They will definitely not be able to determine our direction in a short time. The fire can certainly burn us out, but it will also completely block their detection. The current situation is that as long as we can escape from this fire, then we will have at least 2 hours of buffer time. This fire is undoubtedly a disaster. But we left early, so it can be considered as helping us indirectly. We are now looking for a way out in the face of death. As long as we don't give up, hope will not abandon us." Chu Yang's words at this moment were honestly very far-fetched, and it was also very wishful thinking. But when these words were heard by everyone, their spirits were suddenly shaken. It made sense. If there was a turning point, there would be a chance of survival. If there was hope, there would be a future, a bright future. Therefore, everyone gritted their teeth and ran forward, stirring up all their life potential to move forward. Most of them felt ashamed in their hearts. They had previously complained about the manor master, but now they knew how childish they were. After so many years of experience in the martial world, they were actually not as good as a young man. They even had to complain about him. If not for Manor Master Chu, if they had really waited until they saw the fire and started to run, then none of them would have been spared. Once this thought arose in everyone's mind, in addition to fear, they also felt a sense of guilt. Unknowingly, Chu Yang's image in the eyes of these people had become more trustworthy. Now, if one were to say that Chu Yang was their only savior, none of these people would refute it, because this was the truth. Meng Wuya led the army in a big circle to determine the correct direction of Chu Yang and the others. Then, he chased after them at full speed. However, by the time he saw the corpses of the werewolves in the forest, Chu Yang and the others had already left. Meng Wuya knew that he could not let the situation worsen. If things continued to develop, he might not have the opportunity to catch up with anyone. So, he urged the whole army to forcefully stimulate their own energy. Without any hesitation, they finally arrived at the edge of the grassland. However, when they saw the vast grassland in front of them that was undulating like waves, all of them felt a little depressed. Everyone knew that it was simply a fool's dream to find 200 people in such a place, whether it was divine sense detection, aerial observation, or other investigative methods. Nothing could be done in such a terrain. However, Meng Wuya did not hesitate. He only glanced at it, and immediately gave an unexpected order. However, it was also the most correct order at the moment: burn. With this order, thousands of people began to move at the same time. Countless flames gradually rose. Using the wind and their own cultivation, the flames intensified and spread. In an instant, the raging flames soared into the sky. Waves of black smoke rose. In the blink of an eye, it had already filled the entire world. Seeing this, everyone cheered loudly. If Chu Yang and the others were here, they would not be able to hide under this fire, and this was indeed an excellent place to hide. From the countless traces and speculations that they had obtained before, it was clear that Chu Yang and the others were in this grassland. Moreover, they must have fallen into an extreme state of exhaustion. This time, they were doomed to be unable to fly even if they had wings. Only Meng Wuya was not blindly optimistic. He frowned and stood in front of the soaring flames. He calmly observed all the movements in the fire. He knew that Chu Yang must be somewhere in this grassland at this moment if there wasn't this big fire. He believed that Chu Yang would have countless methods and tactics to completely escape and shatter his pursuit. Therefore, he could only take drastic measures to extinguish the fire. However, Chu Yang would probably take advantage of the intensity of the fire to escape quickly after it was set on fire. His divine sense was no longer useful. Unless Chu Yang was in the middle of the prairie when the fire started. And that was also the safest place in the entire terrain. In that case, it would be difficult for Chu Yang to soar even if he had wings. However, Meng Wuya believed that Chu Yang was definitely not there. This trust came inexplicably. Even Meng Wuya himself didn't want to believe this, but this belief was deeply imprinted in Meng Wuya's heart, as if it was the truth, the reality. The fire spread rapidly. Steaming heat waves rose into the air. It completely isolated the probing of divine sense. Meng Wuya furrowed his brows as he watched the wind blow and the fire spread rapidly. A large area of black ash appeared in front of him. Meng Wuya waved his hand. Everyone, gather. Chase after the fire. General. An officer beside him wanted to say something but hesitated. The fire was burning now. Chasing after the fire to search at this time was definitely more uncomfortable than searching after the fire, and Meng Wuya was seriously injured. He was afraid that it would harm his body. Quickly carry out the order. 5,000 people spread out in a fan shape and follow the fire closely. Pay special attention to the ground. Immediately turn around and turn over the soil wherever you go. Completely suppress the ashes. Meng Wuya ordered with a stern face. This order killed 2 birds with 1 stone. If Chu Yang and the others were really trapped by the fire and wanted to hide underground to avoid the fire and people, then they would inevitably be found out. 5,000 people spread out and followed the fire. Separated by a distance, they braved the fierce heat waves and entered the burning prairie. The distance between each person was only 10 feet. Like a huge net, they spread out towards the depths of the prairie where the smoke was rising from all directions. Immediately send a message to the flying ship on the opposite side. Tell the people on standby to go towards the smoke from the opposite side. Also, spread a net to surround and completely strangle the other side's living space. Yes. At this moment, Meng Wuya was still being carried by 4 people. His eagle-like eyes looked at the ground in all directions from time to time. His sage-level divine sense also spread out. It was truly an inescapable net. Yang once again made a mistake in his calculations. He had originally predicted that at least after the fire had completely burned, Yuntian's people would enter the prairie to search for traces of them. But after this, Yang miscalculated. Yuntian's people had indeed entered the prairie after the fire had burned. But not after it had completely burned. They had already entered the prairie when the fire was still burning in front of them. Yang led everyone and rushed towards the edge of the prairie against the raging fire behind them. As the fierce wind was still chasing after Yang and the others, although the fire had not really burned them yet, the extremely hot air had already spread over first. In front of them, it had already been burned into a vacuum. It was completely impossible to breathe. Looking out, it was also a space that was already distorted and tumbling by the heat waves. There was still the last 20 miles. Yang took the lead and shouted in a low voice, "Don't turn back. No one is to turn back." Once they turned back and saw the overwhelming fire, their legs would immediately go soft. As long as they went soft, it would be completely over. Yang and the others rushed into the mountain range in front of them like a whirlwind. Then, Yang's heart moved and his face changed greatly. Mountains. What kind of existence were mountains? Of course, mountains were full of stones. But, there was no lack of grass and trees on any mountain, and behind them, the fire was only tens of miles away. It would catch up in a moment. Although they had already left the prairie, after entering the mountains, they still had to face the situation of being chased by the fire. The worst thing was, under the illumination of the fire, Yang and the others had nowhere to hide. Originally, it was already evening. The darkness of the night could be made use of, but now, the darkness and the fire had become fatal things. And right at the foot of the mountain, there was a river. That was the best way to get rid of the fire. It was also the most convenient way now. But Yang gave up without hesitation. After such a raging fire, the enemy's attention would definitely be focused on the word water. So, no matter what, they could not go to the river now. "Dilla Master, I have an idea," an expert said softly. "What idea?" "We can set fire on the spot. This way, we can clear out a section of the area. When the fire burns over, we don't have to worry so much." The expert was a little excited. He had always felt strange. Using fire to subdue fire, using fire to stop fire. This was clearly the best way to solve the problem. Why did the intelligent Villa Master Chu not think of it? Could it be that he was really muddle-headed? Bastard! Before Yang could speak, a few people could not help but curse. Do you think that what we are really afraid of is the fire? This kind of fire can be easily suppressed by anyone. Even if we let the fire burn, it won't harm our lives. What we are afraid of is Mo Yuntian after the fire. And Meng Wuya with the strength of a sage. Once we set fire here, won't we tell them our approximate location? We have been running for so long. The best advantage, or perhaps the only advantage, is that our location has never been locked. You actually suggested setting fire? Using fire to stop fire. Do you want to kill everyone? A few experienced elders were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If it wasn't for the urgent situation, they would have fiercely beaten this guy up. He didn't do anything but cause trouble. That person's face immediately turned red. Everyone was talking and discussing, but their speed did not slow down at all. Now, they had already rushed into the forest of the mountain range. With everyone's cultivation, as long as they wanted to escape, and as long as they still had strength, this kind of fire would definitely not be able to catch up with them before their cultivation was exhausted. The fierce wind passed through the mountain, whimpering like crying. Then, the wind changed direction, and it was like thousands of ghosts were crying. "Let's escape on this mountain." Yang made a prompt decision. As for the fire, let it burn however it wants. But we have to get as far away as possible before the fire. This sudden fire may already be the fire of our lives. Before it burns out, our lives will not end. The crackling sounds behind them did not stop. Obviously, the fire had already begun to spread into the mountain range. At this moment, Yang and the others had already entered the depths of the mountain forest. At this moment, if someone stood high up in the sky and looked down at the whole situation, he would discover a strange phenomenon. A streak of fire was rapidly advancing like a gigantic dragon. It was unstoppable. Behind the fire was Mo Yuntian and the others, who were everywhere. Meng Wuya sat at the back and commanded. 5,000 people turned the entire grassland upside down, and their speed was still extremely fast. They were only a dozen miles away from the front of the burning fire. And the front of this fire had already begun to rush into the mountains, and filled the forest that was covered in flames. Xu Yang and the others were like a twisted gust of wind, and pierced through the depths of the forest towards the opposite side at lightning speed, on the opposite side of the mountain range, in front of Xu Yang and the others in a straight line. The other half of the 5,000 black-clad guards and silver-armored soldiers were spread out all over the mountains and plains, searching over like mercury flowing down the ground. According to the speed of the two sides, they would meet head-on in at most an hour. Once they came into contact, Xu Yang and the others would be attacked from two sides, and they would be like dumplings wrapped in dumplings. And all of this, the people of the three sides were still unaware of it at this moment. The great crisis that belonged to Xu Yang and the others was gradually approaching. Requesting monthly votes. The people behind Xu Yang kept their mouths tightly shut. Everyone knew that they were in an extremely dangerous situation at this moment. If they were discovered by the enemy, it would mean that there was no chance for them to escape. At this time, everyone kept their distance from each other according to their previous agreement. The team was instantly divided into 4 groups. Time passed little by little. The curtain of night had already fallen. However, the fire that had spread for thousands of miles lit up this dark space as if it was daytime. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn passed in the blink of an eye. Behind the fire, someone shouted in surprise, "General Meng, we found 3 corpses here." Meng Wuya was startled. He immediately went over. They are the disciples of those 2 sections. All of them were beheaded by a sword. They were killed in one move. Meng Wuya looked at the corpses. He raised his head and thought carefully. Then, he said decisively, this should be the process of their escape. They were beheaded by Xu Yang as a warning to others. If that is the case, they should have escaped before the fire started. Otherwise, these 3 people would not have been beheaded because of some kind of resistance. So, they are most likely not in the grassland now. Everyone, pass through the fire at full speed. The whole army is in pursuit. But, why did they resist? Is it because the previous series of movements were too tiring? And, this grassland gives people a rare sense of security. Although this sense of security is just a false package, it is real. Since they have already killed people because of this fleeing team should be on the verge of falling apart. It is a team that has been forcibly put together for the same purpose. It lacks the basic run-in. It is not going to be a big deal. It is not going to be a big deal. Meng Wuya was carried over the raging fire. He said indifferently, since that is the case, our men are coming from the opposite direction. We need to cut off their escape route. We can capture them in one fell swoop and complete the task in one fell swoop. The 5,000 men heard this and their spirits were lifted. Their speed increased sharply. The opportunity to complete the task was in front of them. Naturally, they chased with all their might. Xu Yang's original black clothes had changed. Now, it was filled with other colors. He was moving forward. Suddenly, he was startled. He stopped moving forward. It was not only him. Among the 117 people, 100 showed the same expression. There was someone ahead. In fact, it wasn't just the front that was approaching. People were approaching from all directions when they discovered the enemy. The ink cloud guards on the other side had also discovered them. Suddenly, someone shouted, "There's someone in front. It should be the target murderer. Charge!" Enemies from all directions were quickly gathering towards them. For a time, the atmosphere was incomparably heavy. There were enemies ahead and pursuers behind. The situation was so bad that it had reached the extreme. The 4th team. Xu Yang shouted coldly. The 48 members of the 4th team stepped forward in unison. Originally, there were 50 people. But, 2 of them had been killed by Xu Yang. So, there were only 48 people left now. Chu Yang looked deeply at these people and said in a low voice, "There's no way forward. Please lead the way. Please." The remaining 140 people bowed at the same time. "Please." The 48 people all revealed a smile of relief on their faces as they said, "Everyone, have a safe journey. Let's fight side by side in our next life." Suddenly, with a long howl, the 48 people brazenly rushed out, where the smoke lingered. Everyone had a resolute look on their faces. No matter what, they had to fight their way out for the people they protected, even if they had to sacrifice themselves. They had to sacrifice themselves to the greatest value. At this moment, 100 to 200 black cloud guards had already gathered here and were charging over. The others were also on their way here at full speed. A long howl shook the night sky. "Found Chu Yang." In a distant place, there were also countless howls echoing. Right at this moment, the 48-people team was already like a giant bomb, howling and rushing into the ink cloud guards formation. Both sides had just come into contact, and in a split second, huge roars rang out one after another. Blood suddenly became the main color of this night, screams became the main melody of this night that was destined to not be peaceful. "Those who don't die, leave your lives behind." Both sides had just come into contact, and a tragic situation of life and death was formed, especially the people on Chu Yang's side. They were even more determined to die. That sound of wanting to break through the path ahead even if they had to die instantly intimidated the opponents. These people were all elites of super sections. In terms of strength, they were not weaker than the ink cloud guards, and even surpassed them. Although their numbers were relatively small, at this moment, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Their sharpness was unparalleled. Sabers and swords were like a forest. One of the elites from Iron Sword sect charged towards the sabers and swords. He let out a long and hoarse laugh. "Brother, don't forget that I have a great-grandson at home. Ahahaha, I'll leave everything to you." One of the enemy's swords chopped off his left hand, but he was still smiling. The sword in his right hand had already pierced into the throat of an ink cloud guard. However, the moment the enemy was killed, his right hand holding the sword was also chopped off by the enemy, but he seemed not to have noticed it and continued to rush forward. The next moment, 7 or 8 swords pierced into the vital parts of his body almost at the same time. Countless destructive vital essence exploded in his body, but he only laughed. "Leave quickly." Suddenly, his body exploded with a boom. The explosion was so sudden that it shook the heavens and earth. Behind Chu Yang, someone let out a long sigh. "Don't sigh. We don't have the time for that now. Leave quickly." Chu Yang rushed out. This was the best time to escape. It was not that Chu Yang was not sad, but now was definitely not the time to be sad. A series of explosions rang out. Those 48 people all chose to burn their spiritual energy and vitality to the extreme, and then rushed into the dense group of enemies to explode to death. They used their own lives to open up a path forward, and used their blood to create a path of escape. In the place where flesh and blood were scattered, the people they wanted to protect passed through just like that. In a situation where everyone's strength was about the same, these people burned all their remaining vitality and spiritual energy to the extreme. The power that could be exerted at the moment of self-explosion was at least 3 or 4 times stronger than under normal circumstances. How could Mo Yuntian and the others withstand it? No matter how fearless the ink cloud guards were, they were not truly fearless of death. But in the face of such enemies, they were also at their wits' end. As many as 70 to 80 ink cloud guards were buried in the place of these experts' self-explosion. In addition, there were also many who were seriously injured by the shock. Chu Yang showed no mercy. He swept past like the wind, and with one sword, he killed all of them. "You must survive." The last expert of the 4th squad roared. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. There were only about 20 ink cloud guards left in front of him. The situation seemed to have reversed in an instant. No, in the distance, there was the sound of clothes fluttering in the air. Several voices shouted together, at all costs. "Stop Chu Yang!" Large groups of ink cloud guards were rushing over one after another. The opportunity was fleeting. There was no room for hesitation. Chu Yang let out an extremely sorrowful roar. The calamity sword flashed, and he rushed straight over with his sword. Behind him, a total of 140 people were like a cone, and Chu Yang was the tip of the cone. Calamity Sword Technique. What harm was there in slaughtering the whole world? The Calamity Sword brought out an extremely dazzling sword aura and shot straight through the air. It went straight for the defensive line of the Ink Cloud Guards. Ding ding dang dang. In front of the unparalleled sharpness of the Calamity Sword, countless weapons had no room to fight back and broke one after another. Fresh blood splashed out from the chests of the Ink Cloud Guards. In just an instant, 7 or 8 bodies flew out, tumbling left and right. There were also whooshing sounds. Those were pieces of flesh that had been cut off by Xianxia. Xianxia only felt a chill on his shoulder, and a large piece of his flesh flew out just like that. A sword suddenly shot out horizontally. It was powerful and heavy. Xianxia didn't stop at all. Maintaining the momentum of flying, he shook his hand and used the move One Ray of Cold Light pierces 10,000 fathoms, thousands of cold lights flashed out. That Ink Cloud Guard had no room to resist at all. He fell down without a sound, and blood splattered all over his body. Due to the urgency of time, Xianxia didn't use the latest Calamity Sword technique that the Sword Spirit had practiced recently. Although the sword technique was more powerful, he hadn't really comprehended it yet after all. If he used it rashly, there would definitely be some delay. And now, there was no room for any delay, therefore, Xianxia used the move that he was already familiar with. But the moment he used it, he immediately realized that the power of the sword technique now was far from what it had been in the past. Its power had increased to an extent that Xianxia could never have imagined before. It must be known that although Xianxia had not completely comprehended the new fused sword moves, his understanding of the original moves had unknowingly improved by another level. Although there was only a difference of one level, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Puff, 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 puff. Xianxia's body didn't stop at all. He rushed forward like a hurricane. At this moment, he didn't know what injuries and fatigue were. There was only one thought in his mind: charge out. I must charge out. The battle had only been going on for a short while, but he didn't know how many enemies he had encountered, how many he had killed, and how many weapons he had broken. The people behind him followed closely. The shadows on both sides constantly hacked at them with swords and sabers at lightning speed. This team that was charging out was also constantly losing members. As long as someone's leg was injured, he would immediately leave the team and charge toward the opponent who had injured him. He would explode and die. With 2 clangs, 2 broken swords suddenly flew up into the sky. 2 burly figures staggered back to the sides. Xianxia roared and rushed forward in a straight line. There was only one Ink Cloud Guard left in front of him, the last one. Seeing Xianxia rushing up like a madman, this Ink Cloud Guard couldn't help but feel a burst of inexplicable fear. He leaned to the side and actually made way for Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly felt empty in front of him. He had actually rushed out of the encirclement. Bastard! Why didn't you stop him? Why did you dodge? Are you afraid of that person? The 2 Ink Cloud Guards who were staggering back roared loudly. Before they could stop their momentum of retreat, they had already seen Xianxia break through the last line of defense. They couldn't help but roar and scold angrily. That Ink Cloud Guard seemed to have woken up from a dream at this point. He shouted wildly and turned to chase, but he was swarmed by the people of the 2 big sections. Each person chopped him into meat paste with a sword. Everyone, follow me closely. Xianxia didn't even turn his head as he shouted. His body was still dripping with blood as he rushed into the forest on the opposite side. Behind him, everyone tried their best to catch up. This group of people sneaked into the dense forest like a whirlwind. In the distance, a strong wind wrapped in flames swept over overwhelmingly. In front of the flames were Meng Wuya and his subordinates. Everyone was rushing over here as fast as a meteor. On the left and right sides, there were also countless figures rushing over. In less than 30 breaths of time, it was the difference between life and death. Where's Xianxia? Where is he? Someone asked angrily. Hiss. Some people looked at the tragic scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. In any case, Xianxia had finally broken through this death blockade and left without a second thought. The best and most dangerous deadlock was broken. The Ink Cloud Guards and the silver-armored soldiers didn't hesitate too much. They immediately split up. First, more than 100 people chased after, and then more than 1,000 people chased after them one after another after asking about the situation. After another half an incense stick of time, Meng Wuya finally arrived. Where is he? Meng Wuya asked angrily. He escaped. An inky cloud guard commander lowered his head in shame. There were more than a dozen sword wounds on his body that hadn't been bandaged yet. Blood was flowing out of all of them. Every sword wound was so deep that the bones could be seen. If this commander's cultivation hadn't reached the peak of the celestial being level, he would have died from his serious injuries. Escaped? How did he escape? Meng Wuya couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. It was obviously a death trap. How could he have escaped? Things have changed too suddenly. Our 5,000 people have formed a huge net. They came to outflank Chu Yang's group, but because they were too scattered, they didn't have time to regroup. In the first round, 40 to 50 people self-detonated at the same time. A path was blasted open. In the end, that Ink Cloud Guard commander was ashamed, heartbroken, and dejected. In a very short time, Meng Wuya checked the situation at the scene, and after looking at it, he let out a long sigh. They're all the corpses of our own people. There isn't even a single corpse over there. At most, there are only some broken limbs. Meng Wuya's voice was filled with sincere respect. They're really thorough, General. These people must have gone mad. It's as if they don't care about their own lives. That Ink Cloud Guard commander's body swayed. Finally, he couldn't support himself and fell to the ground. Facing such an enemy, we are completely helpless. Conventional battle tactics are completely useless, and we can't avoid them. We can only use our own bodies to resist. So many brothers sacrificed themselves like this. The situation at that time was really too tragic. How many people did we lose in this battle? Meng Wuya asked. Ink Cloud Guard, 170 people died. 35 silver-armored soldiers. That Ink Cloud Guard commander smiled bitterly. More than 200 brothers died just like that. It only took half a cup of tea's time from beginning to end. Meng Wuya sighed deeply. At that time, 10,000 people had followed him out. So far, close to 1,000 had been lost. Although more than 10% of the targeted enemies had been killed, the remaining people were probably more difficult to deal with. As a general, what kind of enemies were the most difficult to deal with? Calm enemies, cruel enemies, enemies with brains, enemies with wisdom, and so on. Enemies who were not afraid of death, without a doubt, could always be listed in the top 3 of this list. Meng Wuya was silent for a while. He looked at the soldiers beside him. I brought these people out. In the future, how many of them can safely return with me? And how many of them will be buried here forever? He said silently. Chase. No matter what, things had come to this point. There was no turning back, and there was no turning back. Chu Yang couldn't, and he couldn't either. At this moment, Chu Yang's whole body was almost rotten. Since that unavoidable battle in the dense forest, the battles had been one after another. He didn't know when he would encounter a group of people. After a battle, he would fight desperately and finally break out of the encirclement and escape. Then, not long after, he would encounter another group of people again. It continued like this, as if it had become some kind of cycle. The pursuit was like a drizzle in the sky, a continuous rain in autumn. Once it started, it would be endless and never stop. Now, it was raining, and the ground was fighting. The rain continued to fall, and the battles continued one after another. Chu Yang could only guarantee one thing now: he would use all means to not be surrounded by the enemy. But encountering a battle was destined to be unavoidable. It was a situation that he had to face. Compared to the others, Chu Yang's body was undoubtedly the most injured. Although his cultivation was not the highest among them, he had to rush to the front. This was because he was now the soul of this team. If Chu Yang had not been rushing forward and opening a path, these people would have been in despair. Only Chu Yang could give these people a subtle feeling of "we still have hope." Roughly estimating, the injuries on Chu Yang's body in these few days were at least 400 to 500. 400 to 500, this was a shocking number. And Chu Yang had used 4 incomplete versions of the heavy pills so far. If it wasn't for the surging spiritual energy in his body that continuously healed his wounds and increased his physical strength, even if Chu Yang had 100 heavy pills, they would have been used up long ago. Fortune and misfortune depended on each other, and misfortune hid within each other. the fusion of the tribulation space and the divine palace of the medicine king caused the extreme backflow of spiritual energy, causing the tribulation space to be temporarily sealed. This caused Chu Yang to lose his biggest life-saving trump card, but it also provided Chu Yang with another near-perpetual source of spiritual energy, supporting Chu Yang's eternal source of power. Now, the way everyone looked at Chu Yang changed again. It was as if they were looking at a high mountain, or it should be said that they were looking at a demon. They had never seen anyone who could fight like this. Or simply using the word fight was not enough to describe the terrifying extent of his state. It seemed as if Chu Yang couldn't be beaten to death. He had rushed out of the forest of swords and sabers a moment ago. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was on the verge of death. But, the next moment, he would be full of energy, and would enter the next wave of battle in perfect condition. Once again, he was covered in wounds. Then, he fled for his life again. Once again, he participated in the battle. He was still the first to charge and take the lead, not to mention that he was made of flesh. Even if he was made of iron, he would have already fallen apart by now. But Chu Yang actually hadn't fallen yet. It seemed that he could still persist. Perhaps he could persist for a long, long time, or even forever. Everyone was first surprised, then amazed, then horrified, then admired, and finally worshipped him. After continuing to flee like this, there were only 50 people left with Chu Yang. The last 50 people. Other than the 3 who disobeyed the order and were beheaded in public, the rest of the team of 200 people had already fallen on the road of being hunted down and turned into a shocking explosion, filling the sky with flesh and blood. However, along the way, more than 100 ink cloud guards and more than 400 silver-armored soldiers had also fallen here, becoming cold corpses that share the spring. Just these few days of chasing, including the encounter at the beginning, Mo Yuntian's people had already paid an expensive price of no less than 1,300 people. Such a high price made Meng Wuya's heart ache so much that he was trembling. This made all the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers gnash their teeth and fight even harder. Under such a mentality, it led to the subsequent battles becoming more and more dangerous. Even the 50 people who were still able to escape with Chu Yang were all covered with cuts and bruises. Not a single one of them could be found unscathed. Now, at this moment, the only thing that could still support everyone to persevere was Chu Yang's indomitable fighting spirit. Poof, Chu Yang plunged into a puddle. He didn't care how turbid and dirty the water in the puddle was. He just opened his mouth and gulped down mouthfuls of water. The tribulation space couldn't be opened. The fresh water resources that Chu Yang had never seen as a problem had been completely used up for a long time. The continuous autumn rain was like the continuous sorrow of spring. Puddles after puddles gathered on the ground. The water in each puddle had an earthy yellow color, with unknown things floating on top. The 50 people just supported each other like this, lying in the puddles and gulping down mouthfuls of water. Hunger was nothing to first-rate experts like them. However, thirst was something that all experts and powerhouses could not lack. Especially when they had lost a large amount of blood from the continuous attacks, countless silt and turbid water rushed into their stomachs together. Once the time limit was exceeded, there was a possibility that he would never have to walk again in this lifetime. Go. Chu Yang, who was so tired that he had buried his head in dirty water, suddenly jumped up and issued an order. School www.WWWWWGUNCOM leave. Everyone smiled bitterly. Could he still walk? Everyone wanted to leave, but if they didn't, it would mean that they were inching closer and closer to death. But their physical and mental exhaustion made everyone feel like they were better off dead than alive. They truly felt that it would be better to die here than to continue fleeing without any hope. Some of them even planned to turn around and kill a few of their pursuers. At the very least, they wouldn't have to face the seemingly endless pursuit of the Grim Reaper. His throat, his stomach, and his entire internal organs seemed to be on fire. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out a big bowl from his ring. He scooped a bowl of muddy soup from the ground, and then took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma filled everyone's nostrils. Everyone's Adam's apple trembled up and down, and their eyes shot out a sincere desire. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then, he crushed the heavy pill, which was emitting a sweet fragrance at this moment, and completely dissolved it into the bowl of murky water. Chu Yang raised the bowl and said in a low voice, "Come, each of you will have a mouthful. The main thing is, don't drink it all in one gulp." Everyone was shocked and looked at each other in dismay. This was a life-saving medicine. Everyone was experienced in the Jianghu, so they naturally understood. However, at that moment, although everyone was yearning for it, they were also hesitating. Should I drink it? Can I drink it? I drank it. Was it still useful? Chu Yang moved closer to a person, but this person's reaction was to tilt his head away. He said, "You drink first. You drink first. No, no, you drink first." In the face of life-saving medicine, no one was willing to make the first move. Chu Yang's eyes were a little moist. He cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "Brothers, all the brothers who have survived, we have more than 150 brothers who have fallen here, and they have given their all without any regrets. He used up all of his life force just to give us a chance to escape. They were all like that." With a boom, they turned into smoke. "Don't tell me you want their deaths to be in vain? No matter what, we have to hold on and give it our all. Carry on with this impossible escape until we escape with our lives. There's some medicine in this bowl of water. Drink it and you'll have more strength. Everyone, take a small sip. It should be enough." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Everyone here is experienced in Jianghu. We can totally calculate how many people can drink this bowl of water." He only needed to drink his own mouthful. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to escape together? Even if it's not for ourselves, we have to think about those who died for us, and the people they entrusted to us. They died for us. We have to live for them and try our best to live on. Under Chu Yang's earnest and well-intentioned urging, everyone's hands and lips trembled. He took a sip. A small bite, then, everyone clearly felt that their bodies, which had been completely dried up before, suddenly burst into a raging fire. In an instant, the energy that had disappeared started to gather again bit by bit and gradually grew. No one dared to drink too much of such a miraculous medicine. Because there was definitely not a lot of this medicine. It could be seen from how much Chu Yang treasured it. After the 50 people drank it, the big bowl returned to Chu Yang's hands. There was still a small half of it left. Chu Yang's heart ached. He took out a small jade bottle from his ring and carefully poured this half bowl of murky water into it. He carefully put it away. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they watched Chu Yang carefully put away this small half bowl of water. At this moment, something called hope inexplicably rose from the bottom of everyone's eyes. There's still some of this medicine left. Next time, everyone should take a small sip. It should be able to hold on one more time. After 2 more times, maybe we can escape with our lives. Go. Chu Yang ordered again. The 50 people moved at the same time. In the misty autumn rain, their bodies were covered in mud and they moved towards the vast unknown fate. Chu Yang didn't know how many days had passed. Ever since he started to escape, he seemed to have lost track of time. What was daytime? What was night? He couldn't tell. It was as if these were no longer important. He only knew that ever since it started to rain, he was constantly being chased. Along the way, Chu Yang had already lost count of how many battles he had encountered. Because this was also not important. The only important thing was to break out of the encirclement and survive. After breaking out of the encirclement once again, Elder Bayuchen lost an arm. She only realized this after breaking out of the encirclement. Regarding this, Bayuchen said self-deprecatingly, "In the past, when I read some legendary novels, there would always be a battle where someone would be stabbed by a sword. After that, the battle would start again. Now I know that those are all lies." As Bayuchen watched Che Shuchu bandage her wound, she said self-deprecatingly, "In a battle like this, one's eyes are already red. The only thing they know is to charge out. Why would they care if they're missing a part of their body? If I was killed at that time, I would have died in such a muddle-headed way. In fact, if I really had time to think about other things, I think I would have already self-destructed. Without an arm, my fighting power would be greatly reduced. But now, I don't have such thoughts. What's the big deal about losing an arm? I still have an arm, and a right hand that can hold a sword. It doesn't matter." Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Elder Bai's words are really interesting. However, being injured and screaming is a natural reaction as a living being. It's impossible that it doesn't exist. It's just that it's rare for us to fight so selflessly. A highly concentrated battle consciousness automatically ignores the basic senses of the human body. Everyone laughed hoarsely. Along the way, they had been trembling in fear and despair at the beginning. Those negative feelings were slowly disappearing bit by bit. By now, everyone was already indifferent to life and death. Xianxia used all his intelligence and thought of countless ways to get rid of the pursuers. Escaping from death again and again slowly trained these people's nerves to be incomparably tough. From the grief of seeing their comrades die at the beginning, to the numbness and indifference now. Occasionally, they would even make a few jokes. This wasn't heartless, but really indifferent. Maybe next time, I'll be lying there like them. It seemed like there was really nothing to be sad about. Xianxia was also calculating his own strength. Now, he was left with the last 30 people. Every time he encountered a battle, he would lose a few people. It's just that the recent few times, the number of casualties had decreased. It seemed that the pursuers were gradually getting tired. And the pursuers didn't have a heaven-defying treasure like his incomplete version of heavy pills. However, Xianxia's incomplete version of the heavy pill was only left with one last pill. If he still needed to use it, then he could only use the super heavy pills. If all these things were used up, he wouldn't have any left. At that time, even if he was injured, he could only wait for death. Villa Master Chu. Xianxia was deep in thought. Suddenly, he heard Bayuchen call out. Xianxia turned his head. I want to say a few words. Bayuchen smiled, then his face became serious. This is also what we all want to say. We've been through life and death together for so long. At this moment, I really feel uncomfortable if I don't say it. Xianxia sat up straight. He said seriously, please speak. These days, we've all seen it. Villa Master Chu. You're really a person who can do great things. Bayuchen said, every time we fought, you were always at the forefront. Every strategy and plan came from your hands. If it weren't for Villa Master Chu, we would have been annihilated more than once by Mo Yuntian's huge army. We might have been annihilated the first time or even the second time. However, it is precisely Villa Master Chu that has brought us step by step, and forcibly withstood it all. This old man can say this responsibly, looking at the current world, except for Villa Master Chu. If it was anyone else, even if it was Emperor 1, Empress 1, or even His Majesty the Holy Monarch, if they were in the same situation now, they would definitely not do better than Villa Master Chu. At this point, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. And looking at Xianxia, their eyes were full of trust and passion. All along, we've been the ones protecting others. There has never been anyone like Villa Master Chu who would protect us in such a meticulous manner, leading us forward. So, Villa Master Chu is now the person I, Bayuchen, respect the most. You're also the person I, Bayuchen, admire the most in my life. We don't have much time. Here, I'll make it short. Bayuchen's eyes were burning. He interrupted Xianxia's words. If we can't escape death in the end, then we can die without regrets. To die under Villa Master Chu's leadership, we won't have any complaints. We'll even feel honored. But if we can escape alive in the end, then, we won't go back to Mo Yuntian anymore. We want to follow Villa Master Chu from now on and do great things together. Although Bayuchen's voice was low, it was powerful. We also want to see what kind of achievements a person like Villa Master Chu can achieve in the end. We hope that Villa Master Chu will accept the loyalty of us defeated soldiers. From now on, I, Bayuchen, will only be loyal to Villa Master Xianxia in this world. Bayuchen raised his remaining hand and swore solemnly. The others had the same reaction. They looked at Xianxia with the same fervor and trust. Xianxia's performance these days had already conquered everyone here, including many who had already died in battle. Which leader could share weal and woe with his subordinates like this? When a leader was with his subordinates, would he charge at the front and enjoy at the back? And which leader could be like Xianxia, never yielding in any adversity and never giving up? Fighting all the time? Fighting all the time on the front line, although he had always been on the run. This is from P. Although his strength was still very weak. However, if such a person is not worthy of your loyalty, then who is? Even Chu Yang himself didn't realize that Bai Yuchen and the others had been speaking to him more and more respectfully recently. Originally, when they were talking to Chu Yang, everyone had straightened their backs and raised their necks. But recently, they had already bent their backs slightly, lowered their heads, and spoke humbly. And this kind of action had gradually become a habit, a subconscious action. In the past, they used to address Chu Yang as Villa Master Chu, Yu or Villa Master Sir. But now, they had automatically changed to you. Today, at this moment, they had even directly expressed their loyalty. This was a very short period of time in reality, but the process seemed to be very long. Even Chu Yang himself did not deliberately do anything, nor did he pay attention to anything. But it was so natural that it had reached this step. Everyone stood up neatly and bowed. Villa Master, please accept our loyalty. Previously, they had no way out and could only rely on Chu Yang. At that time, their hearts were filled with unwillingness. But now, they were filled with eagerness that Chu Yang could agree to their loyalty wholeheartedly. Chu Yang's heart warmed. He said, "Don't tell me that after this, you don't want to go back to Black Cloud Sky? You must know that your families and your businesses are still in Black Cloud Sky. If you stay here like this, we can't go back anymore. Or rather, whether we can survive or not is another matter." Bai Yuchen said sadly, "Now, we have no way out. It's rare to find someone worthy of our loyalty. Please accept our request." Okay. Chu Yang was not pretentious either. In this period of time, he was also sincerely moved by these people. He said solemnly, "Since that's the case, then let's carve out a new world together. It's still too early to say anything now. I can only say that when we get out of this crisis, or when we achieve greater things in the future, I will let all of you go home in glory. There will definitely be a day when all of you return home in glory. Gloriously, even Black Cloud Heavenly Emperor will not dare to do anything to you guys. But such a goal, we need to work together. Create it together." Chu Yang's eyes flashed like lightning. "Since you want to be loyal to me, then from now on, this is my first order. Man our Lord, please instruct us." Everyone stood up straight. "Don't use the word death lightly at any time." Chu Yang took a deep breath. "You must know. At the very least, when you said the word die, you were still alive. If you're not, then die." "Yes." Villa Master's teachings, everyone agreed in a low voice. Death, however, was only a single word. But if it was said from the mouth for a long time, then when encountering a major calamity, they would naturally give up resistance from the bottom of their hearts. Even if your hands were still fighting, if your heart had no hope, how could you still live on? This was a psychological problem. Actually, there were quite a number of people who sacrificed previously. They might not have no strength to fight again. But they would rather choose a quick death. It was because their hopes were no longer on themselves, and they were all entrusted to others. This way, they also lost the motivation to work hard to live on, intentionally or unintentionally. As for more systematic things, Chu Yang did not know either. But he knew one thing: as long as you still wanted to live on, and had a very strong desire to live on, then there would definitely be a way to survive. Heavens, there was no dead end. Another few days passed. The rain still did not stop. Furthermore, there was still a trend of getting heavier and heavier. Chu Yang and the rest were already exhausted to the peak. It was another 7 to 8 battles in a row. But these few battles, there actually did not appear to be casualties. This was simply somewhat inconceivable in the eyes of Bai Yuchen and the rest. "We are made of flesh and blood, and so are the enemies." Chu Yang revealed the essence of the matter with one sentence. "We are tired, but they are even more tired. Because the work they have to do is far more than what we have to do. And we only need to run as we wish. As long as it is not within their expectations, we can fly freely in the sky." Another point is also very important. We are running for our own lives, but they are chasing us to complete the mission given to them by others. This is the fundamental difference. If this situation continues, as long as we don't die and continue to run, then we can even drag these 10,000 people to death, and tire them to death. Perhaps, we can even kill a saint-level expert in the end. Chu Yang laughed. Everyone also relaxed and laughed. Their laughter was actually quite pleasant. Everyone knew that dragging and exhausting the enemy to death was absolutely impossible. As for killing a saint-level expert, that was even more nonsense. But there was no doubt that Chu Yang's words were very satisfying. Everyone felt a heartfelt sense of comfort in their hearts. It was as if they had already seen those ink cloud guards being dragged and exhausted to death, and even that old fellow Meng Wuya dying, in everyone's imagination, although Meng Wuya, who had been reduced to a state of death, would not really die, he was really suffering during this period of time. He really had a taste of what it meant to be badly battered. Since the encounter in the forest, it was not only the beginning of a nightmare for Chu Yang and the rest, it was also the beginning of a nightmare for Meng Wuya. After that battle, it began to rain. Then, everything entered an unknown state. Originally, they thought that as long as they locked onto Chu Yang and the rest and caught up to them, then Chu Yang and the rest would not be able to escape. At least in the hearts of the people of Ink Cloud Sky, whether it was the Ink Cloud Guards, the Silver-Armored Guards, or even Meng Wuya himself, they all thought so. 10,000 people against 100 people, and everyone's cultivation was about the same. The other side even had a saint-level expert like Meng Wuya holding the line. If there were still any accidents, then they might as well bang their head and die. However, the outcome of the matter proved that Meng Wuya was the one who should bang his head and die. They used all the means that they could use, encircling, intercepting, ambushing, and so on. However, Chu Yang was always able to find the weakest link and break out of the encirclement. Then, the cycle repeated again and again, spiraling back and forth. Every time, there would be casualties on Chu Yang's side, but the problem was that there would also be casualties on Meng Wuya's side. After dozens of consecutive battles, the Ink Cloud Sky soldiers that had a total of 10,000 people had now been reduced to less than 5,000 people. More than 3,500 experts had disappeared just like that. The casualties were actually more than 10 times that of the other side. And that damned culprit Chu Yang, how he should escape was still how he should escape. Clearly, they had already felt that this group of people had collapsed to the extreme in the previous moment, but the next moment, they were still able to charge over energetically. Originally, they thought that even if they had to endure, they would be able to make these people collapse. But now, it seemed that the final result was very likely that everyone would collapse together. It was also possible that the people on their side would collapse first before the other side did. The only impossible thing was that before their side collapsed, the other side would collapse first. Why was it impossible? They really did not know what kind of evil method that Chu Yang had used. Although that group of people died less and less, each one of them was actually becoming more and more difficult to deal with. And they could clearly feel that these people's mental endurance and mental toughness were actually getting higher and higher. Not risking their lives for despair, but persevering for hope, this could not go on. Meng Wuya furrowed his brows and pondered. He felt that his usually clear mind was now like a pile of paste. Kongzi grasped a tyrannical strength that was hundreds of times stronger than the other side, enough to crush the other side, but he was still unable to use it completely. If he only pursued from one side, the other side could relax and run. If he attacked from two sides, this kind of opportunity was too little. If he attacked from four sides, not to mention that the opportunity was too little, there would definitely be a weak point. If the other side attacked the weak point with all their strength, as long as they broke through, they could escape far away. If he wanted to completely encircle the other side like an iron bucket, such an opportunity simply did not exist. That damned Chu Yang did not know what kind of medicine he ate, but he could always detect his intentions in advance. He was simply not a human, but a demon, a monster. If he was not injured, then he could have wiped out these guys in one fell swoop by himself, and he would not have to bear any losses. But that damned soul tribulation had left him too serious of an injury. Although it was not fatal, it had fundamentally eliminated the possibility of him personally taking action. Once he took action by force, the only result would be the collapse of his meridians and death. This kind of situation was really depressing. If he used the flying boat, the target would be too obvious. As long as the other side saw the flying boat circling, they would immediately know his plan, and it would be even more impossible to succeed. Meng Wuya, who was at his wit's end, was in a dilemma. Leading so many people to constantly roll and fight in the mud every day, this was not something an ordinary person could do. Every time he saw the resentful eyes of his subordinates, as well as their tired bodies, Meng Wuya felt great pressure. Sigh, I can't surround them, I can't catch up, the flying boat can't be used, the flying boat, huh? The flying boat. Meng Wuya was in a state of melancholy, but suddenly his mind flashed, and his eyes lit up. Then he stood up with a schwa sound, pass down my order. Among the people around Chu Yang, almost half of them were at the celestial being level. This is from P. But at this moment, everyone was a little shocked by this situation. When they broke through to the celestial being level, there wasn't such a big movement. Wasn't this movement a little too big? But the next moment, Chu Yang let out a long cry and shouted, Meng Wuya. Boom! When he shouted this, the dantian in his body suddenly swelled and exploded at the same time. All the spiritual energy instantly gathered into a ball, rumbling and rotating in his body. The clouds in the sky seemed to be undergoing some special changes. However, no one noticed the subtle change. How could there be no clouds in the pouring rain? Above the cumulonimbus clouds, countless dark clouds rushed over at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, they formed a thick cloud with a strong destructive aura. Heavenly punishment, that's right, it was heavenly punishment. The dark clouds in the sky continued to gather, forming a huge eye in the sky, but this eye was formed above the cumulonimbus clouds. The awe-inspiring power of heaven and earth was contained but not released, so no one noticed it except for the person involved, Chu Yang. Heavenly punishment didn't exist at all in Chu Yang's previous breakthroughs. That was because his tribulation space carried the power of someone who surpassed heavenly punishment. Unless the level of heavenly punishment exceeded the creator of the tribulation space, it would never be able to affect him. But now, the tribulation space couldn't be opened and was closed in disguise. Chu Yang's breakthrough this time inevitably attracted heavenly punishment. For ordinary people, there was only one heavenly punishment when they broke through. The eye of heaven, thunder and lightning flashed. Those who went against heaven must be punished by heavenly punishment, but Chu Yang's breakthrough attracted heavenly punishment at once. This naturally had a lot to do with his dantian. Chu Yang was the first to realize that his breakthrough had attracted the heavenly punishment. Moreover, he had attracted so many of them in one go. But at this moment, instead of being shocked, he was happy. He wanted to fight desperately after the breakthrough, but now it seemed that there was another way to go. If he encountered heavenly punishment on the road to death, would it be a positive? Once I rush over, immediately break out of the encirclement. Go as far as you can. Don't worry about me, do you hear me? Chu Yang said in a deep voice. Manor Lord. Everyone turned pale with fright. If you still regard me as the Manor Lord, then I'll be the Manor Lord. Listen to my orders. Chu Yang said, leave behind the secret signal that we've arranged beforehand. If I can escape, I'll naturally look for you at the first moment. Don't come to the place where I'm at. I already have a plan to escape. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Suddenly, he leaped out and stood on top of the tree. He shouted, who wants to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? His laughter was a kind of arrogant attitude that showed disdain for the world. All of a sudden, it exploded. Bai Yu Chen and the others looked at Chu Yang with great reverence, and then quietly retreated. Chu Yang had already attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was gathering around him. At this moment, under the cover of Chu Yang's powerful breakthrough, the torrential rain and the escape of Bai Yu Chen and the others did not attract anyone's attention. This was because everyone's attention was already focused on Chu Yang. He was the ultimate culprit. He was also everyone's primary goal in coming to the Eastern Royal Heavens this time. Heads surged like waves, rolling in from all directions. Whoosh! 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 Countless people leaped onto the treetops and faced Chu Yang. Although they did not know why Chu Yang was the only one left here and did not know where the others had gone. But as long as they caught Chu Yang, they would have completed their mission. As for the others, without Chu Yang leading them, they would definitely not be able to do anything. It was only a matter of time before they were all killed. Even if all of them escaped, it would not matter. The most difficult one to deal with was still Chu Yang alone. Chu Yang faced the huge army with his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his face as he stood in the wind. Although Chu Yang was alone at this moment, his demeanor at this moment made everyone admire him, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies. His clothes were already in tatters. Rather than saying that he was wearing them, it was more accurate to say that they were hanging on his body. He was covered in mud and blood and looked extremely pathetic. But when he stood on top of the tree with his hands behind his back, he looked like an emperor who controlled the world and was patrolling his territory. He had no regard for anything and everything. There was an indescribable domineering power and an indescribable ease. There was an indescribable sense of transcendence. Meng Wuya stepped out of the crowd and looked at Chu Yang. This was the second time they met after such a short period of time. Finally, this young genius had miscalculated. He had finally trapped him here, leaving him with no way out. The legend had been written. Was today the end of the chapter? Chu Yang, this is the second time we have met. It seems that this matter should be over. Meng Wuya let out a long sigh. I'm very sorry, and I'm also very sorry. You're such a peerless genius. If you were given another 100 years, I'm sure it would be difficult to find anyone who could contend with you. The meaning behind the heartfelt praise was tantamount to announcing the end of Chu Yang's life today. Without a future, what was the meaning of a high evaluation? Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "It should be over? Is that true? I don't think so. Especially after hearing your praise for me, my will to live has become even stronger." Meng Wuya smiled, "You won't have the chance. In such a situation, you can only face my 1,000-strong army alone. Almost every one of their cultivation is not weaker than yours. Could it be that you still have the power to turn the situation around? Do you think that you are that undying divine soul? Chu Yang, don't put up any unnecessary resistance. To be honest, we don't want to make things difficult for you, and we don't want to kill you either. As long as you're willing to surrender, we can give you the best treatment on the way back to Mayan Sky. We'll let your last journey in life be more relaxed and happy." Meng Wuya said sincerely, "I believe that you can trust me on this point. I really don't doubt this. But, what about after I reach Mayan Sky? What will the result be?" Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Everything still has to end, right?" At this point, everyone was speechless. Could it be that you still have delusions of having a way out after seeing the Lord Heavenly Emperor? The fact that we didn't make things difficult for you on the way back is already a huge risk. And this is still on the account that you are a real man, giving you an exceptional treatment. Otherwise, just for the sake of countless comrades dying in your hands, you won't be able to have an easy journey. It will definitely make your life worse than death. You actually still have delusions of wanting more. You really don't know what's good for you, and you really don't know what's good for you," the wind whistled. Everyone realized that the wind between heaven and earth. It seemed to have become bigger in an instant. The wind suddenly grew stronger, and the entire mountain forest creaked. It was the sound of countless large trees being blown to the side by the sudden increase in the wind, and they were on the verge of snapping. However, no matter how strong the wind was. The trees on which everyone was standing were still motionless. Other than the sudden increase in the wind, the rain in the sky also became thicker and thicker. There were also clouds. The clouds in the sky also seemed to be getting lower and lower. "Thank you for your kindness, General. I will not surrender without a fight." Chu Yang smiled and said softly. His voice was low and hoarse, but it was filled with awe. He slowly raised his head. The cold determination in his eyes was the opposite of the indifference in his tone. Meng Wuya couldn't help but be startled, and his expression became serious. Then, Chu Yang's voice suddenly grew louder. "Only the Chu Yang who died in battle. The Chu Yang who will never give up." In the cold voice, Chu Yang's body was like an arrow leaving the bow. He left the top of the tree and swooped down, bringing with him a stream of light. He rushed into the crowd. After he left, the big tree under him was broken by the strong wind with a kacha sound. The magnificent sword energy of the Calamity Sword surged out. The two enemies who were directly in front of him screamed miserably as they were split into 4 parts. He made his move, facing more than 1,000 enemies in front of him. Chu Yang still chose to take the initiative to attack. One sword against 1,000, in such a desperate situation, he was like a lone hero who would never admit defeat, standing up and fighting fearlessly. However, one sword against 1,000 was a choice, but one sword against 1,000 was the result he hoped for. This result was too difficult to achieve. Chu Yang's voice grew louder and louder. From loud to roaring to roaring. I will never admit defeat. Chu Yang laughed wildly, and his body flashed like a ghost. The few ink cloud guards closest to him almost didn't have time to react, and there was already a lot of blood spurting out of their bodies. In this world, I have never submitted to anyone. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Chu Yang took 3 steps forward, and his hand sword slashed 3 times consecutively. What harm was there in slaughtering the world? More than a dozen figures tumbled and spun out. If you want to catch me, show me your ability. If you want to kill me, pay the price. Even if I can't beat you, you still have to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood for me. I am Chu Yang. I was once a minister, and also known as the King of Hell. Starting from the grassroots, competing in the smoke of war, every step was difficult, every step was life and death. I was at the end of the road more than once, I died and lived, but I still strengthened myself. From nothing to now facing a Sky Emperor, even if I can't beat him, I am still Chu Yang. Still fighting the world, sword test again. Meng Wuya, let's see how many lives you can take out to be buried with me. Chu Yang roared loudly, the long sword in his hand suddenly burst out with thousands of cold rays, the real, complete, first sword of the Calamity Sword technique. Under such extreme pressure, in such an extremely disadvantageous situation, Chu Yang successfully executed half a move. Although it was only half a move, countless screams and wails could be heard. Although Chu Yang had yet to pass the heavenly punishment, he already had the strength of a heaven-level expert. Moreover, this strength was at least twice as strong as a peak Deva-level expert. With such strength, and the support of the world's #1 divine weapon, the Calamity Sword, as well as a supreme sword technique like the Calamity Sword technique, it was easy to destroy opponents of the same level. Just now, by chance, the final move of the Calamity Sword technique had a great effect. Not only did it exceed Deva Mo Yen's imagination, it even exceeded Chu Yang's own expectations. The power of one sword had actually killed more than 50 enemies. The power of one move was actually so great, Meng Wuya watched as Chu Yang dashed left and right in front of his army. It was as if he had entered a no-man's land. No one was his match. Especially the power of his last sword move. It was frightening. It was shocking. Meng Wuya sighed. Then, it became dignified. Then, it became respectful. Such an enemy was worthy of anyone's respect, and the greatest respect for such an enemy was to use all one's strength to kill him. Meng Wuya said in a deep voice, kill him with all your might. The strength that Chu Yang had displayed so far had greatly exceeded Meng Wuya's expectations. It was not weaker than a peak Deva-level expert. In other words, the power of Chu Yang's sword had reached the level of a half-step saint. If possible, Meng Wuya would rather do it himself, but with his current injuries, he was powerless to do so. He could only use the human wave tactic to encircle and annihilate Chu Yang. With a command, everyone moved at the same time. There were more than 300 people in this wave, countless saber light and sword energy flew toward Chu Yang in a crisscrossing manner. Come on! Chu Yang laughed wildly. The Calamity Sword rumbled and the sword roared like a dragon. Hundreds of majestic sword energy flew like dragons in the sky. Every one of them collided head-on. At this moment, the huge amount of spiritual energy that had gathered in his body and had nowhere to vent was completely released in this sword. Boom, with a deafening bang, the sword chi on the battlefield intertwined and turned into a ball of blazing white light. Everyone present couldn't see anything and felt a stinging pain in their eyes. In great shock, they all turned around and retreated one after another. Chu Yang is facing hundreds of experts by himself. But, he is still able to fight to such an extent. It was truly shocking. Without exception, a small chip appeared on the weapons of everyone who participated in the battle. Wow! Chu Yang's body suffered a severe backlash from the thousands of sword energies. He spouted out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Then, he flew high up in the sky like a kite with its string cut. He somersaulted dozens of times, and soared high into the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the rolling figure. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity. This included the ink cloud guards who had never considered anything else. Everyone knew that even if Chu Yang didn't die after this attack, he wouldn't have the slightest power to fight back. The path of this hero who never gave up had come to an end. Once his body landed, it would be time to capture him in one fell swoop. This should be Chu Yang's final madness. However, Chu Yang's body continued to roll until he reached a big tree. Then, he suddenly straightened his waist, and ferociously kicked the tree trunk with his feet. Crack! A tree that was over 1,000 feet tall, so big that it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it, was snapped off from the tree. The top half of the tree crown flew out like a huge umbrella. It was as if it was floating in the air, and flew out hundreds of feet. Chu Yang's body left the treetops with a loud roar, and soared into the sky. He slowly flew toward the clouds in the sky. Roar! Chu Yang roared toward the sky, and his whole body's aura exploded. Hissing and roaring sounds were mixed with a mouthful of blood spurting out. A ferocious burst of energy and an intense aura of a breakthrough instantly filled the heavens. Breakthrough? He actually broke through? Meng Wuya's face suddenly changed. As a profound cultivator, he was really confused at this moment. How could this be? How did Chu Yang suddenly make a breakthrough after that world-destroying blow? What was going on? Chu Yang already had such strength now. After breaking through, wouldn't it mean that he would at least have the strength of a saint? However, Meng Wuya had overestimated Chu Yang. In fact, Chu Yang's strength had increased greatly due to his breakthrough. And, this process could be described as a sudden increase in strength. He had used his strength to defeat the enemy, and then received the heavenly punishment. It wasn't as exaggerated as Meng Wuya had imagined. However, the heavenly punishment caused by the breakthrough would definitely come. In the next moment, the whole sky suddenly darkened, as if the clouds in the sky suddenly pressed down. Meng Wuya's pupils shrank, and he looked at the sky with some fear. The clouds in the sky suddenly parted, and actually separated into clusters of clouds. The streaks of lightning were like dense clouds that had been nurtured for generations. They gathered in one place, but they were clearly separated. They rotated slowly, and almost instantly, they formed a deep vortex. It was like a huge eye, hanging in the sky. What? Heavenly punishment. How can there be such a strange heavenly punishment? Meng Wuya's eyes almost popped out. If not for his eyes, there was a high chance that they would have shot out. A deep sense of powerlessness instantly enveloped Meng Wuya. This time, he was really screwed over by Chu Yang. All of Meng Wuya's grief and indignation at this moment came down to these three words. Looking over there were still many people leaping into the sky to chase after Chu Yang. However, such an action was no different from resisting and provoking the heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment never cared about who it was facing. If it was just one person facing heaven's punishment, then the pressure he would have to bear would be great, but it would not reach a terrifying level. Under heaven's punishment, the danger is great, but most of the time, it would leave a chance for the person to survive. As long as you grasp it, then you will pass. But if you don't, then sorry. But this chance of survival had a prerequisite, and that was to not provoke the heavenly punishment. Once you did, not only would you lose your chance of survival, you would also have to bear the most terrifying counterattack. For example, because of the entanglement with Chu Yang, all of Mo Yuntian's people were here, and under the influence of the heavenly punishment, everyone was standing on the opposite side of the heavenly punishment. In other words, these people had all become the enemies of the heavenly punishment, targets to be eliminated. Under such circumstances, the heavenly punishment did not differentiate between friend and foe, and only knew how to attack together. This was not the main point. The heavenly punishment would not only attack everyone together, but the power of the heavenly punishment would also rise to an even more terrifying level. In terms of strength, this level of strength was enough to kill everyone facing it, and this level of strength was definitely not something that a person could bear. It was almost beyond the limits of what a human could resist. Even if one wanted to escape now, it would be useless. Escaping would only cause one to die faster. Under the heavenly punishment, how could it allow anyone to escape? Chu Yang. Are you crazy? Meng Wuya cried out miserably. He clearly understood the situation in front of him, but he was already powerless. He was unable to change this situation that was already destined to die. Crazy. Meng Wuya concluded that Chu Yang was crazy. Because, although this heavenly punishment would cause a large number of casualties in Moyuntian, the power of the heavenly punishment now had already surpassed Qu Yang's heavenly punishment by countless times. Qu Yang still had the heart of the heavenly punishment, and he would definitely not be spared. Qu Yang's body floated in the air, and he laughed loudly as he floated under the heavenly punishment. Since we must die, then let everyone accompany me on the road. This is a very profitable transaction. Those at the outermost area, leave immediately. Leave this place at full speed. Meng Wuya shouted with all his might. Those at the innermost area were already destined to face the heavenly punishment because of the influence of the heavenly punishment. They definitely could not escape. But those at the outermost area might still have a chance. It was just a possibility. Meng Wuya almost vomited blood as he yelled. More than 2,000 ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers at the outermost area heard him and dispersed. They were also high-level cultivators. How could they not understand the danger? Naturally, they retreated at full speed. However, countless green lightning bolts shot out from the sky. Even among those who escaped at the outermost area, there were hundreds of people who were identified by the heavenly punishment. The only thing these people could do was to come back and live and die with Qu Yang. Because if they ran again, they would only further implicate their companions. A total of more than 4,000 people, including Meng Wuya, were all wrapped up by Qu Yang and pulled onto the last bus to death. No one could leave, and no one could escape. If this last bus was destined to be destroyed, then everyone would go on the road together. If this was a boat that had already started to fill with water and was destined to sink, then everyone was now on the boat, waiting for the time to sink together. Quietly waiting to be overturned. The single eye in the sky rotated together, and then, countless different colored lightning bolts came crashing down, boom boom boom, the whole world started to tremble. The heavenly punishment that Qu Yang triggered was originally different from the rest. Now that it was catalyzed by Mo Yuntian and the rest, it had really reached an unprecedented level. I believe that it was not much different from the heavenly punishment of a true saint. If I can describe it, I would like to describe it like this: tens of thousands of atomic bombs, smashing towards the same place wave after wave. A lightning bolt struck towards Qu Yang. Qu Yang let out a long roar and danced excitedly. He turned into a streak of light and dodged at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, he specially dodged towards a place where there were many people. He laughed loudly. Fighting in the land of heavenly punishment is also very enjoyable. I believe that in all your lives, you have never experienced such a wonderful thing, right? Ha 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 ha. Come, let us have some fun together. *CKU, more than 4,000 people cursed in their hearts, you damned bastard. You're really unlucky to have met him this time. Even in their dreams, they did not expect to meet the heavenly punishment head-on just to complete a mission to capture a person. And with such a huge commotion, this was simply an undeserved calamity. In this generation, who would have the chance to meet the heavenly punishment head-on before they had a breakthrough? Right now, I'm doing something that has never been done before and will never be done again. As for the heavenly punishment battle that Qu Yang mentioned, everyone was even more speechless. They just took it as Qu Yang farting, and it was the kind that was tasteless and didn't even have a stench. Unspecified currency. Learn it, WB. Any unspecified currency now. At every moment, there were tens of thousands of lightning tribulations falling from the sky. Everyone couldn't wait to dodge. Who still had the time to fight with you? Besides, fighting with you was equivalent to indirectly facing the most violent lightning tribulations. No one wanted to die so early. An ink cloud guard couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the tribulation thunder of heaven's punishment. With his cultivation, he would definitely be injured, but it wouldn't be fatal. However, after being struck by the tribulation thunder, he couldn't help but be slightly delayed for a moment. Then, countless tribulation thunder struck his body at the same time. In the blink of an eye, his entire body turned into black ashes that filled the sky. If there was a first, there would be a second. A third. As the lightning tribulations of the heavenly punishment intensified, such things would definitely become more frequent. Therefore, one by one, the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers died under the lightning tribulations of the heavenly punishment. But if one were to say that Qu Yang didn't live up to his reputation of fighting under the heavenly punishment, then Qu Yang was really wronged. Qu Yang didn't intend to dodge at all, he only knew how to attack. Like a gust of wind, he flitted past everyone without stopping. No matter who it was, he would slash at them with his sword. Then, he would leave without caring about the result. Once the opponent was disturbed by Qu Yang's attack, how could they have time to dodge the lightning tribulations? They just had to take the lightning tribulations. As long as they were hit by the first one, they would be paralyzed for a moment. During this short period of paralysis, countless lightning tribulations would strike their bodies. The lightning in the sky seemed to have gone crazy, taking lives at an extremely fast speed. The lightning tribulations in the sky continued to fall endlessly, as if there would never be a moment of rest. At the beginning, the lightning tribulations were only as thick as a wrist. Then, they gradually increased to the thickness of a human head, waist, water tank, and finally as thick as a house, with a blue color. Purple light flashed as they fell. Every lightning bolt could directly split a mountain into pieces. This was definitely not a metaphor. There was once a tall mountain that was coincidentally struck by a bolt of lightning and turned into a lake. The vicissitudes of life happened right in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone fled in all directions. However, Tianfa also dispersed and chased after them, but its power was not reduced in the slightest. Meng Wuya couldn't help but cry as he looked at the scene before him. Suddenly, a strong hatred for Qu Yang rose in his heart. Even if you're my enemy, this move of yours is too ruthless, too ruthless. Meng Wuya had reached the level of a saint. He had already gone through the heavenly punishment, which was at the peak of the heavenly human stage. Therefore, his current situation was that as long as Meng Wuya did not move, the heavenly punishment would not look for him and would not level up. In the beginning, Meng Tianya had misjudged the level of Qu Yang's heavenly punishment, and had even set up all kinds of defensive measures. But, when the heavenly punishment descended, he unexpectedly discovered that the heavenly punishment didn't target him at all. Only then did he realize that Qu Yang's heavenly punishment was a heavenly punishment. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't be implicated. Therefore, Meng Wuya didn't dare to act recklessly. At most, he would give a warning. Once he moved, the heavenly punishment would look for people who provoked him. That would be an act of courting death. However, in the current situation, Meng Wuya still didn't move. The torture for him was even greater. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates who had followed him for many years died miserably one by one. He could only watch helplessly as Qu Yang came and went. He kept causing trouble, but he couldn't move at all. To be more precise, he didn't dare to move. What kind of feeling was this exactly? This kind of feeling was worse than death for Meng Wuya, but he really couldn't move. He didn't dare to move. If he didn't move, the heavenly punishment wouldn't level up. Then, there would still be a chance for someone to survive. But, if he moved, the heavenly punishment that descended again would be at the level of a saint. That would truly be the case where no one would survive. Meng Wuya's hands and feet trembled. He looked at Qu Yang laughing wildly as he shuttled back and forth in the pouring rain. And his subordinates were constantly being destroyed by the heavenly punishment. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. During this time, it wasn't that there weren't any heavenly tribulation lightning that fell on Qu Yang's body. In fact, Qu Yang's heavenly tribulation lightning had already struck more than 100 times. But, Qu Yang only frowned slightly. He didn't stop at all. He continued to run and dodge. Even though his body was constantly emitting smoke. That was because his muscles had been penetrated by the lightning. Some of his muscles were even necrotic. They were already burning like dry firewood. But, Qu Yang didn't care about this at all. He was still moving unhindered. He was still heroic. As he watched, the only thing Meng Wuya could do was to look up to the sky and sigh. He muttered, if Qu Yang doesn't die in the end, there's no need to wait 100 years. At most 10 years, Mo Yuntian will be in big trouble. Such an opponent is definitely anyone's nightmare. Once he's given time to grow, even if he's the first emperor's empress. Speaking until here, he was horrified. He actually didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he continued to think about it, he was afraid that it would also shatter what little confidence he had left. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun undoubtedly sowed an unresolvable enmity with Qu Yang this time. Yuan Tianji definitely wouldn't give up on killing Qu Yang. And the result of every pursuit would only make the hatred in Qu Yang's heart stronger. If Qi Yang didn't die in the repeated pursuit, then, these layers of pursuit would also turn around and destroy Qi Yang. A true powerhouse could only be tempered through countless life and death situations. But, even Meng Wuya himself had seen countless of Qi Yang's life and death battles. Adding up all the life and death crises that a powerhouse had encountered in their tens of thousands of years of life, perhaps, couldn't even compare to Qi Yang's experience in this half a month, and this kind of experience would still continue. There were only two results. First, capture Qi Yang and kill him. Second, Qi Yang gradually grew. In the end, he would grow to the point where even Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun wouldn't dare to deal with him easily. What kind of existence was that kind of existence? Without a doubt, it was the level of Emperor 1, or perhaps even higher. But Qi Yang was still so weak right now, and he had already stirred up a storm in the world. And he would never admit defeat, a personality that would never yield. Once it really reached that point, would Qi Yang choose to swallow his anger and live peacefully? Absolutely impossible. Meng Wuya was so frightened by his own imagination that his hair stood on end. Because now, he could already foresee that if Qi Yang could survive in this land of heavenly punishment, he might already be powerless against him. Heavenly punishment rumbled. More than 1,000 Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun experts had already perished here. The remaining ones were also hanging on bitterly. Being annihilated was only a matter of time. Qi Yang suddenly let out a long and loud cry. He brazenly flew up, and passed through the dense lightning bolts. The tribulation sword gave off a dazzling light. With a swoosh, it brought Qi Yang's body and disappeared in front of everyone. Immediately, heavenly punishment lightning followed. The lightning here was still continuing. Meng Wuya turned pale with fright. But he still couldn't move. He didn't dare to move. He could only grab the stones on the ground anxiously, his eyes wide open. Qi Yang was heading in the direction of the 3 flying boats. In the eyes of the guards on the flying boats, Qi Yang was like an indomitable peerless demon god, flying over with endless wind and thunder. This was definitely not a description, it was a fact. It was a reality. Qi Yang himself might be small, but at this moment, he was riding on a sword. The lightning in the sky followed him as he moved. But it was mixed with a terrifying power that was enough to shake the world. It was like a small body, but it had wings that connected heaven and earth. Quick! Start the flying boats and avoid this bastard at full speed. Quick! But, everything was too late. The moment they saw Qi Yang with their naked eyes. It was already too late to start the flying boats. Seeing Qi Yang getting closer and closer to them, and the lightning becoming more and more violent, the people on the flying boats jumped down without any backbone and ran away. Damn it! You have already harmed so many people. Don't take care of us too. Qi Yang's body approached the flying boats like lightning. The tribulation sword burst out with brilliant light, and ruthlessly dug a big hole in the sturdy body of the flying boats. Qi Yang rushed in and sneaked into the flying boats like a ghost. Finally, he could take a breath. Qi Yang decisively took out a super heavy pill and swallowed it. Just as he put the heavy pill into his mouth, he didn't even have time to check the furnishings of the flying boats when he felt his body shake violently. At this moment, at least thousands of lightning bolts hit the flying boats. A glaring and extremely blazing white light suddenly flashed. That was the defensive power of the flying boats. The strongest self-defense mechanism was activated. Qi Yang rolled back and forth on the flying boats like a rolling gourd. The second wave of the heavenly punishment tribulation thunder had already fallen, followed by the third wave, the fourth wave. Only by the third wave, the flying boat's defenses were completely destroyed. The next moment, a flying boat exploded with a bang. Under the heavenly punishment tribulation thunder, there was nothing it couldn't destroy. Although the flying boats were made of special materials, they still couldn't resist. Qi Yang pretended to scream, panicking like a stray dog. He was confused like a fish that had escaped the net. His target was the second flying boat. Boom boom boom, and so on. Qi Yang laughed brilliantly and wantonly. He didn't care about the several wounds on his body that were emitting black smoke from the lightning strikes. He rushed all the way back. Behind him, the 3 super flying boats from Mo Yun Tian had already turned into 3 huge fireballs at this moment. The burning light almost illuminated half of the eastern royal sky. The 3 flying boats were destroyed by Qi Yang. Meng Wuya's hands and feet were cold. How much manpower and material resources would it take to build 3 super flying boats like this? No one could be clearer than Meng Wuya about this point. But now, it had been completely destroyed by Chu Yang in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, to the extent that they were even worse than scrap metal. Ha 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 ha. This flying boat is really good, it's really resistant to attacks. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed. He said wildly amidst the lightning and thunder, "It can actually resist heaven's punishment for so long, ha ha ha. Good stuff, General Meng. General Meng. If you had known earlier, you might as well have given me one. Why bother?" In the end, his joy turned to sorrow, and he was struck by lightning once. Meng Wuya gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Chu Yang. Don't be complacent. From today onwards, you and I are mortal enemies." Chu Yang laughed heartily. His sword forced a silver-armored soldier into a fluster. Then, lightning struck down and turned this silver-armored soldier into a fireball. Chu Yang laughed and said, "General Meng, what are you talking about? I thought we were already mortal enemies. Could it be that you have never treated me as a mortal enemy before? Otherwise, why did you have to be mortal enemies after today? Are you a few years old and your brain is not as bright?" Ha ha ha. Chu Yang only dared to provoke Meng Wuya this time. He also knew that he could not attack Meng Wuya today. It was a life-and-death situation now. He still had a chance of survival. But if he let Meng Wuya attack, heaven's punishment would be upgraded to the level of a saint. He would be finished. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He turned over and stood up, once again entering the battlefield. At this moment, there were already many huge lake areas here. The originally lush forest was basically nowhere to be seen. Also, it was not as convenient for Chu Yang to find targets as before. It could even be said that it was very strenuous. Because there were fewer enemies to attack, and they were very scattered. He could only follow the lightning. But the danger of doing so would undoubtedly increase greatly. The person who suffered the most from heaven's punishment this time was still Chu Yang. Because after triggering heaven's punishment, the pressure Chu Yang had to bear was several times that of others. Especially his dantian, which had to bear different types of heaven's punishment. This made Chu Yang's situation even worse. If the spiritual energy in his body was not gushing out more and more crazily, if the calamity sword was not able to effectively block a considerable part of it, if he did not have heavy pills, at this moment, Chu Yang might have already turned into a piece of coal. The sky was filled with ashes. Even so, Chu Yang had nearly been turned into charcoal several times, and had the opportunity to turn into ashes. A battle of heavenly punishment was led into the battlefield by Chu Yang in such a manner. It completely changed the situation of the battle. The losses caused by this battle were already incalculable, even if it was analyzed using the most basic and conservative method. Mo Yuntian had over 1,000 people participating in this round of battle. Almost half of them were destroyed by the heavenly punishment. There were also the 3 flying boats and the others. Anyway, there were a lot of them. Chu Yang exhausted the last of his strength, and continued to rush out. But, he still passed by Meng Wuya when he was about to leave. He even waved his hand, "General Meng. Come and chase me, didn't you want to fight to the death with me?" Meng Wuya gritted his teeth. If he could catch up. How can this old man let you escape unscathed? The problem now is that the heavenly punishment is about to pass. If I make a move now, none of the 1,000 or so people who barely survived will be able to survive. Therefore, a strange situation had occurred. Enemies were all around them, but everyone couldn't even take care of themselves and was struggling to survive. Chu Yang swaggered past Meng Wuya, and Meng Wuya could only look on helplessly as Chu Yang fluttered away. He couldn't stop him at all, and he didn't dare to, for such a situation to occur between 2 parties who were mortal enemies was simply an inconceivable scene. But, under the huge threat of the heavenly punishment, this was the only way. Chu Yang took advantage of the fact that the heavenly punishment wasn't over, and the enemies didn't dare to chase after him, and flew into the forest like a meteor. In the sky behind him, a huge eye followed closely, and lightning flashed, preparing for the final attack. If he could survive this attack, Chu Yang would truly be promoted to the level of a celestial being. However, if he couldn't endure it, he would die and his Tao would vanish, turning into ashes. In a faraway place, Yen Rushan and the Eastern Royal Heavens Army watched all this, and everyone's scalp went numb. No one would have thought that Chu Yang would use such a decisive method to fight against Mo Yuntian, fighting against the heavenly punishment. The fewer people there were, the better. And they had to concentrate all their energy and make all the preparations before they dared to try. Even so, they might not be able to survive safely. The probability of failure was almost as high as 100%, but Chu Yang's breakthrough was actually, the more people there were, the better. What kind of bullish T model was this? Seeing a huge mountain that stretched for 2,000 li being reduced to a flat plain, and even lakes appearing one after another, everyone's hearts trembled incomparably. Everyone couldn't help but sympathize with Mo Yuntian and his men. Encountering such a lunatic, such a lawless murderer, it was really, too unfortunate. Yen Rushan first condemned Meng Wuya's act of burning the plains, and then extorted a huge sum of money from him. Then, he followed all the way, thinking about how to make a move at the crucial moment. But now, even Yen Rushan felt a little speechless. Meng Wuya. Sigh, General Meng is really too pitiful now, if I were to be played like this. Oh, that would be a fate worse than death. But, Chu Yang was facing the last heavenly punishment, and it was also the strongest one. Could he survive? Just as Yen Rushan was guessing and worrying, and Meng Wuya was also waiting and looking forward to it, suddenly, a rainbow-colored light burst out from the sky. A brightly colored lightning ball with a purple luster suddenly formed. Then, as if it was going to drill through the entire earth, it fell with a loud bang, in the direction where Chu Yang had escaped. It was an unprecedentedly powerful attack. Meng Wuya stared at it, his eyes full of hope. Under the heavenly tribulation lightning, how could a demon like you not die? There was no justice in this world if you didn't die. Yen Rushan and the rest also stared at it, their eyes full of hope. You are a monster, a legend, if you can't die under such destructive tribulation lightning, then you are a monster, a legend. Come on, create another miracle. You are a demon who specializes in creating miracles, live on. Yen Rushan prayed in his heart. The huge ball of lightning. It was as if it had hollowed out the entire sky, and it came crashing down, with a long tail behind it. In a flash, it crossed the distance between heaven and earth, even. Everyone could clearly see that the lightning made a turn, and it followed a strange trajectory that was filled with the principles of heaven and earth. It seemed that Chu Yang was still desperately trying to avoid it. But under the heavenly tribulation lightning, everything was in vain, in vain. Then, boom, an earth-shattering sound reverberated. This loud sound shook the earth, the sky, and everyone present was shocked. Even Meng Wuya, who had the highest cultivation level among them, felt dizzy at that moment. Then, a huge mushroom cloud rose from afar. Puff, 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 countless gravel of different sizes. It was more than 1,000 times denser than the densest rainstorm, and it spread out in all directions. The next moment, the forest within a few thousand miles was instantly riddled with holes, and it was a scene of devastation. Everyone's reaction was very consistent, and they all gasped in unison. Looking at the pile of gravel in front of them, everyone was speechless. Those shallow lakes that had just been blasted out were instantly filled up, and turned into piles of gravel. Countless people who had been lucky enough to survive the heavenly punishment were in the midst of regulating their breathing, and they were unprepared to be crushed under the gravel again. When they crawled out, and looked at the situation in front of them, they only felt their hair stand on end. This was the first time the elders had seen such a profound change in the course of a single heavenly tribulation. It was 10 times, or even 100 times, more powerful than the legends. It was too exaggerated. In that case, would Chu Yang be able to survive such a terrifying heavenly punishment? This was undoubtedly the biggest question in everyone's heart. After all, Chu Yang's heavenly punishment this time had completely exceeded the degree of heavenly punishment that he should have withstood, and it was more than twice as strong. The last blow could not be avoided, and he could only face it head-on, but even if Meng Wuya was at his peak, he was not confident that he could take this blow, let alone Chu Yang who had just broken through to the heavenly human stage. Was he destined to die under this attack? Meng Wuya firmly believed that this was the case. If this demon did not die, the heavens would not allow it. Yan Rushan also believed that Chu Yang had always been an existence that created miracles. He would definitely be fine. After this huge explosion, the eye in the sky suddenly disappeared, and turned back into a thick layer of clouds. Gradually, the wind also weakened, and only the downpour continued, and it was getting heavier and heavier. Raindrops the size of soybeans fell crazily, and people could not open their eyes. First, do a head count, and gather all the survivors and escapees together. Meng Wuya gave his first order after the heavenly punishment. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. When he said this, his voice even showed a sense of olden powerlessness. This situation had never happened to Meng Wuya before, and it was definitely not something that should have happened. But at this moment, this situation had happened. This encirclement of Chu Yang was a huge blow to Meng Wuya's confidence. Not long after, Mo Yuntian's team had gathered. Reporting to General, after the heavenly punishment, we still have 2,050 people left. The rest have already. The silver-armored commander stepped forward to report. Hearing this number, Meng Wuya's heart suddenly tightened, and an indescribable pain caused his vision to turn black. Hee, birthday girl. Let us wish the birthday star a happy birthday. Every year, we will have this day. Last night, I dragged my cousin to have a massage with me, and then we had dinner together. There was also a friend of my cousin's at the dinner table. Cough cough, the most amazing thing was that this friend was actually a fan of our book. One night. Interrogated me for an entire night. F***ck. All the questions about the plot were sorted out, and I had to answer them. It was like bubblegum sticking to me and not giving up. 2,050 people, not long ago, he had brought 10,000 elites to the Eastern Royal Heavens. He was full of confidence and high spirits. Now, he had lost 70% of his men before the mission was completed. Facing such a huge loss, Meng Wuya felt an unbearable sense of defeat. More than 7,000 peak martial saints and even heavenly human experts had fallen just like that, just for one Chu Yang. Even now, they still couldn't confirm whether the main culprit had already perished in the world. Spread out some men and check carefully. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Even if it's his flesh and bones, I want to know if he's dead or alive. Meng Wuya's face was extremely ugly. Yes, sir. After a while, Mo Yuntian and the rest stood beside a huge lake that was obviously newly opened. They were speechless for a moment. This was the place where the huge lightning ball had landed. Right now, the center was still bubbling with water, and the water level was still rising rapidly. The torrential downpour had turned into countless torrents of water surging into this place. There was no one around. Then, was Chu Yang alive? Or dead? Was he going to be reduced to ashes, or was he going to search? Search carefully. Don't let go of any clues. I want a definite answer. Meng Wuya ordered again. Yes, sir. At the same time, Yan Rushan and the rest had also landed. When they saw this, they were also dumbfounded and speechless. If Chu Yang was dead, this death hunt would naturally come to an end. But what if Chu Yang was still alive? Then, this hunt would have to continue. Meng Wuya was praying now. Heavens! Please open your eyes and let Chu Yang die. Such an enemy is really too scary. I don't have the energy to play with him anymore. Some hoped that Chu Yang would die, some hoped that he would live. But where was Chu Yang now? When the lightning ball landed, Chu Yang had already stopped in his tracks. There was no point in running. Facing the final attack of Tianfa, there was no way to escape. He could only bear it. He had to bear it head-on. If he could bear it, he would live. If he couldn't bear it, he would die. It was that simple. At that point in time, Chu Yang's situation had already left Meng Wuya and Mo Yuntian's line of sight. Meng Wuya didn't dare to chase after him, and the others either couldn't take care of themselves, or had already fled far away. As long as he could endure this final attack, everything would be over. However, the degree of terror of Tianfa's final strike was still beyond Chu Yang's expectations. The moment the huge lightning ball smashed down, Chu Yang let out a muffled groan. His tribulation sword flashed crazily. It was as if he had really gone crazy and started to swing his sword to the extreme. This was definitely the fastest and most frequently wielded calamity sword that Chu Yang had ever used in his life. In that split second, even Chu Yang himself didn't know how many sword moves he had made. In any case, he just kept making sword moves without stopping. There was only one thought in his mind: sword-cutting heavenly thunder. This was a suicidal move, and it was also the ultimate move to defend oneself to the extreme. Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I am alive, you will not have to worry. Chu Yang seemed to have gone mad. His calamity sword flashed with thousands of strands of auspicious qi. In this short blink of an eye, Chu Yang had repeatedly used this move at least 10 times. In that split second, his dantian was emptied. All the power was swept away because of the sword move. And the rich spiritual energy that was constantly flowing in and washing Chu Yang's body was also emptied in that split second, a total of 10 times. A dense defensive sword net blocked the path of Tian Fei's attack just like that. The density of the sword net that Chu Yang had created reached a thickness of 1,000 feet. Surging and surging, it was like a sword mountain that had a life of its own. Chu Yang himself was hidden behind this mountain. With a boom, Tian Fei fell. It was a sword net without any tricks. Layer by layer, it was torn apart and disintegrated. In just a split second, it had already broken through half of the sword net's thickness. Chu Yang roared angrily. The sword intent carried all his essence, qi, and spirit as it surged out. Immediately after, there was a huge explosion. Chu Yang felt as if there was a loud bang in his head. Then, he didn't know anything after that. This sword, whether it could be blocked or not, he had already done his best. The rest was up to heaven's will. If heaven's will favors me, I will live. If heaven's will forsake me, I will die. That was all. If someone happened to be in the vicinity of the heavenly punishment's final attack, they would discover that Chu Yang's body was like a small blade of grass in the midst of a hurricane. He would have been swept up by the hurricane, and would have fluttered into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he would have turned into a feather in the blue dome of heaven, and floated to an unknown location. No one knew how far he had floated. No one knew whether Chu Yang was dead or alive. With Chu Yang's current state, he was still unconscious. When the wind stopped, he fell freely. Could it be that the legendary strongest calamity sword master of the heavens was going to fall to his death? Wouldn't such a way of dying be a little too funny? It was too embarrassing. But in the current situation, it seemed like it was really possible. This was a small and quiet valley. At the end of the valley, there was a small hut. A girl in white, with a gentle face, was fetching water from the stream. She used a wooden bucket to carry the water back and poured it into the wooden basin. Inside the wooden basin was a pile of clothes. The sky was especially gloomy. It was obviously going to rain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the distance. It was unknown where the heavy rain had started, but it hadn't spread over yet. But the air was heavy and oppressive. In front of the hut, a tall and sturdy young man was sitting with his eyes closed. His whole body was flowing with a kind of sparkling blue light. This kind of color was obviously a sign of peak heaven level. Obviously, this young man was concentrating on cultivating. A broadsword was placed beside him. This broadsword was actually as big as this young man's figure, filled with a majestic aura. After a long while, the young man opened his eyes and stood up with a "who" sound. "How was it today? Did you make any progress?" The girl blinked and asked. Her tone was full of concern. "It's going very well. I believe that in a few more days, I will be able to absorb all the hidden effects of the medicine." The tall and sturdy young man smiled slightly and said, "This Heaven Imperial Court is indeed a good place. When you and I were being hunted down, we thought that it would be impossible for us to survive. But who would have thought that we would encounter such a great opportunity at the critical moment of life and death? It allowed us to obtain this rare and miraculous medicine. It is true that fortune and misfortune depend on each other. My cultivation has increased by more than 10 levels in these 2 months. But, I haven't fully absorbed the medicine's effects. There is still room for improvement. This is your fortune." The girl in white pursed her lips and smiled. "It's our fortune." The tall and sturdy young man held the girl in his arms and said dotingly. The girl in white leaned gently in his arms. Her face was full of happiness. When I've fully absorbed the medicine, I'll bring you out to roam the martial world and find those old opponents. I believe they should have made considerable progress. The tall and sturdy young man laughed. Between his brows, there was a kind of fierce and domineering aura. I want to let them have a taste of my current strength. The girl in white said confidently, they're definitely not as good as you now. The tall and sturdy young man nodded and said, that's not necessarily true. Since I can get such an opportunity, their opportunities may not be as good as mine. Even if we fight now, it's still hard to say who will win. He said it's still hard to say who will win, but his face was full of confidence. It was full of confidence that he would win. After that wish is fulfilled, the two of us will build a foundation that belongs to us in this heaven imperial court and create a future. The tall and sturdy young man said lightly, we'll establish a foothold and challenge the world with our swords. The girl in white said softly, we'll do whatever you say. Whatever you say, it's definitely right. I'll listen to you. Wherever you go, I'll follow you. The tall and sturdy young man smiled contentedly and said, yes, wherever I go, you'll follow me. Wherever you go, I'll be there. The girl nodded and her eyes were full of happiness and satisfaction. At this moment, there was a sudden swoosh sound, as if something flew over. The tall and sturdy young man was stunned and looked up. Just as he looked up, a human-shaped object flew over from the sky and smashed into the small thatched cottage with a boom. Boom, the thatched cottage was instantly torn into pieces. There was a bang sound, followed by Katja. It seemed that the only bed in the thatched cottage was also smashed into pieces by the human-shaped object that descended from the sky. Then there was another boom sound. That human-shaped object smashed the thatched cottage and the bed. It didn't lose its strength and smashed a deep hole in the ground, finally ending the process of this collision. The tall and sturdy young man and the girl in white both opened their mouths in shock. Because of this sudden change, they were so shocked that they couldn't figure out what was going on. What was going on? How could this be? Just like that, he watched his own room and his own bed being smashed into pieces without any warning. This feeling was extremely strange. In the blink of an eye, there were only ruins in front of him. This was too. What did my room do to offend you? You just smashed it like that. The tall and sturdy young man strode forward and said, what exactly is that human-shaped object? How could it be so domineering and actually destroy my room in one go? He was also bold because of his skills. He didn't care about anything and just rushed in. The girl in white was worried that he would be hurt and hurriedly followed him in. The two of them came in front of the big hole. The place where their room used to be had now turned into a huge hole that was at least 3 feet deep. There was actually a person lying at the bottom? It seems like it's a person. PCOM*, this person's entire body seemed to have turned into charcoal. There were even wisps of smoke rising from some places. It was as if a corpse had been placed in a crematorium, but had escaped. It was a very strange feeling. It's a person, and he's still alive. The burly young man frowned. He couldn't help but gasp in amazement, this guy is really strong. He flew from such a far place and destroyed my house. He even smashed into the ground. His entire body is smoking and burning, but he's still alive, the girl in white asked curiously, he's not dead? The burly young man nodded slowly, there's still a heartbeat. He's still alive. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he said, it seems that this guy must have provoked some big trouble. Do you think this person can be saved? If he can. The girl in white was very compassionate. Let me see. The burly young man agreed. Then, he jumped into the pit and carried the unconscious person out. He turned over and saw the face of the unconscious person. He couldn't help but be startled. Then, he was stunned. Then, he was shocked. He said tongue-tied, oh my God. How could it be him? The burly young man recognized this person, who are they? Him? The girl in white was puzzled, who is he? Is he an acquaintance of ours? The burly young man didn't answer. He just carefully carried the person out. Then, he hurriedly gathered some withered grass and made a simple bed. Then, he put the person in his arms on it. Then, he took out a medicine bottle from his bosom. Then, he took out a pill and put it in the person's mouth. Then, he operated his martial arts. He helped the man dissolve the medicine and stabilized his heart meridians so that he would not lose his life. Then, he began to carefully treat the hundreds of wounds on the man's body. After busying himself for a while, he finally opened his mouth. Huan, you know this person as well. He is our old friend. He is someone who has helped us before, but he is also our enemy. The white-clothed girl looked at the unconscious and extremely weak face in front of her. She vaguely felt that she knew something. She said, "Is this person also from the Chongtian continent? Otherwise, how could he be an old friend?" "That's right." The burly young man looked at the person in front of him deeply. With a complicated accent, he said, "This person is the common boss of all my opponents, the master of Calamity Sword, Yang." "Ah? It's him?" The white-clothed girl covered her mouth. It was no wonder that the white-clothed girl was shocked. Yang, the Calamity Sword Master, was too famous in the Heavenly Layer continent. He was a legendary figure. It was just that at this very moment, this legendary figure had appeared in front of the two of them in such a sorry state. They truly felt that many legends had been shattered. "Isn't it him? He gave me the medicine. It was also him who saved my life. It was also him who gave me heavenly treasures to help me stabilize my foundation. It was also him. He was the one who gave us the medicine and allowed you to ascend with me." The burly young man's voice was filled with too many sighs. The moment he saw the person in front of him, he seemed to recall a lot of long-lost memories. Suddenly, another scene appeared in front of his eyes. "But it was also because of him that my clan in the upper three heavens was destroyed. Except for me, no one else survived. It was also because of him that many clans in the upper three heavens, including the Li clan, were also destroyed." The burly young man smiled bitterly. "It's really a tangle of grievances. Then, will you save him?" The white-clothed girl asked a little anxiously. "How can I not save him?" The burly young man smiled boldly. "I, Li Xiong, want to defeat him. But I have to wait until he recovers from his injuries and have a proper battle. How can I, Li Xiong, take advantage of someone's perilous state and not save him?" This burly young man was Li Xiong, who appreciated Yang in the Heavenly Layer continent, but also had grievances with him. As for the white-clothed girl, she was Li Xiong's wife, Meng Huan, who also came from the Heavenly Layer continent. The white-clothed girl, Meng Huan, heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she became worried again, but looking at him, his enemy must be very powerful. "With the strength of the two of us, I'm afraid." Li Xiong snorted and said, "Even if the enemy is powerful, so what? Even if the enemy is the Heavenly Emperor of this world, so what? Can I, Li Xiong, disregard gratitude and righteousness?" The white-clothed girl heaved a sigh of relief. "Xiong, I knew that you're such an indomitable man." Li Xiong laughed. "I believe that no one can deny this part. As people of the martial world, if someone respects me, I'll return the favor tenfold. If someone slashes me, I'll kill his entire family. Distinguishing between gratitude and grievances is the right way to be a man. If gratitude and grievances are entangled and cannot be distinguished clearly, then we should repay the kindness first, and avenge the grievances later." Speaking till here, he said, "Yang's injuries are really not light. Huan, come and help me. Take out all my medicine for injuries. Also, take out all my treasures." He smiled bitterly. Yang is really good at scheming. Speaking of which, more than half of my treasures were given to me by him in the past. Now, I'm going to use them on himself. Could it be that this guy had planned all this in the past? Why didn't I eat them all earlier? How regretful, how regretful. Meng Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You, who can calculate for such a long time? Stupid blockhead." Li Xiong chuckled. Not long after, under the joint efforts of the husband and wife, all the wounds on Yang's body were carefully treated. Moreover, they were all properly bandaged. If Li Xiong were to treat these wounds, even if they could be treated in the end, Yang would probably be wrapped up like a big rice dumpling. And it would definitely be the kind that was unsightly. But under the hands of Meng Huan, every wound was taken care of and bandaged extremely carefully. At the same time, it was also extremely gentle. She would definitely not let Yang suffer even the slightest bit of unnecessary pain. This guy's vitality is still as tenacious as before. Li Xiongtu sighed in amazement. The bones all over his body are almost scattered, and the flesh on his body is almost roasted into charcoal. But he's still alive, and his vitality is still very strong. This is really an anomaly. Meng Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled. The number of wounds on Chu Yang's body just now made Li Xiongtu and Meng Huanhuan both surprised. There were more than 700 big and small wounds, almost 800 of them, from top to bottom. There was almost no place that was intact. Seeing such a dense distribution of wounds, Li Xiongtu was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "You're indeed the legendary Tribulation Sword Master. With so many wounds, if it were me, I'm afraid I'd be dead already." Unexpectedly, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded, "Bearing these wounds all the time. It's really better to die like you. This is really not something that humans can bear." Li Xiongtu, don't you think so? Li Xiongtu and Meng Huanhuan were both shocked. The person who spoke was actually Chu Yang. Li Xiongtu had seen Chu Yang's injuries before. With such serious and terrifying injuries, he expected that Chu Yang would be able to open his eyes in 3 days and speak in 10 days. This was already considered very good. But he never expected that Chu Yang had already woken up. Not only could he speak, but he even recognized who he was. This was really too monstrous. He hurriedly turned back and saw that Chu Yang had already opened his eyes and was looking at him. There was a smile in his eyes. "Li Xiongtu, you're really young. This is really like a dream. I really didn't expect that the first acquaintance I met in the Heaven Imperial Court was not my brother's, but you." Li Xiongtu laughed. "You're indeed the legendary Tribulation Sword Master, the legend of the Heaven Imperial Court. With such serious injuries, you actually woke up so quickly and can still maintain your consciousness." As he said, he walked over and sat on the bed. The bed that was barely supported shook, which indirectly affected Chu Yang's wounds. Chu Yang grimaced. F***ck. Do you know how to talk? Are you praising me or scolding me? You bastard, get up quickly. You're hurting me. Li Xiongtu laughed. Meng Huanhuan was carefully tending to the wounds on Chu Yang's body caused by Li Xiongtu's movements. She grumbled, "Xiongtu, you're too much. You could have just stood or sat on the floor. Why did you have to sit on the bed? You're deliberately making people uncomfortable." Li Xiongtu laughed. "The moment this bastard came, he smashed the room that I built painstakingly for half a day. If I don't take revenge on him, how can I live up to my hard work?" Meng Huanhuan was angry and amused at the same time. She had never seen Li Xiongtu, who was always like a block of wood, who was always mighty and domineering, actually have such a strange side. Even when they were in the Li clan, she had never seen Li Xiongtu so relaxed. But now, seeing Chu Yang, who was entangled with grievances, was different from his usual self. It seemed that this Chu Yang really had a lot of unusual aspects. Then, Meng Huanhuan discovered an unbelievable fact. Ever since Chu Yang woke up, the wounds on his body were actually healing at an extremely fast speed. Even those torn muscle tissues were healing by themselves little by little. Also, his body was brimming with an extremely strong and pure spiritual energy, which was aiding in the recovery. However, this kind of restoration was clearly different from the restoration he had seen before. In an extremely short period of time, Chu Yang's body had already recovered a lot. Meng Huanhuan naturally didn't know that this was a blessing from the heavens that Chu Yang had survived the heavenly punishment and was confirmed not to die. She also didn't know that Chu Yang's tribulation space was constantly cleansing the spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, seeing such a situation, she could only be shocked. "Brother Chu, who exactly is the other party? How can he make you so miserable?" Li Xiongtu asked. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Brotherly, there's something wrong with your words. I have to remind you." "Oh? What do you mean?" Li Xiongtu looked at him, puzzled. "This is from P. In this Heaven Imperial Court, both you and I are outsiders. This is not the Heaven Imperial Court. Our cultivation is more than enough to dominate the Chongtian continent, but in this place, we are basically nothing." Chu Yang said softly, "So here, I am no longer the Calamity Sword Master, and I am no longer a first-class expert. There are too many experts in this world. We must know our place. Otherwise, we will suffer a great loss. Yang said softly, but seriously. Li Xiongtu was silent for a while and said, "Thank you. I have learned something." Li Xiongtu's words were sincere and sincere. Because he himself knew that his words just now had exposed his somewhat arrogant mentality. That sentence, "Who is it that can make you so embarrassed?" At first, it didn't sound like a big deal, but in fact, it already regarded Chu Yang as a top expert. If Chu Yang was already a top expert, what position did Li Xiongtu place himself in? This top expert's strength might even be measured by Chu Yang's level in the Heaven Imperial Court. If Li Xiongtu kept this attitude, as Chu Yang said, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Even suffering a great loss was an understatement. There was a risk of death at every turn. You'd better not get involved in the enemy I'm facing this time. You don't even need to know. Chu Yang smiled. When I'm a little better, I will leave immediately. Brotherly, I am already very grateful for your help this time. Li Xiongtu's face darkened. Chu Yang, are you looking down on me? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said seriously, Brotherly, we have known each other for a long time. We've known each other for quite some time. Have I ever looked down on you? However, the enemy this time is really too strong. Moreover, the other party's influence is also a little too big. If you rashly get involved, it will instead make me feel more apprehensive. Chu Yang's words were very straightforward. He even told Li Xiongtu directly that if he got involved, not only would he not be of help to him, but he would also be a burden. If he didn't add to the trouble, he would be of help. They had never been close friends, but Chu Yang understood Li Xiongtu's temperament very well. If he didn't get rid of Li Xiongtu's idea, Li Xiongtu would definitely not give up and would definitely get involved. That he was the one who had really harmed him. However, Li Xiongtu was so worried that he frowned. He said in a low voice, Chu Yang, did you provoke some of the top-ranked super sects in the Heaven Imperial Court this time? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. If it was only a super sect, I would have been more relaxed. At least I would have had the strength to deal with them. But, the enemy I provoked this time is 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than a super sect. Even this comparison is the most conservative estimate. Li Xiongtu sucked in a breath of cold air. Meng Huanhuan immediately covered her mouth. His face was filled with shock. After a long while, Li Xiongtu said cautiously, could it be that you are, what I provoked this time is the entire Mo Yuntian. Even the Lord of Mo Yuntian, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian himself. Chu Yang said directly. Li Xiongtu rubbed his eyebrows with 2 fingers and smiled bitterly. I say, Chu Yang. No matter how audacious you are, this time. Isn't this too big of a game? What did you do to make the entire Mo Yuntian hunt you down? Chu Yang grinned. Actually, I didn't do anything. I just killed the son of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian, that's all. Li Xiongtu staggered and almost fell to the ground. He stabilized his body with difficulty, but he was already speechless. I have to admit, this enemy, I really can't handle it now. Li Xiongtu looked conflicted. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Isn't that so? I admit that I can't handle it either. Damn it, after listening to Chu Yang's explanation of the cause and effect, Li Xiongtu punched his own thigh and said angrily, well done. Well done. Killing such a bastard was only right. Damn it, that Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian really doesn't know any better. Brother Chu's actions are clearly to help him clean up his family. He should be grateful to you, but he actually sent troops to kill him. This is simply repaying kindness with enmity. This is unreasonable. Chu Yang was flabbergasted. He stared at Li Xiongtu in a flabbergasted manner. He had been stunned by the words of this guy. What kind of person is this? I seem to have said it very clearly just now. It's me who killed his son. How can he be grateful to me, and even if I know that you're speaking for me, it doesn't make sense. The hatred of killing is irreconcilable. If he really wants to thank me for helping him clean up his family, would I dare to believe it? Of course not. Even if he really doesn't find trouble with me, I'll have to be on tenterhooks for the rest of my life. That feeling is probably more terrifying than him directly finding trouble with me like this. Being on tenterhooks for the rest of my life, just thinking about it is scary. Oh, Am I crazy or is Li Xiongtu crazy? How did he come up with such words? As he spoke, Chu Yang acutely felt an endless numbness all over his body. This was a good sign. The appearance of this feeling meant that his wounds were about to heal. After waking up, Chu Yang didn't take any heavy pills to recover his body. This was because after every heavenly punishment, as long as he was still alive, he would be blessed by the heavens. And at this moment, the energy of the heavens and earth would be infused into his body, and he would be reborn. If he rashly used heavy pills, it would be a waste. Any waste now would be shameful, and the consequences would be severe. Just as Li Xiongtu was dumbfounded, he saw the many terrifying wounds on Chu Yang's chest healing bit by bit. Then, the wounds formed scabs, and the scabs fell off. Chu Yang's skin recovered as if he was never injured, and was as smooth as jade. At the same time, the whistling spiritual energy in Chu Yang's body was also stimulated. It gradually pushed forward, and then reconnected all the broken meridians. Like a tsunami, it rushed through his meridians at an extremely fast speed. Chu Yang could feel that his injuries were gradually recovering with each cycle. Moreover, his cultivation had also advanced by a step. With a thought, he opened up his inner vision. To his surprise, he found that his meridians were now as wide as the Yangtze River. The spiritual energy that flowed in his meridians was no longer in the form of mist like before. Instead, it had added a lot of faint golden colors. It came and went with a whistling sound, just like the endless waves on the sea, going back and forth in an endless cycle. Also, his dantian had obviously expanded as well. Another change was the primordial real silk in his dantian. Now, there was a big bundle in each of his dantians. Originally, Chu Yang could still count clearly, there was one more strand. Yes, there were 3 more strands. But now, he couldn't even count them. He was really pleasantly surprised. Even though the tribulation space was still quiet, the rich and pure spiritual energy was still flowing into his dantian. However, his dantian was now empty. Even though there was a huge amount of spiritual energy flowing into his dantian, it did not seem to be able to change anything. He no longer felt the sense of crisis of being filled to the brim and was about to burst. Heavenly human level, although it was only a beginner level. But after all, he had stepped into the heavenly human level. He could be considered to have officially stepped into the level of first-class experts. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally crossed the threshold of the heavenly human level. On the path of cultivation, he had taken another big step forward. Chu Yang, what level have you reached in your current cultivation? Is it the earth level? Or was it even higher? You should be reaching the heaven level soon, right? Li Xiongtu asked Chu Yang as he roasted meat. Chu Yang had already changed out of his black clothes. He sat beside Li Xiongtu and watched him roast meat. Meng Huanhuan had gone to pick wild vegetables. It's okay. Slightly higher than the heaven level. Chu Yang replied. Higher than the heaven level? Do you already have the cultivation of a saint? How is that possible? You've only been here for a few days. Li Xiongtu really didn't dare to believe Chu Yang's words. No, I'm not a saint anymore. Oh, I know. Are you at the heaven level now? Or the higher level? Haha, my current cultivation is only 1 word higher than the heaven level. What is your cultivation level? Can you tell me directly? Well, okay, I should have just reached the heavenly human level. Just 1 word higher than the heaven level. Chu Yang said casually, hurry up and roast, I'm starving. Pa, half a rabbit fell from Li Xiongtu's hand and fell into the fire with a bang. Damn, such good rabbit meat, how can you waste it like this? Chu Yang hurriedly scooped it out and said with heartache. But he didn't hear Li Xiongtu's response. Chu Yang turned his head and saw Li Xiongtu staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. Heavenly human level? Cough cough. Chu Yang realized that he had unintentionally acted a little pretentious, and it was the kind that deserved a beating. You. Are you still human? Li Xiongtu was so aggrieved that he wanted to die. I've been cultivating so hard, and even had such great opportunities. But I'm still only at the heaven stage. But you've already surpassed the heaven stage, saint stage and reached the heaven stage? Is there such a thing as slightly higher and just 1 word higher? Cough cough. Actually, I'm fine. I just had better opportunities. Yang was speechless for a while and didn't dare to say anything more. If he had known that Li Xiongtu would be beaten so badly by him, he would have concealed a little more. Li Xiongtu was shocked for a while. Then, he came back to his senses and laughed. That's great. I have a new goal. He laughed heartily. I've been chasing you all this time, chasing Mo Tianji, Gudu Xing, Dongwu Shang. But I never caught up. It's good that I didn't catch up. If I did, I'm afraid I'll slack off. I'll just let you all run in front. It's also a kind of fun for me to keep chasing. His voice was full of pride and there was no hint of disappointment at all. Good. This is the Li Xiongtu that I know. Yang cheered from the bottom of his heart. After a meal, Yang's overall condition had already recovered by more than 80%. Then, he took his leave. He was now in the center of a whirlpool of right and wrong. There was no need to burden others and himself. Before they parted, Li Xiongtu said thoughtfully, Yang, I'm afraid that you've only managed to improve your current cultivation after going through a life-or-death situation, right? Yang smiled faintly and patted his shoulder, I can. But for you, cultivation is not the most important thing. The most important thing is still the people around you. Don't neglect the people in front of you. Li Xiongtu was stunned. Then, he sweated profusely and said, Yes. Yes. I will pay attention. Yang smiled slightly. Li Xiongtu did not request to fight against Mo Yuntian together with Yang. After knowing Yang's current cultivation, Li Xiongtu did not mention it again. Because he knew that if he forcefully participated in this matter, it would really make things difficult for Yang. With Yang's current cultivation, I will only be a burden to him if I participate in this battle. That's all. Li Xiongtu was born with pride. He had never submitted to anyone. How could he be willing to become someone's burden? So, he did not say anything about this matter. He only made a decision in his heart, one day, I will definitely catch up to you. Surpass you. Seeing Yang's figure disappear into the dense forest, Li Xiongtu did not speak for a long time. Xiongtu, Yang left this. Meng Huanhuan walked over with 2 small bottles. Besides, there was also a letter from Yang. Brotherly, this is a small token of my appreciation. You should save me, so I won't thank you. But it's also right for me to give you something. So, you don't have to be especially grateful to me. It's good that we both know. The things in those 2 bottles are for sister-in-law. It has nothing to do with you. It's also not a big deal. It's just a little bit of spring of life and a heavy pill. It can more or less improve sister-in-law's aptitude, so that she can roam the Heaven Imperial Court with you in the future. Otherwise, once a martial arts fanatic like you starts cultivating, wouldn't it be a pity to neglect a beauty like her? After we part today, we'll meet again someday. Wouldn't it be great if we could stand shoulder to shoulder at the peak of the world one day? I'll be waiting for you. If you're still so weak the next time we meet, I'll kick you to death. That's it. I have to leave quickly. If I leave early, I won't be able to hear you scolding me. After reading the letter, Li Xiongtu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The letter was written in plain language. This was the first time Li Xiongtu had seen something like this in his life. This was the brush of the legendary Calamity Sword Master. This was, a little too, when a legend appeared in front of your eyes. Oftentimes, knowing a person by his reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. This guy is really... Li Xiongtu laughed and stopped what he was about to say. He left. Let's go. He's already gone far. If I don't work harder, I won't be able to catch up. Meng Huanhuan gently nodded and followed behind him. Li Xiongtu strode out. He had just walked a few feet when he suddenly heard whooshing sounds. In an instant, countless people floated down from the sky and surrounded Li Xiongtu and Meng Huanhuan. Everyone was exuding an unusually powerful aura, as well as a domineering and fierce murderous aura. Their eyes looked around, as if they were searching for something. Li Xiongtu's heart skipped a beat. Yang's letter turned into powder in his hand. He put his hands behind his back and the powder fell down, completely disappearing in the wind. No one noticed, or perhaps no one would have thought, that the powder that this guy dropped was the important clue that they were desperately trying to get. An old man stepped out of the crowd and sized up Li Xiongtu and Meng Huanhuan. Meng Huanhuan felt that the old man's eyes were extremely sharp and captivating. She couldn't help but feel afraid and subconsciously hid behind Li Xiongtu. Li Xiongtu's face showed anger. He stepped forward and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my and my wife's path for no reason?" The old man pondered for a while and said, "Sir, please don't be impatient. We have no choice but to stop the two of you. We want to ask you about the whereabouts of a person." The old man pulled with his hands. In the void, the air suddenly became dense and a picture scroll appeared. In the picture scroll, a black-clothed young man was looking ahead with an unruly gaze. He was holding a sword that shone with cold light. Even though it was only a portrait, it gave others the feeling as if it was a living person. The bearing and aura of this black-clothed young man were vividly portrayed, both in form and spirit, and they were lifelike. This black-clothed young man was Qi Yang. When this picture scroll appeared, Li Xiongtu and Meng Huanhuan both had a strange feeling. It was as if Qi Yang, who had just left, was standing in front of them again. This was a special ability that only saints had, void image. Not interested. Li Xiongtu didn't even lift his eyelids. He pulled Meng Huanhuan and strode forward. "Please make way." "Impudent." An ink cloud guard scolded sternly. "Ignorant child, do you know who you are talking to?" Li Xiongtu raised his head and looked at this ink cloud guard. He sneered and said, "What does his identity have to do with me? Could it be that you are His Majesty Eastern Sovereign? If he is, I will immediately apologize to the Master of this heaven and tell him everything I know." The ink cloud guard was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say for a moment. This was the Eastern Royal Heaven. The crime of impersonating the Eastern Sovereign was an unforgivable felony no matter what position or reason, the ink cloud guard said after a while. "Although my lord isn't His Majesty Eastern Sovereign, he is still." Li Xiongtu interrupted him again. "Oh, may I ask which Empress June is your lord?" Li Xiongtu has eyes but failed to recognize the Great One. "I apologize here. Please bestow me a name." "I will kowtow and apologize." The ink cloud guard was once again dumbfounded. This question was too standard. Although Meng Wuya's position was extremely high, it was far from being on the same level as First Empress June. At most, he was her subordinate. The ink cloud guard simply did not know how to respond. Li Xiongtu saw that the ink cloud guard didn't say anything. He turned to look at Meng Wuya and said coldly, "Aren't you a descendant of Empress June? Could it be that you are His Majesty the Sage? Such grandeur, such a big lineup, you are really impressive." All the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers who heard this felt a surge of anger rising from their chests and stomachs, but it was stuck in their throats. How dare this bastard say that? Meng Wuya was slightly embarrassed. He took a deep breath and said, "You have misunderstood. How can I be compared to His Majesty the Sage? Such a big lineup, such an awe-inspiring presence. I really thought that you are the Heaven Imperial Court's sage. I almost peed in my pants just now. After all this time, it turns out that you aren't. If you aren't, you should have said so earlier. If you aren't, why are you pretending?" Li Xiongtu said mockingly, "Since you aren't, please make way. We, husband and wife, still have things to do." Although Li Xiongtu had a bold and domineering personality, which made people feel that he was taciturn at first glance, he was still an all-powerful figure in the upper three heavens after all. He had made many adventures in the martial world. Such sarcastic words, unless he didn't want to say them, would come out of his mouth without feeling embarrassed at all. In fact, people like him who spoke sarcastic words could really infuriate people to death. And these people in front of him were obviously the people who wanted to kill Qi Yang. Li Xiongtu was naturally unhappy. How could he show them a good face? "You." A few ink cloud guards were about to flare up on the spot. "Want to fight?" Li Xiongtu laughed loudly and took 3 big steps forward. In the eyes of everyone, he was just a small ant with heaven stage cultivation. But after these 3 steps, he seemed to have become a majestic and unshakable mountain, with heaven stage cultivation, facing thousands of martial saints and heavenly men. He actually showed no fear. Looking at his posture, He didn't even have the slightest bit of hesitation, Meng Wuya sighed in his heart. Another genius. Why are the heavens so fond of the Eastern Royal Heavens? In the future, he will be another outstanding person. Such a strong heart and such a strong fighting spirit. If he matures, although he is still far from being on par with Chu Yang, he will definitely not be inferior to the younger generation of the upper three heavens. Meng Wuya waved his hand and stopped everyone. Little brother, don't be angry. We don't have any bad intentions. We just want to ask you about this matter. We don't have any other intentions. Li Xiongtu said coldly, but we are really in a hurry. Meng Wuya said, but we just want to ask you to take a look. Little brother, see if you have seen it before. We won't take up much of your time. Li Xiongtu said reluctantly, all right. He looked at the picture. Meng Wuya's eyes immediately locked onto Li Xiongtu's eyes. In just a moment, Li Xiongtu retracted his gaze and said, I don't have any impression. This person is definitely not from our area. Meng Wuya nodded and suddenly asked Meng Huanhuan, may I ask if you have seen this person before? Meng Huanhuan leaned against Li Xiongtu and shook her head. I haven't seen him before. Meng Wuya frowned as he watched Li Xiongtu and Li Xiongtu walk further and further away. General, is there something wrong with this person? A general beside him asked. Meng Wuya didn't say anything and only sighed. Just now, Meng Wuya felt something strange from Li Xiongtu. Li Xiongtu's words, actions, expressions, and tone were all flawless. However, Meng Wuya could clearly feel that there was a strange aura from Li Xiongtu. This aura definitely had something to do with Chu Yang. This feeling was very strange. There was no reason for it. In a sense, it was even very nonsensical. Therefore, Meng Wuya didn't say anything. He was afraid that once he did, his subordinates would act rashly. To be honest, it wasn't that Meng Wuya didn't want to keep Li Xiongtu. However, if he acted rashly, the consequences could be very serious. Their every move was under the surveillance of the Eastern Royal Heaven. Meng Wuya didn't dare to break this taboo. Once he came into contact with it, it would definitely trigger the Eastern Royal Sky's military to take action. That was no joke. General, I think that Chu Yang is most likely dead. An Ink Cloud Guard commander stepped forward and said carefully, although we didn't find Chu Yang's flesh and blood along the way, under that kind of tribulation lightning, what could have survived? Wouldn't it be reasonable for him to be reduced to ashes? Even if he has the strength of a peak heavenly being and cultivation of a half-step saint, facing that kind of tribulation lightning, he would definitely not be able to survive. Originally from P, the commander said. Meng Wuya lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then, he said, that's right. Right now, I wish that he was already dead. But this matter needs a detailed conclusion. Because I keep feeling that he is still alive. He let out a long sigh and said, you must know that if an existence like Chu Yang survives and eventually grows up, what kind of disaster would that be? Speaking up to here, everyone nodded slowly with a heavy expression. They had personally experienced Chu Yang's destructive power. That was a demon, a scourge that brought disaster to people. Indeed, for a heaven-defying demon like Chu Yang, if he really grew up to be an expert capable of contending with a first-level heavenly emperor, then, the entire Ink Cloud Sky's calamity would also come. The day of destruction would not be far away. Just snatching his wife, nothing much had happened, and he could slaughter the heavenly emperor and even send more than 200 experts to the netherworld together. Now, they had completely destroyed his foundation and killed almost all of his subordinates. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could not live under the same sky as him. Such a deep hatred, with Chu Yang's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. How could he let it go so easily? Lu Pu, bring a few people to check the Heaven Imperial Palace's life and death records. No matter what method you use, even if you kneel on the ground and beg, you must see Chu Yang's records. See if his portrait is still lit up. You must do it. Do you understand? Meng Wuya took a deep breath and said. This? Sir. I'm afraid that the people of Eastern Royal Sky won't be so cooperative. Lu Pu was in a difficult position. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I don't care what method you use. Meng Wuya said indifferently, I just want to see the result I want. Yes. Lu Pu and the other two soared through the air. Hurry up and continue searching. Waiting for news from Rup. If the portrait was really dark, they would have to search for another day and try their best to find some remains. If they couldn't find anything, then... Let's assume that Chu Yang is dead, Meng Wuya muttered to himself. He paced back and forth a few times. Then, he finally came to a decision. Yes. Send another 300 ink cloud guards to search for Chu Yang's subordinates. As for the rest of you, check everything within a radius of 3,500 miles. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to confirm it. Meng Wuya's second order. Yes. 300 ink cloud guards, under the leadership of a commander, shot into the dark forest like black arrows. He continued his pursuit. Suddenly, he felt a burst of relaxation all over his body. It seems that I have temporarily shaken off the pursuers. Next, it was time to meet up with them. It was just that his mood had only been relaxed for a short while. Just then, he saw a dark mass of figures descending from the north. F*CK, why are they so fast? Are these people reincarnated from rabbits? Why are they chasing so relentlessly? Chu Yang's head was full of cold sweat. Fortunately, he had left early. Otherwise, if they found out that Li Xiongtu and his wife were with him, then, with Li Xiongtu's current cultivation, he would die if he bumped into them. He would be injured if he bumped into them. He would probably be bedridden for half a year if he brushed against them. It would be a situation where there was no chance of survival, that would really be a burden to his good friend. The heavens are still very kind to me, with his mind set, Chu Yang slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Quickly slip away. To find the clues they left behind, he still had to go back to the original spot. He didn't know if the traces they left behind could still be left behind under the heavenly lightning. Chu Yang had restrained the aura of his entire body. He had moved stealthily through the forest like a leopard cat. In fact, he had even restrained the power of his divine sense to the extreme. So much so that it didn't overflow outside of his body. He was relying entirely on his eyes, nose, and ears, the most primitive organs, to determine his direction in order to determine where he was going. He was very careful along the way. Fortunately, Mo Yuntian's men had already searched this place very carefully. Chu Yang returned to the place where he had endured the heavenly punishment without any mishap. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of devastation. The ground was in a mess. Some branches even had strips of flesh scraped off. Under the cleansing of the heavy rain, they had already turned white. Chu Yang couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but think of the battle at that time. His whole back also broke out in cold sweat. Previously, when he was in this situation, all his thoughts were on how to make use of the heavenly punishment to get rid of as many people on Mo Yuntian's side as possible. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He had to admit that if the heavenly punishment hadn't suddenly come, he would have already become dregs. And it wasn't just him. It seemed that those 33 people who followed him also couldn't have been lucky enough to escape. Looking at the remnants of the big trees, and the flesh hanging in the corners that couldn't be found, Chu Yang sighed in his heart. You are enemies, but you still can't deny that you are all good men. Chu Yang crouched in a patch of grass and trees. He was somewhat silent. Whether it's the ink cloud guards or the silver-armored soldiers, you are all good men. Just that spirit of not fearing death, you are already worthy of the title of good men, good warriors. No matter who you are loyal to, no matter who can obtain your loyalty, they are all worthy of being proud. Have a safe journey. Chu Yang recalled the scene under the heavenly punishment. The scene was a mess. Some fled, some hid, and some fought desperately. But the screams that he heard were at most a roar before death. Not a single one of them had ever cried out in panic. This was a large troop with thousands of people, and not a single person showed any signs of panic. Perhaps they didn't have every intention, but they didn't show it until death. This kind of military quality was admirable, but why didn't such good men go and fight the heavenly demons? Chu Yang's body left this place like a fish, slowly feeling his way to the location of the last heavenly thunder. He couldn't find anything here. Even the mountain was gone. What else was there to find? Chu Yang looked at the place where he was struck by the heavenly thunder, the lake. He was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. What kind of situation is this? This is too awesome. I remember that there was no lake at that time. Now, where did this come from? Who the F***ck did such a good thing? King Mountain turned into a big lake. Where else am I going to find clues? Chu Yang was speechless. Chu Yang had no choice but to search the area bit by bit. Only when he was 500 miles away did Chu Yang discover a tree that had been blown down by the strong winds. Moreover, it had been completely moved away from its original position by the violent vibrations. It had been slashed askew by a saber, and had revealed a strange mark. It was like an eagle's claw grabbing a bird. It was inconspicuous at all. Chu Yang sighed. This was really courting death. F***ck, it deviated from its original position. If I want to find their direction, I can only move back to its original position. Then, I can see the direction. But, there are still so many people chasing after me. Chu Yang had an idea. He took out the calamity sword and silently chopped off half of the tree. Only a 30 to 40 feet long trunk was left. After thinking for a while, he chopped off the roots as well. Then, he carried the trunk, which was large enough for 30 to 40 people to wrap their arms around it, and slowly looked for the original position of this big guy. Perhaps it was because his luck had improved after passing through the heavenly punishment. He didn't walk too far before he found the original hole by following the broken roots. He carefully straightened it. Looking at the mark on it, he murmured, "These guys are not stupid." They actually went back the way they came. After identifying the direction, Chu Yang flashed through the forest like a gust of wind. His black clothes disappeared without a trace. I don't know if the Manor Lord is alive or dead now. Xianxia was already 2,000 miles away. He sighed. This sentence and this topic had been said more than 1,000 times along the way. But, no one dared to answer him. Everyone's face was extremely heavy. It was a kind of extreme respect and worship. Or, it could be said, worship, regarding what Chu Yang had done at the last moment. These people didn't have any other feelings other than respect, gratitude, and shock. Facing Mo Yuntian's army, the Manor Lord stayed behind alone and launched the heavenly punishment. One man, one sword, against thousands of soldiers and horses. He would rather choose to perish together with the enemy to create a chance for them to escape. Back then, Chu Yang rushed out and stood on the top of the tree. His determination to challenge the world with his sword had already become an eternal classic in everyone's hearts, an immortal legend. At that moment, even Bai Yuchen, an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, almost couldn't help but shed tears. Who would be willing to put themselves in a desperate situation for their subordinates, in this life, who would use their lives to protect me? How am I supposed to repay this friendship? Can I repay it? If I don't follow and cherish such a leader, then what's the meaning of my life? The Manor Lord really risked his life for us this time. Bai Yuchen sighed deeply. There was some shock in his eyes. This old man originally thought that even if I died, I wouldn't have any regrets. But this time, if this old man died like this, I would really feel sorry for the Manor Lord. Everyone nodded in agreement. Alright, let's not say anything nice. As long as the Manor Lord comes back, I'll give the rest of my life to the Manor Lord. Bai Yuchen raised his head and closed his eyes. She recalled the time when her father had rushed into a mountain of swords to protect her when she was still young, only to throw her off the cliff. If he was thrown off the cliff, there was still a chance of survival. But if he stayed, he would definitely die. At that moment, his father's figure was forever fixed in Bai Yuchen's heart. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? Even though she had already killed all of her enemies, that crazy figure was still so clear in Bai Yuchen's heart. It did not fade at all, it was eternal and undying, but today, there was one more such figure. At the last moment, he stood on the top of the tree. At that moment, he faced thousands of soldiers with one sword, blocked death with his body, and was covered in thunder and lightning. This became another indelible mark in Bai Yuchen's heart. At that moment, he thought of his father. His father did not hesitate to protect him with his life. Bai Yuchen almost cried. Everyone fell silent and sighed. Their hearts were filled with worry for that one person. Xianxia said what was on everyone's mind: if the Manor Lord survives, I will be loyal to him for the rest of my life. At this moment, a sinister voice said, "Your manor lord has already turned into ashes. You're destined to have no hope in this life. You might as well become ghosts and follow your manor lord. Let's go on the road together." Along with the voice, numerous figures descended from the sky and surrounded the crowd. The people who suddenly appeared were all dressed in black. Their faces were as black as ink, and their bodies were overflowing with a cold aura. It was as if a group of ghosts had suddenly appeared in front of them. They were the Ink Cloud Guards. They were the 300 Ink Cloud Guards who came on Meng Wuya's orders to encircle the final target, everyone's hearts. They sank in an instant. In terms of individual strength, they were absolutely not inferior to the enemy. In fact, they had an 80% chance of winning. However, they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. They only had a total of 33 people. And the other side had 300 people. The difference in numbers between the two sides was almost 10 times. How could they fight such a battle with such a disparity in overall strength, even if it was a fight between children? Under the same level of strength, 1 against 2 was already the limit. Moreover, it was a battle of life and death. Each of them had to face about 10 opponents, so how could they have any chance of survival? However, he was no match for him. Not going to fight anymore. If he gave up on resisting, he would only die faster. His opponent would definitely not show mercy just because he gave up on the battle. The two sides were already destined to be on opposite sides. Once they met, it was either the other side would die or die. There was no other possibility. Everyone chuckled bitterly. They stood up. Although they had bitter smiles on their faces, when they stood up, their chests were as straight as a pencil. The manor lord faced 1,000 soldiers alone. They can still fight, and they can even make the other party bleed. Why can't we fight 1 against 10? What a joke. You guys are finally here. I thought we'd have to wait a little longer. Bai Yuchen smiled faintly. His smile was filled with confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. There was also a hint of indescribable mockery in his voice. Do you really think that you guys will win for sure? Ha ha ha. Bai Yuchen, your words are like a fart. That Ink Cloud Guard commander laughed loudly. Don't tell me you think there's a savior coming to save you bastards? Haha. Bai Yuchen laughed even louder than him. There are only unexpected things in this world, and nothing is impossible. Are you so sure that there won't be any savior coming to save us? The Ink Cloud Guard commander's pupils shrank, and he said indifferently, Is that so? I'd like to see what kind of savior will appear for all of you who have escaped the net. As he spoke, he waved his hand and shouted, Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. I only want heads to make up the numbers. The 300 Ink Cloud Guards shouted at the same time. The shadows of swords and sabers flickered. The entire forest seemed to have turned into a galaxy filled with killing intent under the illumination of the swords and sabers. Without another word, the group of Ink Cloud Guards immediately pounced forward. Fight! Bai Yuchen looked up to the sky and roared, Villa Master Chu faced 1,000 soldiers alone and still won the battle and saved our lives. Today is the time for us to prove whether Villa Master Chu is worthy of following. What he can do, we can do too. Villa Master Chu is able to face the world alone without fear. Are we really that gutless? Bai Yuchen's eyes were about to split open as he roared loudly. Are we so gutless? Everyone's blood seemed to have been stirred up by this sentence in an instant. Suddenly, everyone's blood surged, and it was as if their meridians were bulging out of their bodies at this moment. In an instant, they felt that even if their bodies would turn into flesh and blood and scatter into the sky in the next moment, they would not disgrace Villa Master Chu's arrogance. Kill, everyone roared in unison, gritting their teeth as they charged forward. It was only the moment of contact, but the bloody light in the sky had already flown up along with the flesh and blood. Everyone who participated in the battle did not even know whether this was the blood of the enemy or their own. Was this the flesh of the enemy or their own flesh and blood? Just like that, it was thrown into the dark night and the sky, but in that instant, the flesh and blood that had been detached from the body and shot out in all directions proved one thing, the outcome and cruelty of this battle. Bai Yuchen laughed loudly. Come on. I've been waiting for this moment of life and death for far too long. What joy is there in life, and what bitterness is there in death? What harm is there in death to repay kindness and revenge? A cold voice sounded. Old Bai, It's a pity that it's still too early for you to be waiting for this moment. Because this battle is definitely not your battle to the death. This sudden voice caused everyone on the other side to be suddenly energized, and they all shouted at the same time, Dilla Master. And the moment the ink cloud guards on this side heard this voice, all of them retreated in unison as if they had seen a ghost. The leader of the ink cloud guards cried out in horror, Xianxia? It's actually you? You're not dead? That cold voice said indifferently, yes. Your ears are not bad, to actually be able to hear my voice. It's really a pity to waste such nimble ears. After I kill you later, I'll definitely use your ears to go with wine. Drinking the enemy's blood to our heart's content, and feasting on the enemy's flesh. Isn't that delightful too? After the indifferent voice, a ghost-like black shadow appeared. It suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was as if this figure had existed here since time immemorial. It was a man in black. His figure was tall, and his face was extremely cold. Only a trace of an equally cold smile hung on his lips. His eyes were piercingly cold and sharp. It made people clearly realize that even if everyone in the world were to be slaughtered in front of him, his expression would not change at all, because, in this world, he was the ruler of this world, everyone's life and death was in his hands. That ink cloud guard leader took 3 steps back in disbelief. He said loudly, Xianxia, you're really not dead? Xianxia, who was dressed in black, suddenly smiled in the dark forest. I just praised your ears, but I didn't expect your brain to be so idiotic. If your brain doesn't like it, then don't want it. Your heavenly emperor of the ink cloud heaven, Yuan Tianji, is not dead yet, how can I bear to die? His smile was originally very ordinary, but in the eyes of the ink cloud guards at this moment, it was no less than 10,000 ghosts coming out together and laughing malevolently at them together. Since all of you have come to die, I'll grant you your wish. I'll grant you your wish. All of you can stay here. Xianxia laughed loudly. I may not be able to deal with your army of thousands, but do you think I can't deal with 300 bastards like you? With a long roar, he recited, what harm is there in slaughtering this world with this sword of mine? A piercingly cold and majestic sword light seemed to appear out of thin air and rushed out, when Xianxia was at the peak of the martial saint level. There was already no difficulty in dealing with these enemies. Now that he had passed the heavenly punishment, his strength had increased by almost 10 times, so it was naturally easier for him to deal with them. Facing these enemies now, the moment he drew his sword, he could already feel that the opponents were full of flaws from head to toe. It was as if they were just waiting for him to slaughter. Complemented by the sharpness of the calamity sword, Xianxia descended from the sky like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everyone, get into formation. Work together to fight against Xianxia. When that ink cloud guard leader's steel-like voice exploded in the air, Xianxia had already appeared in the sky above them with a cruel laugh. While the awe-inspiring sword light created a bloody storm, Xianxia smiled faintly and said, even in this heavenly imperial court, I am still the calamity sword master. Today, the legend continues, and the legend still exists. Sword light poured down like rain. Kill. Bai Yuchen and the rest were energized, and they counterattacked with all their might. Xianxia's sudden arrival seemed to have increased everyone's battle power by 30% out of nowhere. The ink cloud guard was still in a state of shock. How could they fight against these ferocious warriors whose battle intent was surging to the extreme? Bai Yuchen and the rest counterattacked with all their might under Xianxia's awe-inspiring might, and it actually turned into a situation where they were outnumbered. In an instant, it was no longer an evenly matched battle, but a one-sided massacre. The profoundness of this moment was really indescribable. Just because of one person's arrival, the entire situation was reversed. After a long, long time, Meng Wuya looked at the bloody scene in front of him and sighed deeply. In his hand, he was holding a life and death record. On the record, there was a picture of a young man looking at Meng Wuya with a mournful face. It was as if he had been raped 300 times. It was hard to imagine that such a heaven-defying monster would have such a sad side. The only thing that could be seen was that this person was still alive, that's all. But now, there was no meaning in obtaining this life and death record to investigate anymore. Because it was no longer of any use. In front of him, the scattered corpses of the ink cloud guard had already used their lives to tell Meng Wuya everything and the reality. Xianxia is not dead. Meng Wuya felt a sense of exhaustion in his heart. This kind of feeling had never appeared in his hundreds of thousands of years of military service. But now, at this moment, he truly felt that he was really powerless against this enemy in front of him. Although he still had 2,000 troops under him, and each of them was an expert, Meng Wuya no longer had any confidence. As a general, he was not afraid of failure. Continuous failure was the true nature of a general. Continuous failure was not scary. As long as he had the confidence to continue fighting, everything was possible. But when a general lost the confidence to fight, then there was nothing to talk about. When he saw these 300 corpses of the Ink Cloud Guard, Meng Wuya did not even give the order to pursue. There was no doubt that he had lost the confidence of a general. This was the first time in his life. Only Chu Yang can give his enemy such treatment. Meng Wuya looked at the corpses in front of him. It could be seen from all the corpses that they were all killed without any pain. Furthermore, all the bones and broken limbs were still in the position where they had been when they first landed. There was not the slightest movement. This proved that after killing these people, the enemy did not have the slightest intention of desecrating the corpses. And among them, there was also the enemy's flesh and blood. This proved that although the enemy had achieved a complete victory, it was not completely without paying a price. In such a tragic battle, even if the enemy had desecrated the corpses, or even destroyed the corpses to vent their anger, it was understandable and forgivable. But now, there was clearly no such action at the scene. Meng Wuya closed his eyes tiredly. Physically and mentally exhausted. Immediately send a message to the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Wuya closed his eyes and shook his body. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which dripped onto his chest. His soul was seriously injured by the calamity, and he had been forcibly suppressing the heavy internal injury. Finally, under the agitation of his emotions, he could no longer suppress it and completely burst out. Ignoring everyone's worried eyes, Meng Wuya waved his hand and said softly, Meng Wuya has failed to live up to heaven's grace. I am unable to deal with Chu Yang. 10,000 brothers are buried in the East Imperial land. Speaking till here, Meng Wuya paused painfully. After a long time, he said with difficulty, request for reinforcements, Your Majesty. There are still more than 100 words, 10,000 words, but I really don't want to write any more. I can only say that I am about to King Dai. In Meng Wuya's hundreds of thousands of years of life, he had experienced more than thousands of battles. But he had never bowed down to any enemy. But this time, he was truly powerless against Chu Yang. For the first time in his life, he had lost confidence in battle. He felt mentally and physically exhausted, unable to fight anymore. He didn't want to fight anymore. This was a kind of complete depression, facing this opponent who was hundreds of thousands of years younger than him, who he had only seen as an ant at the beginning. Meng Wuya was completely helpless. If it was a one-on-one battle, Meng Wuya wouldn't be so depressed even if he couldn't win. But the real problem now was that he had brought 10,000 elite troops to capture Chu Yang. In front of 10,000 troops, Chu Yang's real fighting power was at most 300 to 400 people. Regardless of which aspect he was in, he had the absolute advantage, and even the absolute chance of victory. All of Chu Yang's reliance had been cut off one by one. He was only left with the final path of fighting to his death. Logically speaking, this was like raising a mountain to kill mosquitoes, or using a dragon-slaying knife to kill a chicken. But what was unexpected was that he had lost 80% of his troops against these 300 to 400 people, and still hadn't achieved the final victory. The other party had always been at a disadvantage and had always been on the run. He had always had the upper hand and had always been the pursuer. But in the process of this pursuit, although the other party's men were also decreasing, the men on his side were also decreasing, and it was decreasing rapidly, until now. This death pursuit had inexplicably become a classic battle that made Chu Yang famous. It also made this ant that he didn't care about at all. He broke through all the way and finally reached the heavenly man level. A heavenly punishment thunder tribulation due to the advancement became a super weapon to slaughter the Ink Cloud Sky Army. 8,000 brothers were buried in the Eastern Royal Heaven, a whole 8,000 brothers. Every time he thought of this number, Meng Wuya's heart ached as if it was being twisted. When he saw Chu Yang slaughtering many Ink Cloud Guards' corpses after the heavenly punishment, Meng Wuya suddenly understood one thing. Although Chu Yang had just broken through to the heavenly man level, but he already had the tyrannical ability to kill people above his level. and even fight alone. His fighting power couldn't be judged by normal standards. Moreover, he had an unparalleled divine weapon as support. Even an expert at the peak of celestial being level was no longer a match for Chu Yang. It was even difficult for him to withstand the might of his sword. If I want to capture and kill Chu Yang with my current military strength, I'll have to do it myself. But, I might be able to rely on my superiority over Chu Yang if I'm in a perfect state. Fight and win, it was a pity. This could only be a thought. Because he was seriously injured now, he couldn't fight at all. As for when he recovered, Chu Yang's divine soul should have recovered by now. He might not even need to recover by himself. Perhaps the divine soul of the calamity had already recovered first. After all, the divine soul of a calamity was the life form that was least afraid of being injured, and its recovery speed was definitely faster than his own. Not to mention, it also had the strength of a saint. No matter how one looked at it, it was superior to him. If something went wrong, the divine soul of the calamity would recover first. Together with Chu Yang, Mo Yuntian's side would be in danger of being completely wiped out. But, if he didn't do anything, his subordinates could only wait to be killed when facing Chu Yang. After thinking about it, although his overall strength was still more than 10 times stronger than Chu Yang's, he had no way to deal with this guy at all. He even had to think about how to prevent this scourge from nibbling away at them. In order to avoid any potential danger, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only ask for help from the heavens. After asking for reinforcements, Meng Wuya sighed deeply. He knew that he had no choice but to do it, but he still lamented his fate this time. The generals beside Meng Wuya were all filled with grief and indignation. Their faces were all red. "General, don't. We can still fight again. We still have enough manpower to turn the situation around. We can still fight. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must capture Chu Yang and bring him to justice. General, we can't give up like this." Everyone knew what this request for reinforcements meant to Meng Wuya. This was tantamount to the biggest stain in Meng Wuya's life, and there was no way to wash it away. "All of you, shut up." Meng Wuya scolded in a low voice, but then he turned around. He said sadly, "Just do as I say. This is an order." Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard this. The entire room was silent. A few generals' tears rolled down their cheeks and finally trickled down their cheeks. All their pride, all their persistence, all their tenacity, all their faith, were shattered at this moment. The request for reinforcements was finally sent out. Everyone was like clay sculptures, standing there in a daze. The originally domineering fighting spirit seemed to have been sucked away. All of his energy seemed to have disappeared along with his pride. "General, what should we do next?" The staff officer looked like he was about to cry as he asked in a hoarse voice. "Continue to chase." Meng Wuya sighed deeply. "No matter what, we can't lose the target. Even if we don't have the ability to catch Chu Yang now, we still have to keep an eye on him. If we completely give up here, how do you expect the later generations to find his whereabouts? Won't we have to put in more effort? We can't do much for this mission, but we still have to do our best." "Yes." Meng Wuya's words expressed his helplessness. It also showed that he really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in facing Chu Yang now. Even if we don't have the ability to catch Chu Yang now. Even though the enemy was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength, they had been able to wear down, cripple, and even cripple the 10,000 elite soldiers who were at least at the saint level. This fact made Meng Wuya feel a kind of pain that was worse than death. "Manor Lord, what should we do now? Where should we go? Should we still proceed according to the original plan?" After the last battle, everyone on Chu Yang's side was wounded, but everyone was in high spirits, as if they had been reborn. The moment Chu Yang returned, all the difficulties and hardships seemed to have drifted away, vanishing without a trace. A strong and powerful backer was by their side. What else could be more worthy of relying on than this? With him around, we have nothing to fear. We don't have to fear the heavens, the earth, or anything in this world. Let's go south. Chu Yang smiled gently and said, "The following journey will be much easier. However, we can't let down our guard. After all, we're not facing Meng Wuya alone, or an army, but the entire Mo Yuntian. They definitely won't let this go." "Yes. Bayuchin frowned and said, although we also have a breakthrough, the strength of the entire Mo is still not something we can fight head-on. Although this wave of pursuit was fruitless, if there's another wave, I'm afraid the situation will be even more dangerous. Chu Yang nodded slightly, his expression solemn, as if he was thinking about something. After a short rest, we'll continue our journey. Finally, Chu Yang suppressed the thoughts in his heart and waved his hand to give the order. Now that all the forces were on his side, it was naturally best not to take risks. Yes. Chu Yang just casually gave an order, but everyone stood up sternly and stood upright to accept the order. It could be said that Chu Yang's journey went smoothly for the next few days. He could sense that Meng Wuya's team was still chasing after him. They were still wantonly searching for him. However, there was a huge difference compared to a few days ago. This was a very obvious phenomenon. In the past few days, there would be at least a few encounters in a day. More often than not, there would be more than 10 encounters. There were continuous battles, all without a break. But these few days, there wasn't even a single encounter. There were even 2 times when Meng Wuya's troops clearly discovered the traces of Chu Yang and the others, but they didn't chase after them to fight. Instead, they let them go lightly. This situation seems a little wrong. Xianxia and Bayuchin found Chu Yang to discuss. Indeed, something is wrong. Chu Yang frowned. For a moment, he also had some thoughts that he couldn't understand. He pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a thought that he definitely shouldn't have thought of surfaced. Could it be what? Chu Yang didn't say clearly. But on that night, Chu Yang led the troops to turn around and kill, leading the remaining 33 people. They rushed into the camp of Meng Wuya's ink cloud guards like a sharp knife. They killed a lot of people, and then retreated calmly. The ink cloud guard had always held the upper hand, and had maintained the advantage all this while. In their hearts, even though they had suffered many losses, the advantage and disadvantage between them had never changed. Therefore, they had never thought that Chu Yang would actually dare to counterattack under such circumstances, and even take the initiative to kill them. This bludgeon hit was so solid that it was definitely not fake. When Meng Wuya and the others at the back heard the news and rushed over, they only saw a ground full of bright red corpses. More than 100 ink cloud guards were all killed by Chu Yang's surprise attack this time. How dare you? You've really gone too far. Meng Wuya was so angry that his hair stood on end. He couldn't wait to catch Chu Yang and cut him into pieces. Meng Wuya knew that Chu Yang would never suffer a loss, and that he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. But, Meng Wuya never thought that Chu Yang would seek revenge for the smallest grievance to this extent. I only let him take a few breaths, that's all. Chu Yang, you should have cherished such a rare moment of relaxation. You should have adjusted yourself a little. You should have enjoyed a rare moment of peace with each other. You should have lived in peace with each other. However, Meng Wuya did not have any effective way to deal with this situation. Everyone, gather. Meng Wuya had no other choice but to give such an order under the circumstances. Facing the lonely night sky, Meng Wuya's heart was filled with inexplicable emotions. He was very clear that Chu Yang's brazen counterattack meant that this scourge had completely matured. From now on, Mo Yuntian would welcome an extremely powerful and terrifying enemy. Do you feel anything? Chu Yang sat on a tree stump and looked at Xianxia and the others in front of him. This time, the scope of the discussion was very large. Everyone participated in the discussion. The atmosphere was very relaxed. After being suppressed for so long, there was finally a beautiful counterattack. The complete victory was no doubt very satisfying. The sullenness of these days was finally vented. The situation is really a bit unusual. Our surprise attack today was certainly unexpected, but the opponent's resistance is too weak. It is completely different from the enemies we encountered before. Bayuchin smiled faintly. Their courage to fight at all costs seems to have completely disappeared. Even their fighting instincts seem to be very passive. It is as if they are just passively dealing with it. There is no feeling of being intimidating and unshakable like in the past. Yes, I also have a similar feeling. They are like tigers without fangs. Although they still look ferocious, their bones have lost that kind of. Xianxia pondered for a long time before continuing. It should be the courage that comes from the bottom of their hearts. Anyway, it is more or less like that. Yes, I also have the same feeling. It is far less difficult to deal with them than before. Although their strength is roughly the same, without momentum, there is nothing to be afraid of. There is no threat at all. Yes, although the battle this time is still intense, I don't feel the imminent danger of life and death like I did in the past. I also have the same feeling. Everyone was talking at the same time, discussing animatedly. Xianxia had been listening all this time. Finally, he said softly, according to my guess, based on the current situation, we can basically conclude that Meng Wuya has given up on this chase. Given up? How is that possible? It can't be. Everyone was shocked. Meng Wuya was seriously injured due to a strange encounter. So, he won't be able to fight personally for a short period of time. As long as we don't force him into a dead end, Meng Wuya won't risk his life. But as long as he doesn't make a move, no one on their side is a match for me. Other than saint-level experts, no one is my match. Xianxia said lightly. Although his tone was light, there was a kind of arrogance in his words that looked down on the world. Other than saint-level experts, no one is a match for me. What kind of confidence was this? Everyone who heard these words felt their hearts tremble. Perhaps, they were the ones who had truly witnessed Xianxia's growth. Back then, when Xianxia charged into Imo Yuntian's camp with his sword and killed Yuan Shitu with his sword, he was only a small heaven-level martial artist. But after that, under extreme pressure, Xianxia gradually broke through to the saint level, the peak of the saint level, and even broke through to the heavenly being level in a life-or-death situation, or it should be said like this. It was under the pressure of Imo Yuntian's coercion that created this peerless expert who swept through the 8 wastelands and dominated the world. I am invincible below the saints. Just 3 or 4 months ago, perhaps there would not be any high-level people who would pay attention to Xianxia. But now, in this world, who would dare to ignore Xianxia's existence? So, the reason why they are chasing us now is just to confirm our direction, but they will not take the initiative to kill us. Because, rushing forward is equivalent to courting death. They have already lost the ability to take the initiative to provoke us. Now, the real comparison of strength has been reversed. With Meng Wuya's character, he will never allow his subordinates to die in vain. So, they should be following us now, and not losing track of us, and then waiting for reinforcements to arrive. This is their current standard of action. Xianxia said softly, and as he spoke, he was deep in thought. Who would have thought that we would finally beat that old bastard Meng Wuya into submission? For the past tens of thousands of years, I have never heard of that old bastard being beaten into submission. But man, our Lord actually made him eat his fill, haha. One of the experts laughed happily. Everyone was overjoyed. As long as they thought of Meng Wuya's current sullen and embarrassing state, everyone felt great in their hearts. I can't believe that bastard would have such a day, ha ha ha, that's right, that's right. I really want to see Meng Wuya's face with my own eyes. It will definitely be very interesting. Bayuchen was also laughing, but his face clearly showed that he was deep in thought. After a long while, Xianxia raised his hand, and the clamorous voices of the crowd came to an abrupt end. We have certainly vented our anger, but although Meng Wuya is not moving forward, it shows that our future path will be even more difficult. This can already be foreseen. Xianxia slowly said, and Bayuchen slowly nodded. This point, not only did Xianxia think of it, he also thought of it, but he did not directly say it. Rather, if Xianxia said it, it would create more of Xianxia's authority. Bayuchen felt that he should speak less, unless Xianxia left something out, and then he would fill in the gaps. But looking at the current situation, would Xianxia leave anything out? Bayuchen smiled bitterly. If such a meticulous person, who cares about the world in his heart, could also leave something out, then it would really be a joke. Although the current situation has changed, we still need to take another step. We must completely break away from Meng Wuya's pursuers. If we can't break away from them, once their reinforcements arrive, with them as the guiding light, we will be swallowed up in an instant, so. Xianxia stood up and slowly paced around. He had only walked around once, but Bayuchen and the others all knew that he had already made a decision. Because Xianxia's biting cold-killing intent was becoming stronger and stronger, everyone clearly understood. Xianxia wanted to. If they don't come, then can't we go? The initiative is in our hands right now. Chu Yang gave a strange smile, and then fiercely said, "Pass down my orders, immediately conserve your energy, rest as much as possible, and ensure that your battle strength is at its peak. From now on, every night will belong to us." "Good." Everyone loudly cheered, they all rubbed their fists, eager to give it a try. In the early morning of the same day, when the eastern sky was about to turn white, Chu Yang led his people to attack Meng Wuya's camp once again. Chu Yang's request was very simple, everyone only needed to make one move with all their strength, one move to retreat, it didn't matter if the move was successful or not. Like a whirlwind, a mountain of knives and a forest of swords whizzed out. Then, they immediately retreated. Disappeared without a trace. Meng Wuya's army had only just reacted, but everything had already passed, and they couldn't catch up. Only a dozen corpses were left on the battlefield. Meng Wuya gritted his teeth, and they made cracking sounds. Their initial admiration and respect for Chu Yang had now turned into boundless hatred. "This bastard, this scourge, this damn thing, he really knows how to read the wind and steer according to the wind. I just made a decision on my side, and he actually seized the opportunity to turn from passive to active, turning from defense to offense, and ambushing us twice in one night." However, he couldn't let Chu Yang and his people out of his sight, and could only passively chase after them. Along the way, both sides' positions were still the same, but the situation had undergone a strange and earth-shaking change. The original situation was that Meng Wuya and his people were chasing after Chu Yang, and they were on the verge of annihilating the enemy at any time. However, after that night, the situation had become very delicate. On the surface, the situation was the same as before. Chu Yang and his people were still running away. Meng Wuya was still chasing after them, but the real situation? Every time, the first to launch an attack was no longer Mo Yuntian's people, but Chu Yang's people. They were like a pack of leopards that were being chased, and who knows when they would turn around and take a vicious bite, just one bite, but it was so painful that it penetrated the heart and lungs. As the days passed, as long as it was night time, Mo Yuntian's army would be even more vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. But even with such vigilance, they still couldn't avoid being attacked by Chu Yang's people. In such a continuous 7 to 8 days of rushing, Chu Yang's side launched a total of 30 attacks. Every time, there would be some gains, more or less. Of course, Chu Yang's side didn't have no losses at all. In these 30 over attacks, they still lost one person. The reason was very simple, he didn't listen to orders, and was greedy for merit, and was surrounded by the enemy. The losses on Mo Yuntian's side were slightly more, and they were counted in the hundreds. After 7 to 8 days, there were only 1,000 people left in the army of 2,200. Towards such a result, the people on Mo Yuntian's side almost ground their teeth to pieces, and their eyes turned red. The grievances and depression in their hearts were simply monstrous. But now that the situation was not as good as the enemy, they could only suffer losses. In these 7 to 8 days, more than tens of thousands of miles had passed under their feet, and hundreds of Mo Yuntian's warriors fell under Chu Yang's sneak attacks. Chu Yang seemed to be addicted to sneak attacks, and his attacks were endless. Completely no one could accurately predict the timing of Chu Yang's next sneak attack. He came like a whirlwind, and left like a whirlwind, as if he came at will, and left in an instant. All the people on Mo Yuntian's side were mentally and physically exhausted. When they reached the river, there were only 1,000 people left under Meng Wuya, the last 1,000 people. And they could only follow from afar, and didn't dare to get as close as before. These 1,000 people who were lucky enough to survive were all so skinny that they were out of shape. Their eye sockets were deeply sunken into their eye sockets, and their faces were green and black, without any color. After Chu Yang and the others had arrived at the Fog River, they had immediately collected all the ferries in the vicinity. They had only chosen one big boat for the purpose of crossing the river. King of Hell Chu had spent a lot of purple cloud coins to buy all the other boats. Then, he set fire to all the ships. 33 people, including Chu Yang, boarded the ship in an orderly manner when the fire soared to the sky. Then, they set sail and left. The moment the boat left the shore, Chu Yang stood on the mast and said loudly, "Old General Meng, I have troubled you to send us off. Chu Yang will remember this kindness in my heart. I will definitely repay you in the future. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Old General Meng, everyone, we will meet again." The wind whimpered. That big boat slowly entered the boundary of the mist river under the eyes of Meng Wuya and the others. The dense fog that covered the sky and covered the earth only lasted for an instant before it completely covered the ship. Nothing could be seen. After crossing this river, it will be the Demon Emperor Heaven. It will no longer belong to the Eastern Royal Heaven. Yang looked at the fog and muttered to himself. Demon Emperor Heaven. That was a mysterious place. In addition to the vast territory, it was also full of mystery. After this, it would be equivalent to having half of the pursuers behind him. Even if Mo Yuntian had reinforcements, they would only be able to slowly search for him. However, the next time they meet, he would have to engage in a life-and-death battle with Mo Yuntian's men in the Demon Emperor sky. Yang took a deep breath. Hide, it was definitely impossible to hide. The people he brought were all on the Mo Yuntian list. Sooner or later, they would be found out. Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud sending Meng Wuya and the rest over this time, although it could already be considered to be heavily pressuring the border, with the current result, they still underestimated Xu Yang's tenacity. So, once Mo Yuntian sent out troops again, he would not make the same mistake. At that time, there would be thunder, mountains, and heaven and earth collapsing. Xu Yang knew that the temporary relaxation was just like the temporary calm before the storm. Although his expression was calm and indifferent, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. We've finally left the Eastern Royal Heavens. Xu Yang couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the dense fog. The Eastern Royal Immortal Realms was the place where he first came to the celestial world. There were simply too many things that happened here, too many memories that were hard to forget. Although he was reluctant to part with her, he did not regret it. Bai Yuchen stood beside him. Her sleeve that was missing an arm fluttered in the wind. She couldn't help but sigh emotionally as she said, "That's right. We've finally left the Eastern Royal Heaven." Xu Yang was startled. Then, he shook his head and laughed. In the hearts of Bai Yuchen and the others, the Eastern Royal Sky was simply a nightmare. All of his misfortune had started here. Now that he had left, of course he would be in a good mood. However, Bai Yuchen didn't know the true meaning behind Xu Yang's words. Donghuang Heaven, I actually wanted to leave long ago. Xu Yang looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. His heart surged. The Eastern Royal Heaven is too safe for me. Moreover, I have too much backing. If I don't leave the Eastern Royal Heaven, Xu Yang, will never be able to grow into a hero. Although the pursuit this time was filled with danger and death, I know that the Eastern Royal Heaven officials are helping me. They are sparing no effort in helping me. If I really meet with a life-and-death situation, I'm afraid that Xue Leihan will personally take action. What I'm afraid of is not sacrifice or death. What I'm afraid of is backing. Especially when it's a limitless backing. Xu Yang mocked himself. With a backing, it's inevitable that I lack the will to improve. Therefore, I have to leave. I have to leave. Coming to the Demon Emperor Heaven, I have no one to rely on. The Eastern Royal Heaven's forces are also too far away to help. I'm the only one here. With my current group, I will continue to roam the world. Xu Yang said indifferently, although being in the Demon Emperor Heaven means that I'll have to face worse situations than before, I have no other choice. I'll gladly endure it. Regardless of whether it was the heart of an expert, the soul of battle, or the path to the peak, they all had no other choice. Yes, we have no other choice. Bai Yuchen said with deep emotions. Just now, when Xu Yang was muttering to himself, he heard the last two sentences. If we don't rise in battle, we will perish in battle. Che Shuchu said quietly. Everyone stood on the ship and looked at the fog in front of them, as well as the completely unpredictable path ahead. They felt the ship slowly move forward, and no one said a word. It was completely silent. The future was vast, just like the fog that covered the sky. Only by sprinting in one direction and not turning back would they be able to walk out. If they hesitated, they would only walk in circles on the same spot. Then, they would be lost and die. The ship moved forward quietly. The wind and waves were quiet. After leaving this fog river, we will be in the Demon Emperor Heaven. Meng Wuya looked at the fog in front of him and said indifferently, immediately send a message back. Say that Xu Yang has led 32 subordinates and entered the fog river. Their destination should be the Demon Emperor Heaven. Yes. Go to further places to look for ships. We also have to cross the river at the fastest speed. Do everything possible to keep their tracks. Yes. Above a patch of fog, on the north bank of the Fog River, in a patch of fog, Russian's expression was melancholy. He muttered, "Brother, the future is long. We will meet again someday. You must take care of yourself. It's my incompetence. I can't protect you." Russian sighed sadly. "I hope that when you come back again, it will be the day when the king returns. As your brother, I will be honored." Russian looked deeply at the fog in front of him and said quietly, "Brother, take care." This pursuit, when both parties had not given up yet, seemed to have already ended prematurely. But this pursuit that had a start but no end virtually shook the entire Heaven Imperial Court. There was a person who killed Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud's youngest son. This person was called Chu Yang. Not only did he kill Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud's son, he also killed more than 200 first-rate experts of the Ghost region in that battle. Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud was enraged and sent out Wind Thunder General Meng Wuya to lead an army of 10,000 to pursue and kill Chu Yang. Along the way, they fought for 80,000 miles from beginning to end. Chu Yang used incomparable wisdom to escape all the way, counterattacking all the way, and even used all kinds of methods to deal with the enemy. In the continuous battle with the enemy, he accumulated breakthroughs all the way, and finally climbed to the Heaven Realm level. The Chu Yang whose strength improved greatly counterattacked sharply, killing Mo Yuntian's army until they were in disarray. 10,000 great army, 1,000 people were buried in Eastern Royal Heaven forever. Finally, Chu Yang led his subordinates and successfully shook off Meng Wuya's pursuing troops, entering the Fog River. Entered the Demon Emperor Heaven's boundary. This news spread throughout the entire Heaven Imperial Court rapidly like a gale. All the people who heard this news felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. How can there be such a fierce person in this world? This is really a living idol. Especially after the various major sects returned with resentment, this kind of rumor with obvious prejudice became more and more popular the more it spread. It gradually developed to the extent where it was universally praised. In the rumor, Chu Yang was the embodiment of justice, not fearing power, not fearing evil forces, and fought vigorously. On the other hand, Mo Yuntian and Meng Wuya had become indiscriminately evil bastards. Although this was the truth, but the rumor smeared Mo Yuntian's name a little too much. Especially General Meng Wuya, who was directly written as a snobbish villain who would not rise early without benefits. The original intention of this operation also became to bootlick the Sky Emperor, to get the chance to send troops this time by flattering him wantonly. But unexpectedly, the bootlicker hit the horse's leg, and sat on the hard stubble, piercing his chrysanthemum red and so on. As for Yuan Tianji, he was without tolerance, biased, unable to distinguish right from wrong, obstinate and self-opinionated. All in all, it was as unpleasant as it could be. The entire Heaven Imperial Court had been quiet for tens of thousands of years, and it seemed that it had been quiet for too long. This time it finally completely exploded. Especially when these rumors were pushed vigorously by a mastermind behind the scenes, and the situation became more and more intense. Although the various major sects knew that they could not afford to provoke Mo Yuntian, it was still very good to use this kind of method to disgust Mo Yuntian and vent their anger. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was discussing this matter. Most people's gazes were cast towards Demon Emperor Heaven, where the target was located. They were looking forward to the news of Chu Yang's battle with Mo Yuntian to continue to spread, so as to satisfy everyone's gossipy heart. Of course, to a large extent, it was also to vent their anger. This time, Mo Yuntian had offended all the super sects completely, only the Extreme Heaven's reaction was somewhat indifferent. Other than the Earth's Heart Pavilion's clear statement and completely mocking Mo Yuntian, the number one Heavenly Sword Alliance was silent. Chu Yang's rise is already unstoppable, but we cannot add fuel to the fire. When necessary, under the premise that it does not harm our interests, we must give Mo Yuntian a certain amount of assistance. Yuntian's words set the tone. In my opinion, Chu Yang is much more dangerous than Mo Yuntian. At the same time, in various parts of the Heaven Imperial Court, the commotion caused by this news was completely different. Dreamlike veranda. Mo Qinggu sat anxiously in front of a group of little fellows, chattering away endlessly. You are from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? Your big brother is called Chu Yang. Isn't your big brother the Chuyang who is dressed in black, has big eyes, and is especially handsome and charming? Oh right, when he smiles, does he frown first before smiling? Is he? A series of hundreds of questions like this made the group of little fellows dizzy. They were completely at a loss. Originally, they thought that this number one genius of the sect had come, and she was so beautiful, so everyone was a little flattered. But after answering these questions continuously for a few days, and every question had to be answered several times, the little fellows were instantly dazed. F***ck, how many times have you asked? Aren't you annoying? Is this still the number one genius of this sect? What kind of brain, what kind of memory, what kind of intelligence? I wanted to say something, but I suddenly didn't know where to start. Right now, I'm smiling. Yes, you're not mistaken, I'm smiling. And it's a proud and calm smile. This month's competition was different from the past. In the past, the pressure was less, because no matter what, there were always times when I was in the lead. But this month, I kept falling behind. I kept falling behind until now. The pressure was getting bigger and bigger every day. I carried on like this. On one hand, I had to fight for the monthly votes and honor. On the other hand, I was fighting with myself every day. Can I still hold on? Can I still hold on? I'm already so far behind, but what I'm proud of is that I'm the winner in my own battle, although this month was difficult, although I endured it day by day. Yes, endure. Every day was a torment, that kind of pressure, I don't know if you can understand. Today, I said to myself, I'm only 1,500 votes away, there's still a chance. Let's write. Tomorrow, I said to myself, I'm only 1,700 votes away, there's still a chance. Let's write. Then, slowly, I said to myself, I'm only 3,000 votes away, there's still a chance. Tonight, I looked at the monthly votes list and said to myself, I'm only, almost 5,000 votes away, this kind of pressure is getting bigger and bigger every day. I'm proud that I didn't break down. At the beginning of the month, I said that I would go all out this month. I think I did it. Because tomorrow, I'll go all out again, maybe I won't win against my opponent, but I've already won against myself more than 20 times. This battle, I have no regrets, I'll remember this month, because this month, the pressure on me is unparalleled. At any time in the future, I'll be proud that I endured it. Every day, after writing a new chapter, I feel like I'm about to collapse. On one hand, it's tiring. On the other hand, it's even more tiring to withstand the pressure from myself, but I didn't collapse, did I? Shouldn't I be proud? There are only 27 hours left in this month, what should I do? Beg for monthly votes. Fight. Fight until the last moment, stand out. Where are you now? At the last moment, charge with me. What lies ahead is perhaps a fixed failure. Are you willing to accompany me? Cast your monthly votes. Let this world be shaken again. For our stand out. The last stand. Pride, to be with us, we are the stand out. Stand up, fight, who cares about victory or defeat? Mo Qinggu snorted and said, Humph, I am your big brother Chu Yang's wife. What's wrong with asking around? What? Nonsense. Absolutely not. You're not. It's definitely not yours. The group of little fellows immediately clamored. There was a wave of opposition, as well as a kind of disappointment and jealousy that the most precious thing has been snatched away. Mo Qinggu didn't care. Instead, she was proud. She took out her Qingwu dream saber and said, Look at this, this is a gift from your big brother Chu Yang. It's a treasure that only I have. Look at this, it's also a gift from him. And this, she thought to herself, you bunch of little girls, how old are you to be jealous of me? Looks like Chu Yang is really a playboy. He won't even let go of such young girls. Could it be that he's really 8 to 80 years old? Bah, what am I thinking? Forget it, when I see him, I must teach him a lesson. This is He Tian's injustice. As for Chu Yang being hunted down, although Mo Qinggu was also worried, she didn't really care. If one were to say who had the most confidence in Chu Yang in this world, it would be Mo Qinggu. No one else could. Chu Yang would definitely be fine, perhaps the process would be a little dangerous, but he would definitely be fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Chu Yang, but my strength needs to increase faster. I heard that Chu Yang is now at the heavenly human level. I can't fall too far behind him. I have to work harder, therefore, whenever Mo Qinggu was tired from training, she would come here to rest. It was good to not see him, but to hear his news. Ha ha ha, I've improved a lot today. Every time Mo Qinggu came, she would deliberately give these little fellows a blow. Therefore, everyone worked hard. Not only did they compete with Mo Qinggu, but they also competed with each other. They all wanted to fight for the first place. No matter what, they couldn't embarrass big brother Chu Yang, in another place. Mo Tianji walked out of the secret chamber. Feeling the improvement of his cultivation, he couldn't help but feel gratified. The elixirs of the heavenly court are indeed extraordinary. The elixirs I snatched during this period are really quite useful, but then he heard a series of news about Chu Yang. In comparison, the little sense of accomplishment that had just risen in Mo Tianji's heart instantly disappeared. So, Chu Yang has already reached this stage. I haven't improved enough. I still need to work harder. Go for it, Mo Tianji fiercely ordered. Lord Mo Tianji was now a bandit leader with more than 10,000 subordinates. He had always been a gentle and refined leader. But, he had issued the strictest order for the first time. Continue plundering the entire world for me. Who cares who he is? It's the same for the officials. With Mo Tianji's master of manipulation and calculation, and his ability to see through the mysteries of heaven, everything was naturally successful. The team continued to grow. Of course, there were more and more treasures. It can't be. Luo Kudi howled like a wolf. How can boss be so powerful? It's over, it's over. I've been left behind again. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? It's all your fault, you bastards. You didn't even manage to snatch anything useful. Hurry up and move on. The bandit leaders wanted to cry but had no tears. They wanted to say something but stopped. Big brother, do you have any conscience in your words? The things we snatched during this period of time have already pushed you to the peak of heaven stage, and you're still not satisfied. Who the hell are you? Continue to snatch. Continue to snatch. Luo Kudi seemed to have gone crazy. We have to improve quickly. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Looks like we have to work even harder. Gu Duxing stood by a river somewhere. No matter where they were, the reaction of the Tribulation brothers at this moment was shockingly unanimous. Damn it. We've fallen behind. And we've fallen so far behind? That won't do. We have to make the best use of the time to improve and catch up. The only thing they had in common was that whether it was Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, Ao Xieyun, Xia Danqiong and the rest, none of them took the matter of Chu Yang being hunted to heart. It wasn't that they were too heartless or heartless, it was just that they had too much confidence in Chu Yang. Big brother Chu Yang being hunted down? It was normal. Too normal. If there was a day when Big Brother wasn't hunted down, that would be really abnormal. Especially when he came to this new world and was about to open up the scene, expand the situation, and establish a territory. How could he not be hunted down? Being hunted down was a matter of course, an appropriate matter. As for whether anything would happen, what a joke. Was there a need to ask this question? How could anything happen to Big Brother? How many times had he been hunted down? Every time, he wasn't hunted down, and in the end, he was the one who was hunted down. Big Brother was the Tribulation Sword Master. What we have to do is to work hard to improve our own strength. One day in the future, we will still be together with Big Brother. We will still have to fight side by side, but now was not the time. With his insignificant cultivation level, he would only be a burden to boss if he went. Of course, other than the Tribulation brothers, there were also a few others who started their own actions after hearing this news. They moved from their respective worlds and rushed straight to the Demon Emperor sky as if they were flying. It was a young girl in white. Her features were picturesque and she was indescribably beautiful. Her figure was graceful and hard to describe. Such a young girl walking alone in the martial world was, of course, too eye-catching. Countless wild bees and butterflies, or some fellows who thought that they were rich, had family backgrounds, and had power, naturally had some dirty thoughts in their hearts. But wherever this beautiful young girl passed, those who dared to provoke and flirt with her had already turned into a pile of white bones. Those who thought that their families were powerful had their entire families turned into graveyards. She didn't seem to move, but after she passed by, people would realize that all those who had offended her had all turned into white bones. This journey was talked about by the later generations, and it was hailed as 10,000 miles of mountains and mountains, 10,000 miles of journey, gods and ghosts avoid, gods and ghosts cry. It was on this journey that the name of Heavenly Poison Young Miss suddenly resounded through the Heavenly Imperial Court. There was another person who flew all the way, to the extent that he didn't even care about the considerable foundation that he had single-handedly built. This person looked very grotesque, and as he walked, there was also a rain of blood behind him. My poison technique is already close to completion, and my cultivation is also increasing rapidly. I will definitely be able to help Big Brother this time. The young girl in white thought. My demonic technique has already reached completion, and I feel that someone as handsome and dashing as me will definitely be useful. Even if I still can't kill those bastards, I'm still confident that I can charm a few of them to death. I still have this bit of confidence. The grotesque person thought, and I also need to fight. Of course, I especially miss that blissful girl who could find me as her husband. I'm very colorful, and she's even more colorful, right? That must be it. At another place in the Heavenly Imperial Court, Wu Jiuqing, dressed in a cotton robe, sat in a restaurant and drank wine. This place was less than 10,000 miles away from purple cloud heavens, where demons were running wild and the battles were extremely intense. Wu Jiuqing cultivated and rushed all the way, and finally chose to settle down here. Here, at least I'll be closer to my brothers. Right now, he was listening attentively to the legend of Chu Yang's battle with Mo Yuntian in the restaurant. Wu Jiuqing had a smile on his face, and he didn't comment. Right at this moment, 3 people walked into the restaurant together, chatting and laughing. Haha, old 8, what you said is really exciting. It's a pity that it's too far away, and we can't go there due to our duties. Otherwise, even I would want to go and help him. Not just you, why wouldn't I want to go too? Haha. I heard someone say something recently, and it's very trendy. I've noted it down, and it's just right for the current situation. It's like this: imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Let's eat quickly. After eating, we still have to hurry back. We don't know how the battle is going, and if we lose to the other guys, we brothers will be embarrassed. Wu Jiuqing poured and drank by himself, his face calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. However, when he heard that person speak, he almost instinctively turned to take a look. But after this glance, Wu Jiuqing's expression suddenly changed drastically, his face suddenly turned as white as snow. Then, Wu Jiuqing's face suddenly flushed red, and his whole body started to tremble. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a loud thud, it smashed into pieces. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, but he actually couldn't say anything. The other 3 also sensed the abnormal atmosphere and turned to look at him at the same time. The next moment, the 3 of them exclaimed in unison. In the eyes of the 3 of them, that young man who was lean and dressed in clothes as white as snow, with an elegant demeanor and a handsome face, was just like back then, just like in their dreams. At this moment, this young man was looking at them with an expression of ecstasy and disbelief. The look in his eyes, however, was clearly that the world had changed, and he was already in heaven and earth. The 3 of them felt their eyes heat up at the same time, and they roared at the same time. Second brother. Their roars were like crazy, and tears fell from the eyes of the 3 burly men at the same time. Chu Yang floated on the mist river for a whole 7 days before he finally reached the opposite side. How wide was this river? Chu Yang really didn't know, and how deep was it? Chu Yang didn't know either. But when he finally stepped onto the land on the opposite side, Chu Yang only had one sentence in his heart. If we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. Jiangnan, was it this Jiangnan? Chu Yang suddenly felt a fire burning in his heart. Demon Emperor Heaven, I, Chu Yang, have come. Who would have thought that I, Chu Yang, would come here with so much trouble and the hatred of the 2 sides of the world? What will be waiting for me? Is it an opportunity? A crisis? A turning point? An opportunity? Is it a danger? A natural disaster? A tribulation, or something else? The moment he came ashore, Yang sharply discovered that this demon emperor heaven was indeed different from the Eastern Royal Heaven. When he looked out from the Eastern Royal Heaven, he saw that there were people everywhere. When he looked out from the demon emperor heaven, he saw that there were also people everywhere. However, people were very different from each other. At first glance, the people in the demon emperor's heaven and earth were all very strange. Yang clearly saw a fat guy staggering out of a restaurant in the distance. He had a fat head, big ears, and a big belly. His face was red and his eyes were blurred. It was obvious that he had drunk too much. This is from P. After eating and drinking in a restaurant, it was normal to get drunk, drink too much, and even vomit. It wasn't worth making a fuss about. For example, when this guy walked out of the restaurant with 5 people and was blown by the wind, he really found a corner and started vomiting. After a while, his body softly fell to the ground. Up to this point, everything was still very normal. But in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The moment that guy fell down, he abruptly turned into a fat weasel. Then, with a whoosh sound, he drilled himself into an unknown place. This is really, F***CKF**CKF**CK. Yang was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. This was also possible, and the people around him did not seem to be surprised by this change at all. It was as if they were used to it. The only one who was surprised was Yang himself. When they had just come ashore, they had already felt the demonic aura that covered the sky and covered the sun. But if those people did not take the initiative to transform, it was really impossible to tell who was human and who was demon. Demon Emperor Heaven. It really is Demon Emperor Heaven. Xianxia stared at the direction that the weasel left in and clicked his tongue in wonder. This kind of guy, if he landed in the ink cloud sky, he would have been caught and skinned long ago. But here, he actually acted as if he didn't exist. The corner of Bai Chen's mouth curled up. She wanted to laugh, but she warned, Xiao, don't speak such words casually in the Demon Emperor sky. The fellows here, if any one of them were to reveal their true form and be skinned, they would be very valuable in the black cloud sky. Xianxia made a sound. Everyone looked very relaxed at this moment. Before they got off the boat, they had all changed into clean and neat clothes. Now, everyone was dressed in bright and neat clothes. They blended into the crowd and looked no different from the natives of Demon Emperor Heaven. A group of more than 30 people chatted and laughed, with an unprecedentedly relaxed attitude. They stepped into Demon Emperor Heaven. As Yang walked, he kept thinking about the question from before, is this Jiangnan the same as Jiangnan? After entering the city in front of them, Yang and the others immediately split up, and went in from the northern city gate. They passed through the city in a very short period of time. When they gathered again, they were already outside the southern city gate. Then, they left, leaving behind a cloud of dust. They didn't linger. After meeting up, there was only a brief discussion before the entire group was once again split up into parts. This time, the dispersal was on a large scale. The traces of the dispersal covered more than half of the Demon Emperor sky. Within such a large area, the dispersal was filled with uncertainty and randomness. The entire journey took them no less than 10,000 miles. Finally, they reunited in a quiet small town once again. This small town was not big, but it was not an ordinary place. Instead, it was the region closest to the core of the Demon Emperor Heaven. That was because they only needed to travel another 3,000 kilometers. It was the location of the highest authority in the Demon Emperor sky, the Empress Palace. Empress, this was the title that all the subjects of the Demon Emperor Heaven addressed the Demon Empress. Just like how the subjects of the Eastern Royal Heaven were used to addressing Shui Leihan as Eastern Royal Emperor, in order to hide their traces as much as possible, Yang and the others all changed their appearances. They had no choice but to change their appearances. Perhaps it was because the city they first came into contact with was filled with humans. Yang and the others didn't pay much attention to their appearances. However, as they got closer and closer to the core of the Demon Emperor Heaven, there seemed to be fewer and fewer humans and more demons. For example, there were many people in this small town. Although there were still humans and demons, there were more demons than humans. There were even many humans who were demons in human form. If Yang and the others didn't pay attention to changing their appearances, it would be too easy for them to be exposed. Chu Yang, who was the first to arrive, bought a large house that had been abandoned for a long time. Then, he dug a normal well in the courtyard. Under the water of the well, he dug another tunnel that led directly to the slums in another area. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Naturally, there were more than a few tunnels that led to the outside world. Many tunnels were dug below, connecting to a few rundown houses on the surface, which became Chu Yang's temporary residence. There were many people here, but it was also the area with the most floating population. It was a place where great hermits hid in the city. Chu Yang and the others settled down here for the time being. On the surface, everyone was doing their own things, living and working in peace and contentment. However, everyone was actually seizing the time to cultivate, hoping to have a new breakthrough before the new wave of enemies arrived. Especially Bai Yuchen, who had lost an arm. Because he was the most obvious target, he didn't even step out of the house, staying in the maze-like tunnel to cultivate. During this period, Chu Yang had been trying to open the tribulation space, but he hadn't been able to do so. He really didn't know when he would be able to use his biggest trump card again. The only gratifying change was that the spiritual energy was gradually decreasing. It was no longer as endless as before. This made Chu Yang feel somewhat comforted. It's good that there are such signs. It should be, soon, right? It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't have the patience to wait, but he was really short of medicinal herbs now. Cultivation, improvement, treatment, nourishment, all of these couldn't be done without medicinal herbs. Chu Yang wanted to open the tribulation space precisely because of this. Now, the incomplete version of heavy pills had been completely used up. As for the super version of heavy pills, although there were still 2 left, they could only be saved for emergencies. Other than that, they were completely broke. Well, they weren't completely broke. It seemed that they still had less than 700,000 purple cloud coins. Generally speaking, this was a huge sum of money. During this period of time, the divine spirit of the tribulation had been absorbing the deathly energy from the almost continuous battles, and it had recovered a little. After all, the casualties on both sides were at least saint-level experts, and this was undoubtedly very beneficial to the divine spirit of the tribulation. But speaking of complete recovery, without a certain amount of deathly energy, there was still absolutely no hope of recovery. It was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain such a large amount of deathly energy. The divine spirit of the tribulation required deathly energy. Not only was there a requirement for quantity, but the quality was also very important. The deathly energy of ordinary living creatures, and even the deathly energy of ordinary martial artists, had almost no effect on the divine spirit of the tribulation. At least the deathly energy of martial artists of heaven level and above would have a certain effect. Since completely escaping from Mo Yuntian's pursuers, the divine spirit of the tribulation no longer had any good healing resources. It could only rely on a certain amount of deathly energy provided by Chu Yang to recover its condition. But this situation changed again after coming to this small town. Less than 1,000 miles south of this town was a place of ancestral tombs of the demon race. It occupied an extremely large area, and for many years, all the demons in the vicinity died. Their corpses would be buried in the ancestral tombs, or simply thrown in. To the divine spirit of the tribulation, this place was undoubtedly a place of great nourishment. In fact, this was also a big reason why Chu Yang chose to stay here. Of course, there were similar places around the dozens of cities of the demon race that he had passed by earlier, and a few of them were even bigger than this. But Chu Yang definitely didn't dare to stay in such places. There was no other reason other than that the target was too big. No matter what, they had finally settled down for the time being. Although the time of settling down might be very short, they could still take a few breaths. At least they could release as much of the anxiety and urgency of being chased previously as possible. Many of them went out on the first night of settling down with the purple cloud coins that Chu Yang had given them. They called it to enjoy the scenery of a foreign land. Actually, everyone understood. These few fellows had gone to visit the kills. Perhaps Chu Yang didn't know, or perhaps he had already expected it. Just as he was settling down in Lone Bamboo City, the reinforcements from Mo Yuntian had already split into 5 groups and entered Demon Emperor Heaven. There were even the peak battle power of the 3 big sects that had come out in full force to Demon Emperor Heaven. They had no choice but to come. They didn't dare not to come. Kill those people and capture Chuyang. It will be considered as atonement for your crimes. If you can't complete this mission, the three big sects will disappear from Mo Yuntian forever. This was the ultimatum that Mo Yuntian's officials had given to the three big sections. Or it could be said to be the ultimatum of death, so this time, the three big sects were all fighting with their lives on the line. No one really took the Sky Emperor's threat as a joke. The experts of the sects that had been mobilized this time, other than the sect masters who still needed to hold down the fort at home, the rest had all come out in full force. Just the experts belonging to the three big sects had already rushed into Demon Emperor Heaven in a scale of more than 20,000 people. At this point, there was no choice but to mention something else. After Meng Wuya's request for help was sent back to Mo Yuntian, the entire imperial court of Mo Yuntian was shaken. Before this, no one would have thought that the great general of wind and thunder, Meng Wuya, would actually fail. He was actually defeated, and even forced to such a state by the enemy. He had no choice but to ask for help from his home. The news from Meng Wuya completely didn't mention the various grievances he had suffered in Eastern Royal Heaven. He also wouldn't mention it, and didn't dare to mention it. At such a sensitive time, Meng Wuya knew that this kind of news was enough to cause an earthquake that was enough to shake the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But even if he didn't mention it and was willing to swallow these grievances, just the news of his defeat alone would cause Yuan Tianji to fly into a rage. This Chuyang isn't simple, Yuan Tianji said. If he doesn't die, there will be no end of trouble in the future. The enmity of killing is absolutely irreconcilable. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian, Yuan Tianji, made the following decision practically at the first moment. Mo Yuntian's deputy commander Yu Qi, lead the 10 generals under your command, 3,000 Mo Yuntian Imperial Guards, 30,000 elite troops, and another 20,000 troops from the Blood Fiend army. The troops will be divided into 5 groups and enter Demon Emperor Heaven to rendezvous with Meng Wuya. Go all out to capture Chuyang and the remaining evildoers. Meng Wuya was unfavorable in battle and damaged my Mo Yuntian's prestige. He will be demoted by 1 rank, and his salary will be forfeited for 3 years. He will be allowed to redeem himself by meritorious service. Observe the future. Under Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian's command, Mo Yuntian's winds and clouds shook. End of chapter 1971. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.